And all of this is from religion. That's the thing that I don't understand, how people can get so brainwashed to the point where they're willing to do harm to other people over a freaking belief system.
Yeah. Like, even my own family, like, when I was, like, I think 14 or something, my own father threatened to slit my throat.
You said your mother did what?
My father threatened to slit my throat.
But you know what is so crazy to me is that Islam will say that they're the most peaceful religion and that they're not as violent as Christianity. But it seems to me that they're more extreme to me.
Of course they
Seems
are.
like.
Yeah.
Like that's, I mean, both of them are horrible, but goddamn. Hey, Selena.
Hey, Thinker. Hey, Ems. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Ems is off the mic
Okay.
now.
Oh, okay. How's it going? I
Yeah,
just caught a piece of that. I'm
I've
sorry.
only been awake for probably 30 minutes. Let me tell you, I went shopping today at Target. Okay.
Oh, okay. Tarjay.
I hate shopping. I hate it. I am
That
not a
makes two of
girl's
us.
girl. I can't take it. Like, why don't the baskets fit the aisles? Why do they have racks everywhere and the baskets bumping into the racks? Like,
Yeah.
I can't. Like, when I tell you I lose it.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not a shopper either.
Like, goodness. And it wore me out. It wore me out so bad. Like, when I tell you I came home, laid down, and I was out. Ems, what is this right here? Muhammad of Medina did not sue some people, so the prophet ordered them to follow his shepherd, his camels, and drink their milk and urine as medicine. So they followed the shepherd, that is the camels, and drank their milk and urine till their bodies became healthy. Then they killed the shepherd and drove away the camels. When the news reached the prophet, he sent some people in their pursuit. When they were brought, he cut their hands and feet and their eyes and were branded with heated pieces of. Oh my fucking gosh! What the?
He definitely.
That's terrible.
What the fuck? Wow.
Yep.
Well, that's not good.
And here's the thing: like, I think that type of violence, right, is most likely what caused people to fear that, right, and to do that, to like bow down to this person because he was willing to go. He seemed like he didn't have a conscience when it came to what was moral or immoral. Like, that type of violence will scare the shit out of somebody and make them like say either take my life or just do it. Like, that's some crazy shit. I have family members that are Muslims, and it's just, I don't know enough about Islam to talk to them, so I don't say anything. But I don't like it. Yeah, that is. And then the way that they became Muslim, they dated Muslim men, and they told them they had to convert, right, in order for them to date. And then when it was time for him to get married, he dumped her and told her that he couldn't marry a Muslim woman from his nation. So he kind of dated her until it was time for him to get married. No Muslim would be but Allah would admit in his stead a Jew or a Christian in hellfire. Umar, as he took an oath by one besides whom there is no good, but he thrice that his father had narrated that to him from Allah's messenger. Maybe. What does this mean, M?
So, it says that no Muslim would unalive, except that God would place it in hellfire, a Jew or a Christian. So whenever a Muslim unalives, God places a Jew or a Christian in hell.
What? Wait, didn't some a guy that was a Muslim come on here and say that Muhammad talks about the Jews and the Christians and says that he loves them?
He doesn't. We have hadiths that say that too. In the Quran and in the hadith, it says to, like, whenever we see them coming, like, our way, to tighten the road on them, like, to just, like, press them against the wall, and to spit on them and not to be friends with them, blah, blah, blah.
And that's supposed to be love?
It isn't love. They do not claim to be love.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's like a gang war. I swear. Yeah. Three brothers
and
fight
this
like
is
a...
This is the same idea of the last hadith.
Yeah. Yeah, and then all of the gang members are fighting each other. And then, like, those of us that don't believe, we just, like, try to tell y'all to leave us the fuck alone. Like, go fight each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, if y'all want to fight each other, go do that shit somewhere else. Leave us out of it. Like, like what?
The one in the comments said that this site is an Israeli website.
This site is an Israel. Oh, wow.
This is the level of delusion they have.
Yeah.
If you want to read this one.
There would come people amongst the Muslims on the day of resurrection with as heavy sins as a mountain. There would come amongst the Muslims on the day of resurrection with as heavy sins as a mountain, and Allah would forgive them, and he would place in their stead the Jews and the Christians. As far as I think, Abu Raul said, I do not know to who is in doubt. Abu Burda said, I narrated it to Umar, whereon he said, was it your father who narrated it to you from Allah's apostle? I said, yes. So they're saying that on the day of resurrection, the Jews and the Christians will get punished for the sins of a Muslim?
So the sins of the Muslims would be placed upon them.
Oh, the sins of the Muslims will be placed upon the Jews and the Christians.
Yep.
So in so many words, the Jews and the Christians are the Jesus Christ for the Muslims?
Could you say that again?
So how Jesus took on the sins of the Christians.
Oh,
yes. So the Jews and the Christians are the Jesus for the Muslims?
It is funny.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
Let me pull up the other narration of it.
Oh, there's somebody in the comments that want to come up and go with you. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, y'all, we need 20 more. Get us to 20 more. We need 20 more saves. 20 more shares so that we can go ahead and start the show. What's up with y'all over there in YouTube land? Ronnie, Nanology, Skeptically Pissed. What's up with y'all? Bear with me. I'm trying to wake up. I only been up less than an hour. I may say some names wrong. All right, y'all. We had 109 shares. Continue to help out the algorithm with the shares and the heart me's and the team bracelets. J49er, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. I just saw M, so I decided to pop in and say hi. And then,
hello, Jay.
How you doing, buddy? Interestingly, I have the Qudsi Hadith version of that Hadith you just read, and it was missing 2 sentences, very important ones.
But they always
The
take stuff out.
the Qudsi one actually, what is missing in the Qudsi, it says that then Allah will take the sins of the Muslim and put it onto the Jews.
Yeah.
The Sunnah.com doesn't say that last part, that because you can't enter paradise with sins, right? So he's going to take the sin of the Muslim and put it onto the Jews. That last piece is, I found Darussalam's Qudsi Hadith on it. I've got the scan also, yeah. So I found it pretty interesting. But good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a while. Hello, everybody. Salam alaikum.
Hello, how are you?
No.
Good.
And yes, this is another version of the hadith too. It says that he would deliver to every Muslim, a Jew, or a Christian and say, "This is your rescue from hell."
Yeah. If you guys want to see the Qudsi part of it, you guys are familiar with, M probably is, but the rest of you guys familiar with what is a Qudsi Hadith? Do you know what
No.
a Qudsi?
No, I don't know much about Islam. So
Qudsi Hadith is considered a sacred Hadith. The reason why it's sacred is because all the other Hadiths would be like Muhammad said this or Aisha said this. In a Qudsi Hadith, they are always quoting Allah. Now, what is the difference between a Qudsi Hadith and you would say the Quran, for example, right? The only difference really is that you can recite the Quran in that poetic manner, but you can't do it with the Qudsi Hadith. But a Qudsi Hadith is that. So I'll quickly show you this.
It is pretty much.
This website has an easier version of it, but I've got the original scan book too, already copied. But this is the Qudsi Hadith of what he's reading. So these guys, it's called 110 Qudsi Hadith. I've got the original scan, but these guys just put it in a nice website format. So if you go on number 8, so this is where they get it from. So it says, Allah's messenger said on the day of resurrection, my ummah, nation, will be gathered into 3 groups. One sort will enter paradise without rendering an account of their deeds. Another sort will be reckoned an easy account and admitted into paradise. Yet another sort will come bearing on their backs heaps of sins with great mountains. Allah will ask the angels, though he knows best about them, who are these people? They will reply, they are humble slaves of yours. He will say, unload the sins from them and put the same over the Jews and Christians, and then let the humble slaves get into paradise by virtue of my mercy. And this hadith is sound, mentioned in the Mustadrak of Hakim, whatever. But this part of it where these other guys don't have it on the Sunnah.com, where he's then unloading a sin. So, and it's any sin, like if you think about the worst sin, like maybe, if you unalive a baby or something like that, he'll take that sin from the Muslim and he'll put it on the Jew and Christian. Can't be a true God who would ever say something like that. That is something, it just cannot be a true God who would do that.
it sounds very human, something that like a human would say.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if it was a God, he's very immoral and unjust.
Imagine if a guy impregnates a girl and he wants to remove his responsibility from the child. He would say for example, he would say this isn't my child because I do not have a girlfriend or I've never had a wife.
What?
That is something that
know
Allah
that?
said.
Oh.
So the God himself in his book, the verbatim word of God, he says, how could I have a son if I've never had a girlfriend?
So that's published by Darussalam. That's the original. See, it's called a sacred hadith, Hadith Qudsi. Right there. So I have the original one because sometimes the Muslims will sit down and say, "Oh, that's this website, man. This website." I'm like, okay, man, I'll show you the scan thing in here.
Wait, so do y'all have a concept of free will in the Quran?
No.
No.
Okay.
If you
So
go to
what?
hell, it is because God decided that you will go to hell before you were born.
So Islam is predestined.
Yep, it's predestined. Qadar or taqdeer. It's called Qadar or taqdeer. Interestingly enough, for a second I thought you were on my live because I've been running that for the last few days, where I've just kind of done the whole. So, if you ever come across a tricky situation in the theology of Islam, there are chances that the first three generations of Islam, that's being the Muhammad, his Sahaba, and then Tabayin, and Muhammad says it in a hadith that his first three generations are the best ones, that they would say something honest about it. Then the scholars after that, so late 9th centuries, 10th, 11th, 12th, they sit down and freak out and try to cover up. So you'll get a lot of times you'll get the truth from the first three generations. The first three generations of the scholars sit down and say there is no predestination. There were two people who, I've got all the books and everything out there, two people who defied that, and they got their hand cut off and crucified for saying it, for saying there's free will. So they had the Sahaba, Muhammad, the Sahaba, it's in the Quran, plus the Tabayin for the first three generations saying there is no free will. There's only, you have to believe in divine decree or predestination.
And these are like the equivalent of the apostles and the church fathers.
Yeah. And the thing is that Muslims will sit down and say, well, you can have predestination also and predestination, free will and predestination. And I'm like, no, the both two cannot exist for the simple reason you cannot outwill Allah's will. And if you cannot outwill Allah's will, then mean you don't really have the free will to change what Allah's will is. And it's already preordained.
Yeah.
And that's what divine decree means.
Yeah,
Yeah.
divine. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And also, if you want to explain me too.
So what I wanted to ask right quick before you get into the explanation. So I see people saying that, Islam is more peaceful, and I see people during 2022, 2021, 2022, people were reading the Quran online, and they were like converting like in mass numbers, and they were talking about how much more peaceful the text was. But like what I'm seeing, I don't like, what were they reading?
They do not read. Like, they generally do not. They have no idea what their book says.
And they're just being told something by somebody.
Like even when they read the book, they do not even like comprehend what they're reading. They just read it to read it.
And then, of course, when you go on your Friday prayers, you won't imagine that the sheikhs and the imams rather will sit down and say, okay, today we're going to sit down and discuss about how we should attack the Jews and Christians if they don't,
No, not the Christians. Not the Christians. It is like, at least here, like it is illegal to mention Christianity. But like at least my local mosque, whenever like it's Friday prayer, it's like, may Allah's curse be on the Americans, may Allah's curse be on the Jews, may Allah's curse be on this and that. So.
Yeah, okay. Well, even in the US, the mosque will not sit down and teach the people and say like, oh, let's read chapter 9:29 where it says, attack the, disbelievers, which is they only call Jews and Christians that, and polytheists, until they convert to the law of Allah, So, which has nothing to do with war. They'll keep on, like, on TikTok, they'll say, well, that's under war. And it's like, it's not saying anything about war. It's just saying because you don't believe in Allah, you should fight them. There are certain passages that do talk about war, but the others don't.
And there is a passage that says like you can't leave Islam except for death.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
In the hadith, yes. The Prophet says that whoever changes his religion, unalive him.
Mm-hmm.
And do they go by the hadith, or do they go by? Because I've heard people.
Both are divine revelation.
Okay, because sometimes a Muslim will argue that no one follows the hadiths. Like the hadiths aren't.
Yeah, he's being like, if they do that, they're just being a coward.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'll tell you
about their belief.
Yeah, an important observation of it is, it's actually the power of Christians and how people and the internet and TikTok in the last year. So when I started paying attention to TikTok a year ago, I could tell you maybe heard one or two Muslims in 90 days will say, I'm Quran only, I don't pay attention to the hadith. Now I cannot run a live without, at least 50-60% of them saying they don't pay attention to it. So what does that happen? Why does that happen? Is because we become so wise to their hadiths that we are bringing it forward to them, and now they want to walk away because it's crazy stuff in the hadith that's in there, right? But lately I've started noticing the last 45 days, 60 days, that even Sunnis are sitting down saying, oh, I'm not paying attention. I'm only Muslim. I'm like, are you Shia or Sunni? Whenever I ask them and they say, I don't want to say anything, it's not the Shias.
because
The
they're
Shias
scared.
will sit down and say, I'm a Shia. The Sunnis will sit down and say, no.
They're scared.
Okay, so the hadiths have to do with what sect? Is it sects? Is that what it's called? The sect, like what
No,
sect?
they have a Shia hadith, they have Sunni hadiths, but Sunnis are 85% sect, yes. 85%.
The Shias are a heresy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And so the hadiths are their explanations or their history of their sects. Is that what it is?
No, it's about
It is divine revelation.
yeah, it's about everything about Muhammad, everything he did, and all kinds. Even the hadiths will tell you how you can go to the bathroom.
Yep.
It's just crazy stuff.
Yeah, I heard about the jinns in the bathroom.
Yep.
And you need to like tell Allah to stay outside while you go into the bathroom, and then you pick Allah back up when you leave. I heard about that. And then like
They'll even tell you how to beat your wife.
I got into it with a Muslim over that scripture, and he like swore up and down that it didn't say it, so I read it to him, and he's like, it says that you can lightly tap her.
Of course.
Yeah. But I sat in a live of women that were deconstructing from Islam, and there were women who were like reaming them so bad for deconstructing, and there were women in there saying that they deserve to be beaten because women are less honest than men.
Mm-hmm.
And that like blew me away.
Mm-hmm.
To see women like talk about themselves in such a way and then condone their own abuse.
Why do you think they would say that though? Sorry, Ian, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that within my own family, the females in my family are pro domestic violence.
That's kind of like
Wait,
that blew me away.
Wait, what do you mean pro-domestic? I mean,
Like, for example, like if someone in the family or someone of our neighbors gets beaten by their husband, oh, she definitely deserved it. She definitely did something. Why would she cause her husband to get to this degree of beating her, etc., etc. And sometimes, like they justify that a woman couldn't walk on a street path with her husband if her husband isn't harsh.
so this is really crazy stuff for us to hear. Why do you think that is?
It is because, again, when you suppress a group of people for so long and put them, like the entire way they get into heaven is purely based on the happiness or the gratitude of their husband to them. So it says, like, for example, like Imam Nawawi, when he didn't get married, he said because of the rights of a woman and stuff like that, he said that a woman, all she needs to do is just to make her husband happy, and she gets to heaven.
And then does she become,
It's
she
really
serves him in heaven? Or does she get to like live her like eternal life?
So the woman is married to the last person that she married before she dies. So in heaven, like the last husband she had is your husband in heaven.
And she
And
serves
they're
him in
together
heaven?
But I do not think that they serve each other.
Oh, okay.
Like it's more like you have the servants, you have the slaves in heaven, etc.
Do they
Wait, there are slaves in Islam heaven?
Yeah.
You have slaves in Islam?
And you have rivers of alcohol and honey and wine.
What? I had heard about the 72 versions, but somebody said that was a lie. It was a mistranslation.
It isn't a lie. It isn't a lie.
It's not a lie?
No, it isn't. It's an agreed upon thing.
So the men get 72 virgins.
Even we have a narration of the prophet where he sees a vision that he sees one of his friend's houses in heaven, and he says, "I was walking by and I saw the slaves or the orderly, the women who are they're described as young and beautiful, and that he saw them in heaven, the ones that were owned by his friend, and he said that he looked away because he knew how jealous his friend was, and his friend said, 'How could I be jealous of you, O Prophet? You could look at them.'"
Wow.
So, anyways, I was interested in your topic here. I don't know what you had. So, I am a Christian. I heard M, then I looked at the topic and I was like, "What is M doing out here?" I decided to come up. That's pretty intriguing.
So you are a Christian. I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in any of the Abrahamic gods.
Right.
Yeah.
But okay, but you definitely have an opinion about them. Obviously.
I have an opinion. No, I don't. I think that they're man-made. I think that the text are men. Well, I can only speak on the Bible, right? That's where my experience is, and I learn from M. I watch M in other lives, and I'm excited that he, has agreed to join this live so that I can learn more. Because I get a lot of Muslims asking me why don't I talk about Islam or help people deconstruct from Islam, and I don't know much about it. So M has joined and helped in that regard. But as far as like the biblical text and the little that I have read of the Quran, I just see humans, human thought, right?
Yeah.
Human logic, and I see some very immoral shit, right? I think what I care more about, like with the Christian God, I care more about how people behave or show up in society with their beliefs. They can get violent. They can get harmful, right? And then with Islam, I'm not gonna lie, like the hadiths, the things that I've heard about the hadiths and stuff, like it scares the living shit out of me to think that people would go that far over a belief in a deity that they've never seen because a prophet told them that this is what a divine said. Like there's no, at least in Christianity, there's some sense of self-agency with this whole free will thing, even though that gets dangerous. But with Islam, it doesn't appear to be that, right? Like there's no second thought, right? If they believe that Allah wants them to do something, then they just do it.
Yep.
So, but I'm more interested in the Christianity part of it right now because I see your image over there. So, you said in Christianity people can get dangerous, but
Yeah.
is the theology dangerous? Is Jesus dangerous?
Jesus is dangerous because of the debt that people feel that they have. They feel like they owe Jesus because they believe that he died for their sins. They believe he was sacrificed for them. So there is this loyalty. And then they're taught, right, to put Jesus above everything. And in so doing that, depending on what school of theology they're from, like they're taught, they are putting these beliefs above their family, right? You've had some people who believe that it's okay to beat children because the Bible says beat them with a rod and they won't die. And some parents have literally beat the crap out of their kids and caused harm or death. Even down to like the possession. I'm sorry, 1 second. Even down to like parents thinking that their kids are possessed and trying to get them exercised because they don't. That maybe the child has ADHD or the child has the child is LGBTQIA and they think that they are demon possessed. So they're willing to go so far to cause harm on those children. They're even willing to like disown their kids, for this God. They're willing to talk down to the child, calling them demons or Satan, messing with their minds or their self-esteem for the God, right? So that it's because of this debt that they feel for Jesus. So yes, Jesus can be dangerous. Let me say that.
So you're basing, if I hear you correctly, nothing on scripture, just on people's behavior.
No, yeah,
But
scripture. Yeah, I could talk about scripture.
now, can you show
Like
me a scripture where it says harm
literally,
children?
beat them with a rod and they won't die.
Like, can you show me a scripture where it says go and harm children? And I'd love to bring you
I
some
already said,
scripture
like,
here.
literally stoning children in that
Stoning
time for
children.
being disobedient.
Can you
Like,
bring me that scripture?
do you know? Like, hold on. Remember where you are, okay? So I don't bow down to anybody.
No, I'm
I
just
don't.
asking you if you is it based
Yeah,
on
I know
scripture
what
or
I'm
what
saying.
is it?
Yeah, I'm telling you where. Yes. Like, do you, do you know the Bible? Because I've quoted 2 scriptures already, and you're asking me, is it based on scripture? And I quoted the scriptures already.
I was asking for a chapter and verse. If you knew anything in that.
Yeah, I can pull it up. Give me just a second.
Right. Are you talking about Book of Proverbs?
So if you know what I'm talking about, like I quoted the scripture, right? Also in the law, where the law says to drag your kid or bring your kid before the elders if your child is disobedient to you or dishonorable to you, and everybody stones them in the Old Testament. In the New Testament, Jesus is quoting that law to the Pharisees, telling the Pharisees that they've changed that law and they allow the children to pay a ransom to get out of being stoned to death. And he tells them that the law of Moses says too, that if a child dishonors their parent, that child should die the death. And he tells them that when they honor their own traditions above the law, they're nullifying the word of God, and he calls them hypocrites.
Okay. So I'm relatively new in Christianity, but I'd love to go verse by verse in there because I'd rather read the verse and then understand what the context and what's taking place. So we'll talk about the rod if you're okay with that. Right? What it says in the rod.
So you're familiar with that scripture in Proverbs?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure which ones you were going into, and then I remembered it's in Proverbs somewhere, but
Proverbs 23.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then what I'd love to do is, at least if that's okay with you, talk about all the places.
No, give me just a second, okay? So I'm not here to teach you your Bible. That's not what this live is about. I'm just going to remind you that, okay? So what I do is I discuss the concepts, right? Mm-hmm. That Christianity teaches. I'm not a pastor. I'm not a Bible school teacher. Like, I'm not here to teach you your Bible.
No, I don't need to be taught by you. I'm not looking for that.
So I just want to make sure that, because the way that you're forming the conversation. No. You're kind of like trying to drive the conversation.
No, I'm just being polite by saying, like, look, if you educate me on something that I don't know, then that's fine. I'm just being polite. I don't want to come across and say, like, I'd really like to sit down and discuss the Bible because I think you have misunderstood that particular Proverbs. Rather, I said, you know what? That's the way I talk. I just sit down and say, maybe I'll learn something. So I'm not looking for a teacher here, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, so it's not that I misunderstood the Proverbs. It's the teaching, the theology. Like, remember that, right? So you asked me where in the Bible does it say to harm children, right? In Proverbs, it says that if you beat the child with a rod, they will not die, right? It's saying that you're going to save them from death, right? But the very first part of that says to beat the child, right?
I'll let you state your case, and then I'll love to tell you what it says in the Hebrew, what that word rod is meant in Hebrew.
It's a tree, like it's a tree, like it's a thing that they used in ancient Egypt. They used in Mesopotamia. Like, it's a tool that they use to discipline children and slaves, and to put judgment on those that required the 40 lashes. Like, I guess unless you're going to tell me that a rod is a talking tool for guidance, and that they didn't actually physically hit people. Is that what you're getting ready to say?
I'd love to tell you what it is, but I want.
No, I'm asking. Are you getting ready to? Are you getting ready to say? I'm sorry. Hello.
Okay, I'm sorry. I spoke. Go ahead.
Are you getting ready to say that it does not include hitting?
I'm getting ready to give my side of this, what it means. Part of
Does
it
it?
is metaphorical. Yeah, it's a metaphorical
It's not
because
a metaphor because this is
okay.
from like Proverbs is literally instructions from which is supposed to be Solomon, but some of it even comes from the instructions of a Menepe, right? And it's wisdom teachings. So it's not a metaphor. Now, and that's the one thing that Christians do is that because their beliefs change, right? They tend to try to make everything in this book a metaphor or symbolism, right? And they use
No,
hermeneutics,
it's not right.
right, to interpret.
No, I don't think so.
Yes,
Because then you
yes,
would see all throughout the book that this is a consistent message. When you have completely opposite, I mean, I can quote you scriptures over scriptures that say that
oh,
you're
you
supposed to.
can. It's funny that you didn't know where this came from, but you,
I
right?
mean, I wasn't sure where in Proverbs it was. I had to think back to that. Is that something that bothered you? I mean, it seems like you're
Because now
bothered by
you're
it.
telling me that you can quote scripture after
See,
scripture when before you were acting as if you couldn't.
on where they say to really, they respect children, love your children, do not treat them badly, and everything else. Otherwise, that would be the overwhelming message. So, for example, if there are 10 messages on children and one says something like, the rod, take the rod to the child, right? And 9 say, do not hurt the child. That's how I make my decisions on what is the consensus message the Bible is trying to say. If you sit down and say Jesus has sat down, I think I heard you saying something about Jesus said about, or maybe I misheard you, stoning children and that kind of stuff. And then at that point, I'm not sure which verse you're talking about. Then again, I will sit down and say, like, is that true? What is the that's shocking to hear, to stone children. We don't hear that like we're supposed to stone our children. So anyways,
Where does it say do not hurt a child? Where does it say that?
oh yeah, of course, yeah. So good question. So let's start with Psalm 127, 3 and 5. It says, "Behold, children are a heritage from our Lord, the fruit of the womb a reward."
That's Psalms
Children.
123.
What, may I finish
127 and
that?
3. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
you said Psalms 127 and 3.
yeah, 3 and 5. Yeah. If you don't mind, I'll just go through it and then happy to.
I'm going to bring it up on the screen. Give me just a second.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So it's behold, the children are a heritage from the Lord, the fruit of the womb of a reward. Where it's sitting down and saying in this particular psalm, the children are viewed as a gift from God and a source of joy. Mark 10:14.
Wait, let's read this whole thing because it doesn't say don't harm children, right? It says, sons are indeed a heritage from the Lord, the fruit of the womb a reward. Like arrows in the hand of a warrior are the sons of one's youth. Happy is the man who has his quiver full of them. He shall not be put to shame when he speaks with his enemies in the gate. Like nowhere in this scripture does it say don't harm children. It says
Right.
it says that children are a reward, right? Like that could mean like treat your children with respect, be grateful for them, or it could be that you have a lot of labor, a lot of free labor, which is what they
Yeah.
typically did in those days with their children.
Yeah. No. So it is actually talking about the children are viewed as a gift of God, and it's talking about a source of joy. That's what it's talking about.
I said that,
Right. So
right?
it's so naturally,
But it
if
doesn't say
all right,
don't
so let me
harm
let me
them.
just build on this, how they're talking about children and how they say this thing. If it's
No,
okay,
no,
if
no.
not, I can go.
Hold on, though. What I'm saying is, you said that it says do not harm the children. It does not say that. Right, like that's what I'm saying. Like, what
I mean,
that
I'm waiting for you to finish.
you're doing a hermeneutics,
The
right?
one thing that I
Like,
can't do
I'm
is
sorry,
have a
but you're not going to
conversation
be able
with
to
you
talk
talking
over me
over
on
me
this.
every
You're
time, but
not.
every time
I'm
you
not.
talk, I keep quiet.
I have
I get
not
4
talked
words
over
in and you
you.
start
Like
talking
you're
over
you're
me.
getting
So
ready to do the Christian thing. I've not talked over you. I've respected you because you are a friend of M's. I have not talked over you. As I stated, you're saying that this says do not harm children, and it does not say that.
is it my turn to talk, or you let me know if you finish? Then I I like to go through, and I'm building on this, and then you can come back on it. If you don't, then I can leave, no problem.
But you said that there are
He's
10.
like,
You said that, like, do you see how I'm talking now and you started talking?
yeah, I'll tell you what, it's a little aggravating that when you talk, I just keep quiet. And the moment I say a
That's
few
not
words,
true.
look, there you go. 3 words and you start talking over me.
Like, literally, I just pointed
Literally,
out. I
won't
just
let me
pointed
get my
out how
things
you
out.
did it and how you're doing it to me now. Like, you're not going to be able to come in here and talk bad about Islam and then behave the way you behave. Because again, I don't give a fuck about neither of these gods.
I mean, you mute and everything else. My thing was I wanted to sit down and speak about a couple of verses and then I'll build. But you just kind of
And you're not
talk
going to be
over
able
me
to
every
do it
time.
that way. And I told you that. You don't run my live.
I don't. But if you don't want that, I thought you wanted to.
And again,
You know what?
you said that this scripture says don't harm children, and as I pointed out, it doesn't say that. You don't want to deal with that. You want to move on to the next scripture. You're doing the Christian thing.
I mean, you're muting me and everything else. You're like, if I want to say 2 verses, what's the big deal? Why are you so worried about me saying 2 verses? Oh, that's all I say. Apparently, you got your guys muting me out there. So, uh,
Oh, don't do that.
hey,
Don't
take
mute
it
him.
easy. Yeah, the muting, he's muting me over this thing. So, anyways, it's a one-way street that you won't only hear your stuff. I only wanted to say 2 verses, but apparently it's a problem. And you got your moderator sitting down and muting me here.
I don't care to mute you. Like, you're not, the very fact, right, that I came to you with respect. I told you that we could go scripture by scripture. You want to just fly through the scriptures and me not point out the very fact. Look at you talking while I'm talking.
Yes,
Because
I've seen
I
2
did not talk
verses.
while you were talking.
Yes, you did. But
No, I
anyway.
didn't. Like, you were, like, honestly, you are getting on my nerves. Okay? I'm going to tell you that now. Like, it's too fucking early to be arguing with a Christian. You want to be able to fly by, right, and say multiple scriptures and then try to just put your manipulative interpretation on the scriptures and not explain them. The very fact that you said this scripture says do not harm children when it does not say
That's not what I
that.
said.
You did say that.
No, I said I'm going to build on it, what it says about children, and I was going to use 2 verses. Literally,
You
I
did
said
not
that.
say that. You said it says do not harm children. I said what scripture says do not harm children,
I did not
and
say
you
that.
went to Psalms 127 3-5. You, like, literally,
Yes,
you're
I
not telling
literally
the
said I'll
truth.
use 2 verses. I'll build on one, which
No,
says
you
how the
didn't. You said
attitude to
there
it.
are 10
All right, here's another
verses.
one. Here's another one. I'll leave you with this one so that you can have a
I know,
nice.
like, no, because I'm tired of you cutting me off. Get the fuck off my stage, and you are not welcome back. Like, I'm sorry. I know that's your friend, but he's disrespectful as
It's
fuck.
okay. I mean, this is how it ends with theists all the time, so I'm not shocked.
Like, it's ridiculous. He literally said that there are 10 verses about children, and then he said, this one says do not harm. No, he said that say do not harm children. I said, what verse says don't harm children? He said Psalms 127 3-5. Like, literally said that. And then he tried to half read the scripture. I don't know if y'all caught that, but he tried to half read it, right? To exactly, like, he didn't even read the whole thing. Like, no, you're not going to be able to do that in here. And the fact that y'all have to play these games, like, y'all have to play these games to get people to believe in your God.
And the thing is, like, every time I bring up any of these verses to them, they're always saying that It is a metaphor. It isn't real. It's just a metaphor. It means something else. It doesn't mean what it's insinuating. It's something else. It means a metaphor. Whenever a Muslim does it to them, they literally just go ballistic.
Exactly. They don't like it when they're arguing with Muslims about the things in the Quran or the hadith and being told that it's a metaphor. They want to take their book literal while saying that their book is full of metaphors and symbolism. Like even the old laws that don't apply today, they will do hermeneutics on it and say that it's talking about the soul and not actually don't mix two seeds together. It's not talking about actual seeds. It's talking about the soul and two a righteous seed and a unrighteous seed. Like literally, no, it wasn't. Like y'all are like reinterpreting the text to make it relevant to today's time because like y'all know it ain't got nothing to do with y'all. These people weren't thinking about y'all when they wrote this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm trying to add somebody, but they keep popping out. Give me just a second.
Have you ever watched like Theist versus Theist lives?
No.
That is, it's funny sometimes. It's fun,
Well,
but
they
it's
come
funny.
in here. They'll come in here. Like sometimes I'll do like a free forum Friday, and I'll have 3 believers on one side and then 3 believers on another. But we usually can't keep those lives going because the theists will start arguing with each other. And they're supposed to be like talking to us and discussing it with us, but they end up arguing with each other because they don't believe the same thing.
Yep.
Crew Infinity, how are you? Hello, Crew Infinity. Okay. Oh, goodness gracious. Reese and John, you're in the guest request box. Please let me know if you're in there on purpose. Sunshine, you're in the guest request box. Please let me know if you're in there on purpose. DJ, how are you? DJ, did you request on accident?
Oh, sorry. I just had just write down a Christmas list. How are you, Thinker?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
How's Christmas looking for you?
It's okay. I'm not like celebrating like that.
Okay. Neither am I.
Well, I hope you enjoy the time that you spend with your family. And I think you came up on accident.
Yeah. I think it must have just fingers were elsewhere.
Okay,
Sorry
no
about that.
worries. No
But
worries.
there's
I'll
no
take you down.
accidents.
No worries. I'll take you down. I hope you have a good night, okay?
Okay, you too.
All right.
Blessings.
Akin? Akhenaten? Are you saying, does it spell Akhenaten? Akhenaten took two? Are you there? 6 Pain, yeah. Okay, can we take that person down? Is it what is it? I
don't have that one.
don't know it. I don't know what that says. Lucas? Okay, Lucas is asleep.
That's
I think,
ridiculous.
I don't know if Sunshine is in there on purpose or not. Let's see. Prince Double D? He only has
Hello.
one.
How
Hi,
you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, I just wanted to jump in the panel and show some love to you and your crew on the panel. I'm in a process of deconstructing and giving me some things that I can go about how I feel about how I'm feeling about Jesus not dying for me and accepting that and continue learning on your panel. And I appreciate you. I know I'll be inboxing saying, hey, but yeah, keep up the good work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And good luck on your journey. And I hope you have a good night.
Appreciate you. I'm up all morning. I'm listening to you.
Okay. All
All
right.
right.
I appreciate
No doubt.
you. So Six Pain, what's happening with that person in the chat? Is the emojis that I can't see them because of the PC?
Let me see one second.
Oh, I think these are death threats. I think he's giving death threats and saying that something's going to happen on Christmas. He's like counting down, and he's saying that he has a Christmas list. I think these are death threats. The guy that just came up.
Wow. One is with thieves and the death threats.
I don't know. They're freaking ridiculous. They're ridiculous. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like how
Yeah.
can you how and why would you serve something that pushes you to the point that tells you that you need to kill a mortal to protect an immortal being or to defend an immortal being? Like why? Why would that be something that you feel like you need in your life?
It's insane. It's saddening.
I get them all the time. I get them all the time.
Yep.
Like it's ridiculous.
Hello.
Hi, Noah. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I can't remember. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
All right. And what did you come up to talk about?
The Christian God is the great deceiver.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, the Bible talks about that God is true and that he can't lie. So if he can't lie, then he's incapable of deceiving.
But he tells you that he will lie if he needs to. Like,
Of course.
haven't we talked about this one before? No, did you come up and talk to us about slavery before?
Yes, that was me.
Like, Noah, were you in the live this morning when I said, I don't understand how Christians can sit in this live night after night, hear the same scriptures over and over, hear what we're talking about, but then get up and argue the same points as if they've not heard them before. Like, do you remember me saying that?
Yeah.
And so when I was saying that, I thought about you. I thought about you and the conversation that we had. And I don't understand, like, when you're here and you hear these same points brought up, do you just like listen and reject it? Or like, do you think about them at all? And then think to come up with like a different thought about it? Because like coming up and saying that he can't lie, like you have to know, right, that we are going to bring up the times that he has lied, the times that he's used deception, right? Because you're in here night after night, right?
Well, no, yeah, I come in here. You pop up on my For You page, so I pop in here sometimes.
I see you in here all the time.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. I said, yeah. I see you pop up on my For You page, so I pop in here from time to time. So.
But and you sit in here for the majority of the night and you listen to these arguments, right? Like you listen to these points
Hmm.
where, right? So, and Christians will come up and they'll say, well, he can't lie. That goes against his nature.
Hmm.
And we will bring up, right, Ezekiel 14, where he says that he will deceive if he needs to, where he literally sends lying spirits into the prophets of Ahab,
Hmm.
where he is the one sending the delusion to those that do not believe. Right, like
Hmm. Right.
and so like what here's what I'm asking: why don't you come with a different perspective if you've heard this perspective before, and the response to this perspective? Why not come with a different thought or a
That,
different
that,
way of?
that's what I be trying to do. So yeah, I try to come in here with something different every time. Try to, yeah, like you said, give you a new perspective on it. So
Okay, so what's the different perspective on the he can't lie? Like, what new perspective are you going to bring?
um, well, I mean, as far as the Ezekiel verse goes, that's also him, God sending the great illusion. That's also in the New Testament as well, and yeah, that speaks about what God is gonna do. He's gonna give them over to their desires. So whatever the humans choose to do, God will grant that. And if the humans choose to believe a lie, then He'll send a lie for them to believe.
That's not what the text says, though.
Um,
And then you're mixing two different texts, right? Like in the Ezekiel passage, he says that he will answer as the prophet, right? And if
mhm,
the prophet speaks a lie, right, a false prophecy, he's the one that did it,
mhm,
right? That's completely different than the passage in the New Testament. I think it's Corinthians 4:4, where he says that he sends a strong delusion,
mhm,
right, to the hearts of the unbelievers to cause them to believe a lie. Those are
mhm,
two different things.
mhm. Well, similar circumstance, I guess, addressing the issue that, like, oh, why is God, lying, or why would God lie? And I heard when you quoted the Ezekiel verse that He will send them a spirit, a lying spirit, and obviously, we know that since God can't lie, like, then that spirit would obviously not be of Him. So if, just because He sends it doesn't mean that it belongs to Him. So
But the fact that he said in Ezekiel that he would lie, right? That he would answer as the prophet and deceive the prophet.
I'd have to see that. I mean,
You have seen it multiple times in here. That's why I'm asking, like,
oh no,
what
I haven't I haven't seen that topic discussed yet. The great
are
deceit.
you are you
Real
saying?
quick, thinker, reset your Oh, never mind,
Okay,
you got it.
are you saying that you've never heard us talk about Ezekiel 14 in here?
Oh yeah, no.
And you're in here every night?
No, nah, I don't come in here every night. I just come when it's on my little For You page. I see y'all pop up. You be live. You be
I don't
live
know,
most of the
Noah.
nights, so you be here.
Yeah, you're in here like Noah. Like I don't know too many other Christians, but I see your comments a lot, right? And then I remember you from the slavery conversation, right? So
Mhm,
I know you've heard this argument before. You've heard us read Ezekiel 14 before, where God very blankly says, "If a prophet is deceived and speaks a word, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet."
mhm. Right. So does that mean that God has lied to the prophet, or has caused them to believe a lie? Which one?
Well, he said that he deceived them. He said, if a prophet is deceived and speaks a word,
Hmm.
have deceived the prophet.
Right. So is he allowing him to be deceived? Because God being the Almighty, you know, he can do
Does he
he can
say
do
that
as he
I
please.
allowed the prophet to be deceived, or did he say I deceived
Mm-hmm.
the prophet? What did he say here?
Mm-hmm.
Did he say I
So
allowed the
meaning
prophet? Did he say I allowed the prophet to be deceived, or I did the deceiving? What does he say here?
it says I have deceived that he did the deceiving.
Right. So why are you asking if he just allowed it? He very blatantly says that he's the one that does the deceiving.
Mm-hmm.
So how does it go against his nature if he's saying that that's what he would do?
You said how does it go against his nature?
Mm-hmm. If he's
Right.
saying that's what he
Or
would do.
I mean it doesn't go against his nature.
Well, do you remember how you started off your response to you said he can't lie.
Right.
So then this does go against his nature.
And not in the sense that you understand a lie.
Is
Because
a lie a truth?
no, a lie is not the truth. So
So is there another way to understand a lie?
uh, no, but there's a way to understand the lie that we speak because
That's what I'm
as
asking. So, like, is there another way to understand a lie? Like when you say the lies y'all speak,
no,
right?
there's not another way to understand a lie. It's the fact that like that it's not the truth. I mean, I don't know how to break that down further, but Romans tells us let all men be liars and let God be true. So
What?
meaning that we're all liars and that God is only one to be held
But we're
as the
not
true.
talking about humans here. Like I know y'all have to hate yourself. We get
Hmm.
that. We aren't talking about humans.
Hmm.
We're talking about the God, right? We're talking about what your God says that He will do.
Hmm. Right. So yeah, he sends the deception, or according to this verse, he has deceived them. If he is deceived, then he's been deceived. But I don't think that this prophet here is a prophet of God.
This is your God talking. This is Ezekiel. No, no. Are you trolling me?
Huh?
Are you trolling?
Am I trolling? No.
Yes.
No.
Do you know the prophet that's speaking here?
No, I don't.
I I don't know. This isn't making sense, right? Like I don't understand why you would come up to explain something that you don't know, right? You like or talk about something that you don't know. Ezekiel is a very important prophet to the Christian religion. And to say that you don't think Ezekiel is a true prophet of the God, that's kind of an interesting perspective to take.
I mean, I didn't say that. I just didn't know which prophet. It says if a prophet is deceived. So I mean, I don't know which prophet it's talking about. If it's talking about a specific prophet, or if I don't, or if it's just talking about prophets in general. So
He like okay, so in the text, right? Like, because you earlier you tried to explain Ezekiel 14, right? Do you know what's going on in Ezekiel 14 at all?
I mean, I never try to explain it, but this is the one that you brought forth. So
Right, and then no, what I said was you are in here a lot. You know that we're going to bring up Ezekiel 14, right? You know that we're going to bring up where, the God sends lying spirits to Ahab. You know we're going to bring up where he sends a strong delusion to the unbelievers. And I said, our response to this, are you going to bring up something different, right? And then you said, I am going to bring up something different. And then you said the Ezekiel 14 passage, and then you started trying to explain it.
I said the Ezekiel 14 passage.
I said, we're going to bring up Ezekiel 14, right? But I didn't go into detail on what Ezekiel 14 was. After I told you what our responses are to the God can't lie thing, right? I said, we're going to talk about Ezekiel 14. We're going to talk about First Kings, where he sends the lion spirits. We're going to talk about Corinthians, where he sends the strong delusion, right? And I asked, are you going to bring a different perspective? You said, that's what I was trying to do, bring a different perspective. And then I said, okay, what is that perspective? And then you said, with the Ezekiel 14 passage, right? And then you start trying to explain Ezekiel 14. But what I don't understand is, why would you try to explain it if you don't know what it's about? Like, do you even remember being here? Like, do you remember being at that part of the conversation?
I mean, I do. I just go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't think that. Like, okay, let's just reset. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You said that God's nature is that he cannot lie. Therefore, it's not his nature doesn't contradict in that sense, right?
Wait. Talking about two different things: the nature, or the fact that his nature, that he can't lie.
You just said the same thing. You didn't say anything different. You said, wait, we're talking about two different things: the nature, or the nature that he can lie. Like, his nature, right, is that he does not lie or cannot lie. That's a part of his nature, according to Christian teaching.
Mm-hmm.
What's the other thing you think we're talking about?
You're saying that he does lie.
No, that's the contradictory part, right? Is that the extra biblical nature of the Christian God, right? Is that he cannot lie, according to Numbers 22, where it says God is not a man that he should lie, right? So Christians believe that that's saying that the God cannot lie, that he cannot lie,
So,
right?
Mm-hmm. So being that God's plan, or God's will is for all men to be saved, to come into the knowledge of truth, and being that evil exists, and the devil is real and he is alive from the beginning. You obviously know the scriptures that I'm quoting, but even through all of that, God's plan is still about salvation. So whether or not God does lie, that doesn't mean that he's not telling the truth by lying. Example, I'll give you an example. If that kind of went over, did you understand that or no? Or should I?
Did you just that did not go over my head? It didn't go over my head. It made absolutely no sense. Right?
Okay, so you understood.
You're saying that you're saying that even though he does lie, it does not mean that he's still not telling the truth, although he lied.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is straight mental gymnastics, right? And I feel like that you're intentionally trying to waste our time.
No, but okay, so let me break it down then, since because I don't want you to feel that at all, but you have the right to feel however you feel. But point is that if you're a woman, I don't want to assume gender, but from what I hear in our conversations in the past, you are a woman. If your man is chasing his dreams and wants to, say, become a firefighter in a sense, but is not able to become a firefighter because he can't pass the exam, and essentially he doesn't have what it takes, would you tell him that? Would you tell him, oh yeah, you don't have what it takes, don't try again? Or would you tell him, hey, you know, you failed this time, but I think you can do it. Give it another shot. Try again, or let's do something different.
That's not lying though. If you train, right, and study, then you can try again. That how is that a lie?
But is it is it is it true to say that he can't do it, or that it's impossible for him to do it?
Why would I say that?
I mean, that's the truth. He can't
And
do
no,
it.
it's not true. It's not true. Like he can study, he can train. Or did I miss something? Like what did I miss
No,
in the
no.
explanation?
So
You said if you have a son, right, and they want to be a firefighter, is that what you
I
said?
said a husband. I said
A husband, and they wanted to be a firefighter.
yeah.
Okay.
And
Are
it
they
took
missing
me.
a limb? Like are they like severely disabled or something?
No, so they just couldn't pass the exam. Like they're not
The
good at.
first time, like are you saying like is something preventing them from studying and like training and working out? Like is something preventing them from getting better?
They're just not smart enough. Yeah.
Is something preventing them from gaining the knowledge that they need in order to pass the test?
Uh, I mean, yeah.
What's preventing them? Is
I
there a
mean, in this instance, we wouldn't know because it's obvious that he can't pass the test. So like
well, that's
the
because he
goal.
lacked the knowledge at that moment. You're asking me, you're literally saying that it's impossible for them to pass the test once they take it again. Right? But that's not an impossible feat. Like I don't understand. Like just because you fail one time does not make it impossible.
Right. I know. I never said that. I'm saying that. I'm saying that if they were to fail, how would you approach that situation? Would you approach it in the sense that, oh, honey, I don't think you should do that again. I think you should try something different.
No,
Or
I
are you?
wouldn't. It depends on what they want, right? Like I would tell them you can try again. You know where your weak spots are. You know where you need to study. You know where you need to get better. You know what's on the test, right? Get someone to train you, right? And then try again when you're more prepared. Like why would I say, "Oh, you failed. You're a failure. You can't do it. Don't ever try again." Why would I go that route? That's such an extreme
Right.
route to go.
Yeah, that's mean. That's ugly. Even though it is true that he has failed the test, it doesn't mean that he can't
Yeah,
ever
that
pass.
right. Like what are you asking me if I would like pretend he didn't fail the test? Like I don't get it. I don't get what you're asking me.
Would you tell them to their face as soon as they come in the door? Oh, yep, you failed. Don't try again. Or oh, this not for you. Or
Why would I do that though? Like just
so
because a
so
person fails does not mean that they cannot succeed later on. Like I
so.
told y'all about my cousin that's in the NFL, right? Like he
Mhm.
didn't make it his first 4 years out of college. He had to go into graduate school. Still didn't make it to the first combine. And then his second year, he made it, and he broke his ACL, right? But
Mhm.
had he given up because he didn't make the combine his first 4 years, because he tore his ACL the second time, the first time he got invited to the combine, like he would not be an NFL player today. Like just because you fail one time doesn't make it impossible. It took
Mhm.
him 8 years to become an NFL player.
Right. But off that first time, did you tell him, "Oh, you suck. Don't like."
No, I told him to keep his head on his goal, right? And I told him the one thing to fuel that motivation. I told him what that was and to focus on that thing. And we talked about the day that he gets to say, "My mama helped me. My mama was there." I said, "Focus on that speech. My mama was there." We fail all the time. I've failed a lot. Like just because,
I mean,
right?
all I gotta say to that is that's pretty biblical. Like,
As
yeah.
whether you think it's biblical or not, I still don't understand your point about the lion. Like, this doesn't make sense to me. Like, what are you trying to say? Like, when it comes to like a lie, because I don't hear an analogy of a lie.
Mm-hmm. Right. So if you were to tell your brother, or I'll go back to the firefighter example just to avoid the sensitivity, but so he went in, and obviously, like, he didn't become a firefighter the first time. And although it is true that he did fail the test, you wouldn't tell him that he's a failure, even though it
No,
is true that he failed the test,
that
meaning
doesn't
that.
make him a failure. That means he failed that time. It doesn't make him a failure.
Okay. And I mean, even that line of thinking, like I said, is also pretty biblical, because like from like a black and white, in the moment perspective, he did fail, and because he failed, he is now a failure of that test.
No, he failed the test. That doesn't make him who he is because he failed one time. That does not become his identity.
Right, but is he still? But he's still a failure of that test. He's not a failure in life. He didn't fail at life, but he is a failure of that test.
Of that test that one time, but that doesn't make his identity, and there would be no need for me to identify him as that. Did he fail? Yes. Is he a failure? No.
And like I said, I agree with you. That line of thinking is biblical, but it's not consistent in the sense that he is a failure. Even if it is of that test, he is a failure of the
No,
test,
no, he failed a test,
making him a failure.
making him someone who failed a test.
And someone who fails is a fail.
Not what is the definition of failure?
To fail. I'll leave it at that. But I can't go to the dictionary right now. I mean, but
A failure, right, is a lack of success. So if let's say if he quits, right, and he does not ever succeed, then he would be a failure at trying to become a fireman. But if he fails fast, right, and continues, right, towards that goal, and then he succeeds, then he is not a failure at becoming a fireman. Like, why would you like call someone a failure because they try and they fail one time? It's not just because you fail. Like, have you ever heard of fail fast and fall forward? Have you ever heard of that? Fail fast and fall forward. Like, that's what every successful entrepreneur, that's their motto. Fail fast and fall forward. Because failure is inevitable. It's where you grow.
Okay.
So you're like,
so when you do fail, what are you then?
someone who failed a test. Like, it depends on if you don't succeed at the thing that you're attempting to succeed at.
So I'm attempting to succeed at the test. I don't succeed at the test, then what am I?
If you quit and you do not succeed, then yes, you become a failure at that.
Not if you quit. If you simply fail the test, if you get.
I already answered that for you. You are someone who failed the test. That's an experience you had. If you continue, right, until you succeed, then you are not a failure of that thing. The definition of failure, right, is a lack of success.
So
if you succeed at that thing, then you are not a failure of that thing. But failing one time does not make you a failure.
So what does it make you?
I already explained that to you.
Well, so what's the word? I won't. What's the word that you say to somebody when they have failed something? If they have failed, then they are what?
Then I first off, I wouldn't identify them as anything, right? I would say to them, okay, you failed this time, Here are your weak
Okay,
here's
this
I'm
time.
talking right now, Noah. I would say here's where you are weak, right? At least you
Mm-hmm,
know where you struggle, you know
mm-hmm,
where to study and how to get better, right?
mm-hmm,
Here are some options on how to get better. You can hire a tutor, you can hire a trainer, right?
mm-hmm,
Get on a diet. What it depends on where they failed at, right?
mm-hmm,
Create a plan, right, to succeed the next time.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So being that they are unable, let's dive deeper into this then. If they are unable to now, if they are now unable to hire a tutor, say they don't a tutor or a teacher, say they are unable to hire a teacher or a tutor, they don't have the money for it. Does that now make them, what's the word I'm looking for?
If they stop, if they don't try again, then that makes them a failure at that thing. I already answered
Mm-hmm.
this.
Mm-hmm. So if they don't try again, then they become a failure.
At that thing.
So if they quit, then quitting makes you a failure.
At that thing. I already answered that. I already said that. You didn't hear me when I said that multiple times?
I did hear you. But but because you quit doesn't mean you failed. Because I can be a highly
What?
I can
I
listen.
said at that thing. It does not make you a failure in life. It makes you
Okay,
a failure at that thing. If
at
you,
that thing.
I said that a thousand times.
I'm agreeing with you.
I literally have said that multiple times.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. Now, if there was if this your husband, his brother, successfully passes the test, becomes a firefighter, and then quits, does that also make
Hey,
him a failure too?
somebody paid to drop you. No, I have to drop you. Somebody paid to drop you. Do that. Do that paid to drop you. So I got to drop you. Okay.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right.
Bye bye. Have a good one.
Bye. You too. What in the hell?
Yeah, he needs some sleep.
All right. If you are a Christian,
That was
Muslim,
painful.
very. If you are a Christian or a Muslim, deconstructing either one of those, or a non-believer, the guest box is open. Noah, I cannot bring you back up because someone paid to drop you, so you can't come back for 24 hours. I wonder if anybody ever said to him, like told him that he was a failure because he didn't pass a test. Like there are some parents who talk to their kids that way, and that's harmful.
It is.
That's what I was getting.
Yeah, like saying you can't do anything right, or you're such a failure. Like that is the most harmful shit ever. Failure is inevitable. Like you're going to fail. You're gonna fail in life, and like you learn from the best thing to do is to learn from the failure. Fail fast and then
Exactly.
fall
Fell fast,
forward.
fell forward. Exactly. Look at us fall forward.
He'll get it one day. I don't know.
Yeah, I hope so. That was just sad to watch.
Yeah. There's 440 people in here, with another 30 on YouTube. If you are a Christian, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist or a Muslim, while M is here, the guest box is open. I'm trying to get the box open, y'all. Just 1 second. Look, are you a Scrum Master, Mac?
Peace. How you doing, host?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you for asking.
Are you a Christian? Are you a Muslim? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I don't follow no religion, but the scripture is what I was raised upon, what the world call the Bible.
But do you follow the Bible?
Yeah, I follow the scripture. We don't call it Bible, and we don't identify as Christian either.
I'm sorry, I zoned out for a second. I was reading my friend's comment. So I'm sorry. Do you follow the Bible or?
Yeah, we follow the scripture, but we don't call it the Bible. That's what other people in
Oh God,
religions call it.
oh my God, let me move stop for a second. Do y'all realize that when y'all do all of this extra stuff, right? I don't call myself a Christian. I don't call it the Bible. I don't call him God. I don't call him Yahweh. I don't call him Jesus. Like when y'all do all of this stuff, y'all are just like adding further unnecessary confusion to an already confusing set of scriptures. Like, do y'all realize that is like
That's not my.
it doesn't help anybody when y'all do that. Like it further shows, like for non-believers like myself, that y'all aren't talking to a deity, that y'all are talking to yourselves.
Oh, I mean, if that's your reality, that's your reality. We
I
can
know.
exchange, and I can hear you with what your reality is, but I mean, I ain't saying nothing that's too confusing. I expect a certain level of intellectual. If you refer to a certain book and I say where I'm from or how I was raised is referred to as this, if that's just
Where are you from, Street? Are you from Israel? Are you from the Middle East?
the Middle East is not where
Are you
you
from? Are you from? Are you
I'm from
from? Are
Louisiana.
so you from? You're not from the Levant area at all.
No, that's
Okay, and were you raised as a Jewish person? Like, were you raised?
no, that's Gentiles. There's no way I could be
No.
raised as that.
Okay, so were you raised in the Israelite culture in Louisiana?
Yes, I was.
You were okay, and so as a Israelite in Louisiana, were you still offering up sacrifices and goats and doing the festival of the weeks, honoring the Sabbath? Like you were doing all of that, and wearing the tassels on the side of your pants, not shaving your beard. Like you were doing all of that growing up.
No, not everything.
Now, what were you doing in Louisiana as an Israelite from the time you were born? Street.
So what I will say is we kept certain holy days, certain
Like
holy
what?
festivals.
Like what?
So for instance, we kept Passover.
How did you keep Passover in Louisiana? Tell me what you did.
So I'll share with you this. We refrain from consuming leavened bread.
What's the process of Passover?
Uh, I don't want to go into details on it. I'll just share with you
I'm not.
that.
Please do.
Of course you do.
So that because you're a non-believer is only so much I'm supposed to go into detail
That's
with you.
not true. You do realize that the
So,
entire process is laid out in your book.
hold on. Let me finish.
I just don't want. Listen, I don't like people lying to me. That's the thing.
Okay, can
Okay.
I finish?
No, hold on. No, I don't want you to finish lying to me. No.
So if I'm telling you how I was raised, you're gonna tell me I'm lying?
Yes, I am, because the entire process for Passover is laid out in the book.
So
So
you're telling
for
me
you to
you know
tell,
how
so
I
for
was
like
raised?
literally, right?
No, it's not
Literally,
literally. It's a question.
you saying that you are not allowed, right, to tell us what the process for Passover is. Like that isn't true. That isn't true. And so no, I don't want you to lie to me. Like if you don't know the process for Passover because you in fact were not raised following that process, just say that, right? I would rather that you not lie to me.
I'm not gonna say that.
So you just gonna stick with the lie?
So for you to tell me how I was raised is a lie, then by them definitions, then I guess I am lying. But you don't know how I was raised. You don't.
Do you speak
Right?
Hebrew?
No, that's a Gentile language. I don't speak
Hebrew
that.
is a Gentile language?
Yes, this I'm sharing
Sir,
with you.
what?
I am sharing with you how I was raised. So I don't know if this it seems
What language?
seeming
Which
like a
Gentile language is
hypocrite.
Hebrew? Which Gentile language is Hebrew? Good night, M's. Which Gentile language is Hebrew? Which Gentile?
What you mean by which Gentile? It's not of my bloodline. That's what I'm referring
Which
to.
Gentile though? Which Gentile language does Hebrew belong to?
Oh, I don't know. I ain't studied all that. All I know about is our bloodline and outsiders' bloodlines. So when it comes to Gentiles, it's only so much that we
What
research.
is a Gentile?
So if they're not in a part of Yasharel's bloodline, then they Gentile.
And Yasharel's bloodline spoke what language?
That language has been taken from us.
What was it? What was the language?
Oh no, nobody knows that. That nobody knows that. This ain't something that you could just go research. This something way bigger than that.
It's way bigger than that. So then,
Is
how do you?
Yasharel? Is that their last
So
name? Is it
that
Yah
he's
and
trying
then
to say
Sharel?
he's trying to say Yisrael.
No, I'm not
Okay.
trying to
Yeah,
say nothing. I'm
yes,
saying
you are. Like
how
you
it's
are.
read.
You literally added the word
So
Yah
look,
and Israel together.
so
That's
how
all
you
you
gonna
did.
so
You
how you
added Yah and Israel together to make Yasharel. But the way they say Israel is Yitzrael. Like you're literally saying it incorrectly.
so how you gonna tell me this is what I'm saying. If
I mean, I
I
can't. You're right. I can't
hold
tell
on.
you anything about your make believe sect or
So this
religion that
but
you
I'm
made
asking about
up.
our
Like
communication right now. I'm
if you
pausing
wrote
on
all the rules, you're absolutely correct. I can't tell you about that, and so I have no interest in talking to you about your made up religion. And again, I don't like to be lied to. Right?
yeah. I
Yeah.
can
And
respect it.
if you have like created this whole new world that I don't have access to, then
Like
there is
you
no conversation to be had here.
so of course there's no conversation is when somebody share with you, you make declarations, right? So if I ask you what state you live in and you say it, and then I say, oh, you trying to say this. Like that's
That
not
you
like that.
literally said Yah
Can I finish? Can
Sharel.
I
You
finish?
said
Like,
Yah
I'm not
Sharel.
saying nothing offensive. Can I finish?
That
Like, you
you
real
it
apprehensive. I'm
offends
trying to
me when you
exchange.
lie. It
Oh.
offends me when you lie. It does offend me
So
when
do
you
you want me
lie.
to drop?
Well, I did say, right, that you have to be a Christian, right? Muslim. We're no longer doing Muslim since M is gone. But Christian, someone deconstructing, or an atheist. You are neither. You are a Yatzirelian, right? I don't know anything about that world, about that secret language. So there is nothing for you and I to talk about.
So,
He's gone.
Oop.
Like, why would he say so to continue the conversation when you just said there's nothing to talk about?
I, 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 I don't know. And he's back in the guest box.
Bruh, you know what? I came up here last night and told everybody that my titties were too pretty to let that guy, pacify on. So I think I'm gonna make some molds, and maybe I should sell them and share them. The adult version.
Oh my gosh, do
Maybe
that.
pour a little liquor in it, and instead of giving them formula, which I think they need, they're just beyond childish. But give them something to help relax them, because I think I should do that. It'll be all the rave at their parties, I believe. But I did. That one guy that I dropped, I did say he needed something to suck on. But he would have to pay me a pretty penny because mine too pretty. Anyway, y'all tap the screen, share the live. Let's get the shares up to 400 because there's 458 people in here. And we can also get the likes up to 100. Should only take about 10 minutes to do that with this many people here. So tap, tap, tap. Please gift the host, whether she has a gift goal set or not, but Thinker, reset your gift goal, please.
Okay.
Follow her on YouTube at Art Thinker. And also Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash. But tap, tap, tap. Oh, and caps are for mods only. You'll be muted. I don't care who you are. All right, I'm going to drop.
Thank you.
Thank you, do that.
Hi, Chosen. Did you join on purpose? I don't think Chosen knows he's on stage.
Yeah, I don't think so.
All right, guys. If you are a Christian, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist slash or non-believer, the guest box the guest box is open. I do not platform Black Hebrew Israelites. I know some of you have stopped identifying as Black Hebrew Israelite. If you believe that you are waiting on Yah to make you a slave master, I do not platform you or your ideology. But the guest box is open. I think we have like literally gotten to the bottom of the barrel.
I think so.
Yeah. I think like some of the Christians have realized that, you know, their text doesn't make sense. And I think it's the Israelites and the flat earthers are the only ones now
No,
that are willing to like to talk about it. And then also like if I try to like advance the conversations, right, so that we can learn more about the book, it's harder to get people to participate because they haven't really gone as deep into the text as we have. Yeah, so we got to kind of like stay with the very surface level type questions like Adam and Eve and stuff like that. So, and I think even they are kind of like played out on those.
yeah.
But I don't know. Is it, well, how do you say your name? Is it Mama Lita? Mama Leah? Hi, did you join on accident?
Hello.
Yes. Did you join on accident?
I did. I'm sorry about that. But I am listening.
That's okay. I'll take you down. I hope you have a good night, okay?
You too.
Thank you.
Lilith is not talked about in the Christian Bible. She was in there, but they took her out. They changed her name to like I think they describe her as a grove or something like that in Isaiah, but she was mentioned very like shortly, like she's not expanded upon in there, but I think she's talked about, I guess, turning into like a demon grove or something. I don't think I said that to you, Mama Leah. No one's business. I thought we were sharing. Huh? I thought the only thing I said to you was have a good night. Share what?
That's it. Yeah, that's what you said.
Share what?
I will do that, said it.
Oh, what did she ask me to share?
Hello.
Oh, I don't have a religion. How do you say your name? Like, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I can't hear you. Like, are you able to get closer to the mic?
Can you hear me now?
No, it's the same. Like, you're like so far away. I don't think that this is gonna work. Okay. Come back when you're able to fix your microphone. Oof.
Are you able to get the
I
box
think
open,
this person is
thinker?
asleep. Huh?
Were you able to get the box open?
Yeah, that person is asleep. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk to anybody about any beliefs. Like, I'm not asking you about your beliefs, right? I don't believe in this God or any of the Abrahamic gods, and that's the only thing that you need to know for the conversations that we're having. Is it Jide? Okay, Jide is asleep. Y'all, I'm gonna end up doing a reset in a minute because I'm like, this is frustrating. Mama Leah,
Yeah, I figured.
I'm not gonna talk to you about that. Like, that's not important to the live. I don't believe in this God. That's the only thing that you need to know for the conversation. Is it Syrio or I can't see if that's an N or an R.
It's Senio.
Cineo. Hi, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm a little frustrated.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. It's the whole TikTok thing. It's the accidental request. Are you a believer of the Christian God? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I believe.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
It was more of a personal topic, if
What is
that's
it?
okay with you. Our
It depends.
last interaction.
I'm sorry. I don't remember talking to you. What did we talk about?
Oh, if you don't remember, I'm not gonna say nothing then.
Was it a bad interaction?
Yes, it was very bad.
Why was it bad? What did we talk about?
I must have caught you on the fire end. Like, you let me have it,
For
and
what?
I
Did
didn't
you
even
lie
know
to me?
why. No,
Did
I didn't.
Well, what did you want to say about it? Maybe that'll jog my memory.
Well, I was in the comments. I was just telling a little truth, like,
Oh,
and
are you saying
it
so?
went
You've never
on.
been on my stage? Are you talking about in the comments?
Yeah, it was direct.
In the comments, though, not on my stage.
I'm not lying.
No, I'm
I
asking.
promise
Have
I'm
you
not
ever been on
lying.
the stage? Have you ever been on the stage, or are you talking about just the in
And
the?
do that wouldn't let me. Do that
So okay,
muted me like ASAP.
so you've never been on stage. I
Cause do
responded
that
to a
wouldn't let
comment.
me.
Okay, that's fine. But you're talking about a conversation that we had in the comments,
Yes.
or I responded to a comment that you made, basically.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't remember those. I don't take those things with me and go to sleep and think about those and wake up the next day, right? I
That's
don't
cool.
even know how long ago that
If you don't
was.
remember, it's cool. I said if you don't remember, it's cool.
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
gonna
I thought you
explain
were
what happened.
I thought you were talking about a conversation on stage. I didn't think that you were talking about a comment response.
I'm sorry.
Did you want to talk
No,
about
you
something
you
else right now?
you no,
Did you
you
want to talk?
audibly talk.
Okay,
You audibly
yeah, but
talk
I
to
don't.
me.
I audibly talk to
Can you?
like so many people a day, right, in the comments, but I
It's
don't
cool.
remember everyone. So okay,
That's cool.
now,
I know
all
I'm
right,
nobody.
okay.
It's okay.
What do
It's
you
all
want to
good.
talk about today?
Senio, the rule of the live, since you've been here and you've seen how the interactions go, don't talk over the host, please, and thank you. Now you can unmute.
What do you want to talk about
Oh,
today?
I'm sorry. I was still talking. I want to say I'm sorry. I just thought you might remember, but it's cool.
Well, I
So
appreciate you.
nothing. I'm
I
sorry.
appreciate your apology. I can't apologize back because I can't remember what the conversation was, and I typically don't go off on people unless they are being disrespectful in the space. Or
Do
like
that.
they've
Remember,
said, I'm not do that, Senio. I'm not do that. Okay.
that's the one that muted me.
Whatever issue you have with Dudette, you can talk to
I don't
Dudette
even know
about
that.
that in the
I don't even
comments.
know that person.
I cannot apologize for Dudette. I will not apologize for Dudette. I am not
I
her,
understand.
right?
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
cannot
so
apologize for
sorry.
something that I don't remember. But I'm gonna go
I
ahead and
believe
take you
you.
down. And I
I'm sorry.
appreciate your apology. Okay,
All good.
thank you.
Good Lord.
I don't know, Joshua. I also have something else on my mind. Like I don't know. I think like the extremist of believers are like, it's just, I don't know. It's icky. It's an icky feeling. Uh, how do you say that? Is it
It's
poet
poetry.
reeks, poet treats?
Poetry.
How are you?
Fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm frustrated. I'm doing
Oh,
good though.
hopefully I can, cheer you up a little bit.
I hope so. I hope that we can have a respectable conversation.
I look forward to it.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist or a non-believer?
I'm a spiritual person, very spiritual.
Do you believe in the God of the Bible?
No,
Okay.
I was a youth pastor though. I used to
Okay.
go to church.
Okay. And so what did you come up to talk about?
Well, we could talk about a lot of things if I want to start a subject. Like I said, I used to be a youth pastor, and I studied the Bible a lot, and I found a lot of different things about it that made me change my mind about, you know, why we're following, the whole pastor sermon and not really doing nothing for this world. We just kind of just go to church and not really do anything after that. You just go home and just act like nothing happened. So
Yes. So you're saying that's why you became spiritual, and so like your issue is really more so with just the people in the church, but you still
no,
believe in.
no, it's not an issue. The thing is that the whole thing
I'm
is that
sorry. Can let me finish my thought? Like, you see
sure.
how I sat quiet, I breathed through,
Okay,
right? I just ask that you do the same for me.
okay,
Okay. So what I'm focused on is like your decision to become spiritual, right?
uh-huh.
And you said that you don't believe in the God of the Bible at the same time.
Right.
And so are you at the beginning stages, right, of your deconstructing from that God, or like from your role as a youth pastor? And it it the reason why I said like because the reason why I said that the issue was with the people of the church, right? And how they were living, or they were not living up to what they were teaching, is because that's what you talked about, right? And you said that was the beginning of you like transitioning. So if it wasn't the people at the church that made you say, "Hey, I'm leaving this God and I'm going to just spirituality," what was it?
Well, I had my own separate journey. The whole reason why I became into the church is because I was forced into it. So prior to that, I already had my own separate journey. So I had there's no deconstructing because I taught my own self, or I've always been guided otherwise. So the church wise, because I was forced into it, was just another way of me understanding different parts of the world, which is like the religious world. But I was always guided otherwise.
So when you say there was no deconstructing, are you saying that you were a youth pastor who did not believe But you were just preaching it anyway because you
Yeah.
were forced into it?
Well, I was in it. Might as well just go as far as I wanted to. That's my moral, or that's the way I do things. I just kind of just, if I'm in it, I might as well go all the way. So therefore, I just, it was an opportunity and I just took it. And that opportunity helped me grow, because then to become a youth pastor, I just had to be, a pastor. Therefore, that made me more willing to learn more about the Bible that way.
So you were telling people that this is something that they should believe while you were not believing it. Am I correct? Like this, like as a youth pastor,
Mm-hmm.
you already knew that you did not actually believe in this God
Mm-hmm.
or the stories in this book, yet you were telling children, young minds, right, that were blank slates, that they should believe in this thing that you did not believe in?
It
Because
was the
just because it was an
whole.
opportunity?
No, it was the whole our congregation. I preached in front of the whole congregation.
Yeah, but you were the youth pastor, so that tells me that you were responsible for the youth.
Correct.
Right. And so you didn't believe in it. You knew you didn't believe in it. Like it wasn't some struggle with you, from what I understand you saying. Yet you were willing to like just lie to the young people and tell them that this is something they should believe in.
And it was, well, it depending on the whole thing. I wasn't forcing anybody to believe in anything. They just gave me a mission and I just executed the mission. So therefore, I did what I had to do to preach the sermon, and that was it. So it was just a mission for me and
I
for
know
them.
I hear that, but do you realize that you indoctrinated whatever youth you were responsible for into a belief system that you yourself did not believe while you were in that role? Do you realize the impact of that? The
I'm
lasting impact of that?
I think that's what every pastor do in the first place.
No, there are not every pastor. Like there are pastors who do it because this is their belief system. Some of them do it from a lack of understanding or lack of knowledge. You're saying that you knew it wasn't real, yet you willingly indoctrinated youth into a belief system that you knew wasn't real.
Well, they should know that too. I think everybody should know that.
How should they know that if you aren't telling them that?
Well, I myself don't have all the. I was young. I was very young, so it's not like I had all the knowledge that I have now to actually help them. But at this point, I do. It just I wasn't able to do it back then.
How are you saying that they should know at their younger age, but then make an apologetic for yourself? How is it that you're saying that you didn't know, right? That indoctrinating them into that belief while you didn't believe was wrong, but they should have known that what you were telling them wasn't true. How does that work?
When you're young, you just do what you're told.
Right. So do you see why, like if you're the youth pastor talking to young people and telling young people that they should believe and fear this deity, or they're going to go to hell, or they're going to miss out on heaven, whatever you tell them, right? They just do what they're told by their youth pastor. So like if that apologetic works for you, it's 10 times impactful on the youth that you indoctrinated into this belief. Like I guess I'm maybe let me do this. Maybe you don't do you know what we mean when we say deconstructing?
I definitely understood deconstructing.
So you knew what you said when you said that you didn't have to deconstruct. Like you're basically saying that you never believed in it. You didn't have to like unteach yourself things. You just taught lies knowingly.
Well, it depends. Okay, so the whole thing, when I'm a youth pastor, it was just for one day. And what I taught was nothing to do with God. It had everything to do with your character. So at the end of the day, when I became a youth pastor, it was for one day, and my sermon was about character. So I didn't. So when it comes to the sermon itself, I did not. I did not do anything about the God base. It was all about character because that's where I was going towards. So either way, I wasn't lying because at the end of the day, I wasn't even talking about God. I was talking about everyone's character.
So you were a youth pastor for one day.
Yeah, it was just like I said, it was a mission. As in, who wants to be a youth pastor for the day? I'm like, sure, I'll be. I
Why
wasn't
are
like,
you saying you were a youth pastor if you were not an actual youth pastor? Like, what
so,
is happening here?
because I preached for one day. Like I told you, I
But you
spoke.
weren't a youth pastor. That's not a
That's how we call it.
what.
We're from the Caribbean. When you're from the Caribbean, it's different. So yeah, I was called Pastor
That's
Ron.
like saying who's going to be the president for the day, and
Yeah.
like that's not. But no, because the person is not inaugurated to be the president. Like if you go on a field trip, like that's not no.
Well, that's how we did it. I'm just telling you how we did it back in the Caribbean. Who wants to be a youth pastor for the day? I've done it a couple of times, like I said. And the sermon wasn't about teaching about God. So that's another thing. I didn't teach about God. I teach about what I believed in. So at the end of the day, I wasn't indoctrinating nobody because at the end of the day, what I'm doing now is an evolvement of what I've been doing since the beginning.
Were you ordained? Did you
No.
have to go through? So you were not a youth pastor. You were an ordained youth pastor.
Sure, whatever you would like to call it. That's it is. It is what it is. I've done
Okay.
it a couple
So
times.
okay. So then that clears up that.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Um. So you didn't believe in this, right? You had no belief in it whatsoever, but something indoctrinated you into spirituality. What was that?
Experience.
So you have experience with the spiritual world.
Correct.
From what age?
Since birth.
Okay. And so, like, you've seen spirits, is what you're saying? You've engaged with spirits, and therefore you believe in the spiritual world?
Well, at this point, I don't have to believe in it if I live in it since the beginning. You know what I mean? So it's not even
You
a belief
don't
system.
live in it. Like, you live in the physical world, right? Like,
I'm actually writing a book about it.
do you realize that you are talking to me right now in the physical world?
Correct.
So you live in the physical, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the spiritual world would be like it's all I guess I don't know, like visions, dreams. You I don't know, maybe travel there in your sleep. Maybe you can astral project, but that would be a different world, right? That
Correct.
you experience
Correct.
and not necessarily live in, right?
That I mean, in my experience, is definitely 50-50.
So half the time you're here on earth and the other half of the time you're somewhere else.
Correct.
And what happens to your body that while like your physical body, where is it while you're in the spiritual world?
Okay, so my whole theory, well, not theory, but my experience is that even though I say 50-50, is more of a percentage towards the spiritual realm. So what happened to my body in the physical realm is that it will be more limbo, and there's a lot more discipline that also comes with it as well.
No, I'm asking, where is it? Like, is it sleep somewhere 50% of the time while you're often living in the spiritual world? Like, where is your body, your
It's
physical body?
it's working off of, if it's say 50%, and it's working off of 50% of consciousness. It's all about consciousness. So I could still do both. I could be in both.
So you're splitting your consciousness, right?
Correct.
So 50% of your consciousness is here in your physical body, and the other 50% is in the spiritual world.
Correct.
Okay. And so the that part of the spiritual world, right? Since you are a child,
Hmm.
tell me about that.
All right. So, like I said, I'm writing a book about it. So I've been like breaking down all the things to elaborate better. So when it comes to when I started, like when I just got born, I was able to like remember the day I was born. Even when I was like 2 or 3 years old, things spiritually start being more attracted to me. And then,
Have you ever talked to your mother or your father about the day you were born?
well, they never forgot the whole thing
No,
about it.
I'm asking. No. Have you ever shared your memories about the day you were born with your mother and father? Is my question. I should have asked that way.
Oh no, I kept it sacred till this day.
So how do you know that your memories are real? How do you know that the things that you remember about the day you were born are true if you have not validated those memories with your parents?
I didn't know it's called sacred. It's not. I mean, I experienced it by all the senses. All my senses were up. Like I remember everything. I could smell it. Everything from the day I was born. But what they on their part, I was not even breathing. Actually, I wasn't even born. Actually, that's the thing. I wasn't born when I was born. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. When
I
you
was on alive when I was born.
you were born dead, is that
Yeah,
what you're
pretty
trying to say?
much. Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so you were born dead, and then they had to like resuscitate you.
correct.
Okay, and then what does that have to do with, like, with you remembering like the day? What does that have to do with anything?
Well, that's the thing. When I actually became alive, that's where like my senses were like, like that's where I really remembered things. It was like a shock.
Yeah, but I'm saying like you never validated those memories with your parents, so like I don't have a way of saying like, oh, this could, like, as far as I know, that these are memories that you created.
No, at the end of the day, I'm not even good with my parents. That's the thing. That's why I never really cared about even talking to them because I don't talk to them till this day.
But well, like, think about it. Like, you've had these memories since you were born, right? As a you were good with your parents from the time that you were 1 to maybe 8, right? Like, we see videos all the time of kids telling their parents what they remember when they were young. My son, when he was almost 2, was sitting in the back seat of my car one day, and he reached up and tried to towards like touching the cylinder of the car, and he says, "Mommy, I miss God." And then he says, I said, "You miss God?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "We used to sit by the water and talk." And then he said, "And the lions, they don't bite." Like, he was maybe 2, almost 3. Like, he's like, "The lions, they don't bite." Like, these are like things that kids like think in their head, right? Or memories that they make up in their head, right?
Right.
But at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like, if these were your memories, in fact, right,
Mhm.
you would talk about them to your parents. That's why I asked, like, did you validate or talk about these memories with your parents, and then your parents say, "Oh my God, like, that really did happen on the day you were born."
Well, they can't really experience what I experience. And either way, like I said, it's been sacred till that day. But even all the experience I've had, even when I was 2, 3, and up, I kept it to myself.
Are you talking about your you remember your body senses and not the actual, like, things that were going on?
No, I remember everything. But that whole thing is that I don't need to tell nobody anything, and I didn't. I just don't until this
Well,
day.
okay, like,
Until this
okay.
day, like that's why I'm writing a
Well,
whole book about
I
it.
mean, it could be false. This is what I'm
The whole
saying.
book,
Like,
my
none of
whole
the
life.
stuff. No, no, no. The what you are claiming to remember, right, is 100% false. This is what I'm saying. Like, none of the stuff. No, no, no. The what you are claiming to remember, right, is 100% false. No, no, no. The what you are claiming to remember, right, on the day you were born. It
Mm-hmm.
could all be false. None of the stuff that you remember could not have happened in that hospital room, right? The doctor that you think that you saw could not have been the doctor that your mom had. Like, unless you validated that with your mom, like, there's no reason for me to believe that this is an actual memory that you had as a baby.
Okay. That's and
That's what
that's
I'm
totally
saying.
that's totally fine.
I think that most people would approach it that way, right? Like, this
I'm
could
still
be a created memory of yours, and that does happen. Like, people create memories all the time.
so do you create your senses then? Because I'm saying
Like,
like
our senses. Actually, let me read something to you. And I read this a couple of nights ago. When we were talking, this is a book called Leviathan. Give me just a second. And it actually talks about how we use our senses to create memories. And some of the memories we create aren't even real, but we convince ourselves that they're real. But give me just a second. I read this last week, I think last Monday at the beginning of the live. Hold on. Oh, I thought I was sharing my screen. Wait. What? There you go. Okay. Leviathan. Okay, let's see. I might need to go back one more, but we'll start with dreams. Wait, let's see. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna do memory. Okay. We're gonna start with memory. We're gonna go to dreams, and we're gonna go to understanding. So it's a little bit. It's not a lot of reading, but it might take a little second. Okay. Hold on. Can y'all see? Do I need to go bigger?
I can see it.
Okay. It says, much memory or memory of many things is called experience. Again, imagination being only for those things which have been formerly perceived by sense, either all at once or by parts at several times. The former, which is the imagining the whole object as it was presented to the sense, is simple imagination, as when one imagineth a man or horse, which he have seen before. The other is compounded, as when from the sight of a man at one time and of a horse at another we conceive in our mind a centaur. So when a man compounded the image of his own person with the image of the actions of another man, as when a man imagines himself as Hercules or an Alexander, which happeneth often to them that are much taken with reading of romances, it is a compound imagination, and properly but a fiction of the mind. There be also other imaginations that rise in men, though waking, from the great impression made in sense. As from gazing upon the sun, the impression leaves an image of the sun before our eyes a long time after, and from being long and vehemently attent upon geometrical figures, a man shall in the dark, though awake, have images of lines and angles before his eyes, which kind of fancy hath no particular name, as being a thing that doth not commonly fall into the men's discourse. So basically, he's saying that our senses help create memories using our imagination. Okay. Some of them come from the things that we already know, things that we've heard, things that we have romanticized, things that we fear, but we create memories using our senses, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Then it says, the imaginations of them that sleep are those we call dreams. And these also, as all other imaginations have been before, either totally or by parcels in the sense. And because in sense, the brain and nerves, which are the necessary organs of sense, are so benumbed in sleep as not easily to be moved by the action of external objects, there can happen in sleep no imagination, and therefore no dream, but what proceeds from the agitation of the inward parts of man's body, which inward parts, for the connection they have with the brain and other organs, when they be distempered, do keep the same in motion, whereby the imaginations there formerly made appear as if man were walking, saving that the organs of sense being now benumbed, so as there is no new object which can master and obscure them with a more vigorous impression, a dream must needs be more clear. And this silence of sense then are our waking thoughts. And hence it cometh to pass that it is a hard matter, and by many thoughts impossible, to distinguish exactly between sense and dreaming. For my part, when I consider that in dreams I do not often, nor constantly, think of the same person, places, objects, and actions that I do waking, nor remember so long a train of coherent thoughts, dreaming as at other times, and because waking I often observe the absurdity of dreams, but never dream of the absurdities of my waking thoughts. I am well satisfied that being awake, I know I dream not, but when I dream, I think myself awake. And seeing dreams are caused by the distemper of some of the inward parts of the body, divers distempers must needs cause different dreams. And hence it is that lying cold breatheth dreams of fear, and raiseth the thought of an image of some fearful object, the motion from the brain to the inner parts, and from the inner parts of the brain being reciprocal. And that as anger causeth heat in some parts of the body when we are awake, so when we sleep, the overheating of the same parts causeth anger, and raiseth up in the brain the imagination of an enemy. In the same manner as natural kindness, when we are awake, causeth desire, and desire makes heat in certain other parts of the body. So also too much heat in other parts, while we sleep, raiseth in the brain an imagination of some kindness shown. In some, our dreams are the reverse of our waking imaginations, the motion when we are awake beginning at one end and we dream at another.
Understood.
Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, of course it makes sense. For sure.
So then when you ask, like, from your senses, right,
Uh-huh.
can it create a memory? That's literally how memories are created.
Exactly. By senses.
Right. And they're like imaginations, right? Right. That's literally what it's saying.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. So again, without you having validated, right, what you believe is a memory of the day that you were born, without you having validated that with your parents, like there's no reason logically for me to believe that you what you think you remember is a true memory, but a imagined one.
Yes, we all do imagine many things. But don't we all have imaginations?
Yeah, I'm not saying that you're wrong for having an imagination. It's the fact of you, though, like you're portraying it as if you know for a fact, or that you have tested that this memory that you believe you have is in fact a true memory. You see what I'm saying?
No, I
Like
totally understand.
you didn't validate it.
And that's cool. That's okay. Because that's my experience.
You're writing a book about it, and so you're going to youth pastor everybody. That you're
Someone has
gonna
to.
you're no, like nobody wants you to do what you did as a youth pastor to the youth in your church. Like you have not validated that you actually have a true memory, yet you're going to write a book and tell people that you do.
Uh-huh.
That we don't want to be youth pastored by you. You see
I'm
what I'm
not a
saying?
youth pastor, though.
You don't get, I mean, I'm using the word youth pastor, right? Because of what you did, why you were saying you were a youth pastor. You're saying, right, that you taught a belief that you did not believe, right? Now you're going to write a book about
Mm-hmm.
about a belief that you have not validated. Like you're going to write a book telling people that you can remember the day that you were born, right? But
And
you don't know if you actually remember it because you didn't validate it with your parents. Like your memory could be false. It could be made up. There's no validation behind what you're saying, and you're going to write a book and indoctrinate people into this idea. You see what I'm saying?
I totally understood. Yes. I'm also a life coach, too. So I
You
guess I got to life
trolling
coach
me?
people. Excuse me?
Are you trolling me?
Why? What do you think I'm trolling you for?
Because like you just like for you to throw out that you are a life coach after saying that you were like indoctrinating people into lies, and then I point out that like I feel like you're trolling me.
I'm not. I'm just saying my expertise. I'm just throwing out expertise. I'm not sure why I'm not trolling you. I'm just trying to have a good conversation with you. There's no ill intent of me talking to you right now.
Let me ask you a question. What did you think my response would be to you saying that you are a life coach? Like,
I didn't think of any response. We were just having a conversation.
yeah, based off of our conversation, what would my response be?
I'm not a mind reader. That's why we're having a conversation. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be like. I'm just saying what
I'm
but
sorry. Hold on.
you said I was a youth pastor, and I'm like,
Hold on.
mhm.
Hold on. Go on mute for just a second. Chat. Based off of our conversation and him saying, I'm also a life coach, what do y'all think my response would be?
Where am I mad?
Because this is not a mind reader thing. This is a understanding thing. Like if you're a part of this conversation,
Yes.
it's not a mind reader thing.
Well, you're saying I'm a youth pastor, but I'm no longer a youth pastor. I'm a life coach. That's what I'm trying to tell you because you're talking about you pastoring. So I'm not you pastoring. I'm life coaching. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Fanny Pax. Thank you, Melanie's sister. Like that's just understanding. That's tracking the conversation, right? That's understanding. Like the fact of you saying that, like I don't. You literally shouldn't be life coaching anyone. If you you're saying that you have no conscience when it comes to lying to people, right, about a belief system. Then you say that you are comfortable teaching or indoctrinating into a belief system that you have not validated, right? And then for you to be, coaching people in life with those, standards for yourself, that's dangerous. You might as well stay a youth pastor.
Oh. So
That's why I asked if you were trolling, because there's no way in hell that you would say that. Like, I don't think a sane person wouldn't. After this whole conversation has been based on not right indoctrinating people into beliefs that you don't believe in, or beliefs that you have not claims that you have not validated. Logically, my next response is going to be like, what the fuck? Like, you shouldn't be doing that.
Well, I do have a whole company of it, so I guess I'm moving forward with that no matter what.
Why do you feel that you should do that? Like, do you think it's fair that you indoctrinate people into this spiritual idea, right? Like this 50%, like, hey, you can live 50% in your physical body and 50% in the spiritual world. Like, do you think that's fair for you to do that?
I do so believe that.
Something that you can't validate.
I mean, okay, so I don't have to validate if I have other people that knows what I'm capable of.
If do you realize what the word validated is? So if you have other people, right, that have seen you split consciousness, right, and can testify,
Okay.
right, to their them seeing you actually split consciousness, and that 50% of your consciousness left your physical body, and they saw it. That would be validation. So for you to say you don't have to validate when there are people who can validate, that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. That's understandable.
Hey, Dr. Kip. Merry Christmas to you. Happy holidays.
And I don't believe spirituality is something you can fully fathom in just one day, you know?
No, like you're saying that people have seen your consciousness leave your body.
I didn't say that.
You said that there are people that can testify to what you can do. Like I
Okay, but
literally
that
said
is.
that you are teaching people that they can be 50% conscious here and 50% conscious in the other world.
Well, it's
What do you mean that there are people that can testify to what you can do?
because it's not, that's just one aspect. The 50-50 is just one aspect. There's multiple aspects of spirituality that I teach about. It's not just that. There's multiple variations of spirituality that I can talk about and teach about.
Now, I know some people call personal development methods spirituality. Is that what you're talking about? Like personal development stuff?
No, it still taps into the spiritual realm.
I mean, that's what you want to call it. That's fine. But are you talking about personal development stuff?
No, I'm talking about the way we use our energy to like alchemize.
Like what?
The different gods that we have out here. We need to, of course, we only know a few, or a few know
I
like.
thought you said you didn't believe in a God. So you
No,
do believe in a God, just not the Christian God?
exactly. I don't,
So
but
you're polytheist, you're not spiritual. You're polytheist who believes in spirituality.
no, I believe in more of an energy exchange.
Like, do you believe in that? Do you believe in gods, or do you believe in energy?
Energy.
So you don't believe in gods.
No, it's more of an energy transferal.
So
But who is that? So the whole thing is that we can't recall that God when it's energy. You know what I mean?
you just called them gods. Do you realize that because you called them gods, that's why I'm asking these questions right now? Like, though, that's the word you used.
It's a primary deconstruction before we get to energy.
I'm not deconstructing, so I don't need you to use those words with me. I'm not deconstructing from the belief in other gods.
Talking about
Okay.
I'm talking about not you. I'm talking about the deconstruction of the world. Because the
So
world.
do you use the word gods when you're talking to your life coach clients?
No. This is a
Why are you
deconstruction.
using it with us?
I'm using it for people that are still believing in gods. I'm saying the deconstruction of it. We claim gods, the energy that we're using, we're putting a name on it, which is the gods. Do you understand?
So you're saying like Shamash is a different energy?
Yeah, and it's
Okay.
until all
Okay.
the other
Now,
ones.
okay. All right. So you're still all right. Now, and what about them? How do you use Shamash?
No, the whole thing, I learn from other people gods, but I don't use their name. I just use their power.
I understand that you don't use the name. How are you using the power of Shamash?
Everything is a character. The energy has character.
I'm asking about Shamash.
I don't know Shema. I don't know what he's capable of, like Jehovah, all those other names. I don't know what they're
Wait,
true.
so what God's power are you using?
I don't have names. I just use it. I don't have any names
How do you know that you're using the God's power if you don't? How do you know?
because I used to read about all of them. I still read books. I read books prior, like I read the Bible. Every other book of God's, I read it, and then eventually I'd be able to alchemize the characteristic of the
But how
energy.
can you alchemize properly if you don't have any way of categorizing the powers? Like if the powers differ, right? How do you know which one to call on?
No, I'm attracted to it by the days that we live in is attracted. You attract them. You don't have to call on it. They're attracted to you, depending on the day. But like I said, the energy character, and people put a name on the character. That's why there's character. Character. Like in the movies, you put a name on the character, just like gods.
So you just walking throughout the day, and these God energies are just like coming to you and just using your body.
Correct. As a vessel. Are we all vessels?
So you have 50% of your consciousness is here on earth. 50% is gone in the spiritual realm, and the other 50% is being used by these energies. Am I understanding that?
Whatever percentage, either way, we're
I'm saying like, because
infinite.
when
We're
I'm saying
infinite.
like while you're here on earth, right? While
Yes.
your 50% is in the spiritual world, the other 50% that is empty, like the other half of your brain that's empty, or your consciousness, let me say, that's empty while your earthly vessel is here, or you're half conscious here. That part is being filled up by these random energies.
Oh, it's the physical realm is the one writing the book. The other half is the one that's dealing with the energies.
So when the other half is dealing with the energies here, that my question is, do 50% of your consciousness connect with 50% of the energy to make 100% consciousness while your physical body is here in the physical realm, while your other 50% of your spiritual consciousness is in the spiritual realm writing a book?
Oh, you're saying it vice versa.
No, you said 50% of your consciousness is in the spiritual realm writing a book, right?
No, no, is the physical realm is writing a book, and the spiritual one is dealing with the energy.
The spiritual, so that, but if the spiritual one is dealing with the energy, the spiritual one ain't on earth. So how is it that the energies are coming in and out of your vessel? Your vessel is here in the physical realm. Why would the spiritual, right, energy, or the energy need to engage with the spiritual if the spiritual ain't here?
But it's both. The
No, it's
spiritual,
not. You just told me that 50% is here and 50% is in the spiritual world.
my physical self, but spirituality is everywhere. I'm saying my spiritual self in general. My spiritual self is in the realm.
Right. And I literally try to, understand, like, if the energies of these other gods, right, are in the spiritual world with you and not here in the physical world, right? What's the point? Is my question. Because you, like, I literally had the energies in the spiritual realm messing with you, but you said, nope, that ain't it. Now you're saying that they're everywhere.
I'm sorry, you cut off. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's the thing. Everybody is different. So I'm trying to tell you the way I pretty much utilize the energy is that because I have half of myself there, I'm capable of streaming it to my physical realm. So I'm getting still feedback, like, whether someone's a tarot reader or whatever, it's called channeling. So I could still, as a physical person, channel through the spiritual realm because I'm capable of doing that.
Wouldn't it just be easier for 100% of your consciousness to stay here in your physical body, right?
Mhm.
And then you just channel the energy from the spiritual realm to your physical body. Like, what sense does it make for 50% of your consciousness, right, to go to the spiritual world, right?
Mhm.
And then 50% of your consciousness stay here, and then you're having to channel back and forth, right,
Correct.
to your spiritual mind, and then from your spiritual mind to your physical body. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Okay, so the reason why is because I'm having a better relationship with the source.
So there is a source.
Of course, it's energy source.
So you are in the spiritual world, you're sitting somewhere with the deity that you
No.
that you call energy.
Well, the energy, yeah, whatever you want to call it, yeah. The
Okay.
energy.
And so you're communing with energy.
Correct.
So you have personified energy, but you don't call it God.
No.
And so you're spending time in the spiritual world getting a intimate relationship with this source.
Correct.
And then your physical body is here half cocked.
Sure.
And your other half, that where you're talking to source, you're just sending information back to your avatar that has a half conscious.
Sounds about right.
You do realize that you sound like a Christian. You just have taken the word God away.
Why would I sound like a Christian if we're all spiritual people in the first place?
Why do you sound like a Christian? Because your entire basis depends on you building an intimate relationship with the thing that you have personified or deified.
You know why?
Because you were a youth pastor?
No, because I want to be powerful.
I mean, that's Christian, right?
What? So don't you want to be powerful one day, or you want to be weak?
Powerful for what? Like, if I had superhero powers, that would be pretty cool. But unless you're telling me that I'm going to be able to like fly, unless you're telling me that I don't ever have to fucking walk in a Target again, like, what's the point of this power? Like, are you wanting to like mind control people?
Oh, well, more than that.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do to humans?
Just want to help. Just want to be there to help. And for me to do that part, I'm gonna need all.
What type of power? What type of power? I'm asking. Like, what do you want to do?
I'm already doing it. Actually, I'm helping people.
But like, what type of power though?
Let's see. I can actually banish their demons. That's a good one.
How do you do that?
Just my presence.
Are you able to recognize demons?
They're actually very, how you call it, approachable. Like, they would literally just talk to me easily.
No, so you only recognize a demon if it talks to you?
Well, it has to activate itself. Like, the
What do you mean?
Like, the person that's possessed doesn't know they're being possessed right now. The demon won't be talking to me.
Why wouldn't a person that is possessed know that they're possessed?
Because they're controlled by the demon.
But why wouldn't they know that?
Well,
you know, right? You know when you're possessed by these energies.
No, people actually don't know. I'm telling you.
But you do. You know.
If people are possessed?
No, that you are.
If I'm possessed?
Yeah.
No, people actually don't know that they're possessed.
I said you know, though. You know when you're possessed. Right?
Yeah, I take on different energies, so that's part of possession.
Mm-hmm. So you know when you're possessed. Why wouldn't they?
Because they're not in control. The demons are.
But are you in control when you're possessed?
I'm old enough that, yes, I do know. I do have control.
Right, but are you in control
Yes.
when you are possessed? How are you in control if you are possessed? And if you're in control, then what's the point of their power?
Because I have experience. So I have experience because it's just times where I was not in control, like lust. All those things are part of possession, demonic possession. So you're
lust is demonic possession.
You don't think so?
Why would it be? Is it wrong to lust after your wife?
That's your wife, though.
What is lust? What is lust?
You're not lusting over your wife. You love your wife.
What's the definition of lust? What? What's the definition of lust?
I'm talking about the majority of love. You're talking about
what? No. What is the definition of lust?
Sorry about that. I actually was trying to Google it.
What do you think it is?
I'm talking about the uncontrollable part where if you're not married and you're still like trying to go after somebody over just.
Why is that demonic though? Like, you don't have to be married to have a strong sexual desire. Like, why is that demonic?
I think it's demonic because people use it for manipulation.
That doesn't make it demonic. What people do with that emotion, right? Like, that's an emotion. That's a feeling, right? Yeah, like what people do with that, with their emotions, can make that a dangerous or evil thing. But Just like having a strong sexual desire is not demonic. That's not a demonic possession.
Well, I'm not gonna do that with somebody that's not my wife. So therefore,
That's your personal you're you're very
prerogative. Is that
you're
my
very
prerogative?
you're very Christiany. You claim that you're not a Christian. You claim that you do not need to be in deconstructed yet. You are very Christiany, because why do you believe that it's wrong for you to have a strong sexual desire for someone that you're not married to if you're not already married?
Well, because I think it's a waste of time.
Why?
Because we got bigger things to fry. We got bigger things
Like
to work
what?
on.
Like
Like
what?
this world itself.
Like what?
Well, make sure we have more peace than we have now.
What does and how does having sex stop peace? Actually, I think if more people fucked, right, consensually,
Mm-hmm.
they would have less time being violent.
Oh, that's a good start. If we could do that, there we go. We could definitely start with there.
Yeah, but you're saying that's demonic.
If we're not doing it right, if we
I
do it
said
for peace,
consensually,
yeah. If it's
right?
consensual, but it's not
Yeah,
manipulative. If it's not
but that
manipulative,
right, that still does not make it demonic. Again, right? Having a strong sexual desire, right,
manipulative.
is not wrong. It's what you do with that. If you go out and you essay someone, that, right, is evil. That is wrong.
So manipulating.
If you make a agreement, a monogamous agreement with one person, and vow to that person that you will only have sex with them, and then you break that agreement, you break that trust, then that is wrong.
Sounds like, yep. And then that's the thing. We make sure that everybody keep breaking those laws either way, and let's keep
What
happening to
laws?
this day. Well, this essay part, like the no Diddy part, all those.
That again, but that does not make lust within itself demonic. It's what humans do with their emotions, what humans do with their thoughts, that makes an act wrong. Saying that a demon is causing a human to behave a way is a cop out.
Okay.
Like, you sound very Christian. You say that you're not, but I think you are.
Okay.
Are you done, or like you just
No,
got
but I mean,
quiet?
no. I'm just. That's what you say. You say you think but I'm not. I know I'm not a Christian.
I think you left Christianity, right? I think you think that you don't believe in the Christian God because you don't call it the Christian God. Look, when I first started deconstructing, I did the whole source spirituality, Christ consciousness stuff too, right? Because I was afraid to let go of the whole idea of God and Christ and the dreams and things like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're holding on to the teachings of Christianity, and you're building this belief system, right?
Correct.
With the
Mm-hmm.
foundations of what you were indoctrinated into from Christian beliefs. I think you just don't like the people. You don't like something in Christianity. Some people in Christianity have said one thing and did another, right? Like you left the people. You left the facade of Christianity, but you took all the beliefs with you and renamed them and repackaged them. That's what it sounds like to me.
Understandable. But in my experience, it was in front of my face, like the Bible, and all I did was learn from everything from it. Because at the end of the day, that's part of wisdom and knowledge, just like any other book.
What was in front of your face, like the Bible?
I read the whole Bible.
No, what do you mean it was in front of my face like the Bible? Like what was in front of your face?
I'm saying when it came to learning, I wasn't. I was open to learning everything. So therefore, since I had a Bible, I learned everything about it.
What? Like, are you saying there was a Bible for spirituality? Like, what are you saying?
No, I'm saying that I learned it. I read all types of books, not just the Bible. I've learned from all different types of religion.
Okay. What does that
So
have to do with why me saying that when you left Christianity, right, you took the beliefs that you were indoctrinated to with you and just like wrap them up in spirituality. What does that have to do with that?
as
Give me just a second. One more. Okay, go ahead.
so you were talking about the whole. I was saying that I was open minded, not just to Christianity, but to all religions. So it didn't. I didn't stop with learning from Christianity.
Okay.
I learned from all various religions. So therefore, in the position I've been in thus far, I was able to talk to every type of person, no matter what religion they're in, because either way, I was able to relate to them as well.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with you taking your beliefs that you are indoctrinated into,
Okay.
right?
Hmm.
And wrapping them up in this new belief of spirituality. Like your book, I hear you naming it or calling it spirituality, right? And
Correct.
you've added some what you call spiritual concepts to it, but your foundation is still Christian. You may not be calling it Christianity. You may not be saying that you still worship or, depend on the Christian God. You renamed it energy. And like I said, I did the same thing when I first started deconstructing, right? I read, the different books, but it just still sounds like you're holding on to Christian beliefs and just wrapping it up into Christianity. How long have you been away from the idea of church and the Christian God? How long has it been?
Over 2 decades.
Over 2 decades. How old were you when you were a youth pastor?
I think my first time being a youth pastor, I think I was like 15, and then the second time was around like 17,
Okay, so you're about 37 years old,
give or take.
give or take. Okay.
Hmm.
So from the time that you were 17 years old, you're saying that you've been into, you've left Christianity.
Well, at the end of the day, when this was my choice, I was already gone. So yeah, around that time.
And so from when you were 17, who taught you that uh, having sex outside of marriage is wrong? Who taught you that? Where did you get that standard?
I get it from just the fact that I shouldn't be wasting my energy all the time.
No, I said having sex outside of marriage.
Oh, so like I said, so everything was experience. I'm not doing over beliefs. Therefore, I chose not to have sex because it was part of its energy.
I didn't
Anyways,
ask, I didn't say
no one taught me.
sex is wrong. Who taught you that sex outside of marriage is wrong?
No, I didn't care. I don't care if sex is wrong in or out of
That's
marriage.
not what you said a minute ago. You said lust is okay. Like you said, lust is a demonic possession. You said it's not lust if you have sex with your wife. You don't remember saying that?
Yeah, I said that.
Okay, so who told you, right, that sex outside of marriage is wrong? Like
No one told me.
for you to say that it is not lust,
Mm-hmm.
it's not bad, right?
Right.
To have sex with your wife, that means you think it is a good thing to have sex with your wife, right?
Right. Yes, of
So,
course.
and that means you think it's a bad thing to have sex with someone who is not your wife, right?
At this day and age, yes.
Or period, because like you literally said that it's not wrong to have sex with your wife. Like it's not considered lust. That's love. You literally said that.
Right.
Therefore, you believe that having sex outside of marriage is wrong. Why are you running away from that?
I'm not running away from it.
Yeah, you're trying not to admit that that's your belief.
The only reason why I think it's wrong is because you shouldn't be wasting your energy on someone that's not for you. That's the only reason.
Why? Why? Like why do you have to be married to the person? It's the question.
Well, I didn't think you had. Well, either way, if you're married to someone, then you're fully committed to that person.
Yeah, but
And then,
you said wife, okay?
yes,
Okay. Look,
I don't even have a wife.
this is going to be a lot easier for us to talk about if you don't try to run away from the point. You've already made the point, right? You already used the word wife. So you do believe, right, that you should be in a marriage, right, to have sex. And you believe that if you have sex in a marriage, that's not wasting your energy.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people could agree with that.
I don't care if people agree with that. I'm talking about you right now. What I'm trying to find out is where you got that teaching.
I'm saying from experience because I do not like wasting my energy on people
Okay.
that
Have you
don't.
been married before?
No, I've dodged that bullet too.
That you did not get that teaching from experience. You've never been married. So you don't know what it's like to have sex with someone who you're married to. You didn't get that from experience. Where did you get that teaching?
Nowhere. Okay, the experience I'm getting is that I've been doing it outside of marriage to the extent where if I'm not committed to a person, it doesn't make sense to keep having sex with that person.
You can be committed to someone and it drains your fucking energy to have sex with them because that person could be a horrible human.
Yes, and that's
Okay,
correct.
so being married has absolutely nothing to do with this energy thing.
Yeah, you just made a bad choice.
You just believe that you should not have sex out of marriage.
If you marry someone that's not good for you, that's a bad choice in general.
It doesn't matter. You're talking about energy though.
Yeah, so you should
It
make a
shouldn't
good.
matter whether you're married or not. Good energy is good energy. Bad energy is bad energy, regardless if there is an agreement between two people.
Yeah, and it's really rare to do it outside of a fully committed relationship.
It's really rare. What?
To keep the good energy if they're not fully committed with each other.
That's not true.
Yeah, because you could get STDs from other people.
Well, I'm saying they don't have to be in a legal agreement. They don't have to be in a legal agreement to have good energy with each other.
It won't last long.
Yeah, like there are literally people who have been together for decades and never once stepped in a church or a courthouse and signed paper. Like, have you ever heard of common law marriage? Like, some people just literally just vow to be with each other or just get stuck with each other, get comfortable, and just stay together, and they don't get married.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true, and that's pretty. I mean, either way, they're committed.
But they're not married. They're not husband and wife.
And that's fine. I don't.
Okay.
As long as
But
they're
you,
committed.
okay. So let's go back, right? I want to know where this teaching came from, right? This very Christian teaching that you have, this belief that you hold about marriage.
No, like I said, I just believe that we shouldn't be wasting each other's energy on other people. So I didn't get the teaching. I didn't care about the teaching on whether or not lust was bad. You shouldn't use it in the wrong way, like I was saying, manipulation and all that. That's all I'm trying to say.
I can understand you saying manipulation is a demonic possession. I can understand you saying that, but you said lust was the demon that causes manipulation, right?
Because demons manipulate people all the time.
Then why wouldn't manipulation be the demon? Why wouldn't the demon be manipulation that uses lust to cause harm? Why not the other way around?
Why? Because it's still the person's choice as well.
Oh, it's always the person's choice.
I mean, they're the one.
It's all what I'm asking you is why did you frame it as lust being the demon that uses manipulation to do harmful things instead of manipulation being the demon that uses lust to do harmful things?
I mean, either way,
No, they're not the same either way.
it's coming from the same person.
They're not. It's not a person. You've added a third entity here.
Right. The demon is a third entity. It's a third
Okay,
party.
so it's not the person, right? One of these things is causing the person to do something.
Well, the person conjured it in the first place.
It doesn't matter. What I'm asking is why did you choose to make lust the demon and not manipulation? Like, do you believe manipulation is natural to humans and that lust is not natural? Or do you believe that lust is natural to humans and manipulation is not?
I definitely believe lust is natural, for sure.
Okay, so here's my question again. Why did you demonize what's natural, right, and attempt to naturalize what's unnatural?
Just the way people uses it, the lust.
You don't understand my question?
Possibly. Maybe you have to elaborate in a different sense.
So
Because
when you say the way people uses the lust, that's natural, right? And
yeah,
you believe in demons, like you believe that a demon is causing people to do something, right? So if the lust is natural to the body, right? The strong sexual desires are natural to the body. Then that would mean that something unnatural would need to come in, right? And manipulate that natural aspect of the body. But you didn't word it that way. You worded it as lust being the unnatural thing that's coming into the body.
Oh, okay, I understand. Yeah, no. It's I didn't think lust was unnatural. No, I totally agree that lust is natural because that's why we making babies all the time. That's one big thing. That's human nature and animal nature. That's natural in general. But I was just saying how the entity itself turns what we have that is good into bad. That's all I'm trying to say.
So then in your case, the entity would be manipulation.
Correct.
And manipulation is a skill that is either learned, right? Like I get that you're calling it a demon, but it's a skill that is learned and can be unlearned, right? When a person is brought to the awareness of what it is, that how they're using it, right? Learning new, more honest ways of communication, right? A person being called out on their manipulative tactics,
Right.
right? Okay, and so when those things happen, would you consider those things exercising the demon?
Most likely, like they have so many different characteristics, and then you just pull from those energies, which is the unnatural energies too, for their own, selfishness.
So when there are believers on the stage that use manipulative tactics to try to defend their beliefs, and I call out the manipulative tactic and I'll say, stop gaslighting me. Stop trying to word salad or to twist words, right? Stop trying to make us believe that we don't see what we actually see. When I call that stuff out, am I exercising a demon out of the believer?
I don't think so.
Well, okay. You just said that when someone, right, changes their manipulative behaviors
Okay.
by either being made aware that they are using manipulative tactics,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or is being called out to them that they're being manipulative,
Mm-hmm.
right? That is like exercising the demon. But when I say that I do those things when I notice manipulative tactics being used by believers, I'm not exercising a demon. What's different there?
Well, I think everybody's intention. I'm sure your intention was pure, and their intention weren't.
Huh?
Your intentions were pure. What you were saying.
No. What I'm saying is, if a person is being manipulative, right? And
But
I
you
say,
said,
hey, you're using manipulative tactics,
mm-hmm.
right? You're gaslighting, you're lying, you're word salad, you're intentionally creating confusion to try to like defend your God, and I'm calling that stuff out. Am I exercising a demon at that time,
And
or attempting to?
no, I don't think so.
But when you do it, that you are.
Okay, well,
How do you exercise a manipulative demon? When a person has tendencies to be manipulative, how do you get that manipulative demon? How do you banish it?
it's kind of hard to like explain, but I did have one recently. So it would okay. So this would happen, right? The kid, this person, would act out like have this totally different point. Like I'm not saying character. This is literally a different character come out. Just it comes out little by little, and what it would do, it would seem quite disrespectful, and therefore my energy would change. So my energy would be like more like warrior like. You know what I mean?
Your ego would get like
No, not my ego.
that's what it sounds like. So a child got disrespectful, and you got raw.
No, so when you like a kid, when a kid gets disrespectful, you gotta like stand your ground. So I would do it, but like subtle. It would be like a subtle stand your ground, like energy, and that would kind of like just,
That tells me like so as a person like who has raised kids, they tend to have very smart mouths
mhm.
sometimes, right? But if I got into warrior mode every time a child says something smart, that wouldn't be good for the child, right? And so thinking slow, right, and reacting slow is probably the better thing to do in those instances. And then also remembering that you once were also a child, right? But like what I hear you saying is that when a child doesn't know their place and they get disrespectful, that makes you really defensive, right? And when you get in warrior mode, you get angry, and so you take your stance, right? And you're calling that I guess like you recognize the demon in the child, and therefore it ignited the superhero in you.
Right, but so I'm not angry. It's just like the high, my vibration is higher, and it just kind of just rid them from that demonic possession.
And they never get disrespectful ever again in their life.
Correct.
And how do you know this? Like, are you with them everywhere they go?
Well, I'm not saying their whole life, but on that extent, I know for a fact it's not there no more. But I'm sure
But like because you assert and tell them like to watch their mouth.
no, it's their energy. You don't even have to say anything. It's just like your energy can do it by itself. But therefore, the spiritual energy, the spiritual realm that goes through, can literally tap. I could just tap into it, and I could get rid of the demons.
Why are you calling a child being disrespectful a demon?
So, like I was saying before, I'm not saying they're being disrespectful. I'm saying that is the demon in them that's being disrespectful. So,
Yeah, like you're saying that a child that does what children do are demon possessed.
No, there's an unnatural possession that's happening that I'm saying the kids don't even know is happening. They don't even know.
Describe to me the situation. What did the child do that was disrespectful?
So if you notice, it's kind of, they all have, the demons have somewhat the same characteristics. So you know how they kind of like, they talk underneath their breath. They be having this like low thing. But I'm saying like the kids don't know they're doing it.
So the child mumbled,
Yeah, exactly. He's like,
and you felt disrespected.
no, it's not about disrespect because it's not the kid that's doing it. The kid is just being there, but it's not the kid that's mumbling.
Wait, what are what? You don't have children, right?
Do I have children?
Yeah,
I have 2 kids.
and you approach your kids with this belief that they are demon possessed.
I never told anyone they're demon possessed.
No, do you approach your parenting with this understanding that children are demon possessed?
No, I think kids kind of like, it happens. Demons can just possess anybody. Kids don't really have a power to banish them right away. That's what parents are there for.
Parents are not
That's what
there
I'm.
to banish demons out of their
That's what.
children.
That's
Like,
what I'm here for.
I'm sorry, Lala, are you asleep? Lala. Yeah, she is knocked out. Like, children are like, they've not been here before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they get curious, right? They're little humans, right? They have emotions just like the big humans, right? They get angry, they get confused, they get sad, right? They get what's another emotion? Happy, joyful, right? Nervous. Right? They feel things just like the big humans do. Scared. Why are you identifying their emotions, right? As they began to grow and get more familiar with you as their father, they don't know you. It's your job to teach them who you are. They don't freaking know you just because you spit them out in their mom. Right? And you don't know them. You have to get to know them as they come into self. Like, why are you identifying this experience as demonic?
Because it's an experience. So either way, the whole thing is that I experience people being demon possessed. I don't know what to tell you. I experience all the time. So
You
I can.
realize that you have not named one demonic thing? Like, it's what you're calling demonic.
You want
Like,
me?
you're saying that because a child mumbled under their breath, you recognize the demon.
So I've seen. You don't have to be a kid. It can be a grown man that's possessed, and they do the same characteristics. Like I've seen all the time.
Like, I don't know, your logic for anything that you said on the stage doesn't, like, it doesn't track.
The spirituality part.
It's what you're calling spirituality. That's the thing, right? Like, spirituality is so vague.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah, anybody can name anything spirituality, right? Like, people call life coaching spirituality, like the personal development side. Selena,
I'm here. Oh, I'm sorry.
that's
Trying
okay. Yeah, people call, like, personal development spirituality, right? You called a few minutes ago. You called lust a demon, right? You're calling mumbling a sign of a demon being present in a child, and then it made you, right, go into super mode, warrior mode against a child who mumbled under their breath. Like, do
And then
you see logic in anything that, like, the fact that you see logic in the things that you're saying, like, it's,
well, it's
I
kind
don't
of
know.
hard to be logical in this realm when it's spirituality. So, like I said, so I'm seeing the characteristic of a demon, which the demon, if it mumbles, is mumbling certain things that I know for a fact is a demon.
What did the demon mumble in this child? What did it say?
Just weird stuff. Just be
What
mumbling.
like what did it say?
Oh, I don't know what it said. I just know it wasn't the kid. I
How
literally
how do how do you know it wasn't the kid if you don't know what it said?
because the kid. Okay, so the kid would literally enunciate exactly what it's saying, and then after it'd be like just it'll be a switch up. It's like it's bipolarism at this point, but it's not.
How do you know? Are you a psychologist?
Yes, I'm a experienced. I'm not like I'm a life coach, so that should.
That's not a psychologist.
I'm
Saying that you are
psychologically.
are you a psychiatrist? Are you a psychiatrist? Let me ask you that.
No, I'm a
Are you?
experienced
Do you?
spiritual
Let
person.
me ask this way.
Okay.
Do you have
Uh huh.
the necessary schooling and licensing
Uh
to
huh.
medically diagnose someone or diagnose someone as having or not having bipolar disorder?
No, I was giving an example of what it looks.
Right, but you don't know if that child could have had bipolar disorder. You're saying
Yeah, I
it's
don't
not
know.
bipolar. Right, but you
Let's say
just
as an
said it's
example.
not bipolar.
It seems like it's bipolar if he's like talking normal and then you have a different character after that.
Have you ever talked to people with DID?
I'm sure I've have definitely.
Do you think people who have DID disorder are possessed?
No, I don't think so. I would
So
just
why
use an
are
example.
you so eager, right, to just say that somebody has a demon because they mumbled under their breath? You don't know what they said, right? And then like you're saying that the kid articulated before, but what like who's to say that the kid mumbled something smart under their breath because they didn't like you?
That's okay, but okay. So I'm telling you, that's literally the characteristic of a demon. The demons don't talk, enunciate. Demons do mumble all the time. I'm not saying he has bipolar or anything like that. I'm just saying how a characteristic of a demon, like the characteristic of just pure energy. Everything has character.
I think it's very harmful that you are approaching and dealing with kids with this mentality.
Well, I've been doing that for a while now.
I, I, I didn't say you haven't. I said I think it's harmful. You don't know the impact that you like
I'm actually famous for it.
could have. Uh, okay, if like I don't know who you are, so you can't be that famous.
Not yet.
But you just said you're famous for it.
I'm
I
famous
said
for
I
that
don't know. I
aspect.
said I don't know who you are, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
you can't be that famous.
Okay. But I will be.
Can somebody tell me what that comment said in all cap? Oh, never mind. I see it. So, hey, this person who writes in Arabic here said that I am a demon.
He told you that?
Do you? No, he did just put it in the comments.
Oh, I didn't.
So, can you recognize the demon in me? Here's the crazy thing. Like, do you know the history of demons?
The history.
The history of the concept of demons. Do you know that what it is?
No, can you tell me? Can you refresh my memory?
So, a daemon is a intellectual, benevolent, spiritual entity or entity. Right? They were benevolent. They were originally thought to be intelligent, right? Wise. A daemon was a low level entity, right? That necessarily wasn't necessarily associated with evilness.
Mm-hmm.
It was Middle English that decided to combine the two, right? To create the word demon, right? And say that it is a evil lower level entity. And they took away the original concept of a daemon, which was an intellectual being.
Right.
Socrates was considered to be a daemon. who was it that went to Egypt? God, I can't think of his name. But a lot of the earlier philosophers were considered to be Damians because they were intelligent entities. They were wise. Like the fact, right, when people are saying that a person has a demon in them, when it is a concept that was created, right? It's just interesting to me. I think like what people see as it's just a way to say that you're not responsible for your actions, or you don't know how to deal with people's emotions. Like you get easily triggered when someone when a child, right, shows you a sign of disrespect, and to you that child is demon possessed. Right. There are believers in the comments who think that I'm demon possessed because I don't believe in their God. Right. So it's something that you like, some type of action that you don't agree with. Therefore, it's a demon, right, that's causing that thing, that's causing that person to act a certain way, that's triggering a specific type of response in you.
Well, like you were like telling me how demons are. Did you say it was like a lower entity, right? Was it that?
Now, a Damien,
Mm-hmm.
here, let me pull it up for you.
So therefore, if someone has a higher energy, it's not going to work out. You know what I mean?
It's a Damon versus a Damian.
That's
Just a second.
You should know what a demon is. I do know what a demon is, but at the end of the day, I don't even consider demons like enemy. They're still energy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about people's like personalities, right? Like people go through different moods throughout the day. Some people have a very shisty, manipulative nature, right? Some people have a very trickster type nature, right? You're talking about a person's personality. When you say their energy, you could be talking about their mood that they're in, right? When you're talking about their their energy. Like I think you forget also about like things that influence a person's mood. It influences their personality.
Right, for sure.
But you just jump straight to demon though. You just jump straight to like a third, not third, but second party, right? That's causing a person to behave or think what they think or do what they do, instead of like taking a logical approach, right? Like sometimes I'll ask, like the conversation that I have, and I'll say, well, why did you say what you just said, right? And I track the conversation, and I say, but you just said X, Y, Z, right?
Okay.
And then you said X, Y, Z. Why did you do that, right? And I ask that question.
Okay.
Why did you say that? What made you do that? What made you say that? That's me, right? Attempting to understand the behavior, understand your behavior, your thought patterns, right? It's easy to say, oh, a demon made her think that, or a demon made her do that. But logically, there's a way to track back to a decision that a person made.
Right. But that doesn't change the fact that demons don't exist.
I mean, that's your belief. Like, I'm not trying to get you to not believe that. But again, you can't, that's something that you can't validate.
Well, with all my experience, that's what I got. That's my expertise, though.
But you have not even been able to show that you have any expertise in that. Like, do you realize you told us that the reason why you believe a child had a demon was because they mumbled under their breath, and that triggered you into warrior mode?
I can tell. characteristics. I'm just saying. I'm saying like I can tell the difference. I know the difference. I think people can tell when demons are around. Like, okay, if someone's a killer and you come into the room, I'm sure someone could feel the fact that something's wrong with that guy. And I feel, and it's the same kind of feeling that I get. Like I said, it was kind of hard to tell, but people could just tell. It's a gut feeling, you know.
So if you can just tell where all the demons are, why aren't you being used by police and the FBI to like stop serial killers in their tracks? Like if you have this gift and you're famous for it, right? Why aren't you used to like stop evil acts, violent acts before they happen?
I'm doing it as we speak.
How?
I have my own corporation.
You just said that you were a life coach.
Yeah. And I have my own corporation.
And your corporation does what?
Life coaching.
I asked, why aren't you working with the FBI?
Because I have my own.
And the police.
Because I do my own stuff.
And so then you get like this feeling, right, that somebody's about to commit a violent act, and then you go and stop them.
That sounds like a movie.
No, you are saying that you can tell when a person is a killer. That came out of your mouth.
I say everybody could tell. Like I'm using like if a killer comes around, people can feel that that's person, something's wrong with that person. I'm saying
not
like,
all the time.
Most people.
No, they cannot.
I'm saying most people. Intuitive people.
No, they cannot.
Intuitive.
They cannot. When someone, no, they cannot.
Oh, okay.
They cannot. People do pattern recognition, right? They cannot always tell. And then sometimes a person may feel eerie, but be completely innocent.
Yes.
But you are saying that you have this expertise to be able to point out demons, right? So
yes.
My question is, if you can do that, why aren't you working with the police to stop these violent acts?
Well, because I'm building my own corporation for that.
So you're just going to take time like Jesus until you're famous enough so that you can get all the credit and then do it. So like in the meantime, while you have this gift, right, this ability, should I say, you're just going to keep letting violent acts happen until you're like famous enough to take credit for it?
Sure, I guess. Either way, I'm just building my way.
You sound like you're trying to build like a secret hideout place where you have your own team, like the Arrow or the Flash.
Sounds like a plan.
Are you fucking serious right now?
I'm freaking serious right now. I'm not lying about none of the stuff I said I got going on.
I feel like I'm being trolled for real.
Do you want me to send you stuff so I could prove it to you? I'm happy to prove you all my credentials. Even though you
credentials for what? That you got a certificate to be a life coach?
No, I don't have a certificate. I have a whole business. I don't need a certificate.
Yeah, you know how many people have started businesses as life coaching? Like,
yes, I'm legit.
It's not hard. It's not hard to file an LLC, right? You pay $375, create your operating agreement, bam, right? It's not hard to file an LLC and
have a corporation
and start a. Okay, are you Delaware? Are you a C corp in Delaware? Where's your corporation registered?
Minnesota.
So you are a C corp in Minnesota.
Correct.
Okay, and so as a corporation, that means that you plan on having subsidiaries, like a board. You plan on having as a corporation, you have stock, right? How many shares did you start off with?
About 1,000.
How many? You're lying to me. Why are you lying to me right now?
I'm not lying.
You do realize that when you start, like the minimum, right, is usually like 10 million shares. What do you mean 5,000? Like your shares start off at 0.001 cent. So if you only have 5,000 shares, right, your corporation isn't worth anything.
As it shouldn't be, because I'm not ready to launch it yet.
Why are you lying to me? Are you trolling me? You're trolling me. Yes, you are. You're trolling me.
For what? What I should troll you for? About what? I'm literally okay. So I'm fresh with the corporation. So yes, I just put a random number. I
You
didn't.
can't do that.
I did. I
Like
can't put it.
you do real no.
But I did because I did it on LegalZoom.
You did what on LegalZoom?
Uh, make a corporation.
And then LegalZoom allowed you to put 5,000 shares in.
Something like that. Yeah, it was just a random.
When you get your tax bill, what's your tax bill every year for the shares that you have in your company?
I didn't. I just I have it open. I have not put it
There
in
is
like.
no way in hell you have a corporation and you're not getting a tax bill. Even if you're not doing business, as long as that corporation exists, you're getting a freaking tax bill based on the shares in your company. There's no way.
It's a different type of
Nope.
situation.
No, it's not.
Well, I
You're
didn't
not
do.
telling the truth.
I
Why
am.
are you sitting here lying to me like that?
I'm not lying. Were you? I haven't
You
received one.
are.
Okay, I haven't received one then. It's
How long have you had the
possible.
corporation?
For 4 years.
You have definitely received a tax bill.
And the thing is, okay, so this is the thing. It probably is sent to a spot that I didn't even pick it up yet. That's it. I'm just a kind of neglectful. I'm picking up my stuff for the corporation. Simple. Because I do have a registered
An
agent.
S corp would be like like he might not like if he did an S corp, but that's more so like a um philanthropy style philanthropy. Um, so yeah, he's not. He's saying that he is a life coach. He's not an S corp. He's not telling the truth.
What I'm not telling, what truth I'm not telling right now? It's just the fact that I got a C corp.
Yeah, because like
I can
like
send it to you.
so who did your cap table?
I did everything by myself.
So you built your cap table?
I don't think so. I did everything on legal. Like I said, I just started on LegalZoom. But I didn't
Why did you decide to do a C corp?
because I'm a franchise my business worldwide.
You need to let me tell. I don't want to give like any business advice, but you need to like talk to a business lawyer, right? When it
Oh,
comes to like making these decisions.
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like, choosing a corporation, right? Like should not have been the first thing that you did. And then if you aren't paying attention to the taxes, right? Like you need to because that shit is expensive
Right. I
based
know.
on the number of shares that you allocate. And so I don't know, but I hope that we see you in like a green suit sometime, flying around Earth, banishing demons. Whenever you're ready. But
Well,
I think the world of spirituality is just too crazy. Um,
okay.
like it's too much. It's like this is why I say I don't necessarily go into spiritual talk, because that like it can be whatever you want it to be, right? It's in the world of imagination. Like I feel like I need to sing that song. Come with me and you'll see something around imagination. Like what show what movie is that Willy Wonka?
No,
Is that Willy
imagine.
Wonka? Is that
Yeah, yes, that's Willy
yeah,
Wonka.
Willy Wonka. Yeah, like I feel like that's where we're headed, like fucking Willy
Okay,
Wonka.
but guess
That
what? Guess what? I'm
if
gonna
you fucking tell me that you've been trolling me this whole time, I'm gonna be mad.
no, I'm not. Okay, you might think I'm trolling you if I say this, but I'm not. Okay, you ready? Okay, do you know the magazine Who's Who?
Like yeah, the Who's Who in America?
The magazine that's been out for like I don't know 100 plus
Yeah,
years.
who's who in America? Yeah, what
I,
about it?
I'm gonna be on there as well.
Yeah, which one? Marquise's Who's Who or just
Yes,
Who's Who? Marquise's Who's Who?
yes.
Did you get your plaque already?
I It costs $400, so no, not yet. But I do have the badge.
What badge? Let me see the badge.
How you want me to show it to you? I try to do
Turn
it.
your turn your camera on.
I don't. It can't. Is I have to go into the thing. Want me to like take a picture of it?
Yeah.
Because I've been trying to like put it on everywhere, but it's a different story for some reason.
Hold on. Is it Marquise's Who's Who or is it just Who's Who?
It's Marquise.
Let me see.
Hold up.
And did you fill out your bio?
Well, they interviewed me already.
Yeah, did you fill out your bio though?
No.
Did they send you the thing to fill out your bio?
I just did it like last week. So they told me it takes.
What badge did they say? I'm trying to figure out the badge thing.
It's literally the badge that everyone's get. I'm trying. And then
Like you get a plaque. You get a plaque,
it costs
right? You
$400.
get a certificate. Like you get,
Yes.
like yeah, but the like a badge. I don't know about the badge. Like you
Yes.
get, and then there's a bio, right? They send you all this paperwork. You have to fill out the bio. You have to fill out your mother history, your father's history, like all that stuff.
So it takes like 4 weeks.
Let me ask you a question. Were you in like a local newspaper or something?
I've been on a newspaper. I've been on a magazine as well.
So did this company reach out to you and say, "Hey, we saw you in the such and such"?
LinkedIn.
They reached out to you via LinkedIn
Correct.
and told you that they were from Marquise's Who's Who
Yeah.
and sent you a badge.
Correct. After I did an interview with them. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I got the info at badges. I was looking for it on my email. Honored listee, badgie, honored listee, Marquise Who's Who 2020-2024.
I don't know. Maybe the badges are new. What's the domain?
Sorry, domain. What's the domain? Wait, what do you mean by domain?
And the email address. What is the domain? What's the domain? The .com.
Okay, let's see. It's info@badges.marquisematerials.com.
MarquiseMaterials.com. Where the original email that you got, did it come from Marquise Who's Who? Do you have anything from Marquise's Who's Who?
I mean, it's right here. It says Marquise Who's Who. Your new badge is here.
No. I'm asking for the domain. Like do you have anything from Marquise's Who's Who domain?
I don't. It doesn't look so. Contacts.
Okay, like the original email. Like I know you said they reached out to you in LinkedIn.
Yeah, it's a LinkedIn that they. Yeah, this is just a badge, but it's on LinkedIn. That's the original. This is the original center. Yeah.
But I'm saying, did they send you an email, right? Like a
That they was gonna call me or something.
no.
Well, they did.
So
that.
Marquise reaches out via email, right? From Marquise Who's Who.
Yes, I do have that
Right.
somewhere here.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, where's that? Where,
Okay,
like,
so that's the first one. Okay, so I'm. Okay.
if Marquise reached out to you, like if Marquise is the only one that's legit, but there are a lot of Who's Who that mimic Marquise, right? That scam, and
Okay.
so what I'm trying to make sure is that you are talking to Marquise's Who's Who.
Gotcha. So I got the original email from Jennifer Wallen at marquiseww.com.
MarquiseWW.com.
Yep.
Why is it set? What?
That's the marquiseww.com.
What? Hold on. I'm thinking about WW. I'm like, why is the WWW backwards? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So then, if your email came from that domain, and you have an actual email from that domain, then that's the legit one.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you are making moves as a life coach, then I wish you the best, and I hope that we see you in a green suit flying around banishing demons one day.
Sure will. Well, I was happy. It was really nice talking to you, though.
It was nice talking to you too. I still don't believe in the demons.
That's cool.
I think that people have different personalities, right?
Mhm.
In that people call things demons that they don't necessarily understand. I think
Mhm.
that people have good behaviors and bad behaviors, and there are things that influence those behaviors that we
Right.
don't quite understand. And but yeah, but I wish you the best in your endeavors. And if you do have a C corp, uh, don't fucking let those taxes get piled up, because like I'm shocked they haven't like shut your corporation down because you aren't paying the taxes.
Yeah, because I didn't
But
start it off to make money, so therefore it's
it doesn't matter if you're not, if you have issued shares,
Mm-hmm.
you are paying taxes on
Oh
those
no, I'm
issued
not. I didn't.
shares.
I didn't issue them yet. I have them, but I didn't like give it out.
You like any shares that you have on your cap table,
Uh
right?
huh.
You're paying taxes on those shares because that's the equity in your company.
Hmm.
Yeah, so if you need to check and see
I
if you
do.
owe the IRS money,
I always
if
double
you're
check
if you're
though. Every year I double check to make sure that I'm like good standing. That's like a biggest thing that I always check every year, like with my bank and everything, to make sure I'm in good standing.
yeah,
That's usually what I check. So I always check, and it says I'm in good standing, and usually that's what it says.
then yeah, okay. All right, well, have a good night, okay?
All right, can I follow you?
I don't care.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to you later.
All right, have a good one.
All right, you too. Bye.
All right, y'all need to get these likes up to get your comments back.
What was his name? What was his name again? Poetra the Demon
Poetries.
Slayer.
Yes.
Poetra the Demon Slayer. Somebody said you don't have a share in those entities. Oh my gosh. Wow. Rose? Okay, she's not there. Marco?
Oh,
Hi, how are you?
hey, good, good. I just caught the last bit of it, so I'm not sure totally what you're about. Your
So what what
business
what
woman?
what 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 made you hit request?
Did I? I don't even know if I hit request, but
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't
They
mind
brought you
talking to
up
you a
on
bit if
accident?
you're in the business.
I do have a tech company, but that's not what this live is about. I was talking to somebody about their company being a C corp and not keeping up with the taxes. But this live isn't about that.
Do you understand business law very well?
No, I'm not a business lawyer.
But but you could put on that cap for a while.
No.
Uh huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
All right.
Sorry about that. All
All
right.
right.
Have a good night.
Cool. Cheers.
Come on, folks.
I wouldn't go to random people and ask for business legal advice.
Exactly.
Michelle Volley? Michelle? Okay.
Hello,
Keisha? Hi, how are you?
it's Kaisha. How are you today?
It's Kaisha? Or
Yes.
Kaisha?
No, Kaisha.
Kaisha. I'm doing
Yes.
good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I actually came in on a ladder as well, and I wanted to jump in about the C court when you were just talking to the young man about the C court.
I don't.
I
I don't want to turn the live into a business live. We're not a live. We're not a business live.
No, I got you. I just wanted to just make a little quick comment on that because I've been an entrepreneur for like 30 years. I just want to say that one thing, having a C corp is the best entity for you because up to 250K, there is zero taxes that is established if you are not an employee of the C corp. So just long
Unless
as
you have shares, right? Like you have to pay.
correct,
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
So I just wanted him to know if he didn't issue the shares, long as he's not making over 250K, but he should still be filing. So I just
Right.
happened to go past your live and heard that part. And as an individual, if you are an employee of the C Corp, you can make up to 40K. And if you're married, you can make up to 94K. So that's I just wanted to just be specific because he sounded like he didn't know any of that. So
But he sounds like he's not keeping up with it at all. So
yeah.
yeah,
So
but I don't want to like.
no, I
I
got
appreciate
you.
you coming up.
Thank you. Have a
You're
good night.
welcome. You
Bye
too.
bye.
All right. If you are in the guest request box and you think that this is a business live, it is not. And so I don't want to turn this into a business live. I also do not want to discuss that young man's call with you. Okay. So if you're in the guest request box to discuss my last call, I'm not going to do that. So go ahead and remove yourself from the guest request. If you come up, please understand that I am expecting to have a brand new conversation with you. Okay. I'm not a business coach, so if you're looking for that, you got to go find a business live. That's not what this live is about. Shot, and I understand it's a good topic, but there are so many lives on TikTok that will talk to you about business. Josiah Academy, how are you? Okay, we're gonna move on. I definitely think Diego, like if y'all see an opportunity to connect with the people in the community and start a live that teaches business law, right, or business finances, should I say? That could definitely be an opportunity, especially if you're in the Discord. Rio, hi, how are you? I read the chat every now and then. Shot. Most of the time, my back is turned to my computer that's streaming to YouTube, but I did happen to see your last comment. Rio? Okay, not there. Awesome, Diego. Thank you. Mama Leah? Okay, not there.
She was up earlier, wasn't she?
Yeah, I think she wanted to ask about my beliefs. If you are in the guest request box on purpose, help us out and comment. Felix, hi, how are you?
Give me a second.
Hello there. Yeah, can I get some business advice? No, I'm just
Oh man, you know I
just
was getting ready to
checking.
like hurry up and hit disconnect.
Yeah, no, I was there for and I know you said not to talk about it, but I'll be quick. So, but I was there for the most of that interaction, and very strange. But I noticed your flyer, your thing that you have here, and I guess I was curious. Did you? You said you had been Christian before, and then deconstructed and got out of it, or is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. From what I'm seeing on your screen, a lot of that sounds like Gnostic theory or beliefs. Is that sort of where you got that information from?
No, I got it from the Bible.
Yes. Well, are you familiar with the Gnostics?
I am very familiar with Gnosticism.
Okay, because I mean, I just noticed that that's a similarity there. They criticized or read the Bible and the Old Testament and came to the same conclusion that the God of this material universe is.
I'm sorry. Can you start over just a second? My daughter, she's not feeling well. She came in to let me know how she was feeling, and I didn't get to hear the last sentence that you said. Do you mind just starting back over with the Gnosticism, with me saying that I do know what Gnosticism is? I do apologize.
Okay, basically what I was going to say is, what are your thoughts about the Gnostics and the conclusions they arrived at? Because it seems very similar to what you have here.
No, I mean, I think there were different beliefs amongst the Gnostics. They didn't necessarily believe the same thing, right?
Yeah.
There were some that believed that Jesus was not the son of the Hebrew God. Some that believed that he was just a human, right? Messiah, but not divine. Some that believed he was the son of God, but not necessarily God in the flesh, right? So there were different beliefs, but this isn't necessarily focused on whether Jesus is God or not. This is talking about the stories in the Bible and not adding a hermeneutic interpretation on top of it, right? And just looking at the text as is and applying historical context to it, right? Archaeological studies to it, and not necessarily like I don't believe in the Abrahamic God or Jesus Christ at all. So I don't have a Gnostic approach to this God, but I am aware, right, that there are some Gnostic messaging even in the text itself, from
Okay.
in the Greco-Roman period, like in the New Testament.
Okay, yeah. Because I mean, they would posit that, and like you did say just now, how even within that school of thought, there was a vast differences between people that believed in it. So, but what I've gathered from really what little research I've done, I should do more into this field. Is that they say that the God that's present within the Abrahamic religion is the demiurge, this sort of lesser God or whatever that is really just deceiving, and it's an imperfect entity, and that explains all the chaos and evilness that's in the world because it's a reflection of the God that controls this universe. So they would then go a step further and say that there's a true God beyond the demiurge. I mean, you know this, I suppose, but I was more curious about, I guess, what your beliefs are. You
I
said
don't
you don't
have
believe in
any.
God.
I don't have any. But like even with Jesus, right? There are different perspectives of the Jesus character in the story, from the four Gospels, the authors of the four Gospels, even down to Paul. And then I think that there are two different versions of Paul, where one might be leaning more towards early Christian, Christian beliefs or perspectives of Jesus, and then the earlier writings of Paul lean more towards the Gnostic view of Jesus as a different entity than the one that's portrayed in the Gospels.
Okay, so do you have if you don't have beliefs, I'll phrase it like this. What's your perspective on life and reality?
What do you mean perspective?
Well, I mean, like you say you don't have any beliefs, so you
In a God, in a deity?
no, I'm saying just you said that you have no beliefs. Did you mean you have no beliefs in God, or
Like
just no
what
beliefs?
type of beliefs are you asking me if I have?
Like
Like faith?
your faith or philosophical or
I mean, like
you
I
feel
don't like. I guess philosophy is a school of thought and not necessarily a belief system, right?
yeah.
Right. So, I believe, right, that humans are responsible for our actions, and that you know that we should respect human life.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's I would say fair, a fair worldview to have. So it, I guess it is. Are you sort of like a humanist in that way?
I mean, if you have
Or
to put a title on it, right? Like,
yeah,
I just believe that people should respect a person's right to exist in the world without harm. Should be able to have the access to their basic needs, right? To the resources that the earth provides, so that they can provide for themselves.
okay. So with Christianity or any, well, certainly with the Abrahamic religions, you said you used to be a Christian, and I know a lot of people have issues with the Bible for all the inconsistencies and things to just, one verse says this and then another verse entirely contradicts what that one said. So when you were, I guess you started noticing that, or these inconsistencies, and that what moved you away.
No, like they're like literally growing up in church, right? We are given this belief that there is this entity that does these things for us, right? That protects us, that answers our prayers, that heals us when we're sick, that comforts us when we're sad, that judges us when we do right or wrong, or rewards us when we do right, right? That there is this entity that died on the cross for our sins, right? So that we can go to heaven or hell. The reality is that I had to realize that I was the one, right, convincing myself that this entity was doing the things that I was giving it credit for. A lot of the anxiety that I had, right, came from the harmful teachings of hellfire or the left behind rapture teachings or demon possession. I had questions when I was younger and would be demonized for asking questions, for even having a different thought or perspective versus what we were being taught. And one day I was just talking to my brothers, and we were questioning how this God doesn't show up for the black community. And it seemed like the God didn't love the black community. And we were talking about our family and the way that things were going for our family. It just seems like, the God never ever really answers, right, the prayers to bless our family like what we've been told. And so I decided in 2020 that I was going to seek out the answers to the questions that I had, and that I was going to get close to the God, right? To get to really know this God for sure. And I was seeking for the God's name. And as I began to study, like I was always told to never go outside the book, but to only read the Bible. They every other book outside the Bible was demonized, and so I decided that I was going to allow myself to. My first step was to connect the things that I was reading and to try to connect it with the actual history. And as I started to do that, I started to learn that a lot of this was mythology, historically inaccurate. I did first start noticing the contradictions in the book, but the more I studied, I realized that, or learned that the book is not univocal, that it was written by multiple people. I began to learn how to recognize the character speaking in the book versus the narrator's voice. And I began to use different types of resources as I studied. And so as I, did that, I started to do it like hours and hours and hours a day. And I just started deconstructing on accident, really. Like I wasn't even doing it to deconstruct. It just kind of happened. My beliefs began to shift from believing to more so of understanding from a historical or cultural context, to a, I guess you can say, knowledge based instead of faith and belief.
Okay, yeah, that sort of reminds me of I can't for some reason I can't remember the name of the story or the author, but it was a famous black author, and he wrote about his experience. He'd gone to, as a child, he went to a Southern or Black Baptist church for a revival, and he was young. He grew up in a Christian household, and everything that comes with that, all the beliefs and the fire, brimstone, the fear of God's wrath or whatever. But he went to this revival, and he hadn't been saved prior to this, and he goes in, and he is caught up in noticing how everyone is having that the church experience of saying that they feel the Holy Spirit or whatever, all that. And he's up on the front pew and they're going down the line of kids who haven't been saved yet. And one by one, they all go up and say, oh, I feel the presence of God. Let me be saved. And everyone cheers and they're happy. And it eventually gets down to him and another. And him and this other boy, they're sitting there, and he's talking to him about how, like, they're like, what's going on here? This is insane. Like, I'm getting tired of sitting here. This is crazy. We've been sitting here all day for hours. And the other boy's like, well, let's just go up and get this over with so we can go home and sleep or whatever. And so that boy gets up and goes up there, motivated not from actually having some sort of connection to God, but he just goes up there for a selfish reason, gets saved. And then so all the pressure is on him now to go up there, and because it'll all be over if he gets up there and is finally saved. So he sits there and battles with it, and he decides, well, I'll just capitulate, go up there, do it, and then go home. And one of the last things that's written there, the quote that I remember, is how he talks about he went home that night and cried because he realized that basically there's no God, or that he didn't have that feeling, and he felt ashamed about lying with his parents there and his family, and that caused him to actually, instead of being saved, to go away from God and away from that. So I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just that realization, right, that so much of religion is an organized religion particularly it's that it's just communal, just peer pressure, right, to conform to what the church wants or what people around you want. And so that's, certainly, I think one of the major issues with Christianity and religion. It causes people to not think logically in many ways. They do things out of this, like you said, this fear, right? That if I can do good and be saved, I'll go to heaven, or if I don't, I'll be punished for fire, or forever and ever. I'll be covered in fire, and all of that horrible stuff. I wish I could remember the name of that author. I want to say there was a short TV thing that show they created about it as well.
I'm not sure, but I'm sure that there are a lot of people who have that experience, right? Who decide to stop lying to themselves. When it comes to like what I call the woo woo feeling, or the hyping up feeling. And I think like a good indicator, right, that a lot of this is human emotion, or human manipulation, is that like so many people see like when in the black church, like all of the running around, the rolling on the floor, the speaking in tongues, the foaming at the mouth, they see that and they go, what the hell is that?
Yeah, it's all the absurd theatrics in some churches out there.
Yeah, but like but this is supposed to be the same deity though, right? And
Yeah,
the thing is that like this same deity that both people believe that they're worshiping is causing a different effect, right, when you engage with it in different people. And then a different understanding of that deity, right, in different people. But it's supposed to be one spirit, one God, right, one word. And if this God, right, is existing, right, and he can't communicate one message, right, to all of these people who are dedicating themselves to it, right, then something's wrong. But what I see, like even from just talking to different Christians around the world, from doing these lives, is that it seems like people are worshiping their own version of what they believe this God is, and similarly to how the authors of the book wrote, right, from their perspective of what they believed a God was saying to them. And so to me, like, because the Bible is not necessarily from one voice, or it doesn't present as being this univocal voice, even though it had multiple authors, like, because it has these many different perspectives of this, of who this God is, how this God presents itself, what this God desires, right? I don't think that it's possible for people to get one message out of that.
Yeah, because I mean, so much of it is, really based on, like, a person's belief is based, in how whatever imprinting they received from their parents or people around them, authority figures, and from that, they latch on to whatever confirms that, provides I guess, a sense of security. Do you say that?
I think people definitely find the text in the book that gives them, that fits more so with their version of their God or their Jesus, and they stick with those scriptures. But I think the issue comes with when people connect with ideas that cause harm to other people, and then they try to go and force other people to adopt their belief or their perspective of their Jesus. That's where it becomes harmful, right? You see people voting based off of their beliefs, creating laws based off of their beliefs, parenting based off of their beliefs, engaging or interacting with humans in society based off of their beliefs, whether that's be on social media, whether that be in line at the coffee shop.
Yeah, it creates conflict and division between people, between groups. So, would you say, I don't know, would you say that you have a sort of non-dual perspective, or non-dualism, non-duality part of your life?
No, like you think that I think that everything should be all good or all bad.
Well, the way I understand non-dualism, right, is like the interconnected. Everything is interconnected, and that's everything and everyone around you. And it's not really necessarily like a belief or a philosophy per se, but
But in a
it's rooted.
non-dualistic worldview, things are either all good or all bad, or neither good nor bad, right?
Sure, yeah. I guess depending on how the person chooses, or which route they want to take with that belief or that way of living.
No, I don't have that.
Oh, because I know it's rooted in Eastern philosophy, in Eastern religions like Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, anyway, I guess I'll hop out of here, let you move on to a different guest. But after that, I don't know, that was like 45 minutes or so from what I saw of that one conversation that kind of just skewed and went off the rails to whatever it went to. But I wanted to try to, I guess, bring it back to somewhat what the purpose of the live was that you wanted it to be. So good night, and best wishes to you.
Thank you. Same to you. Have a good night.
See ya. Bye.
I think a lot of people want to know what I believe. I think, like, honestly, having beliefs is not I'm not saying that you having beliefs is necessarily a bad thing. It's when you try to make people adopt your beliefs. And I think I say that a lot, right? I'm not up here to try to get anyone to believe like me or live like me. But like, some beliefs can become very dangerous if carried out in society. That's the issue. And I just wish more people would allow themselves to see that. Hey, Melodic. To see how your beliefs are, or even just like do an assessment of yourself and say, how are my beliefs affecting me? How are they helping me? How are they affecting society? How are they helping society? Right? Like, it doesn't hurt to be self-aware. And so many of these belief systems, these denominations, teach people that self-awareness is wrong, because you have to give your whole self to this deity. And so it's you end up, just accepting what somebody tells you. You don't question it, right? And then you end up causing yourself harm or other people harm. Viola, how are you? Viola? Okay, we'll move on. Like, tonight, there was a guy that came in here. and issued a death threat over a belief. That's ridiculous. Exactly. They believe that a god or like a deity or a spirit is telling them to do these things to defend the belief. And then sometimes they're taught that by another human. They're told by another human, right, that that's what your job is as a follower of the deity or the prophet. Chicago, hey, how are you? He gonna get me. He is knocked the fuck out. Oh my god. A guy came in here and issued a death threat. Oh no, I'm not clipping that. He is gonna be hot. I am Jess. Are you in the guest box on purpose? I'm just me.
Hey, yo, aren't death threats like terroristic threats?
Like, can somebody block him? I just recognized that he's the guy that said slavery will help Russia.
What was his C+H or something like that? Hold on.
I'm just me. Are you in the box on purpose? Y'all, there's 718 people in the room. If you are a Christian, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. There's 71 on YouTube. You should be able to call in if you want to on YouTube. Actually, I think Maven has put the Discord link in the comments. I will pin it to the top so you can call in if you want to. I don't think I'm just me is in there on purpose. So there's nobody in the guest request. $700 people in here. What to do, what to do, what to do. Are we done at 3 o'clock a.m.?
Right. That's wild.
What is happening?
Hello,
Hi, what's your name?
my name's Jessie.
Jesse. Are you, how old are you?
I'm 35.
Okay. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing from Christianity, or are you a atheist / non-believer?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. And what did you want to talk about?
Let's see. Is it any, are these all open? All the topics?
Yeah.
Let's see. The original sin and fall of man concept is false. Is that Adam and Eve?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Basically, can I ask about that one?
Yes.
Okay. False because of what?
Well, Genesis 2 and Genesis 3 don't have anything to do with the concept of sin. The God never mentions to Adam and Eve that they sinned, or that there was this fall from the God's graces. That's a later concept that's built outside of the biblical text by the early church.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I'm the best candidate for this because I think I'm going to agree with you on all of this. I think I'm more leaning towards deconstruction So I don't know. I thought I'm so sorry. I thought I would come up here and like be better at this and be ready to conversate, but I don't know if I am.
What's
Because
stopping you from starting your deconstruction?
let's see, basically like just the normality of it all, I guess, if that makes sense. Because I'm definitely in a position to be like, God and what the fuck with the Bible. I'm more so leaning towards deconstruction, honestly. But just being 35 and I live near quote unquote, like the Bible Belt, so it's like definitely the normal around here. So just being raised like that, it's hard to just like let it go. But I never thought I would see myself in this position, questioning everything and putting God in a place of scrutiny, I guess, because that was just so foreign to me prior. But I seen this TikTok from, I think her name's Christy. She's got short brown hair, but she doesn't make videos anymore. And she was pointing out how hell is unjust. And for some reason, that just like kind of hit me like a ton of bricks. And I was like, my whole life, I've went from trying to grasp the idea of somebody being in hell and the magnitude of that to the magnitude of, wait, that's not how love works. But somehow that's how the majority of society has perceived love through the views of Christianity. Like, yeah, basically just that. Like, it just blows my mind. Like, we think that love is provided by a God that knows everything, but somehow will create you knowing that you will go against what his requirements require, but will send you to hell for that. And so it went from trying to grasp my head around, wow, the people I know are burning right now, to there's no way they're burning right now because I don't think I believe this anymore, you know?
Yeah, like it can't be loving, right? To give that picture of, your loved ones in some faraway dimension burning in eternal fire. But
Yeah.
like, have you noticed like the fact of like even when you did believe that concept, there was no like devastating feeling like at first, like when the person died, the grief along with that thought, sure, but as you go on in life, you're not like devastated that somebody's somewhere burning forever.
I'm so
Have you
glad you
have you
said
noticed
that.
that feeling isn't there?
I'm so glad that you said that because it's like feeling heard. Because I've thought, wow. And as much as we believe this, wow, because people are not out here screaming and crying on the streets because they know in their heart of hearts that their loved ones are going to go to hell. And why are we not screaming and crying over that? And I had a conversation with one of my friends before my newfound position of, I guess, deconstructing. And we had this conversation, and I said, we know God's real. We know hell's real. Why are we not sticking to the Bible and how it says to live? Why do we live how we want to live? And that kind of correlates with thinking, but if we feel that way and we know in our heart of hearts that God is real and hell is real, why are we not literally losing our minds, not dissecting every word of this Bible and trying to avoid this place? And after this new position that I'm in, that's something that I've been definitely like thinking about because it's mind blowing to think that, like, and I say that when I said that, I told my friend that we know God is real, we know hell is real. I'm not in that position anymore because, like I said, I am deconstructing. But yeah, I'm glad you said that because that's a very good point.
Yeah, because we really should be like screaming our asses off, right? If we really believe that our loved ones are somewhere like dying, like burning forever. And then some believer will say, well, that, God takes away the pain, of that. Like, if that's the case, then where's the threat,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And it kind of put me in the mind of, like, when they say that Adam had one commandment and he couldn't follow that commandment, right? And the threat was, according to some Christians, that if he ate from the tree, that he would die in 1,000 years, because one day, one human day, is 1,000 years to the God, right? Well, one God day is 1,000 years to the human. Let me correct that. One of God days is 1,000 years of our years, and so, like, think about a human lives on average 80 to 100 years here. And so, if we're told from the time that we're, maybe 2, 3 years old, that's too young. Maybe we learn the concept of hell at like 5, maybe.
Yeah.
So from 5 years old until 80, right? It's the equivalent of the 1,000 years that Adam is told, if you eat from this tree, you're gonna die at 930 years. And Christians saying, oh, he had one thing to do, and he couldn't do that, and that ruined it for the rest of us. It's the same thing, because in Christianity they say that the only thing you have to do is believe that Jesus died on the cross for your sins, right? And that will keep you from going to hell. But humans still have a hard time even just believing that, right?
Yeah. For sure.
And not going to hell,
Yeah.
right? Like, for me, it doesn't make sense that a benevolent God would say, well, since you didn't believe or didn't care that you were going to die in 930 years and you ate that fruit, I'm going to curse you, and I'm cursing everybody in the that comes after you, and they're going to suffer, and they're going to, do have sicknesses and death and famine and demons and all of this, because you didn't believe that you was going to die in 930 years.
Yeah. And that blows my mind. That's one thing that blows my mind is, I guess, just like the general concept of all the concepts and people perceiving these concepts as nothing that should be questioned or scrutinized or thought about, or that is just perceived as utter truth. And the thing that you just described, I mean, yeah, it's such a blatant contradiction. It's like, it's obvious, but I believe people are too afraid of hell to even remotely begin to question that stuff. And personally, I think I'm in this position not so much, or I'm in this position because of how worthy everything is to be questioned, but more so, I don't feel like God has given me any reason to, like, be like, well, hold up. There is a God out there and he is worth defending because he has done things for me. I feel like the most tangible experience that I've had with God, other than what could be considered a placebo in church. I mean, I've been in church. I've been in Pentecostal churches. I've seen people get the Holy Ghost. I've felt that presence. But aside from that, the most tangible thing I think in my life was I was in the car with my grandmother going down a straight shot road, and it was storming so bad, and I was scared. And she had this little pendant, angel pendant thing hanging on her sun visor, and it like fell into my hand like perfectly. And I was like, thank you, God, that was really cute. And I was a teenager then. Now being a full grown adult, I'm like, so that's the best I get after all the time that I prayed and stuff and felt ignored and never questioned you for that. The best I get is you throwing a pendant in my hand. But I will admit, I was a lukewarm Christian. I had the mindset of one day I'll do it. One day I'll stick true because I really don't want to go to hell. So, I mean, one day I know I'm going to stick true. And so I'll admit I was a lukewarm, but still, I mean, it doesn't matter because lukewarm or not lukewarm, this shit is like so questionable.
I think, like, it feels good to have the thought of, these big entities in another world that can make things happen for you in this world that you feel powerless to make happen,
Yeah.
right? As a parent, I don't know, are you a parent?
No, no, no.
Okay. Do you have siblings?
I do.
Okay. And when your siblings are out and about, right, like they're not with you all the time, right? And feeling like that you can just say something, right? Like, please watch over my brother and my sister to make sure that they're okay, right? And that gives you some comfort to believe that there is this, these entities or this big entity out walking with your brother and sister, and if something were to come to harm them, that the entity's going to block it,
Yeah.
right? It's the stories that we tell ourselves to help us get through the day
Yeah.
and deal with it with with the peace of mind, the things that we just feel powerless to do for ourselves as a mortal. I think that's why we see so many superhero shows,
Yeah.
why we see so many shows where somebody has found out that they are a witch and they have these secret powers, right? Or there's a group of misfits who have come across these secret powers, and these people with secret powers help solve some big issue that's in the world. Like, we do wish we had these powers because there are things in our world that we feel powerless.
That's a really good point because I think that's a good thing to correlate with the idea of why people have God in their lives, why people create that deity image because for however they do it, because people can't conceptualize that there could be nothing after this, and people do need a savior, and people do need that to rely on and crutch on because recently, very recently in the past week, I had an aunt that had a health issue, and I was like, wow, any other time I would have been calling on God, but I just don't feel the need to right now. I feel like she's going through this, and if something happens, God's not going to pull me out of this because he never has. And I don't want to discredit anybody. I have guilt for saying that because whatever, but that's just how I feel. And recently I just had a friend who, is a Christian. She just lost her grandmother, and she said, I just don't understand because the Bible says it takes a mustard seed, and we all had faith that he would pull her out of this, and she died. And I'm like, I didn't know what to say because she knows that how I feel and da 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 da, and it's just a hard situation. But it's just, I feel like more and more people are starting to be like raising their eyebrow in a way, I guess. I think that's definitely a move that's going on, is people are starting to raise their eyebrows. And yeah, people, I think it's not really a hard thing to accept that, wow, humans need this crutch, humans need this savior, and it's not like totally irrational that humans have created such a thing and believe in it.
And I think it's like it's the thing that it's the reason that it's exists today. It's not necessarily for that though, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what the huge problem is, because there are people who recognized that if they can get a human to believe that there is a immaterial deity, right, that's watching their every move, then it's easier to control them as a society,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
right?
That's definitely an aspect of it, I think, especially like for the past and a big chunk of the evolution of religion and its involvement in society and things.
And it might be like there might be people who otherwise would be out here being serial killers if they didn't believe that a God was going to judge them when they die.
I'm afraid so. And it's crazy to think that, I don't know, it's just, I feel like, I mean, that's so true, but like, it's so against the word and how you're supposed to be and things like that. But yet, people, I don't, it's so hard to explain, but like everything you're saying, I agree with, and it makes so much sense. But
There was somebody in the Discord said that religion makes bad people good and good people bad.
oh yeah, like I said earlier, I was raised in the Bible Belt. I've seen it all. I know that's so true. There are some people that just, I think it's a lot of self righteousness, religion. I feel like it's just a way for people to feel like they're doing the right thing and maybe even feel like they're better than some people. And it feels good for them to feel like, well, I know I'm going to heaven and all that good stuff. And I just feel like, I don't know, it's just all low key ridiculous.
Yeah, and I think people think that I think that is all ridiculous, and not necessarily. That's why when Rocky said that deconstruction doesn't necessarily mean no God, because I recognize, right, that some people need the idea of having a God watch over them,
Yeah.
or the idea of believing that they're going to see their loved one again one day, and they don't necessarily understand the concept of you can basically tell yourself whatever you want to tell yourself and nobody can tell you that it ain't true, just like we just saw our first demon slayer. Right, he's convinced that he can slay demons, therefore he started a whole entire business doing so, and is apparently getting recognition for the demon slaying that he's doing. Like, I mean, if you can tell yourself whatever you want to tell yourself and nobody can tell you otherwise. So you don't necessarily have to subscribe to the version, right, of the God that other people are trying to force you into. I think if more people focused on how they show up in society and how their actions affect them and how it affects other people, then we probably wouldn't necessarily need a demon slayer.
Exactly.
Because I think people would be less likely to be violent in nature. But it would, like you, like if human respect was the superior ethical framework, then that would be widespread inclusiveness and equality, right? And it wouldn't be that hard of a thing to achieve.
Yeah.
But because there are so many different religious doctrines, people fight over whose doctrine is more superior, a more superior, framework to live by. The doctrine is very subjective. Like even with the human respect, there's subjectiveness in that too, because you have to rationalize to come to safe morals, right, for humanity. But when you have a religious doctrine, the hard thing about that is that it's subjective but appearing to be objective, or teaches that is objective but it's subjective in nature, because it depends on the interpretation of a specific religious text, and needing for everybody to adopt that one specific interpretation in order for it to take on objectivity. And that's rarely accomplished within one specific religion, which is why you have different sects of a religion and different denominations of a religion. And so it
Like
just makes it really hard
like
and creates a lot of
45,000.
harm.
It does create a lot of harm, and it's ironic because I think that it does create a lot of harm because, and I think 45,000 denominations speaks for itself, and this it's a race for a lot of people to be the right one, and it has a negative impact on society. And um I think that like the demon slayer dude is like a good telltale sign of somebody reacting off of the crazy that is in the world, but giving credibility where credibility isn't due. We're not giving credibility to the real problems that we face on this earth, but we're putting it off on a demon slayer, and these issues are not actually getting resolved. And I think that that's one of the negative impacts of religion in society, is just creating this facade of not dealing with things in the way that they need to be dealt with.
Like, what would a all powerful, omniscient, omnipresent deity need with a puny mortal by the name of Alexander to enforce that everybody would bow to it? Like, why would this all powerful deity need Alexander to tell other mortals that they're going to bow to this all powerful deity?
That's another thing that I've wondered about. Like, just that's so it's something that I've noticed is like all these people in the comments, but where he's how are you going to create the universe but need people in a comment section to defend you? No offense. This is such a
That's a real question, though.
yeah, and it's something that I've noticed with people over the past, like, I guess, year. It's like, why are you praying for people? Why are you shouting the word of God? Because it's just our
Like, they're the
story.
most hateful people. Like, saying that like they said about the LGBT, like they just wrote that in there, right?
I know
They're
there
hateful,
there are no
but
words for that.
yeah, but they will swear their God is love, that their God is peace, but it does not produce that in them.
No, and they know that. They know that that's what they're supposed to be doing, but they don't care. And this is just, it's been such a crazy year for me because I mean, I never thought I would see myself in this position of scrutiny and questioning, and but here I am, and it's like a boiling pot, and I'm just like, I can't deal with it anymore. These people people are just too much, and these people that take religion and say things like what this person just said in the comments, I don't even know if that, like, if that person's being real. There are no words for that mindset.
Yeah,
If
they're a flat earther, Bible literalist, uh, bigoted Christian.
oh my god, my 14-year-old cousin, he when he's on TikTok, he has his volume all the way up, and one of the TikToks that popped up was like, here are one of the reasons why Earth is flat, and we can prove it, we know it. And I was like, oh my god, turn that off, please. And I just, it's just, religion definitely
Like,
as
what do they need to prove? Why do they need to prove that the Earth is flat? Like, what is it gonna do for them if
I
they?
think because that's all they can do. It's all they can only claim and make you feel like it's true by saying, well, there is evidence and here is why. But it's never substantial, it's never concrete. It's always, I don't know. You know what I'm saying, because you run these lives and you talk to these people and all that, and you just
Like usually it's a like, oh, the Earth has to be flat because XYZ, or so that XYZ.
all while there's so many other XYZs that go against that and prove otherwise, but they don't care. It's crazy.
Like, do they think that if the Earth isn't flat, that means that there's no God? Like, if
Oh
the Earth
yeah.
isn't flat, then that means like what? Like what? I don't get it. Like, they spend so much energy on trying to prove that, and I don't understand the, like, that. Will it debunk their God if the Earth isn't flat?
I feel like I can relate to that because I know how it feels to be like, well, this has to be true. I know it's outlandish and I know it's out there, but it has to be true because it's God. And when it comes to God, it's going to be true. And that's all there is to it. And there's no need to question it because one, you're not supposed to. And two, it's God. Why would you? I don't know. That's how I felt for so long, but I just can't anymore. I'm afraid that I can't anymore.
The difference chamber line, Owen, is that I tell you why I do it, right? I do these lives because I care more about how you people with belief systems interact in society, and your harmful belief systems, right? How they have affected other humans. So I give you the reason why I do the lives. and I spend energy on the things that I care about. I don't have a problem saying that. I've also told you over and over again, I don't give a fuck if your God exists or not. So I do not try to disprove whether your God exists. I just very confidently say that I don't believe in your God. What the fuck are you? What's your point? He says you can ask questions, but you go search the answers from experts. Do you want me to get the answers from you, Chamber? Like, are we supposed to come get the answers from you?
I don't know why people have such a hard time grasping that people have these conversations and take it as some sort of got you when they pointed out that you're having that conversation.
They
Because
don't.
it's
They don't like that. I don't. That when I do ask the question, I don't arrive at the answer that they've created for themselves.
that. I'm afraid.
Evidently, you do, Chamber. Ever fucking didnly you do. Like, it's interesting to me though. Like,
It is.
y'all. Well, I'm saying, like, they'll come here, right? They'll sit in the comments, and complain, right? They don't like the fact that I don't think like them. I don't believe like them. I have conversations about the religion that I was brought up in, that I'm deconstructing from. But they'll sit here and fucking complain about it, right? Instead of coming up and having a conversation, right? Get understanding why the people in this room do what we do.
Oh, yeah. I would love to see more people come up and actually have these conversations instead of being like, that's all you do is talk about God. But, like, why not? Because, first of all, a lot of us are deconstructed and or deconstructing and all that. And it is religion is such a huge ingrained part of society. So people talking about it, especially people who were Christian, it's not so uncommon. It's not worthy of
They're
topping
too
these
selfish to
comments.
see that. They're too selfish to see that.
But
But
it's
you said you spend all your energy trying to debunk God. You don't remember typing that? And like, if for you to think that I spend all my energy, that means you must spend a good amount of time with me. Although you don't like what I talk about. So the real question is, why do you spend your energy, right, listening to me trying to debunk your God? That's the bigger question.
I would love an answer for that one. These are things that I've definitely noticed over the past year and been curious of these people's mindsets. No offense to anyone, but like just humans are so interesting. I don't know. It's just
Then how do you know if you're just passing through, right, and you can't partake in my insolence? How the fuck do you know that I spend so much of my energy trying to debunk God? How do you know that then, Chambers?
And is that the way you perceive it? It's like, is that all it is to you? Is this is all anybody up here wants to do is debunk God, when really it's just, if you would listen to the words people are saying, it's more than that.
Cursing hurts you, Chambers? Cursing hurts you? Like, it makes you feel some type of way?
We're all adults. We can curse, and if you don't like cursing, you know how to leave the law. That's for anybody. It's just that doesn't add up.
The whining, like, I just, if you, yes, that is my state of mind. I done fucking told you, like, I love cursing. If you can't deal with it, you get the fuck out. Like, literally at the top of the post, Chamber, at the top of the post, it says, I match energy. I say curse words. Like, you were warned as soon as you so-called just happenstance to scroll on this live. Now, it's not my fault, okay, that you did not read, that you did not heed the warning. You who walk around with this big God with you, with this Holy Spirit with you, right? With this Jesus with you, did not heed that warning.
Curse words is like, what?
They act like sometimes like when they come in here doing all the fucking whining about grown ass adults saying curse words. They act like they don't know how to say, "Oh, I don't like this type of language, so this space is not for me. Let me move on."
Yeah.
But they feel so entitled, right? Because their pastors have told them that they are the standard of morality for society. So they feel so entitled to tell other people how they should talk, how they should live, right?
Yeah.
And they can't. There isn't a moment where they can't say, you know what, that ain't none of my damn business. That ain't none of my business. Let me move on.
I know it. And this comment that he just made reminded me of something that I wanted to say earlier. That how I was saying how it's hard. Do you want to respond to that first?
Oh, I ain't giving no damn about that.
Good, good. There ain't no
Yeah.
sense in it. Ain't no sense in it. But anyways, the comment that he just made reminded me of how I was saying I went from trying to conceptualize the fact that people are in hell to conceptualize, wow, that's not love, but and the conversation that correlated with that I had with my friend being like, we know hell is real, we know God is real, to being like, I don't think we're losing our minds and crying and dry heaving and having a breakdown over the fact of the idea of people burning forever, because somewhere deep inside they say, you know, God is real. But I think that that's because we don't know God is real deep down inside. That's why we're not losing our minds, because somewhere deep down inside we just don't believe it. That's
Yeah, I
only
think so too. Like think about it. Like when they like get to the funeral, the pastor will say something like, "This ain't Johnny's. This message ain't for Johnny. Johnny already gone. This for the one. Those of you that are already here. They ain't saying from the pulpit, Johnny in hell. Johnny burning in fire. Like they ain't saying that. They're saying they won't preach on Johnny. They'll preach to you that are still alive, right? Or they'll put Johnny in heaven. He lived a good life. Johnny was the type of person that he give his shirt off his back, knowing damn well Johnny robbed somebody and that's how he died. Like they don't necessarily deal or face hell at the point of death,
I
because
think
I think that they don't actually believe it, or they know how fucked up it is for a family member who just lost somebody to be thinking about their family member being in hell. And so like if a human can see the harm in that thought, like why the fuck wouldn't a benevolent, all-knowing God?
that's there is not an ounce more of truth to that, because there is no there's no other way around it other than that, because there is no excuse for that. There's literally no excuse to amount to the justification of a soul never ending torture. There's just, and that's one reason why I am in the position that I'm in, because I cannot reconcile with that, because it just, to be in a position to do whatever you want, to and be able to do whatever you want, and to be, I guess, the epitome of love and pure perfection, but somehow create evil and hell and Satan and people that you know are going to go to hell but somehow end up in hell, da 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 da. We all know the spiel. It's
Think about this. Judas, right? The fact that this God, their belief is that this God creates every human being, right? And I've tried to talk about this with believers before, but they don't necessarily engage with with this conversation. But so the God formed Judas and put Judas in his mama's womb. As he's forming Judas, he sees Judas's life, right? Because he's all knowing.
yeah.
He's also designated Judas to be a part of his plan, right? And Jesus being sacrificed to save the world from their sins. He's the purpose of him creating Judas is for this purpose. He knows, right, that he's going to send Satan or Satan to possess the body of Judas to make Judas betray Jesus. He knows while he's creating this baby that Judas is going to feel guilt from that action and take his own life. And he knows that after that everybody in the world is going to call Judas a child of the devil or a child of perdition.
Yeah.
But he created Judas for that purpose. And it's Judas's fault, not the God's fault, for creating him to do this thing, creating him so that he self-exterminates, and creating him to be a child of evil.
And it don't make sense. It doesn't make
None.
sense. You can't justify it. You can't justify it because one of God's biggest attributes is things that contradict any reason to do any of these things, because he shouldn't be doing it because of the attributes that he has, because they don't add up. There's
I
no
don't.
excuse for it.
They always say, "Oh, he had free will, or he had a choice," and then I'll ask, could Judas choose to not make God's plan fail to save the world? They'll say no. He couldn't make God's plan fail, but then they'll still like be adamant that Judas had a choice. Then they'll also say that he had free will, but and will it completely ignore where the text says Satan entered Judas and sent Judas to betray Jesus. If something is influencing you, right, or possessing you, or making you do a thing that you otherwise would not do unless that thing influenced you or possessed you, then you can't say that it's his free will. You can't say that he had a choice. But it's your God's plan, Tasha. That's what you don't understand. Your God had a plan from the foundation of the world. From the beginning of the world, his plan was that Jesus died for the sins of the world. That was his plan. It was decreed. It says in the New Testament. That means a decree is a divine order. If it's decreed from the beginning of the world, and that was his plan, and he creates all humans, Satan, according to your God, has to ask permission to do something, right? There is never a time in this book where the Satan is doing anything on his own that your God didn't tell him to do. So there is no reason, right, for anybody to think that Satan possessed Judas on his own, or that Judas was in control of his body, or that any of this was not a part of your God's plan. And if Judas had free will and he did this on his own, then you should be thanking Judas for your God dying for your sins, not your God. Because your God did not lay down his life. He ran. Judas turned him in. You should be grateful to Judas that you have salvation, not your God.
I never thought of it that way. Wow.
Marissa gave us that perspective, that he literally ran. He did it, like he says that he laid down. No greater love than this has a man, that he laid down his life for a friend. So he's saying that he laid down his life. And then he says in John that he laid down his life so that he can take it back, right? So he's claiming that he laid down his life voluntarily, But him running to the Garden of Gethsemane and then telling them, let's go before they come, before they find us, he ain't lay down nothing.
No.
He got caught. He got betrayed.
And it just don't make any sense. Any logical sense. It doesn't make logical sense. That's the kind of sense that it doesn't make is logical, because it's like a household of a mother and a father and kids, and the father goes irate and creates problems and mayhem and pain, and then says, but I did it for the better good. And then you think, but you didn't have to. There wasn't any sense in it, but you did it, and you could have not done it. And yeah,
What
what?
what purpose, Sandra, did he have to do before he died? What did he where did he fail at that? What didn't he get to do before he got turned in? Sandra, is this something that you just told yourself, or do you have proof that he had something else he had to do before he died that he failed at? I want to know what other purpose was he supposed to do before he died?
It's things like this that never into 45,000 denominations, I think,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah.
Because, I mean, all these reasons that people come up with and try to justify and all that. I am going to have to drop down. I want to close by saying, if you are deconstructing and you have left Christianity, don't forget, since we had the conversation about funerals, it reminded me, don't forget to have the conversation with your families that if you don't want a preacher at your funeral, have that conversation. And the people in here, the people who are in here that perceive these conversations as attacks, you should stop, because it's not that. Stop taking these conversations as judgment. I mean, it is judgment, because people are, I don't know. It's not that kind of judgment, though. It's not the attack that people make it out to be, and I wish people would see that. They're not going to, though. I know they're not going to. I can say that. I could get on here and say that every day. It's not going to stop. But
They think you can't see air. They're not. They're not going to see what you're trying to get them to see. They think that you cannot see air.
they think there is no air.
No, they think there's air. They think you just can't see it.
True. I mean, it's hard. It's so hard to reason with some people, and it's almost impossible. And some people refuse to see air. Simply put it, some people won't do it, and it's not good for them. It's not good for the people around them. It's important to question these things, because religion is a big part of society, and
It's
if you're
not a
not,
good analogy, Tasha, because you can see air. It's not. You can see air, love. That's not a good analogy.
wait, did she use air as the air thing of? I love that one. I love that one. But
Thank you so much for coming up. I'm sorry. What was your name again?
Jesse,
Jesse. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate the conversation.
and thank you for the platform, and thank you for what you do, and thank you for being resilient.
Thank you so much.
And I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Sandra, can you answer my question? I would like to know what other things Jesus was supposed to do that he didn't get to do before he died. That you said that he wasn't running, trying to be like get to safety. What else was he supposed to do? Kaisha?
Yes, how are you?
I'm good.
So,
Welcome back.
thank you. I stuck around because I just like the energy here. So I really stuck around. My phone died initially when I got down, but then I got it back up. So I wanted to come on topic this time. I had just woke up earlier when I came in. So I see that the energy led me here. So
That's okay. I am so sorry. Give me just 1 second. It is
sure.
It is Sheba. I've been calling you Sandra. I don't know why the fuck when I see your picture, Sheba, I just see Sandra. But yeah, Sheba. I want to know what else Jesus was supposed to do. Okay. Nobody like what the fuck? Why would we be talking about the Big Bang, Tasha? Talking about the Big Bang for what? Oh, sorry, Kaisha. Go ahead.
No worries, no worries. So I'm totally in deconstruction mode. Little bit background, I grew up as a PK, so it took a little bit of time. Like it was always something that I questioned as a child, because my mom was a fanatical Christian growing up. But the man that the other man was talking about earlier, his name was Carlton Pearson. And Carlton Pearson, he did have a television show. He just recently passed away, I think about a year and a half ago. And he was he was like the TD Jakes of the 80s or whatever. And when he came into his enlightenment, he was pretty much like he went from a TD Jakes status to being called a heretic. And then when at his funeral, everybody want to show up at his funeral because he was a great philosopher, right? So if he was a great philosopher, they didn't like the fact when he started critically thinking, right? And one of the things when going to church growing up, most people learn John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, and whosoever loved him, believeth in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. But for me, my first scripture for the church that I grew up in was study to show study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. So that was my first scripture. And because my mom was a fanatic, we really had to live by that. So just think of me being 6, 7 years old and really using critical thinking skills in a church of like 12,000 people, right? That was always a thing. Like I was always kind of like a little bit of a rebel, because when I started reading and researching and reading all these other different texts, and we had to do hermeneutics. We had to learn about Islam. We had to learn about Jehovah Witness, Mormon, because we actually used to go street witnessing. So we already know that for in the Bible it says, with love and kindness have I drawn thee. So we didn't do it in an attack mode. We did it in a way of being able to have constructive conversation. So fortunately enough, the church I grew up in had us use critical thinking skills. However, it was still the indoctrination of bringing them to Christ, right? So because of my critical thinking nature, even outside of that, to make a long story short, I always felt like in Genesis and Exodus and always, through the Old Testament, that God was a little bipolar. How did he create? How did he get jealous? How did he trick a prophet into about to kill his kid for him to learn a lesson? And that did not make sense to me, growing up. And I would say, and then the mere fact that you have us drinking imaginary blood and eating imaginary flesh, when in Genesis 1, it told you that the meat, the nuts and the grass and all that stuff was supposed to be your meat. So it's like, wait a minute, like all these things were just the things that make you go, And then I kind of always had that in the back of my mind. But of course, as you start getting into your teenage years, you start critically thinking, like, why am I here in school for 12 years, for most of the day of my life? Like, that bothered me because I was very entrepreneurial. So I just felt like school was a waste of time. So, when you start thinking about stuff, you always look like the outcast, the misfit, when you're just asking simple questions. Then when you find out that Rockefeller has this thing that he wants a world of workers, not thinkers, then that really starts making you think, right? So having these critical conversations should be the first thing that you just ask yourself. But the people that are saying the things in the comment, I would say, I'm 50 now, but when I was in my 20s, it used to pain me to hear things, even though I critically thought. So I'm just giving these people some grace is what I'm saying. Is because of the programming. And even if you can critically think, when you have that level of programming, it's still hard for them to deconstruct that, right? Because it's like, if they don't react the way that they're reacting, they're going against their belief system, as they would say. But when you find out that the word believe means you really don't know, or you're being lied to, and in the word believe is the word lie, and when you get into etymology of things, then that really deconstructs you further, right? So I just think it's real important for these kinds of conversations. So I just want to say thank you. I've really been enjoying the conversations that you have. And I just think it's, hold on, it says, do you not realize everyone worships? It doesn't matter if you have
It's okay.
religion.
Don't worry about the comments while you're on
Okay.
stage. Yeah.
Yeah. I try not to read comments because I don't really get on too many stages anymore, because I critically think about things, right? Because if they really knew that the Bible is about banking, that's a whole nother thing. This whole society is literally built upon banking, enslavement, mental programming. That's why you watch programs on the television and you're surfing medium channels. Like, they don't realize they're doing magician stuff just looking at TV. they getting magician just looking at TV. So, but because we were born into the society that we're in, not realizing 80 years ago, the way life is now did not exist then. So it hasn't even been that long that we've been this program. We're literally walking zombies, most people. So when they're coming up against you, it's a knee-jerk reaction from programming. So, I just wanted to kind of throw my 2 cents
fight
in.
to stay programmed because
Yes,
they don't think
they
that they
want to
are.
be enslaved. They really want to be enslaved mentally, because they're used to being told what to do, and they don't want to take accountability for their actions. This is all about accountability. Like, I have a book I wrote on manifestation. And one of the things in manifestation is first off being accountable. Of course, waking up with gratitude, but so as a man thinketh, so is he. So if you want to use the Bible, right, we can deconstruct that too, right? And so as a man thinketh, so is he, and out of the mouth come life and death. So if you're thinking about those things, that's what's going to happen. You think about the things that you want, not about the things you don't want. So if you're young and you everybody got to think about this. It has been a time in your life where you really wanted something and you thought really, 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 really hard about it. You thought really, really, really hard about it. And it came true. It manifested itself, right? It was that feeling that you got on the inside, and then you had to hold on to that feeling for it to now appear. Don't that sound more like so as a man thinketh, so is he? And even in the Bible, you can also deconstruct that when God made us in his image, right? If God made us in his image, then that means what? We're a creator. So that means you're creating the realities and the things that are happening in your life. So instead of
I
calling
think
it
that's still like
atheist,
a hermeneutics
yes,
approach to
yes,
the scripture.
absolutely, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just
Let me say something real quick. So I know a lot of people, like with the Rockefeller thing, I saw a few comments about it. So there, Rockefeller, like there's nothing that actually says that Rockefeller said that, but I think what people are really thinking about is what Andrew Carnegie said, right?
Andrew Carnegie, yeah, because he
Yeah.
followed him, so that's where he made it popular. But he was a follower of Andrew Carnegie. He actually was like obsessed with Andrew Carnegie, which is how he got into foundations and things. So, yeah,
Yeah.
I
So
agree.
I think most people
Don't know
attribute that
that.
to,
Hmm.
yeah, like, 'cause
Hmm. Hmm.
like Rockefeller saying that he doesn't need a nation of thinkers, he needs a nation of workers. Um, I don't know that he actually said that. Like there
Hmm.
isn't anything that said that, but I do know that Andrew Carnegie had that mindset,
That
like that.
mentality,
Yeah,
yes,
that
yes.
inequality was necessary for capitalism to succeed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So just know that the real masterminds, like they really Rockefeller was kind of a disciple of Andrew Carnegie. He actually, if you actually went back and studied him, I don't know how far that you did or didn't study about him. No, you're correct. Andrew Carnegie is the one who said it, but Rockefeller who popularized that saying. So in all intents purposes, I just use that. But because we know it was five men who shaped the reality that we have now: Andrew Carnegie, um,
Adam Smith.
Rockefeller. Yes. What's the other guy's name? The Guggenheim Institute, Morgan, of course, the Rothschilds. We know. I wasn't going to get that deep into the Zionists and all that, the Jesuits, and how they're all the same people and all that kind of good stuff. I was going to try to stick on topic, but yes, I agree. But they definitely popularized the programming that we're doing. I mean, then we can get into the phosphorus mines, and the byproduct of phosphorus is fluoride. Fluoride is in every freaking thing that we eat: water and toothpaste and and wheat is a byproduct of phosphorus and fluoride, and so is oats and all that kind of stuff. We can go deep, deep, deep if we want to. But
No,
I was trying to
I
stay kind of
typically stay away
surface.
from. Yeah,
I wanted to
I'm not
stay
a
surface.
conspiracy. Yeah, I'm not a
Yeah,
conspiracy
and
theorist
you
person.
and you know what? And I'm with you because it's like you say earlier. Some things are just is what it is when you get down to the real information of it. But let's stick to the topic of the God of the Bible
Like
in the
I
Old
do think
Testament and
that
things.
religion is used by, or not even necessarily used. I think that a lot of corporations back uh, religion because it does keep people in a specific place of thought, right? And it's easier for them to um, not have people who critically think, because then propaganda,
Mm-hmm.
marketing doesn't
Mm-hmm.
necessarily work the way they need it to work. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's like it's beneficial. And I get like we know for a fact that there is a push to push children out without them having basic skills of math and reading.
Mm-hmm.
Um, with I don't even know what they're calling this new thing. It's not the No Child Left Behind anymore, but they're not failing children anymore, and they're passing them on to the next grade, even if they don't have the basic skills, and they're only going by the test, right? Like their
What a shame.
TCAP test. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and so a lot of kids are graduating without even knowing how to form a proper sentence or write a paragraph, and I see it happen. And so that that's not a conspiracy. Like I know children that have graduated and they've skipped every damn day of school, damn near. And then when
Mm-hmm.
it comes to their senior year, they're walking across the stage getting a diploma, and you're asking yourself like, how did that happen?
Yeah. And then meanwhile, if you want to homeschool your child, they'll say that that's not good when you're actually giving them real information that's usable information. Being an entrepreneur, being able to write taxes and write in cursive and fucking read a clock, not just the digital numbers. Some kids don't even know how to tell time on a watch.
Yep. Somebody did an experiment. Some kids don't even know their fucking addresses.
Shut the front door.
Seventh graders, like a whole classroom, more than half of the classroom did not know their home address.
Wow. And they don't even understand, like, that's just the most basic. I mean, my 2 year old cousin knows how to say her address and her phone number to her mom. That's crazy. But it starts at home. The problem is that we've allowed school and church to raise our children
Yeah.
and not us.
Or like the lack of education or critical thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Like we kind of do have this thought of like, go to school because it's, the thing to do. And then some people see it as like, this is while I work, I need a babysitter. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then, some parents don't have the level of knowledge to be able to help their children with their work, or they may be
Mm-hmm.
working all the time and they, don't have time. And so they're trusting that, the child is getting what they need at school. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have, it's like, okay, go to school. And then the next thing, get a job.
Get a job.
Yeah.
Because it's the programming, you know.
I think it's
And
survival at this point.
it's survival, but it's also programming, because isn't it better that you have people that would be happy with making the most remedial amount of money, so that you're not tapping into my system? Because as I'm growing this behemoth of a rock, I don't want to say that name of the company because that will get shut down. um, you mentioned their name in certain fields, you want to get the live shut down, so I don't want to say certain words. But they literally they want you to own nothing and be happy with nothing, right? Um, so you just be happy if you can eat. You just be happy if you can have a warm bed. Yeah, yeah, that's the person in there. So you know that they do that to inundate you so that you don't have time to think about the conversation that we're having right now. They do all of that so that you don't critically think that it's this that 1% is there for a reason. So it's deep. It's really, really deep.
Yeah. Well, I definitely thank you for
Thank
coming up.
you.
Did you have anything else that you wanted to
No, no, no,
share?
no. I just wanted to say I wanted to redeem myself from waking up and coming into your live earlier to hearing something. And I just appreciate your conversation. That's all. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I hope you have a good night.
Enjoy. Bye bye.
Good day, Kasha. All right, y'all get these likes up to 250. Help Thinker reach her goal of 20 hard hands and share it alive.
Blackberry, hi. How are you? I'm gonna change these questions because, like, I don't think that people are interested in the questions that's on the. I don't know. Maybe I can,
Right.
because I don't know. Um, a lot of the topics that's been discussed are more so like opinion based. Is this is the one I just had up, ain't it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are
Yeah.
like a I don't get into that type of stuff. Um So yeah, I would rather stay away from that. But Blackberry, are you there or did you come up on accident?
Definitely accident.
Okay.
Apologies, everyone.
No
Thank
worries. I'll
you.
take you down. You're welcome. Have a good one.
Yeah, that's sweet.
I don't know. Like, do people like to think, or do you think that thinking is too much work? Maybe feels like too much work? Because like people
Some
say in the
people
comments, or
definitely.
they're like in these comments, that they'll come to my page and say you think too much,
Yeah,
or
that's
like you're an
crazy.
overthinker. So is thinking seen as like, is it too much work? Like, do you think people
Mm-hmm.
would prefer to be on autopilot?
It seems that way. And then even I think it's right up there with reading
Yeah, I
because
know. I
they
know a
don't want
lot
to
of
do
people
that
don't like
either.
reading, huh?
I said they don't want to do that either, so they get it's so many people gotten lazy and they're comfortable too.
Yeah, I don't know, but like, and I can't, like, I love to learn, right? I love to
Mm-hmm.
to grow in thought, right?
Me too.
And I can't stand being around um people who want to talk about like things that are just like very superficial. Um, not that I can't stand being around it. It just bores me to death, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like, I will zone out and like go into a daydream. Um,
Do that all the time.
yeah, and like I don't know if if thinking is seen as a like I by people as a whole, if thinking is seen as something that is fun to do, or as a obligation, like a only do it when it's necessary type thing. Hey, Dr. B, how are you?
The necessary part.
Hi.
Well, how are you?
I'm good. I'm just trying to figure out like if like when people say you think too much or that you are an overthinker, is that, are they saying that thinking is a bad thing, like an unnecessary thing, like only think when you need to think?
They just jealous.
Like, I don't know. Hi, is it no and again?
Whatever. I don't know how to call myself, basically.
You don't know how to call yourself?
Yeah,
How old are you?
23.
Okay, I got to take you down. You have to be 25, okay? You don't know. What do you mean you don't know how to call yourself?
Yeah, that was odd.
Six Pain, hey, how are you?
Hey, how about say my own name? Look at that. I just woke up. Listen, I just woke up. I had a good nap.
It's okay. I call Sheba Sandra.
Ah, hey, Thinker. Hey, Joshua. Or Bowen. Either one.
I'm good.
And everybody on the panel. Yeah, I was agreeing with you on the fact that they don't like to think. Because you ever see the brain rot TikToks? You ever see those?
Uh-uh.
Well, there's a swarm of them, and a lot of people are falling for the brain rot TikToks, or they would prefer the brain rot TikToks because you don't have to really think when it
Is
comes
that
to
like the
like.
eating videos? Is that what you consider brain rot? Or
To me, that is
like,
brain rot because why are you sitting there watching somebody eat? But that's just more of a guilty pleasure for some. It's more like okay, I would rather, for me, I would rather watch like doctors like I don't know, it's like those pimple popping videos where they like kind of like uh pull those things out of their bodies and stuff.
is that brain what?
I think that is brain. It might be brain rot. It's kind of hard to explain because I don't like to watch the brain rot stuff on TikTok. But I think the chat would know. Shoot, what else was I was coming up here for a thing and I forgot. I am so sorry. You can just put me down. I am so sorry. I forgot
It's
it.
okay. Wake up and then come back up. Okay. You
Yeah,
normally come into the chat and say, "I'm alive."
I did.
I didn't see it.
Oh,
I didn't see it. Yeah,
I'm
but
alive,
wake
guys.
up and come back up. Hopefully, someone will come up and wake the conversation up
Yeah.
a little
Okay.
bit. Yeah. So
Thank you.
you're
Bye,
welcome.
friends.
Bye. Dr. Bowen, why is Dr. Kip saying that you got owned
How do I
yesterday?
get down?
Can I get down? Oh, yes, I did. Uh,
What is
uh,
he talking about?
so you're familiar with the YouTuber Praise I Am That I Am? Are you
Mm-mm.
familiar with? He had a conversation with Justin that Justin put up. Anyway, he's been, what shall we say, a longtime fan of me. I did a video back in like 2018 when I first got on YouTube where I kind of critiqued nicely a video that he put up about how to use Bible apps on your phone to check the scholars to make sure they're translating correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Oh, it's really great, taking the initiative, but let's just be careful when we do that, because having a Bible app doesn't mean that you're a translator." Um, he did not care for that. Anyway, it led to a long history, basically about slavery. That he's coming at me pretty hard for the past 5, 6 years. But
Mm-hmm.
yesterday was the most recent video. But it's praise I am that I am, and I think if you type in that and then Joshua Bow and all of the wonderful stuff will come up. He's
You're going in and out. Was he on
he's
Justin Deconstructions live?
yeah, he was
Oh, okay.
maybe a month ago.
And he made a video about you.
Oh, he made a video responding to the video that Kevin did on Paulogia's channel,
Oh, okay.
I guess about a month ago.
I'm gonna have to check it out. Dr. Kip is being messy. He's saying I was so convinced. I'm gonna have to check it out and see. But no, I've not heard of him before.
Just tell him to come. Just tell him to come up here and stop, just yapping about in the chat. Come up, bring that smoke.
Sunny, hi, how are you?
Yeah, hi, how are you?
I'm good.
I've
Are you
listened to you for quite some time now, and this is the first time I've decided to come up.
okay? Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructed, yeah, fully.
Okay.
Now, I was going to respond to your ideas about thinking, and critical
Mm-hmm.
thinking.
Mm-hmm.
As when I first got into the born again experience, of course, I went to reading the Bible and memorizing it and all that whole stuff. But as I grew older, I began to educate myself better. I had really less than a high school education when I first became a Christian. But as the years went by, I went to college and I began to think better. And, but nobody around me in the church was moving on the scale of critical thinking at all. They would move from movement to movement to movement, if you know what I mean.
Like just on autopilot?
Yeah, a movement in Christianity would pop up and they would attach themselves to that movement that would last for however many years the movement will last until the next movement came up. We're talking about whether you're talking about um, uh, Christian Reconstructionism or the charismatic movement or Pentecostal movement. You know, they thousands and thousands and millions, and every person I knew in the church would take what the teachers were saying to them and adopt it as their worldview and wouldn't change until the next movement came along. Then they would memorize that one and act accordingly. But they weren't getting at truth at all. And as I began to grow in my own education, I began to well, first I got frustrated because you know, I would try to discuss, you know, theology and the, you know, the flaws in it, and nobody around me, you know, would it always led to trouble, you know, trouble in the church or trouble with relatives or whatever. So I guess I'm saying to you is that it's a good thing to think. And now I'm fully deconstructed. But it ruined a good deal of my life. I'm talking 20 to 30 years.
Like the deconstruction ruined your life, or
No,
not
no,
thinking,
no.
not having the critical thought.
Yeah, religion ruined my life for 20 to 30 years, and it's a horrible thing when, you know, you have to spend that amount of time to get to a point where you actually know something that's true. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. And the only way
Yeah.
that you can do that is by asking questions and by thinking. But like to see that books are demonized, you know, education is starting to become not necessarily demonized, but made to seem as if it is not that important, if that makes sense. And
Yeah,
then
I got to the point where I inhaled books. I read hundreds and hundreds of books on subject of philosophy, theology, science. And as soon as I moved into the science realm, I was a creationist for a long time. I was actually a religion columnist in Monterey Salinas area, California. I for the major paper there, I was a religion columnist, and I would discuss, you know, social. Um, it, it was called Religion and Society columnist, and I would discuss, you know, how religion interacts with society, and I would pick a subject. Say one of the subjects I wrote about was when California passed a proposition where they wanted state employees to turn in immigrants. And so I took that subject and I just presented the Bible's overall look on immigrants, which is, you know, pro immigrant. And it changed one pastor's mind, and he changed, but he began to go back into legalism, into Christian Reconstructionism. So my columns did affect people, but generally it affected people that were not Christians because I was providing an alternative viewpoint to what Christianity was saying. You know, it took me years, you know, to get to the point where I really understood that I was not going to get anywhere in Christianity, not going to get anywhere in theology. And I had to leave the church, you know, because it was just going to drive me crazy.
yeah, that's understandable, and that's kind of like what we're dealing with here.
Yeah. Now
And
there was
yeah,
somebody talking about truth versus, you know, subjective versus objective truth. Are you familiar with Thomas Kuhn?
no.
Thomas Kuhn is a is a philosopher of science and education. Anyway, he developed what's called instrumentalism. If you Google that definition of what is instrumentalism, you'll get a definition there. When we try to describe things in the universe, our description doesn't necessarily match what is actually there. So truth is on a subjective scale, you know. But there is an objective truth, but it's something that we have to take and describe, and our descriptions may not accurately define what is actually there. And I'm bringing that up merely to say that, I was talking to somebody in the chat about that, and they didn't understand what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I think I was kind of talking about what this earlier this morning before the live ended, and was saying like not to get married to a specific understanding, because as we learn more about ourselves in the world that we live in, then our perspective or understanding of things will shift.
Yes,
And it's when we get dead set on one thing being one thing, kind of like this religion. Like the religion is based off of a specific type of culture and cultural norms and cultural beliefs at a given point in human history.
It should be very apparent to people that even in their theology.
Yeah, give me just a second.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. And oh my God, I'm sorry that I forgot what I was ready to say.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
That's
interrupted.
okay. What was I?
Even people in their own theology, just a simple critical thought is that I'm limited to what I know because I'm studying these people, these preachers that are teaching me across the pulpit, and I'm learning their system of theology. But if I don't know the other systems of theology, how in the world do I think I've got the truth? If I don't know other explanations of the Bible, other hermeneutical systems, then how in the world do I think that I know something is true? In other words, you have to educate yourself. You have to become very widely read in order to even begin to break out and understand your own self and your thought process.
I agree. I definitely thank you for coming up.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
I don't feel like going off on people today. I don't, and goodness gracious alive. If you are a Christian, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Y'all, and I'm trying to open it up a little bit, but let's keep in mind what the purpose of the live is. All right, Orange. Hi, how are you? Okay, I guess you're not there. Let's see. Okay, this user doesn't have a profile. They have, if you don't have a username and you are like a TikTok jail number, I'm not gonna bring you on stage. Just know that. Hi, what's your name? Oh, Jordy.
Yep.
You are a child. I gotta take you down. Okay. You have to be 25 to join the stage. I don't talk to people's kids, so don't come up here if you are less than 25. Thank you. All right, so the guest box is empty. The last person that was in there popped out. If you are a Christian and you are in the comments complaining or talking shit, the guest box is open. If you are deconstructing and you have questions about the deconstruction journey, or something that we have talked about in the text, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. This part of the day is starting to feel like a pool where, like, I don't know what's happening here. Y'all just want to sit here in silence?
That's a shot at me, isn't it?
No. No, I don't, like, I don't know what's happening. It's just been like this week. Normally there's 20, 30 people wanting to come up. I don't know. I
Hello?
don't know. Hi, how old are you?
38.
Okay. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing.
Okay. And what did you want to talk about?
Well, thank you for having me up because I'm very shy when it comes to talking in public, so I'm sorry if I stutter a little bit, but thank you for having me. And I just recently broke up from a 13-year relationship because my ex thinks he's an Israelite. And I
Oh,
don't,
wow. I'm sorry.
yeah. And because I don't believe like he believed, and it became like a struggle and a problem. Even though I think it was the right thing to do, like the relationship was going downhill a long time ago. No reason like he wasn't cheating or talking to me crazy or anything like that. It just went downhill for communication issues and stuff like that. And the more religious he got, the more crazy our conversation got. So it made it harder for our communication. But even though I'm good with us parting ways, I'm trying to figure out a way to like communicate to him like he's not a freaking Israelite. And I don't know how to get that through his head. Like the more I study, the more I listen to you guys, the more I'm doing different things. And when I try to have that conversation with him, it's like he going through like some type of psychosis or something.
Have you brought up the scriptures that gives the ethnicity of the Israelites, of the patriarchs, that they are Mesopotamian?
But in his Mesopotamian is in Africa, so and
No,
he's
it's not. That's Iraq.
well from his understanding.
Why does he think that's in Africa?
I guess he believed that those regions and stuff like that is made up. He also like he contradicts himself just like the Bible. Like you can get a full understanding of nothing because as soon as you tell him something about where he's wrong at, he gives you something else. And he's talking about it's not the whole, like I asked him, do you read the full scripture? Do you know what those words mean? And he said, the Bible says precept upon precept. So he thinks he's supposed to nitpick.
Like, he's quoting a scripture that literally is the Israelites mocking the law of God. Like when they say precept upon precept, like they're mocking and they're saying that his law is too basic.
So how do I get him to understand that?
Like reading it, like if he read the whole entire chapter, like it'll tell him that that's what they're doing. Like if he's got to either be cherry picking that, right?
Yeah.
Or he's read the whole chapter and he's just choosing, right? To not take the entire context.
He's bad at comprehension. Like,
yeah,
very.
thinking is yeah. They
So
believe
what?
that divine interpretation is the only way to read this text, and they don't take historical context into consideration.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Outside of the he don't think nothing outside of the Bible is worthy of even a thought. So like what those that particular scripture, like what should he read from the beginning to the end? So I can
Let me pull it up and we'll go over it together and see if I can help you kind of like get him to see that is about them mocking the law of God.
thank you.
One second. You're welcome. I think it's in Isaiah. I think the words in Hebrew that they use, or I don't even know if these words are in Hebrew, but they kind of say something kind of that sounds funny too, like in the original text. But let's see.
He even ordered books, like he trying to learn Hebrew, but he's too much of a procrastinator and lazy, so he just goes by videos he sees on TikTok and YouTube. But he has like an English Hebrew dictionary.
Okay.
The Bible.
Man, I got. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Here we go. It's Isaiah 28, and it says, "Woe to the proud garland of the drunkards of Ephraim, and the fading flower of his glorious beauty. At the head of the fertile valley, those overcome with wine. See, the Lord has one who is mighty and strong, like a storm of hail, a destroying tempest, like a storm of mighty, overflowing waters. With force he will hurl them down to the earth. Trampled underfoot will be the proud garland of the drunkards of Ephraim, and the fading flower of his glorious beauty at the head of the fertile valley will be like a first ripe fig before the summer. Whoever sees it eats it up as soon as it comes to hand. On that day, the Lord of hosts will be a garland of glory, and a diadem of beauty to the remnant of his people, and a spirit of justice to the one who sits in judgment, and the strength to those who turn back the battle at the gate. These also reel with wine and stagger with strong drink. The priest and the prophet reel with strong drink. They are confused with wine. They stagger with strong drink. They err in vision. They stumble in giving judgment. All tables are covered with filthy vomit. No place is clean. Like you were like, they're talking about the priest of the north. Whom will he teach knowledge, and to whom will he explain the message? Those who are weaned from milk, those taken from the breast, right? Saying like, basically saying like children or infants, like when they are weaned from the milk or taken from the breast, like who's going to understand this? For it is precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little, there a little. And they're saying it like as a way of mocking Isaiah's message. Truly with stammering lip and with another tongue, he will speak to his people, to whom he has said, this is rest. Give rest to the weary, and this is repose. Yet they would not hear. Therefore, the word of the Lord would be to them. So this is the judgment, right? He's saying, okay, y'all want to mock, y'all want to like be silly and play games. Therefore, the word of the Lord would be to them precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little, in order that they may go and fall backward and be broken and snared and taken. So he basically they're gonna he's saying that he's gonna make the word be that way, and they're gonna get it from foreign tongues. You'll see in a minute. Therefore, hear the word of the Lord, you scoffers, who rule this people in Jerusalem. Because you have said, we have made a covenant with death, and with Sheol we have an agreement. Like the covenant of death is they're trying to say that it's the law, right? When the overwhelming scourge passes through, it will not come to us, for we have made lies our refuge, and in falsehood we have taken shelter. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, see, I am laying in Zion a foundation stone, a tested stone, a precious cornerstone, a sure foundation. One who trusts will not panic, and I will make justice the line and righteousness the plummet. Hell will sweep away the refuge of lies, and waters will overwhelm the shelter. Then your covenant with death will be annulled, and your agreement with Sheol will not stand. When the overwhelming scourge passes through, you will be beaten down by it. As often as it passes through, it will take you. For morning by morning it will pass through, by day and by night, and it will be sheer terror to understand the message. For the bed is too short to stretch oneself on it, and the covering is too narrow to wrap oneself in it. For the Lord will rise up as on Mount Perazim. He will rage as in the valley of Gibeon. To do his deed, strange is his deed, and to work his work, alien is his work. Now therefore do not scoff, or your bonds will be made stronger. For I have heard a decree of destruction from the Lord God of hosts upon the whole land. Listen and hear my voice. Pay attention and hear my speech. Do those who plow for sowing plow continually? Do they continually open and harrow their ground? When they have leveled its surface, do they not scatter deal, sow cumin, and plant wheat and rows, and barley in its proper place, and spelt as the border? For they are well instructed, their God teaches them. For deal is not threshed with a threshing sled, nor is a cartwheel rolled over cumin, but deal is beaten out with a stick, and cumin with a rod. Grain is crushed for bread, but one does not thresh it forever. One drives the cartwheel and horses over it, but does not pulverize it. This also comes from the Lord of hosts. He is wonderful in counsel and excellent in wisdom. So as you can see, like, it's not teaching them that they should follow or read the law line upon line, precept upon precept. They're basically saying that the prophets, that like this is they're mocking Isaiah, they're mocking the law, saying that it's basic, and they end up getting a judgment put on them, saying, "Oh, okay,
Punishment.
then this is how you're gonna end up getting the law, line upon line, precept upon precept upon precept, because of your mocking."
So how do you tell them to separate? Like, because we talk about allegory. Like I tell them, like it's allegory. It's supposed to be it's another word I use. But I used to ask them the question, like, how do you separate the difference? Like you choose the stories or the lines that you choose to take literal, or as a story to, give more spiritual meaning. Like, how do you explain to somebody that like,
Like they're doing like a reinterpretation of the text.
yeah, like you would give them a line from the Bible that they don't agree with, and instead of them taking the line for, like, comprehending the line and taking it for what it is, they make up a whole meaning around it. It has, like, literally, like, they make up their own narrative instead of just taking it for what it is. They
No,
choose
I mean, just
literal.
continue to talk logic as much as you can. Try to like walk them through critical thought, right? But what they're doing is something that's always been done, right? With this text is the reinterpretation. Like basically what we do in here, right, is just kind of like have discussions from a place of critical thought and kind of ask now, like, does that make sense, right?
Right.
Yeah, and then try to introduce the historical context into it with as much evidence as possible, if facts matter. And I think you have to, like, first ask yourself if facts matter to the person, because if they don't, then taking that approach is not going to work.
Yeah, I don't think facts matter at all, to be honest. Like, you can tell them something, like when I talked about in the Bible where it said to have the women, the virgin women, and the kids for yourself. He made up a whole story in his head about how he meant to, like, protect them and all. I'm like, where did it say that? And if you read the beginning and the end, it sounded like he was giving them to them to do as they will, because he said it, to do what you will with them. Like, that type of conversation I have.
I'm sorry, say that part again. To do as you
About
will.
when I'm just
His number's 31.
Oh, the virgins.
paraphrasing. Yeah, I was just paraphrasing, like, about take the virgin women, the pretty virgin women for yourself and the children, and do what you will. and destroy and kill all the men and
What is his response to that?
he says that he didn't mean no harm, that they didn't mean no harm. They mean they meant to protect the women and children.
But they killed the little boys, and they killed the women. So
Exactly.
where does he see protection in that?
Non-virgin women.
It says the King James says virgin women children. Like if you
Keep them
look
for
at the King
yourself.
James, huh?
And it said to keep them for yourself.
Yeah, but I think like if I'm not mistaken, I know the King James is what most Hebrew Israelites stick to. And like so, if you go to, I think it's numbers, is it verse 16? I don't know. Wait up. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him. Did I switch to the King James? No. Let me show you. Like the King James, like it's no way to get around
That's what I said.
that. Like when it says women, children.
Yeah, he was basically making it seem like that what they said, what it was said to do as you will with the children and the women, it wasn't a bad thing. It was like basically protecting them and type of thing.
So if you walk down with him, that the little boys were killed,
Right.
the women were killed, and the fathers were killed. How is that protecting the little girls? What protection of the little girls were they giving them?
He was giving the grace to those that were innocent.
What about the little boys?
Exactly.
Did you ask him about the little boys?
You know what? Nope. Because it was so frustrating just having that whole conversation. Because the way it started and the way it ended, it was multiple things that we were talking about, and I got so frustrated. No, I didn't even think to say that.
Think too, like they pay, like, again, like they pay attention to what they want to pay attention to, and they just reject everything else. And
Anything.
then like you can't get past the point where 350 of them, about 350, were given to the God, right? And when they are of nations that are enemies, right, or have been like dedicated to destruction, then they can't work in the temple, right? They can't become slaves in the temple. So when they're given to the God, what did they do with these 350 little girls that was given to the God as a tribute? They're not allowed to work in the temple or become slaves in the temple because they're of enemy territory. So what else would they have done with them when they gave them to the God?
All right. Thank you.
You're
It
welcome.
makes so much sense when with what all you saying, but it's like it's so hard to get those points across because he makes up these things in his head like that has nothing to do with the scripture, and I'm like, what are you reading?
Yeah.
And I'm like, your comprehension. He tell me I'm trying to call him stupid. I'm like, no, I'm not calling you stupid. You just not comprehending, or you hearing what you want to hear, or you seeing what you want to see. And that's how it gets so frustrating because it's like, I'm not calling you stupid.
Do y'all still talk every day even though y'all broke up? Like, let me
Yeah,
ask
I'm
this.
still
Like,
in the process of moving out. Like, I'm
oh,
packing
okay.
everything. I'm like literally my kitchen, everything is packed. But yeah, we still talk. We talk more now since more than we did in the last year. And I think it's because I'm just over it, and I just want to I'm okay with being his friend because I still care about him, and he didn't treat me wrong or anything like that. It's just we are going on different paths and stuff, and I'm in therapy, and so like the more in therapy I am, the more I realize that we're not equally yoked, and he's been saying that That's one of the reasons why we came to the conclusion to not be together. And I wrote down the stuff that he said to me about um what he wanted to, the reasons why, as far as it has to do
What did
with.
he say?
I'm gonna write. I'm gonna let you know. I'm sorry. I write down everything because I got ADHD and I'm like when it comes to remembering certain things. I'm sorry. Okay, he said,
We can't hear you when you leave the app.
I've touched it by mistake. You can hear me now?
Yeah.
He said he wants to be one body with God. He says, we can't be unequally yoked. And he gave me a scripture to tell me what it said in the Bible about us being unequally yoked. He said my belief system is not equally yoked with his. I don't believe in the same things. Basically the same stuff over and over again. His God of the Bible I don't deal with. Having a word, be a doer of the word.
And
He want to be a doer
he's
of the
a
word.
Hebrew Israelite?
Yeah. He wants to be a doer of the word. He want to live dietary laws, meditate day and night, praying more, focusing on studies and becoming more knowledgeable. I laughed at that one. And breaking law when he said he's breaking law because he's unequally yoked, because it says in the Bible.
What law is he talking about when he talks about the unequally yoked? Because unless he's trying to say that you are like an Amalekite or something, um,
You never said
the unequally
that.
yoked is a Christian concept.
And he said he's not. That's another thing. He just not became a Christian like probably a year ago.
But he's a Christian now.
No, he stopped
Oh,
being calling himself a Christian like probably a year ago.
Dr. Barr, is there a unequally yoked law in the Hebrew text?
I mean, he may be referencing like the whole Ezra and Nehemiah putting away your foreign wives sort of
That's the only thing I
idea.
could think, right? Like, unless she's like one of the, he's saying that she's like an Amalekite or something.
If
Like a,
if I could, I know I've given this analogy before, so I'll give it in brief, but I think it might be applicable here. It sort of resonates when you said that he thinks that you're saying he's dumb, or like he's not thinking or something. And I get what you're saying, that that's not what you're saying, but you're just look at what it says. That's not what it says.
Right.
And I think an analogy here might be, um, I used the show Monk, but maybe I should use like Doctor Who. But it all works the same way. In the show Monk, it's a detective show, where, like so many detective shows, in the beginning of the episode, somebody gets unalived, and it looks for all the world like it's Jim that did it. And then the detective Monk comes up and says, no, it's Frank. And everybody looks at him and says, that's impossible. Like Frank was in prison when that happened, or Frank was in space when that happened. Like he couldn't have done it. But you, as the viewer, because you've seen the show before, and you expect that some outlandish suspect is going to be put forward by the detective. Like you expect that all of the data is going to speak against the suspect, right, until the end, because you know the show, you know how it works. And I think in the same way, he's viewing the text through an interpretive lens. He's put a pair of glasses on, And when he views the text, he's looking at it through those lenses. And those lenses say things like, oh, well, I mean, God is good. Obviously, he can't be. You can't be saying that you take the virgin woman for yourself in a bad way. It can't be that. So it's got to be something else. It's got to be something else. And you're looking at it without those lenses, like a normal person, and you're saying, uh, yeah, but it calls them plunder, right? It lists them with the cattle, um, but because those lenses are on, because he's watching that TV show, and I've seen the show before. It can't, like, Monk, the detective, can't accuse the person that didn't do it. He can't get it wrong. It's the whole point of the show.
Exactly. You're supposed to be
And
the smart one.
yeah, and I think in the same way, when he's looking at this, and the analogy that I drew here is if we were watching the television and we didn't know if we were watching a detective show or we were watching the evening news, that would change the way that we view the show or the what we're watching, significantly. Because, if we're watching it as if it's the evening news and the detective comes up and says, oh yeah, Frank did it. And the other detective looks at him and says, yeah, Frank was in space. If that's the evening news, if that's like a real life thing, that detective is getting kicked off the force, right? Or he's being suspended or taken off the case at least because he's accusing somebody that was in space.
If that was real ignorant news, that's no.
Right.
We'll
But
give it them
because it's but because it's
benefit
the
of the
show
doubt.
Monk, that's what we expect. And so I think what you're doing is you're looking at him and saying, hey, we're not watching a television show here. This is the evening news, right? And
Mm-hmm.
he's looking at it through the lens of he's watching a TV show. And so you're in the same way you're looking at the text without this lens on, and you're saying, look, man, like it says here that they're plunder. What does that mean? And he's saying, well, God, I've got these glasses on that tell me that it can't be anything nefarious. Right? There can't be anything
Right.
bad. So it has to be something else.
He make his
And
vision.
I think that I
yeah,
think the unequally yoked thing, because Fisher, I guess, who is probably a Hebrew Israelite, put in the comments about the law, the agricultural law, don't yoke a donkey and a bull together, right? So at that time, right, that law was about agriculture, but because the law isn't in its form, right, in its literary form, it's not relevant to us today, right? They reinterpret that through that lens that Dr. Bowen is talking about to say that it's it means that don't be unequally yoked with another person, right? And that it doesn't mean don't yoke a bull and a donkey together because the workload, it's going to make your workload harder, right? Or donkeys and bulls are different sizes, right? And
Take
therefore
critical.
the lines are not going to be it's not going to be beneficial, right? It's gonna make the art of the act of agriculture more difficult, right?
Mm-hmm.
It no longer applies to agriculture anymore. Now it applies to you as a human or to your soul.
Right.
Is what they're doing. Yeah.
He does that with like, and then I'll point out things. So I will tell me what this means because this don't sound like the all magnificent loving God, and then he'll make excuses for it. He'll talk about everything else but this actual scripture in itself.
I think I hit a nerve. Did I hit a nerve? Yes, Sorrel. Did I make sense? Yesha Yahu Yahasharal. Did I make sense? And I hit a nerve with that explanation because you know that the law that says don't yoke a donkey and a bull is about agriculture. and y'all are making it about humans, and so did whoever read the Hebrew scriptures and said that in the New Testament. What website? You talking about the Bible website? This Bible Gateway. I'm sorry, Sierra. Go ahead. But they'll get upset. He'll get upset at you too if you make sense. Um.
Yeah, and
You know.
I tell him all the time, I say, your guy sounds like a narcissist. I wouldn't want to be, even if it was real, I wouldn't want to be around somebody that's so divisive. Like, you think you somebody special, so you going to be different from the people that's suffering. When you suffering yourself, like, it's crazy to me. And I just don't understand I don't understand the thought process that goes into somebody that will be okay with being a bigot, basically. Everything about you is bigotry. Like, gay people, you don't even understand the text about Sodom and Gomorrah, like, and how they changed it and all the other different things. And when you try to explain it to them, God said, you don't change this, you don't change that, but then you're okay with knowing that they changed it. It's just weird to me. It's just, I don't understand. And only because I care is the reason why I want him to understand.
And the reality is that you might not. He might not ever do that. Like Dr. B said, he's looking at a movie or a TV show and he likes the show, and he's part writer of the show at this point. But he likes the show that he's watching, and so you might not be able to pull him out of that until he makes a decision, right, to come out of that. If you are not with him anymore, like, it might be better for you and your sanity, right? If you just, since you have already separated, right, you might have to set a boundary for yourself. I know you said that he wasn't mean to you and that you still want to be friends with him, but if this is like causing you, stop spamming my comments. I will bring you up when I freaking feel like it.
Yeah, and he takes me to the doctor and stuff. I have lupus, so he takes me to my
Okay.
doctor's appointments and stuff. And where I'm moving is far away, very far away. So he's gonna make sure I get to those doctor's appointments. So I'm gonna have some type of. Usually I'm a cutoff queen. Everybody know me. Like, I'm good for cutting people off, especially when stuff don't make sense and I ain't feeling it. My vibe is thrown off. My peace. I'm a cutoff queen. But like
Are you
he's
able to
like,
set boundaries on this type of conversation and say, hey, I know that you believe that you are an Israelite. You know that I don't believe that you are, but you're not allowed to talk to me about that anymore. And I'm not allowed to talk to you about it anymore. Are you able to set that type of boundary? And do you think
I'm
that
okay
y'all could
with
be
that.
okay with that?
I definitely, he'll be okay with that as well. It's just that I don't want to see him look. I don't want him to see. I care about him being foolish. Like, I want him to don't run himself rapid and crazy with these ideals, because you're gonna end up losing in the end because of these ideals, and you're gonna blame the devil when it's actually you just not using yourself as the leader of your path and the things you need to do in life in order to, be better, be greater. You waiting on somebody else to do it. And you think you somebody special through this, when in actuality, your insecurities is having you hold on to something that's really not there. And it's causing you to, I don't know, mentally disassociate from reality. Like, I'm scared for him. Just to step ahead. Like, I even told him for a minute, like, you sound like an incel. It's some of the stuff they used to say, and I'm trying to get him from there. But maybe I just can't, and I just want to be some type of voice, because he's like a hermit, too. He's very introvert.
How did he
Yeah,
get into Black Hebrew Israelite?
the internet.
Oh, gosh.
He was always into, like, the Bible, because I come from a church family, Coptic though, Coptic and Apostolic, and so I had one side of my family was Coptic and one side was Apostolic, but so when I met him, we used to have like a common ground with that, like with church and conspiracy theories, which is crazy to me too. He's real big on conspiracy theories as well. That's why he like Q and one. Only difference is he ain't a white, well, kind of help with white supremacy, but you know what I mean? White supremacist, white nationalist. Because he can't be, because he black, but he have those weird obsessions and ideals. But that's how we connected off church and conspiracy theories, and then we started dating, and we've been together ever since. Yeah. So we had that in common at first.
I was gonna say, okay, yeah, it sounds like y'all had it in common at first. So, it might be like while, because it sounds like you're transitioning more than he might be, or
He
both of
made some
y'all are in
progress.
some type of transition.
We were talking about we was talking about us separating and stuff like that, and I was asking questions about like what was the, like just like a closure type of thing, and he the way he talked about me was like I was taking him from his faith, and I was a demon. And when I like you come like you seem like I'm a demon. He was like, you putting words in my mouth. I'm just trying to tell you how I feel. And I'm like, he basically described me as a demon. He said I was being manipulative. I was pushing him away from his faith. I was talking bad on his Yahweh, God. It was crazy. It's crazy.
Have you asked him like what, like why he needs to be an Israelite? Like, is he waiting to become a slave master?
Yes. Something in that, because no, he don't say that because I don't fall. I don't play like that. Like, especially like when he used to get like homophobic and stuff like that, I check him. Like, I don't just sit and just let you say what you want to say to me. And that's another thing. That's most of our arguments and stuff came from when when I was calling him a bigot earlier. Like, he don't like me calling him a misogynist and a bigot and these things. So certain things he can't say to me. So he's never said that. But he also says that like we are the chosen guys. They're not talking about all the Christians. They talking about the Israelites. And I'm an Israelite. I said, you okay with God being only choosing you? Like only choosing a certain few, not everybody? So then why would y'all like push y'all law down people's throats then if he's not talking about everybody? He was like, well, that's their problem. Like it's just the stuff that he say is like I'm special. He want to be special.
Then where is his special powers like that? I don't recommend you like take the approach that I would take. But I think that the best thing, right, like is to set the boundary. Like if you truly care about him and he's helping you, right, get back and forth to the doctor, I think that the best advice would to be set that boundary and say, you're not allowed to talk to me about your faith anymore, and I'm not allowed to talk to you about my deconstruction or your faith anymore. And then stick true to that boundary. And I know like it's going to bother you seeing that he still believes in this, but eventually like you'll get to the understanding that he has, like, just like you would want him to respect not trying to push his faith on you, he has the same right to have you not try to push your hope for him to move away from his faith on him. I'm struggling with my words because truth, like understanding the text and its historical context, right, is an important thing.
understand. Like I be trying to help him with that. Like comprehension is not his best, and that's when he started telling me I'm calling him dumb because I try to explain to him he make up like a word to mean this, and he make it that, and I'm like, that's not what that word means. Look it up. He'll look up the word, and then he still go around. He'll have a whole nother argument after he see the word don't mean what he said it mean.
Yeah,
I'm
that
dealing
tells me
with
that he has his
logic.
mind made up, and like you're just going to be arguing with him, causing yourself a lot of stress. And Jimbo, no, it doesn't. It possibly can if the person don't respect the boundary. But if two people respect that boundary, it can be a good thing. It helped me, right, maintain the relationships in my life with the believers in my life. We don't talk about religion at all. We talk about other things. So it depends on if both sides respect the boundary.
Right. So I should just leave it alone.
I think that might I don't want to tell you what to do, but
Right.
I think that it sounds like it's causing you more distress than it is, actually accomplishing what you hope for it to accomplish.
I feel like he's mentally harming himself, and I just want to help him as much as I can. Because I know once I move out, once I get all my stuff out, my connection with him be very limited, and I know how hermited, like introverted she is. So I know that he just gonna get worse and worse and worse.
And then like if you can like see it like without y'all talking about it, and just even you seeing him practice his faith is causing you distress, and you may have to make a different decision, right? And like completely remove yourself from that. But it's about how much you can handle and still be in a friendship type relationship with him. And it may be hard at first, setting that boundary and enforcing that boundary on both ends. But if the relationship means to you what you're saying that it means to you, I think that y'all will be able to figure it out. But if he ignores, if he goes and looks up the original Hebrew word, right, he can see that it means a specific thing, but he rejects that. It's those are like, I know you've seen the conversations that I've had in here
Yeah,
where people will,
that's why I tell him
yeah,
all the time. Like he said, it's like they say the same script. It's like exactly the same stuff. It's just the wording a little different, but they were saying the same thing. Everybody.
yeah, like they'll sit there and they will look at the word, right, and still swear up and down that it doesn't say that, and they're choosing to lie to themselves, right? And they will tell you that the word Ayaved doesn't mean slave, that it only means servant, and they will tell you that you're wrong, that you think you're smart, you think you know everything, right?
Yep.
That you swear you right, like they'll try to say those things, while knowing damn well that they don't like being wrong, right? Their ego is attacked, and then their faith at the same time is attacked, so they just fall apart, and it just becomes like this circular
Circular. Thank
argument.
you. Circular.
Yeah,
It's like I'm talking, and then sometimes he'll close his eyes and just keep on repeating the same thing over and over again. I'm like, you're not saying nothing different. You're
yeah,
not telling me nothing different. You're not answering the question.
yeah.
And
I think the best thing to do is to set the boundary. Yeah.
you're right. I mean, it was worth it. Like, it was worth it. Thank you for even hearing me out and listening to me.
You're welcome. There's a couple of people in here who have sons that are Hebrew Israelites. Some that were Hebrew Israelites that are no longer Hebrew Israelites. I don't know if maybe you can connect with them and kind of get some advice on how they were able to maintain their relationships, because they have good relationships with their sons. Although their sons are Hebrew Israelites, and they, shared that they had to set boundaries with them. So, maybe you can connect with them. Lady Adi is one. She's an older woman who used to be a pastor's wife. she was never a Hebrew Israelite, but after she left the church, her sons moved. When they got older, they became Hebrew Israelites, and she talks about, you know, how the things that she has to do to maintain her relationship with her sons. So she might be a good person to connect with and get some experience shares from her.
Okay. I'm gonna write that in it, like write that in the comments. I'm gonna say connect with me, please.
Yeah, her name is Lady Ade. Ade. I mean Adee. Lady Ade. I think Vita too. Vita is the one who does our emotes, like our emojis that we use in the chat. Vita also is a good one to connect with too.
I'm sorry. I went out about the screen by mistake.
Oh, what did you say something when you were gone?
Lady Adi, you spelled it a little differently. Could you spell it again?
Justine just put her name in the chat. You
Okay.
see, Justine, and then Vita Veda is also a good person to connect with, who has a son that's a Hebrew Israelite. No, Vita's son is a former Hebrew Israelite, so she can share with you.
And Justine, you say Justine, just put her name in the chat.
Do you see it?
I don't see Justine.
So Justine just commented it in the chat, but it's Lady, and then Ade is spelled Adee.
Oh yeah, she gave me. I got that.
Okay, and then Veda is Veda.
Veda.
I highly, highly, highly trust these ladies in the conversations that you have with them. I think that they can be helpful, just with them sharing their experiences with you.
So much.
You're
Even giving me
welcome.
information. I appreciate you guys talking to me, and I support everything you guys do. And I'll be looking forward to seeing all your future content.
Thank you. I appreciate you for coming up, and I wish you the best of luck in
Thank
this.
you.
And
I'm
remember,
gonna
your
need it.
sanity
For
comes first.
2025, my tarot card reader told me that I'm in for some for some hurt, but I'll come out on the end victorious.
You don't have to accept it. You don't have to accept that, right?
Manifestation is my first go-to. And I'm
Okay.
manifesting great things. That's why I'm so positive about this breakup. We was together 13 years. We supposed to got married 5 years ago, but I didn't want to. And
Oh
that's
wow. Okay.
because it was a lot. Like, it was just, I didn't see myself. I don't have any children. He don't have any children. I'm 38. It was a lot. I ain't trying to tell all my business, but it
But
was just,
I think it's a good thing that y'all don't have any children during,
that was the
out of the
best thing
third.
that ever happened to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Clean
And I've
break,
never wanted children, though.
fresh start. Oh, okay.
I came into the relationship telling him I didn't want children, but if it happened, it happened. Long as it happened before I was 35, but I had a whole bunch of stuff go on, especially with my lupus and this. And I'm kind of happy. I'm not kind of. I am happy. I don't have children. I have nephews. I'm the rich auntie. I'm cool with that.
And look, okay.
Just stop
Yeah.
me.
So,
It's crazy.
so a good year for 2025.
Yes,
Um,
indeed.
yeah. And I wish you the best. And let me know if you connect with Lady Adi and Vito, okay?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm definitely gonna be down in the comments, and I'm always gonna be a nerd.
All right. Thank you.
Have a great
All right.
day
You too.
and a great week. Bye.
Thank you, you too. And happy holidays.
Thank you so much. Even though I don't
No
celebrate.
problem. Bye bye. That is so hard. It's so tough. Were you in here yesterday, Dr. B, when we had the two Black Hebrew Israelites on stage?
No, and actually, this is one area that I have not really been exposed to at all.
Oh,
Not really
goodness.
upset about that, I guess, but
Yeah, don't be upset about it. But it was my last two conversations yesterday with the two of the most. You remember when Canva was on stage? You remember that conversation?
that name sounds familiar.
The conversation about the Zechariah prophecy. Do you remember that guy?
Ah, yes, yes.
Yeah, these two were worse. Worse than Canva.
Yikes. Yikes.
Dogo, how old are you? Hello, Dogo? With that name, I'm sorry I can't bring you up. This dude is asleep. All right, Margie's not there. Okay, the guest box is empty. There's almost 800 people in this room with another 57 on YouTube. If you are a Christian, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Sky Candy, are you in the guest box on purpose or on accident? I'm almost convinced that the majority of the 800 got to be sleep. All hail Dragon Sage.
Thinker has an hour before the gift goal expires. Also, these likes abysmal.
See, here's how it works. They beg to come up when there's somebody on stage. When the stage is empty, they go and hide because they don't want the attention on them, right? They want to be on stage with somebody else. So they'll come back out when somebody else come on stage, and then they'll start begging to come up again or demanding it. Let me up, knowing that we're not going to do it while there's somebody else on stage.
Yes, I saw somebody in the comments write "rise me up"
Mm-hmm.
or "rise me." And I thought that was the greatest way to ask to come on stage. Rise me. I wanted to write "that's what she said," but
That's you and Bash's favorite joke.
we're just not terribly inventive, right? That's all that means. Yeah.
Dimple, are you there? It's the weirdest thing. Just watch when somebody comes on stage and we get into a conversation. Just watch how they come out of the woodworks. Watch how they swarm the comments and just start typing. It is the most weirdest thing to see. Why don't you ask him, David? Dr. Bowen, David A has a question for you.
Is it in the comments?
Uh-huh.
Is Bowen a house husband? No, but not. I mean, I would love that. That would be great. Wonder why he's asking.
I guess he's trying to call you a simp because you're like with us, I guess. Like you're on the stage with us.
I
Hey,
mean,
what's up?
I would say maybe if that's true, David, it might be good to ask yourself what it is that is driving your sense of masculinity, because being intimidated by strong women that's on you, my guy.
Don't you think it's weird that they come here intimidated by strong women to be intimidated by strong women? Isn't that weird? Yeah, it's very weird.
Sorry, what's the discussion about?
Why did you hit request?
Because after reading the statement on your page,
Okay, so do you want to talk about what you read on the page?
but the thing is, I'm not a Christian myself.
Okay, what do you want to talk about from what you read? You hit request for a reason.
Yeah, I thought maybe you guys might ask me something.
Why would we do that? Like, we don't know you. Why would we have you join the stage and just ask you questions? Like, for what?
Yeah, I just joined in like
I know,
quite
like,
recently.
is that a normal thing to do?
Well, probably.
Where?
I don't know, anywhere in TikTok.
Yeah, Knuckle, you don't like go to parties, right? And like see a group of people standing around talking and like walk up and say, "What do you want to ask me?"
Well, I do not attend any type of party. I mean, if it is,
Well, I mean, I guess that
yeah.
means that what I said can't resonate with you. Okay.
No, not necessarily because party is just a type of gathering. So I do attend different types of gathering, but
Okay,
just
so
not
why
as
would
in
you why would
specific.
you point out that you don't go to parties? What was the relevance of that?
Dude,
Did
I
you
did not
understand
mention
what I
those.
said? Did you
Yeah, but
understand what I said?
yeah, I do. But you're the one
Okay,
that
so
that
why
mentioned the
why
word
would you
party.
like like why don't drive a red car? Your hypothetical had a red car, and I don't drive a red car. So or I
Uh,
don't drive a car, I drive a truck. So like why
okay.
point that out if the hypothetical still stands?
Yeah. So what's the point?
Oh my God, you just said you understood the point. Did you not understand the point?
Yeah, I do. But
You do.
just
So
chill
why
lah.
would you ask me what it is?
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Fine. If you wanna assume whatever is fine. But I'm just here to like
What?
just talk
Knuckle, do
about
you think that
the
it's
topic.
normal human behavior? Let's ask it that way. Do you think it's normal human behavior for a group of people to be standing around talking and another person to walk up into that group and say, "Hi, what would you like to ask me?"
I don't think humanity is okay. I don't. This is not normal behavior, dude. Like, you just gonna sit there?
No, I'm just reading through your post
Wait, who
again.
brought him up? Who brought this person up?
No, I just requested.
Hold on. Who brought up what happened? How did he get on stage?
Yeah, I just requested.
Not you.
I have no idea. I wasn't even in the press Q thing.
That's weird.
That is wild. That happened one
It's
time
the Holy
before.
Spirit.
He was brought up by the power
So
of the
are
Spirit.
you are
That's
you
what I was
guys
going
Yeah.
to say.
Christians?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Oh, okay.
Praise Jeebus.
So
Yeah,
like
Hashem Shah.
so is it okay if I ask a question or what?
What question do you want to ask?
Regarding your post here.
Regarding goat's hair?
Your post here.
What about it?
Like what is it about the Old Testament that is false or the concept?
About the original sin. It says it right there.
Yeah, but why is it like that?
Because, like, I'm not saying that the whole Old Testament is false. I said the original sin concept is false because I don't believe that Adam and Eve, right, fell from
Uh,
grace. I think Eve made an executive decision, right, to eat the fruit and gain more wisdom because she got tired of Adam's ass in the garden, right? Like just sitting around acting like a golem. And so she got bored. And so she made an executive decision. So I don't think that
but wasn't it
they were
prohibited?
sinful. Huh?
Like wasn't it prohibited to actually consume that?
Yeah, that's why I said she made an executive decision.
But that rule to actually not eat that fruit was not from Adam himself, right?
No, I didn't say it was. I said Eve got bored, right? Adam was a golem, right? Adam he didn't have the ability to think beyond taking commands. Like, he was created to take commands. Eve had a little bit more knowledge or capability and understanding than Adam did, because she was created from regenerative bone, right? So
Mm-hmm.
when she had this conversation with this serpent, and the serpent stimulated her mind. And so Eve looked at Adam and she was like, I can either stay in this freaking garden with this golem who can't understand shit that I'm saying,
Yeah.
or I can eat this fruit and go outside and meet
Like break
people
the
who think
cycle, lah.
like me. Right. She made an executive decision.
Okay.
Right. And so when she did that, right, she realized that she was naked. She realized that Adam and God had been looking at her body, right, this whole time. So she does the thing like that she is, like, knowledgeable to do. And she creates like clothes for them out of fig leaves and covers herself up. And then the God comes and he's like, man, how'd you know you were naked? Like, who told y'all were naked? And then he like gets mad, right? Here's how I know she had more knowledge, right? In that,
Yeah.
she was made different, because the curse that the God put on her was that now the man, the golem, the one with like
Mm-hmm.
the least amount of understanding, is now going to be over you. That was her curse,
So
right?
what exactly happened right after she consumed that?
What do you mean?
Like what was the consequences of eating that?
I just told you. Like, her and all her knowledge, right? Her wisdom had to have a golem put over her to subjugate her.
And what did God did to her?
What?
And what did God do to her?
I just told you what he did. He put Adam, right, over her.
Like in what sense?
Like, he told her that now that since you did this, now your wisdom, you ain't gonna be able to use it. Like, every time you try to use it, right, the golem is gonna tear you down. Right? Like, your whole desire, like, instead of your desire being knowledge, since you wanted to up on knowledge, your desire is going to be the golem.
But so is this more towards like her body, naked body, or like what exactly is this about?
I just told you
Like,
what it's about. Like, it ain't about the original sin or the fallen man. It's about the subjugation of women.
so can this ever be changed?
Can what be changed? The subjugation of women?
Like because she was created from what, like a rib, you said, is it?
That's what the book say. That, yeah, she was created from regenerative bone.
A
From the real
bone.
bone that regenerates, got a life of its own. It's life, right? Bones grow back, right? Dirt don't, dust don't grow back. Dust, like, you gotta get, right? And it just fucking blows away, right? You put water on dust and that shit don't exist no more, right?
Yeah.
So, like, that's why the ego sometimes of the golem be so fucking fragile. Like, you could just be like, you could just talk loud and the ego will like shake, like it'll damn near break, of the golem, right? But
Yeah.
Eve, like, she was made from something that like literally grows back, like strong as fuck. If it breaks, that shit growing back. She had literal life in her. You know what I'm saying?
I see. So is there like this is an honest question now, okay? Like was there a presence of Satan, or does Satan has anything got to do with this um in any area?
No, there was a talking snake.
So there wasn't any Satan involved.
No, that's why I said it's false. Like, that story don't say nothing about a Satan. It says there was a talking serpent.
So this serpent is actually is a positive character or is it a negative character?
I swear you sound like my CTO. What's your name?
CTO?
Yeah, are you from Punjab?
No, no, I'm not.
No.
No.
The serpent is just a serpent that talk. The serpent didn't do anything wrong. Well, I mean, you could say that when the serpent gave the woman, information that this God didn't want her to have, you could say that that was wrong because he went against the God. Like he knew that the God was keeping information from them. But I mean, he's not evil or good.
Oh, okay. But don't you think that the serpent would have some sort of an agenda to say that or to tell
I
her
just told you
information?
because he knew that the God was keeping information from them. Like they literally were in that garden naked, right? They were told not to gain the
Where
knowledge
is
of
this?
what's
Is
good or
this on earth
evil.
or is this on heaven or like where is this?
What do you mean? Where
Like
is Assyria in heaven?
no, like as in like the situation here, like you are
Yeah,
saying
I'm asking
serpent
you,
and
is
all.
Assyria and the Euphrates River in heaven?
No.
Well, you know that there were 4 tire heads in the garden, right? One of them led to towards Assyria, another one led towards the Euphrates River.
Also, so you are saying about this serpent and all of these characters, they are all on earth.
That's what the books say.
Oh, I
Unless
see.
you think Assyria and the Euphrates River is in heaven.
I'm just trying to paint the whole picture.
No, I'm answering you. Like, I didn't know if you thought that there was a spiritual Assyria or a spiritual Euphrates River.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the Syria and Euphrates and whatnot.
It's in the text. It literally says that the water that flew out to the 4 rivers, right?
Huh?
One of the rivers flew towards Assyria. One of them flew towards the Euphrates River. One towards Tigris, and then the other one towards, I can't remember the other one. But there was 4 rivers on earth. Unless you're saying those rivers were spiritual and they were in heaven. I mean, the text very clearly says it was on earth.
Oh, I see. Don't mind me asking, from which book do you get all this information from?
What do you mean from which book? From the Bible. It's in
Like from
Genesis
which book?
chapter 2.
Oh, okay, I see.
You've never read about the 4 rivers?
Nah, totally
How
no
many
idea.
times have you read the story about Adam and Eve?
Like none. Like not even once.
Why are you asking me about it?
Yeah, because like I just want to hear, like I just want to know, gain some knowledge.
For what purposes?
Like just for general lah. Like I mean, like there's other pages or rather other in the same platform. Like there's other speakers. They are talking about Christianity, but from a different angle. So like this is like something new.
The Adam and Eve story is new to you?
Yeah.
I don't
From
really
your
get that.
point, yes. From your explanation, yes. It's new.
Everything I said is in the book.
Yeah, I know. But the way how you understand it is different. You know. Yeah.
How do you understand it?
From what I have heard, like they were in some sort of a safe place together with God, and she did a mistake. That was what I think the vast majority would also know, like
Do you
from this
think
context.
so let me ask you. So do you think that when like people who see it as a mistake and then the people who see it as an executive decision, right?
Mhm.
Would you say that those are two very different types of people?
I would say, I mean, I have not, okay, when we discuss about matters like this, I don't see the person, I do not know what type of person they are, but how they paint the idea in their minds is different. You know, how they understand it is different.
Right. So
They could
that,
be reading the same context, but their understanding is way different.
which means that they are two very different types of people, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, possibly.
Like one person that sees, Eve eating the fruit while believing that she had free will and calling it a mistake, right? Is most likely someone who believes what people have told them.
Sure.
And then a person that reads the story and sees that Eve considered, right?
Mhm.
She went through the process of consideration before she made her decision. Therefore, she made an executive decision,
But don't
right?
you think she's one of the most junior in that area? Because like she seems to be
That she
quite
did
new.
what?
Like she seems to be quite new. She's like one of the juniors in around the other characters.
What other
Like she's the,
characters?
like for example, like you say the God, Adam, and the serpent.
What do you
It looks
mean
like
what do you mean she's a junior?
no, like a new character because she was created after. It looks like she was created after everybody else.
I mean, I said that. I said she was created differently, right? She was
Yeah,
created from something that rejuvenates,
sure.
while the man was created from something that you can blow away or wipe up with a mop.
Yeah, but I mean, my point is like they were the rest, the other characters were there much longer.
What other characters? Like there were two characters there. There was Adam and there was Eve.
Yeah, but how about God?
What about your God?
No, as in like the God was already there as well, right? And then
Okay, okay.
yeah, like how is it like because like it looks like she's one of the juniors, so like as in like a newcomer, maybe I would say, or how do I phrase it?
I mean, that's all of Adam was a newcomer. What are you trying to say? Like
But
Adam
like
was a newcomer to your God. Eve was a newcomer to Adam.
yeah,
what are you trying to say? Like I
no,
don't
no,
get it.
I'm just trying to identify like the timeline, like
What does the
who
timeline matter?
came first and whatnot, you know?
Like does that? Oh, I understand that the golem came first. Again, the golem was created to follow the commands of the God, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and then the woman came second. Like, think about this. The God creates this man, and he's like, okay, I need somebody to do a thing for me. So he goes, he gets dirt and water, creates mud, creates this golem, blows in the golem's mouth, and gives it a command, right?
Yeah.
But he sits back and he creates these animals. He's like, man, it's not good that he needs to be that he's alone. Let me create him a helper because, like, shit, something need to get done. So he
Uh-huh.
goes and he creates the animals the same way from the same earth that he created the golem.
Mm-hmm.
And then he tests it out. He brings those animals to the golem, right, to
Yeah.
see what the golem will name the animals. And then he sits back and he's like, this still ain't working. So he puts the golem to sleep, takes out a bone, right,
Uh-huh.
and decides I'm gonna upgrade this product because the first one shit ain't working. So he takes the bone, right, from it. He decides he's gonna use a different substance this time. So he
Okay.
goes off back to his lab or his wherever he does the creating, and he creates the woman, and then he
Okay.
brings the woman to the golem,
Yeah.
right? And then the golem's like, oh, she was made from me. But here's the thing, like when you get to the next chapter, right? The golem, the one that was made first, is sitting there, standing there, while the woman, the one from the bone, right, is talking. She's like conversating with the serpent, having a whole
Okay.
ass conversation, right?
Uh-huh.
the golem is there with her, not saying nothing because he ain't been given a command. Nobody told the golem it could speak, right? Like, the golem
Yeah.
didn't know it. The golem sat there and watched while the woman and this serpent had this whole ass conversation. And so, like, she's looking at this tree and she's considering what the serpent said to her, right? She's like, it looked like it could be good for food. He did say that if we eat, we would die, or that we can't touch it. And then she touches it and she doesn't die. And then she's like, it would be cool to be wise. I can't sit here and talk to this dumbass golem all goddamn day. I can't wait for the God to come back and tell the golem what to do and what to say. So she eats the fruit. She made an executive decision. I mean, nobody's taking away that the man was made first.
Yeah. So he was like just there staring at the whole thing happen right before his eyes.
Yeah, the text says that he was with her. And here's the thing, like, she gave him the food and he fucking ate because he just, like, at this point knows how to take commands, right? He don't even speak up for himself. Like, if you recognize in that whole conversation, that motherfucker don't talk. He don't talk back and say, I ain't eating that. I'm not supposed to eat that. Don't you eat that. You're not supposed to eat that. Shoo, snake. Shoo, serpent. Get away from here. Like, he don't say anything.
And he ate it himself, right?
That's what it said. It says she gave it to her husband who was with her and he ate. Even after that, let me tell you what he did with his knowledge. Let me tell you what this motherfucker did with his knowledge. So after he gained knowledge of what was good and what was evil, his ass, when the God came back, he learned, right, how to escape accountability. He learned how to scapegoat. Right? It's the first thing that came out of his mouth. He blamed the God for creating the woman. It's like, it's the woman that you gave me. She gave it to me and I ate. Like, that was the first thing that came out of his dang mouth. That's what he did with his knowledge, is blame the woman and blame God. And we hear that all the goddamn time on this live. It's Eve. If Eve had done what Eve did, right?
Yeah.
And then God, everybody got to bow down to God because God is in control. God did this, God did that. And then that damn serpent in the garden, like, even the freaking serpent, like, it's just, that's what dude does have to do with his knowledge. And here's the crazy thing. The God recognized that. The God was like, man, this dude dumb. He's like, he got this knowledge. He's still scared of me. She ain't. So I'm going to put him over her, make him subjugate her. Her curse is going to be that she going to have to, like, serve him. Her desire is no longer going to be for knowledge. Her desire is going to be him. Have babies, serve him. And that was the curse. That was the punishment.
Wow. Interesting.
Literally everything I said, Sky, is biblical. I just animated a bit. Like, y'all don't like it when I animate, but y'all can animate. All I did was bring the characters to life, but everything I said, Sky, happened in that order.
I see. So, like, would you mind elaborating a little bit on, like, how did you discover this? Like, did you, like, take the Bible and read it yourself, or, like, was there somebody else telling you, like, how to understand?
What do you mean? Like, what do you think, Adam? I mean, Knucklehead. What do you think?
Like, I don't want to assume something, you know.
I mean, use logic.
I mean, I would say maybe it could be that maybe in your area the vast majority understand it that way.
What?
Like it could be through your environment, maybe you understand it that way.
You're asking me how did I understand the text if somebody told me this or if I read it for myself? That's what you're asking me?
Yeah, yeah.
Logically, what do you think the answer to that is?
Between the two choice that I'm given, I would say
Yes.
probably maybe you read it yourself.
Yes.
Oh wow. Did you like happen to consult a professional, or rather, the so-called the daily people who read the Bible, who are more rather I would say not necessarily the males. Maybe you can consult like a female professional who is actually studying the Bible, and then maybe like
Wait, are you saying
yeah.
that you don't like my interpretation?
No, not that
Yeah,
at all.
like wait,
I
I'm
respect your
sorry. Give me
opinion.
just a second, Knucklehead.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
are you saying that the timeline of things that I share with you are not in the book? Is that what
Mm-hmm.
you're saying? Like the timeline of things that I share with you aren't in the book?
No, like exact, like not just a timeline. Like for example, like okay, see, look, because like for example, I can look at a object and look at it from the back view, and it might look something
Yeah,
else. It
you're
might look like
asking
a
me. You're asking me to
yeah.
go to somebody else that can fix my interpretation,
No, not to fix, not to fix,
to adjust my interpretation,
not to adjust, but to get a
to
more
get me to
holistic.
accept the interpretation of
No.
the church.
No, wrong. That's not my point. Look,
What do you
I'm
want me
just
to go to another woman that reads the Bible to do? Like I know
for
words.
example
I
like a
understand
nun,
words.
like for example like a
Am I
nun.
pissing men off?
No,
Is that
not
what's
at all.
happening?
Yeah,
I
what
don't
was
care.
the Knuckle, what was the point of saying not necessarily to a man, but to a woman? What was that?
No, look here. Very simple. Okay. Whenever we do any kind of research, we want to get like more understanding from other sources as well. You know,
Yeah.
when we
So
want to do
you
any,
want me to get a
yeah,
different interpretation?
But
not to get a different.
what was the point of differentiating a male scholar and a female scholar? What was your point there?
It can be because to
Dr.
get a
Barn,
more
I'll be back. I'm
holistic
going to the
environment,
bathroom.
Okay, go ahead,
like to
Knuckle.
get a more holistic understanding of things. For example,
Why would the gender of the scholar have anything to do with that?
um, it's just a category that you can choose to consider.
Okay, so like you would just as easily say you don't have to talk to a brown-haired scholar, you could talk to a blonde-haired scholar.
That's completely up to you. If you want to do a
Right, I'm
research,
asking you, why did you distinguish the categories of male and female?
it's just a category. Like I said again, you can consult either a male or female expert on Bible, or
So
for example, you can also go.
you're honestly telling me that you distinguishing in your categorization between male and female was just the same to you as if you had said brown hair or blonde hair. There was no other rhyme or reason. It was just bringing up two categories.
To get different perspective, I don't think it's wrong.
I didn't say it was wrong. I'm asking why did you choose those?
It's just a category, like I say again. It's just a category. It's
Okay,
just a
so I
random
call
category.
bullshit. Like I call total bullshit on you, right?
Sure.
I don't
Go ahead.
think you brought them up in the same way that it would be just the same as if you'd said brown hair and blonde hair, right? Or a scholar that
Again,
drives a car as opposed to one that
again.
drives a truck,
Okay,
right?
sure. I totally respect your opinion, and it's totally fine. But like
Yeah, I mean
what I'm
you
trying
can't pull wool
to
over these
yeah,
eyes, good sir.
what I'm trying to explain is, for example, initially what I said was to consult a professional to get a different or more holistic understanding of things. It
Right.
can be as well. It can,
And then you
yes,
said you
and
don't
then
even
yeah, I'm
have to, no, no,
continuing.
no. Then you said, and you don't even have to ask a male scholar. You can ask a female scholar, right? And so
Yeah,
I'm
it
asking
can
you,
be. Yeah,
why
why
did you
not?
make
Why
that?
not?
Well,
Why not?
I'm
What,
asking you why,
so
not
why
for you to ask
why
me why not. I'm
and
asking
vast
you, what was
and
your
most of the
rationale?
vast
If you
majority.
followed that up with a
Okay, sure.
because,
We'll let you talk. Yeah.
what would come after that? Hey, I know you're scared. But if you had to
Scared of what?
follow that up with because, you don't even have to ask a male scholar, you can ask a female scholar, because,
Yeah,
what
but
would you
scared
say
of
after
what?
that?
What do you mean I'm scared? Scared of what? Scared of you?
I want you to answer my question. Stop dodging my question.
I answered your question.
You haven't answered it yet.
I said just to get a more rational understanding from different parties.
So
That's
you're
not
saying
wrong.
that it would be more rational to speak to a woman who is a scholar than a
To
man
get
that's a scholar. Is that
a
what you're
more
saying?
holistic understanding, it will give you even more knowledge, right? To understand
So,
different
so, so
perspectives.
your point in bringing that up was to
Look, I'm
say,
talking from a research point of view, okay?
do you think that other academics say things like, "Hey, listen, when I get this peer reviewed, right, I want to make sure that that I have like
So
don't get a check just by me."
what do you think they will respond if you were to explain to them, or rather to get their explanation, and if it links up, what's wrong with that? True or not?
Oh, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, right? If
Yeah.
you were to ask me, and I
Yes.
were going to have, you gonna interrupt me or what are we doing?
No, I'm
Okay,
listening.
then
I'm
just stay
acknowledging
silent
you.
for a minute. Yeah, just stay
Sure.
silent
Yeah.
for a second. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So if you were to ask me to establish a peer review group, I would want people of all sorts of backgrounds to look at my work because
Mm-hmm.
people of different backgrounds bring different experiences to the text, right?
Yep.
And they have insights that other people don't have. Unfortunately, when people come up on these stages, quite often when they make categorization distinctions between men and women, they're doing so uh, in a way that is demeaning, right? Not one that is looking for diversity. That's why I'm
Okay.
asking you.
I'm asking. Okay. Sure. Yeah. So, could you simplify your question again?
I'm asking you why you said you don't have to ask a male scholar, you can ask a female scholar. Why?
Okay, but that's not what I said, right? I'm
It is
saying,
what you said.
okay, fine. If that is how you understand it, then it's fine. But
Go
what
ahead.
I'm
Tell me
saying
what you
is,
said. Tell me what you said. Go ahead.
okay, I'm saying that you can get understanding from both genders, male or female.
That's 100% not what you said.
From
Thinker,
from
thinker, what did he say? Do you remember?
He said, yeah, he told me to go to a female scholar to get the female scholar to explain to me from a true biblical
and then
understanding.
and then also get explanation from the male scholar as well,
Right. And
No,
why?
no, like I didn't hear him
just to
even
do a
mention the
comparison.
male scholar.
So
See
you're
whether
saying
Mhm.
just for the sake of diversity. That's what you're saying.
Just for the sake of understanding, yes, to understand the context deeper.
So let's try it again. Just for the sake of diversity, you're saying.
Just for the sake of understanding the context from
Okay, so
different
listen.
individuals.
Have you ever been to a restaurant and you say, "Can I have a Dr. Pepper?" and the waiter says back to you, "Mr. Pibb"?
Okay,
Have you ever been
what
to a
exactly
restaurant?
is wrong
My
with
God,
what?
have you ever
No,
been
no,
to a
okay.
restaurant where you
Okay.
say to the waiter, "Can I have a Dr. Pepper?" and they say, "Mr. Pibb"? Yes, no, you don't know what I'm talking about. You don't know what these drinks are.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Have you ever been to a restaurant and you say, "Can I have a Coke?" and they say Pepsi?
Yeah, if they do not have one, then they
Right.
will
Okay.
offer an
So,
alternative, right?
right. Okay. So what I'm saying to you right now is
Mhm.
Coke. And what you're saying back to me sounds a whole fuck ton like you're trying to agree with me, but you're using
Okay.
a different word that doesn't have the same meaning.
Yeah,
Right.
but
So when I
here's
say
what
to you,
here's
hey,
Hmm.
I'm saying to you,
Okay.
are you saying this for the sake of diversity? And you're saying, yeah, for the sake of understanding. That's not the word that I used. So then I
Okay,
ask you
so
again for diversity, and you say, yeah, for understanding.
yeah,
So let's try it again. For diversity?
yes, for
Okay.
understanding the
Oh
context,
my,
right?
Holy shit. Okay, thinker. I'm gonna mute up.
I don't think that you understand what Dr. Bowen is saying, but you cannot help it. You know why you can't?
No, because okay, like to me it's very simple. Like I'm a very simple man. So
Right.
if, for example, if a person were to look at an object from a different perspective, a third party, another person, another individual with his own sight or understanding might look at the same object but interpret it in a different manner.
I agree
Yeah.
100%. But
So
did you
what I was
understand?
saying.
Did you
uh
understand what Dr. Bowen was asking you?
Not really.
Okay, so when I said I don't think you understood what Dr. Bowen is saying to you, do you know why? Why was your response interpretation in different perspectives?
Because I don't understand what he's trying to ask.
So now you do understand what he was asking you?
He's just asking why.
Did you tell me to go to a female scholar and then go to a male scholar for diversity purposes?
Yeah.
Now, was that hard?
No.
Did I say it differently than Dr. Bowen?
Not really.
For some reason, right, when it comes to another man, there's this ego thing, right? Like you, rawr.
Okay.
But when I speak to you very softly, right, I can bring you to the water or the tree and get you to eat.
Okay.
Did you understand that reference?
Yep.
Okay. Now what?
I guess we're waiting for the host to return.
You said what?
I guess we are waiting for the host to return. Is it?
This is the host.
Oh shit. Oh, my bad. I wasn't paying attention
I
to
cannot
the
tell
host.
you how happy I am that I have a mute button. I've been laughing like so loudly into this microphone.
Now what?
So, like, have you done that? Like, have you tried?
I told you yes, I have. But why are you telling me to do that so that I can accept a different interpretation? Like
Not to
you
accept, but
don't
to
like
expand.
my animation of the story.
No, I don't have any issues with that.
So why are you suggesting that I do that?
Like, don't you want to get a more holistic understanding of the context?
What makes you think I don't already have a holistic understanding? Why are you using the word more?
Like, I'm just asking.
I you know, when you end a sentence with a question mark, I understand that you are asking me a question. That would be why I responded, right, to your question with a question about the question that you asked me.
So, how was the like? Was there any differ of opinions?
Did you hear my question?
Could you repeat that?
Why? Yeah, I know what religion he is. Why are like did you not like my interpretation, and why are you saying that you want me to do this thing to get a more holistic understanding of the text? What makes you think that I don't already have a holistic understanding?
It was just a random question.
It's not random. When you use words like more, holistic, it's not a random question. There's some intention behind that. But for some reason, you can't say that you don't like the fact, you don't like the way I narrate the story. You don't like the spin that I put on the traditional retelling of that story where the man comes out on top. The man is the dominant one, right? The man is the special one, right? You don't like that. You don't like the spin that I put on the story that, or the emphasis that I put on the materials that the two characters were made from. Not a lot of people haven't done that yet, have they? When you've talked about this story, no one's brought up the fact that the man was made from dirt and mud, and that the woman was made from bone, which is a substance that literally grows itself back. It's regenerative.
Rejuvenate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. And so you don't like the fact that I put the emphasis on that in my retelling of the story. You don't like where my eyes went, where my mind went, right? On the fact that the curse of the woman, right? If something is a curse, that means it has to be a punishment, right? It has to hurt. Therefore, if the curse, I'm talking right now.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Yeah, my bad.
You don't like the point of view that I took, or the perspective that I took in the God cursing Eve, right? To be subject to Adam, right? And that her desire as a curse will be his, right? That you don't like the fact that I say, for that to be a punishment, that means it wasn't that way at first, right? And she must have been, like I said, you don't like my point of view from that.
No, I respect your opinion. Like I said,
I said you don't like it. I didn't ask if you respected it. You don't like it. That's why you're telling me to get differences of opinions, so that different perspectives, and you think that I need a more holistic understanding of the text, because I should be understanding that the man was first. The man is dominant, right? Eve made a mistake. It's all Eve's fault, right?
And Thinker, if you don't mind, I'd like to add one more point. Knucklehead, this is Fee speaking, just so you don't get confused. Sometimes people think Thinker and I are the same person. I'm another panelist on the stage. Yeah. I think it's fascinating that in asking this question about Thinker's methodology for determining her perspective, you hopscotch over the fact that you believe this story, but you haven't even read it. So you're questioning whether or not she's being myopic in the way that she retells the story, and you're believing a story that you haven't even read. So how are you positioned to be able to determine if she has a holistic perspective or not when you don't know what the story even includes?
Yeah. So, rather not so much on the methodology. I think it's more of like the ideology. Like, because I've heard other speakers explain the context through their own understanding. So this is something new, which I'm hearing for the first time. So hence, that's why I'm asking.
Right. And I understood your rationale, and I agree with you that before us as individuals determine how we understand a thing, that we absolutely shouldn't include other people's perspectives, because my perspective as a woman is going to be different from your perspective as a man on certain things. But in this story, the words say what the words say. Thinker's understanding and her animation of it, which was beautiful, by the way. I get why there's pushback, right? I get why there's pushback, but the resolution to that pushback is not listen to the story from a male scholar to see what he tells you to think about it. Because even when I listen to someone else's perspective, it's not for the purpose of telling me how to understand it. It's for the purpose of edifying what I already know to be true and have processed through my own brain. Those are two totally different perspectives. But if you're starting from a place of, I believe this is true, and I have not read one word of it, you're going to be on shaky ground regardless of where you go.
Yeah, well said. Because to be honest, like this is the first time I ever heard or rather come into a panel where the speakers or the host itself is a female. So it was like, wow, this is something new because
She's
like
a woman. She's a
yeah,
woman, and I know that that probably is not a that to you. That's probably a
a woman,
distinction
yes.
without difference. But a female can be of any species. A female human is a woman. So if
Oh,
yeah,
my bad. Okay, I mean, aside from the gender mixed play whatnot, I mean, I'm just saying like to be hearing it from a woman, is something new, right?
right. And
And
I
also,
appreciate you acknowledging that. And
yeah,
I appreciate, and I think that's why these spaces are important because sometimes we live in echo chambers we don't even realize we constructed ourselves, and
yeah,
that's true
because
of all of us, regardless of our position on these topics or not.
sure, like because generally it is always the male that is giving the speeches or,
The
for
man,
example,
the
yeah,
man. Let's be
the man,
fair.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the man is giving the sermons or rather the speeches and narrating to us the understanding and whatnot. But here is like the female, and I don't see this like
The woman.
in
I'm going to
the
correct you on that
woman.
every
Sorry,
single time. Now go ahead, just because I think it's important.
oh sure, like the woman is. I mean, you don't necessarily see a woman, or um it's not really a well-known um, area where you see a woman standing up and narrating according to how she understands it, right?
Oh, well, yeah, that's because this is an Abrahamic religion, which is steeped in misogyny. So I'm not surprised about that. But I think it's important. Like, I'm glad you landed here because you will definitely see that here, not only on these topics, but on other topics that are typically uncomfortable for a patriarchal society.
So has there been like the any like a priest or like uh, a strong believer or a different a person with a different understanding of the Bible come here to debate with you? Like how does it normally ends up with?
Not
I've
well
had
today. Sorry.
we've had preachers on the panel. Some of them have admitted to knowing that they're preaching lies.
Wow.
We actually tonight had a fake youth pastor on who said that he knew that he was teaching lies to the kids tonight.
Wow. Like deliberately after knowing the text.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
You can watch it on YouTube. It's streaming on YouTube Live. So when the show is over, you can go and replay it. He was at the beginning of the live, but I think he was the second guest tonight.
Sure. I'll look it up. So how about the New Testament? Is there any difference?
Why are you so concerned about this book and these Christian beliefs when you said you're not a Christian?
Um like am I not allowed to ask?
I asked, why are you so concerned, right, about the Christian beliefs when you said you're not a Christian? Are you
Dr. Pepper,
Muslim?
Mr. Pibb.
Are you a Muslim?
Yes.
I knew it. You don't like talking about women and the way that I talked about women was eating at you, wasn't it?
To be honest, not really.
Yeah. That's why you suggested that we go and get a difference of opinion. You want to know,
Um
like in your head, you're like, what in the fuck are the Christians teaching their women?
And not only that, I think the fact that and this is no shot at you at all. I think it's telling that the thing that was the most jarring for you is that women were leading this conversation. And I can totally understand why that's the case, considering your religious background. So, I guess in your world, that's not the norm. You don't have women in positions of leadership, or even being able to say what their perspectives are on a particular topic. So, I could absolutely understand that being something that's uncomfortable for you.
Yeah, I appreciate your what you have just said. But specifically for me, I think everyone has their own rights to believe what they want to believe, even regarding roles of leadership and
I don't believe you because
whatnot.
you told me that I needed to go and get a more holistic, i.e., a correct understanding of the Adam and Eve story. So you don't believe that everybody has a right to believe what they want to believe.
No, I hope you don't twist my words. I
I'm
said that.
sorry, I don't think I
Yeah.
twisted your words. You
No, what
said
I'm saying
you
is,
said that I
have
needed. You
you?
said it.
That was
That
the question.
I'm talking right now.
Yeah, but
You
that was the
said
question.
I'm talking. You
Sure.
said the purposes of me needing to go and speak to a woman scholar and then a male scholar is so that I can get a more holistic understanding of the Adam and Eve story. That's what you said.
That was a question rather than a statement.
You used the words more holistic. Do you
Yes,
understand the significance of the word
which
more
with a
before? Do
question
you
mark.
hold on? Do you understand the significance of you using the word more in front of holistic?
Yeah,
What's the significance?
broadening your perspective.
No. When you say that I need more of something, you're saying I lack, right? Or what I have currently isn't sufficient. It is insufficient.
Um, just to yeah, you can understand it that way. Yes,
What other way is there to understand it?
yeah, you can understand it that way.
Is there any other way to understand it?
Yeah, there is because
What is the other way?
okay, the other way will be um to actually dwell or ponder on the text because
Knuckle, let me ask you a question.
we
Sorry,
might
I'm
no
just
wait
going to
hold on,
interrupt you
hold
because
on,
I don't
wait
think it's going anywhere. Yeah, Knuckle.
okay wait
So I'm
please,
assuming,
please.
hey, I'm assuming that at the end of every conversation that you have, or someone gives you their point of view on the text, that you ask them, have you spoken with other people about this? That's other scholars, right? I'm assuming that every time you ask them that, right?
Mhm.
Yes, you do.
Okay, how old are you?
Dr. Pepper, Mr. Pibb,
Yeah, you Joshua, how old are you?
can you answer my question, or are you incapable of that?
Yeah, I'm trying to answer your question. How old are you?
I'm 45. Now answer my question.
Okay, you're 45, right? When did you start to understand this
Do you think that in any way you're answering my question?
yes, you by not responding appropriately, for sure you won't understand where I'm coming from.
I want you to answer my question. In every conversation that you have where someone tells you their position on a text, I'm
Okay.
assuming that you end it with, but have you checked with other male and female scholars on this? You do that, right?
uh, I would, yes, I would try to read as much. I would try to get
Is
as
that what I
many
asked you?
different understanding as much
Is
before
that what
making
I
my own
asked you?
conclusion.
In any way, is that what I asked you?
Look, if you do not like my answer, it's fine.
Well, your answer is a non-answer. Do you know what a non-answer is?
So what is the answer?
Did you say
What kind of answer
wise
do you want
answer?
to hear? Okay,
I
what
want
kind of
you to
answer do you want to hear?
answer the question that I posed to you.
Yeah, but I'm not interested in asking or rather answering your question.
Right. I mean, clearly.
Yeah.
Do you know why you're not interested in answering it? Because it
Yeah, because
exposes you.
no, because I was talking and you interrupted me, you know.
So if a scholar came up to you who'd been in the field for 35 years and said, "Here's my interpretation of Genesis 2 and 3." When he finished, would you end it with, "Yeah, but have you checked your conclusions with other female and male
If
scholars?"
there is other individuals who are offering a different way of thinking according to that text, why not? Why not consider it?
Can you answer my question?
Yes, this is how I answer your question.
So you would, with someone who'd been in the field for 30 years,
Yeah. Hey,
you would
bro,
end that
I don't
with,
just
in
have
every
one
case,
professor
you would
here.
end that
For
with,
every
but have
for
you checked
even
that with
even
other
for a similar
scholars?
module. Hey, look here. Even for a similar module, we will have many different lecturers, and all of them would never come and say the same thing. They won't preach the same
Of
thing.
course, that's the
Yeah,
whole fucking point. So what you're
exactly.
saying is, hey, do you know what this is akin to you saying? This is akin to you saying at the end of anybody telling you anything, "Yeah, but could you
Take
be wrong
notes.
about that?"
Yeah,
Hey,
that's what I'm
you
gonna
didn't you
do.
didn't
I'm
even
gonna take notes.
listen. You didn't even listen to the end of my sentence, right? Which was the important bit.
So,
So
do
this
you
is
like
how I
when
know
people
you're not
interrupt me?
listening. You're doing it again. Would you ask everybody at the end of every conversation that you have, "Yeah, but could you be wrong about that?"
And move on to the next question. I'm not interested
Yes,
in this.
no, you wouldn't ask them that. Why not?
Move on to the next question. I'm not
Yeah, I
interested
know,
in
right?
this.
Why wouldn't you ask them that?
Hey,
Why
look,
wouldn't you ask them? But yeah, but
you
couldn't you
are
be
asking
wrong
me
about that?
petty stuff. I'm not interested
Yeah,
in
I think
this.
we need to just move on to somebody else
I
because
think
like
so too.
this is somebody trying to dodge their misogyny, right? And
Mm-hmm.
dodging their
What?
misogyny by saying, "Whoa, well now wait a minute. Like all I was doing was saying that we could all learn more from different perspectives." Right? If that's the case, that's just it's like a truism, right? At the end of every conversation, I just say a truism. Like bullshit. That's bullshit. You're being misogynistic, right? That's what it is at the end of the day. So like I call you out on your bullshit.
I knew he was misogynist from the way that he couldn't handle the way I retold that Adam and Eve story. His whole point of bringing up, like, trying to say, like, you do realize that she's the youngest character. Like, that's the whole man was made first thing. It's like, let me bring you back a little bit and remind you who came first. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just so it's clear, I mean, I think I'm sure you know this stuff, but like for everybody listening that might not be like this is not an off the wall interpretive approach. Like first of all, the meaning of ezer, right, as a everybody translate this as, like as a helper or a helpmeet. But if you do lexicographic work on the Hebrew term ezer, like almost I don't want to say exclusively, but very, very frequently, the ezer is Yahweh. Right? It's not like some subservient little yes, may I help you like carry your drink or something. No, that they're saying, I mean, who is my Evan Ezer? Who is my rock of help? Right? It's
Holy
God.
shit.
Yeah, that's what the
What?
Ezer is, right? So
What?
that's one thing to consider here. When he's gonna when God when Yahweh creates a help according to him, and that phrase is a little complicated there. But the Ezer is very, very often Yahweh is the Ezer. It's a powerful figure on
Holy
whom
shit.
someone relies. Secondly, notice the phrase is not a wife will leave her father and mother and cleave to her husband. It's a
Can I
husband.
say something?
Will leave
Yeah.
his mother
Will
and
leave his mother and
father.
father and cleave. And the word
And
cleave there is davak, and it's used all throughout Deuteronomy,
Yeah.
all throughout
Let,
Joshua.
hold on, Donald. Please mute yourself until I add you to the live.
oh, okay.
Thank
Here's
you.
control.
But it's
Okay.
but
Sorry,
it's
Dr. B.
it no, it's so frequently used to talk about you must cling to Yahweh to survive. You must cling to Yahweh. You must not cling to the gods of the other nations or cling to the other nations and intermarry with them and be led by their gods. In other words, Ruth clings, is told by Boaz to cling to the servant girls and to cling to the servants, right? People cling to their king. Solomon clings to foreign women and they turn his hearts away. Like the psalmist clings to Yahweh. This is like this clinging to someone is very often a state of dependence, right? And again, as you've pointed out, the snake speaks to the woman, doesn't speak to Adam. The woman is the one that calls the shots, right? And as you've pointed out, I think very astutely, the curse is reversing the status quo, right? So like I think, and this is like these are here's my musings, right? I suspect that what the story is doing here is from this patriarchal view, showing how women originally were given the shot to lead and failed.
Oh wow,
This is why I fucking love it here.
I do too. I was just fucking with the dude.
No. I'll send you my notes on it. Like, this is something I've been looking at of late. But I like the fact that this blame shift takes place at the end of the chapter, I don't think is any coincidence, right? This, I think that what's happening here is Eve is the one that is set up as this helper upon whom Adam can rely. And he chooses to, instead of relying on Yahweh, in the commands that are given, he relies on the woman who leads him astray. And this is the trope that is seen throughout the Hebrew Bible, right? Don't cling to the other nations and intermarry with them, because your heart will be led astray and have you serve other gods. Don't cling to other gods. Cling to Yahweh, right? Like this is it's the theme. Anyway, those are just my thoughts. I think it's funny
Yeah.
that you were just fucking with it, but I mean, like, it's, yeah. So anyway, sorry, I'll meet up.
Oh my God. I cannot wait to read those notes. I swear y'all not gonna like it when I understand this in the fullness.
Can I say something?
No, I don't know who you are.
Baby, I've been
I,
waiting for you about.
goodness. Let us first introduce you to the conversation, okay? Let us know what you are about, and then we can talk to you, okay?
Okay, go
All
ahead.
right. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. Now, I am not going to talk to you about the conversation that I just had with Knucklehead, okay?
I heard that. I don't care about that, but I'm just gonna bring something up
Wait,
on it.
no, you're
But I
not.
ain't gonna.
No,
No, just talk
Donald,
about what you got to say.
Donald. Shh.
We ain't talking about that.
Donald. I know you came up here to defend your manhood, okay? I understand. I'm not going to talk to you about that. There are 5 topics right here on this post, okay? Which one of
Okay,
these topics on this post do you want to discuss?
let me see. The Old Testament condemns slavery. I agree with that. Let me see. The original sin for man concept is false. I take that one. I ain't gonna say man concept is false. I take that number 2.
Okay, what you got to say?
What I'm gonna say is, as a Christian, I ain't talking about a man. I just happen to be a man. I ain't different than man. I'm not a misogynist. I'm for men and women. Now, God set the role model up. God first, the man, the woman. Now, cause I'm married. Cause I'm married, I don't control my wife. I think men have a problem when they try to control women. And that's why women are mad, because it's not seen as equal. So, but God gave instructions. God never made it for women to preach. If you look all through Leviticus priesthood, he had men. That's the way he led. But now he'll let women preach because they doing what they want now. But they gonna have to answer to God for that.
Donald, do you preach? Do you preach, Donald? You're on mute, Donald.
You put me back on mute. So what I'm saying, God made a road. So guess
Donald, do you preach?
No, his throat on fire like that.
y'all keep me with. Yes, I preach. Why?
You are a preacher.
No, I'm not a preacher. I preach.
Where do you preach at, Donald?
It ain't important. I'm not gonna
It
let
is
people.
important. Like if you're not a preacher, right? Then
I am a
where do you
preacher
preach?
in the
So you
church.
are in the church. So you are a preacher in the church,
Yeah, yeah.
and you
I'm
teach
a,
the.
I'm a,
Hold
I'm a
on, Donald,
serve.
Donald. Let
I'm a
me,
serve.
Donald. I'm gonna tell you where you are. Okay,
Go ahead.
you're in my church now.
Okay, right.
Okay, all right.
I got it.
I am the woman of this house. Okay,
Okay, go,
all
go
right. So
ahead.
the
Come on.
rules are, Donald. You don't talk when I talk. If I'm talking, you're not. Okay.
Okay,
All
go
right.
ahead.
Now, the question that I have for you is when you are preaching, are there women in the congregation?
Of course.
All right. And so you're preaching and you're telling these women that your God didn't have any women preachers or prophets.
They get, no, I don't tell them that. I tell them they can preach, but they're not to be in the role as a pastor.
That's
Because,
not, hey, that's not what I asked you because
okay,
you made a statement.
no, I don't
Donald,
tell them.
remember the rule, Donald. If you want to stay on my
No,
stage,
no,
Donald, if you
okay.
want to sit in my pulpit, you're going to follow the rules.
I'm
Okay?
saying no. No, go
Do
ahead.
you want to sit in my row?
Go ahead. Come on.
Okay. All right. I'm talking. Okay. You made a statement. Are you okay?
No, you make me laugh because you're funny. Go ahead.
You you made a statement that your God didn't allow women to preach. Your God didn't have any women preachers.
Not in a pastoral role.
Your
Not
God
in a
didn't have your God never had pastors. That's a man made thing.
no, listen, it's not man. Well, show me in the scripture where it's man. Show
Show
me
me in the
through the
scriptures where
Bible.
your God said that he needed pastors.
When you look in the Bible where it's
Show me
talking
the
about,
scripture.
I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
He said, I need, he said, it's in there where it said I need bishop. I
He
call
said I
bishop.
need bitches.
No, bishop. Bishop.
Bitches?
No, bishop.
He said bishops.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love this place. I love
Yeah.
it.
Me too, Dr. P.
Yeah, see, he said, I wouldn't say that while you on the phone, man.
oh
Come
my
on.
goodness. I'm sorry. That's what it sounded like you said.
No, I wouldn't say that to you,
Donald has
man.
99 problems, but a
Yeah,
bishop is
right,
not one.
right, right. Bishop, not one of them. Like the man say, bishop, pastors, they got all types of talent. It's in there.
That's not your God talking. That's a human talking.
No, it's in the Bible.
It's not your God talking.
It's
That's a
in
human.
the
It just because it's
no.
in the Bible, Donald. Just because
I,
Donald, when I talk, you don't talk. Does that bother you, Donald?
no, you funny.
I'm not being
Boy,
funny.
no, you mom. No, it's
Donald,
just your.
Donald, it's
Okay.
my turn to talk. Okay? In that part of the Bible, right? That's a human talking. That's a apostle speaking. That's not your God speaking. I asked you to show me where your God said that he needed pastors or wanted pastors.
It's in the Bible. I just
Where
told you.
does your God say it? Not a human, Donald. Do you
It's
know the
in the
difference?
it's in the
Donald. Do you know the difference between the God speaking and
Okay,
a
let me
human?
get it.
Donald, when I talk, you don't talk.
Go ahead.
Can you mute?
Yo.
Go on mute so that you won't be. Thank you. There is a difference between thus saith the Lord or and God said versus a human thing versus Timothy said versus Paul said. You do understand that, correct?
I understand that. Go ahead.
So
Yeah.
who's speaking about the pastors and the bishops, the teachers? Like who's doing the speaking there?
I
That's in the
don't know,
pastor.
right?
It's in the pastoral letters, right?
Yes. I
That
don't know right now.
who's
I
speaking in the
know
pastoral
I
letters?
I don't know which one it was for me to find out for you. Can you give me a minute while I'm putting on me while I find, because you make me do homework.
But you're a preacher. You
I'm
preach.
a baby. I can
Don't
forget
hey
as
hey hey
I'm
hey hey!
living.
Don't call me baby.
Can I forget? Can I forget?
Hey, did you
Can
hear
I
what I said?
forget?
Hey, did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
That you need to address that. Don't call me baby, okay?
Okay. Why you so? Hold up. Why you so serious?
Don't listen.
This
I'm
is
going.
gonna
Hey, I'm
beat
gonna
me
say it
up.
again. I'm gonna say it again, and this is gonna be my last time saying this to you. Do not call me baby, okay?
I said okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. It's not my job, right, to help you remember. If you are a preacher and you are telling women that a God said something, you should be able to back that up.
Okay, I'm great to tell you now. I'm still here. I'm trying to cut my tablet on.
Are you going to have to go all the way back to seminary? Donald, it's been quiet too long.
Sent you another invite, Donald. Mute.
Donald, look at the comments. The comments are helping you out. Like, it's been quiet too long. We don't have time for you to like go back to the beginning.
He said he was turning on his tablet. I'm hoping it's not stone because Daniel has an iPhone.
Oh my God.
Okay, okay, it's up right here in 1 James 1:19-19. My dear brother and sister, take note of everyone should be quickened. Hold up, that ain't it there. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get it. I'm gonna get it. Give me a second. But if the people is in the Bible, so we
I
can
swear,
get
if I didn't have a mute button, y'all would have been like, your ears would be
yeah.
broken.
So we basically agree it's in the Bible.
No,
But
no, we
I agree.
don't. Donald, I do not agree with you. There is nowhere there,
Okay.
Donald. There is nowhere in this Bible where your God is saying that He needs or want pastors.
It is. It's
No, it's
bishop.
not.
A bishop. What is a
That
bishop?
your God ain't saying that.
What is a
That's
bishop?
Paul saying that.
Okay, but
Is Paul your God?
no, listen what I'm saying to you. Can I ask you a question? I
No.
got
What do
to.
you remember? Do you remember the question I asked you? Do
Yes,
you
for
do
your
you
God.
remember the question
No,
I asked you? Is don't you dare raise your voice at me?
I didn't raise my
Yes, you
voice.
did.
This is
Yes,
the
you
way I
did.
talk. This is the
Then you
way I
don't need to
talk.
talk to me that way, okay?
No, I'm not talking to you that way. This is the way I normally talk.
Then you're not
I'm
gonna
not
talk to
raising
me
my.
like that. You
Uh,
raised your
uh,
voice. You did.
hey, sister.
Listen, Donald. Listen. I'm trying my best, right, to not match energy. I don't
But
feel like
sister,
doing that.
I'm
I
trying
don't,
to go in.
Donald. When I talk, you don't need to talk.
I was trying to go into something. You keep
But Donald, I
interrupting.
am asking you a question.
Okay, I told you
Shh,
no.
Donald.
I told you
Donald,
no.
stop talking. God damn.
I told you no.
Oh my God, you and your freaking male ego is getting on my damn nerves already. Do you remember when I asked you, is it the same thing when a man speaks as when your God speaks? Do you remember me asking you that?
Yes, and I told you no.
Therefore, when Paul says, right, that he gave some gifts of bishop, pastors, elders, that is a human speaking, not the God.
Now, can I explain that interpretation, dude?
I didn't ask you for an interpretation, did I?
No, I'm trying to. I'm
I
asking
don't
you because
need an interpretation.
You're not getting.
Donald, shut up.
You're not getting close.
I don't need an interpretation. I asked you who's speaking. What I asked you for was a scripture where your God says he wants or needs pastors.
What debate? Hello.
Did you hear my question?
Yeah, your question was how did God speak on man? God spoke to him. God spoke to Paul.
So then your God, right, is nowhere on record saying, I want or need pastors. A human is on record saying, the Lord wants this. Correct?
No, God, no, God.
Where in the scripture?
I'm
I'm
grace.
gonna ask you again. I'm gonna ask you again.
I'm
Where,
grace. Are you
Donald?
gonna let me tell
Donald, hey, this is your last time. Then I'm gonna take you down.
you?
Okay?
Okay, you want to control me. You don't like men.
I don't like you.
You don't like men.
I don't like you,
You gotta
Donald.
like me.
I don't like you. I
You
know
gotta
that you
like
came. I know you
somebody.
came up here to defend your masculine ego, right? I understand why you hit the request box. Okay, I clocked that as soon as you got on stage. All right. So I have no problem telling you that I don't like you. Okay. Now, if you are able to keep your male ego in check, right, and not let it get rattled, then you will be able to stay on stage and defend your God. If not, I'm going to take you down and I'm going to move on to somebody else. Okay? Can you do that?
So I can do that now because I explained
Again, I don't care about an interpretation. What I asked you to find for me, okay,
Right.
is a scripture that says,
I'm about to give it
okay,
to you. You
bye,
won't
bye,
let me
Donald,
talk.
bye.
You won't
Have a
let me
good one. Too
talk.
bad
You
you're not
won't
gonna be
let me
able to
say.
defend your God. I find it hard to believe that it was the woman that failed at leading when the ego of Christian men is so fragile that they can't keep it under control long enough to defend their God. Ain't no fucking way. Left DFC, how are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I am an atheist.
Okay, and what did you come up to talk about?
I came up because I wanted to talk about the first topic. Like when I like to engage in these kind of conversations too, and specifically like I just watched like Dr. Bowen and Dr. Davis's video on Apologia's channel talking about this kind of thing, and I wanted to like there was something that I was like I loved it, but I was like there was something I was like left wondering because like I see like a lot of Christians try to like defeat like the condoning slavery with like specifically Exodus 21:16, where it says like you can't kidnap anyone or you're gonna be unalived. So like I was wondering like if there's anything like in like the Hebrew of the text that like shows like this can't be like referring to everyone, because obviously in the rest of the passages we see it's not possible, but like is there anything like that I'm missing that would show that?
Do you mind if I do this one,
No,
Tinker?
yeah, go ahead.
Um, yeah. So I think maybe it would be better to reframe this, um, because I hear what you're saying, and it sounds like what you're saying is, maybe don't kidnap means like only don't kidnap Israelites, right? And so
Right.
then it would allow, for you to take slaves from
Give me
elsewhere.
just like did the mods see Trixie T's in the comments type in die 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 in Hebrew over and over again? Can y'all? I hit block, but she's still there. So if one of the mods can block her, thank you. Sorry, Doctor B. Go ahead.
Jeez. What's wrong with people? Um, so two things. One, um, and I think Dr. Kip talked about this, but I don't remember. You have a parallel passage in Deuteronomy 24:7, and there it's pretty specific about to whom it's referring, and it's your fellow Israelites, your brothers, your fellow Israelites that you can't kidnap. And it looks like if you read through the Greek translation, some of the manuscripts in the Greek translation of Exodus 21:16 in the Septuagint, it adds the phrase like of the sons of Israel. So you could make that argument, and certainly I think at least by by the lights of the Septuagint writers of the Septuagint, they were taking it that way. But I think Exodus 21:16 is a bit of a red herring on its face, because sorry, trying to get over this sickness here. You know, you and I, we're not allowed to steal cars, right? Like we're
Right.
not allowed to walk down the street and bust out a window and take somebody's car, right?
Right.
Does that mean that we're not allowed to own a car?
No.
No. And that's the material point of Exodus 21:16. You're not allowed to go take a free person and kidnap them and reduce them to the status of slavery. You're not allowed to do that. In the same way that I'm not allowed to go, um, uh, steal some that, because what you're doing is you're stealing someone's freedom. You're not allowed to do that. You're also not allowed to do that in the wider ancient Near East. There's There are laws in Hammurabi. I think it's Law 14, for example, that says you're not allowed to kidnap someone. You're not allowed to steal them and reduce them to slavery. So you're not allowed to do that anywhere. But that doesn't mean that you can't own slaves. There's just a legal way and an illegal way of purchasing or acquiring slaves. And this is what the apologist wants to capitalize on, is they want to say, oh, well, look, when we think about slavery, we think about people being kidnapped, right? And so then what they want to do is, in your mind, make it so that the definition of slavery requires a free person being kidnapped. So if you don't have a free person being kidnapped, then it's not slavery. And that's just nonsense. So if somebody, uh, you know, took out a loan, for example, this is very, very common. If somebody took out a loan and they had a bad crop year, or they had two bad crop years, or whatever, they couldn't pay back that loan, then the creditor was within his legal right, if the agreement, stipulated this, the contract stipulated this, to come and to either take one of his children or one of his slaves, or his wife, or himself. Right? He could take the debtor himself and take them as a debt slave. Now, in that circumstance, as well as others, but in that circumstance, it was possible for that debt slave to be converted, given the right situation, to be converted to a full chattel slave, to just straight property that could be sold, right, traded, whatever, and kept permanently. So, like, these are, these are things that don't require someone being stolen. And so when an apologist appeals to this, like Frank Turek, for example, appealed to this in such a way that, I mean, like he thought he was dropping his mic. And the reality was, it's like, yeah, you can't steal people, right? Sick flex. Yeah, you can't do that. But I mean, what I would do in that circumstance is just have them read Exodus 21, 2-6. So just go back, 14 verses and say, all right, look, here you have an Israelite. This is an Israelite for whom the laws were more lenient throughout the different law collections in the Hebrew Bible. And this Israelite goes into debt and he sells himself, or he is sold. The Hebrew there is actually something I'm working on at the moment. As a slave, he is allowed to be kept as a debt slave for 6 years. And in the 7th year, he has to be released and his debt is taken care of. Like, his debt is considered to be repaid. However, I would have them focus in on the second possible scenario that's being considered in that text. It says, if the man comes in and he's single, then he goes out single. If he comes in married, he goes out married. But then it says, if he comes in single and his master gives him a wife, and ask the apologist, who is that woman? Because that woman is a slave. And then, if they don't buy that, right, if they don't believe that, then have them keep reading. And I know you probably know this. Sorry, so this is just for everybody.
I love hearing it. Thank you.
If when he gives that debt slave a wife and they have children, ask the apologist, what is that child to the master in this scenario? Not to the father, not to the mother, but to the master. And the answer is his property. And then you can ask, was that child stolen? No. Was that child legally obtained by the master? Yes. Is that child a slave? And this is one of the clearest examples, that there is no, there's no like Leviticus 25:44 to 46. Oh, well, they were like captives in war, or oh, the people that were living in the land, they were like worshiping devils and they were offering sacrifices. There's none of that like slippery wiggle room that they've got, right? There, it is like abundantly clear that child is a chattel slave, period.
Yeah,
Anyway.
like yeah, I guess like when I was reading like that those verses specifically, like I had seen like you guys talk about like there's like other ways to get slaves, and then I did know about that verse, and then I just didn't like put that together. Like yeah, like you are bringing in a debt slave, and then yeah, they're gonna go free, but these people are not gonna go free. So I see that now. So that it would be one way to grab it, and then like I like with Leviticus 25:44 to 46, like even if like they want to claim like they're worshiping idols and whatnot, like wouldn't that still be like they're still like kidnapping them? So like is that even like a logical like rebuttal for them at all? Like
Yeah, I mean, this is where I feel like I have so many of these conversations with apologists to my chagrin, right? Because sometimes it's just I'm embarrassed for them, frankly, because you know what where they're going to go is they've already said that it's perfectly fine for their God to unalive David's baby after, striking it with a sickness and making it suffer for 7 days just to teach David a lesson, right? They're already perfectly fine with unaliving all of the children in 1 Samuel 15, right? Because, they might grow up and be bad people, or because their parents were, according to their light, not the text, but according to their light, their parents were offering their children as sacrifices, and so, and so, then it's perfectly fine to unalive the children. Like these people have already justified these atrocities, and so for them to then say, "Oh well, I mean, these were really wicked people," and so. This was what they're going to say. This was a mercy. And this is a mercy that they were being enslaved, right? Because they could have just been unalived. I mean, like this is the level of nonsense that I think they have to. That's not very nice of me, but this is just the reality. So yes, I hear you. I hear you. And the other thing though, for more from a more from a stricter textual perspective, whatever, so that you and I don't lose focus on the text itself and not drift off into these what these so many apologists do in making up shit. If we're dealing with the text itself, like the way that they viewed this term like kidnapping, right? They didn't view taking people as captives as kidnapping. And when we hear kidnapping, we're thinking of taking someone captive, right? That's what we think of. Restraining them, taking them as property, whatever. They distinguish these things, right? So taking a free person against their will, bad. Taking an enemy combatant as plunder, not bad. Even though we would align those things in our understanding of the text, like we would not see it as okay as going and fighting a war, let's say in Iraq or something, and then after the war bringing back three or four of the combatants that were fighting against us to serve in our house for the rest of their lives. Like that's bad. They did not see it that way. um and so like that's not going to that's not going to be like an undercutting defeater or something for something like Exodus 21:16, because those two things are in the minds of the writers are different categories.
Right. Okay. I see that's kind of what I was thinking. Like it's just like they usually when like I engage with them, like it's like well, here's this verse and like well it's game over, you know? Like it's
Yeah.
like I guess like I also sometimes hear them say like when it came to like you know like the events in Joshua like they needed to like it was like you said like it was merciful for them to like unalive like these people like because like they might like even the children because like they might get taken as slaves by someone else if they're just like left to their own devices. Like you take out all the wicked people, you just leave like the children and the non-wicked people. Like they're not gonna be able to sustain themselves. Like this is just like this was like a merciful act. So like it I don't like
Yeah.
I
I
don't
mean, this is so that you have like actual data to respond to them with. Um, that one of the things that like Cliff Knechtle said this recently, and he's of course just one of many, but well, like this is, as you said, like this is a mercy. If you have a captive, if you have a captive woman that you're bringing back into Israel, well, it's like it's a mercy because you can't just let her go. She needs a man. She needs to be attached somewhere, and she doesn't have that attachment. She's just gonna be subject to the whims of any and everyone, and she'll starve and blah blah blah. Right? If that's the case, like you can take them to Deuteronomy 21:10-14, which is that passage about if you take a captive bride. We always talk about the atrocity, the multiple atrocities that are the first part of that. But we often don't continue on down to verse 14 because we've already sort of made the case by that point. But in verse 14 it says, if you like lose liking for her, you've done all this shit, right? And now you don't want her anymore. The text says you can't trade with her, like you can't use her as an object of trade, and you can't sell her because you've deflowered her, right? Um, it says you must let her go where she wishes. Now, if you have the apologist read that and then ask them, what does that mean? They're going to say, well, come on, Josh, you got to let her go. You got to let her go. Yeah. Where's she going?
yeah, wherever she
She
wants
is,
to go.
yeah.
Like
Is she going to her death? Right? Is so now the thing that is that they've been holding up as this great merciful thing, like, oh look, you got to let her go. It's actually a punishment to her, according to their lights, because now she's leaving the merciful protection of her being captive to go fend for herself and to be subject to all these men to die, to unalive and blah, suffer. No, the text is clear, right? You can't do these bad things to her. You have to do this good thing for her because you've done this bad thing to her, or this thing that has devalued her, taken away her ability to barter with her sexual capacities. So, if that's the case, then how does somebody like Cliff Knechtle justify that this is seen as a good thing in the text for the woman, this foreign woman who does not have the ability to barter with her own capacities, is being set free to go where she will? And how does he reconcile those? And the answer is he can't, right? Because that, so it's clear in the text that we can't just, apologists can't just muse, right? They can't just theorize. Well, I mean, this would be bad. They have to engage with what the texts say, and in this case, it's clear that even even foreign captive women who have been deprived uh, without their consent, even though the text doesn't even care about that, without their consent have been deprived of their sexual capacities to barter, right? It's still good for them, better for them, beneficial for them to be released on their own after that situation, right? And so then trying to say that before all of those bad things happening to them, that if God had commanded, hey, listen, you know, even if we go with some of the atrocities, and sorry, I'll land here, but you know, if we had seen in Deuteronomy 20, yeah, okay, foreign city, they put up a fight, emasculate the city, that's fine. Take all the women and the children and the livestock, and you bring them back to Israel, or yeah, let's just say that you bring them back to Israel and you let them stay. You set them up. You do what you just let them go out in Israel. Because now like they'll be here in the promised land, and it'll be so great. Like they can't make the argument at that point that, oh, they would just you know that they would just be starving and they'd be at the at the hands of any violent person that comes upon them. Like they can't make that argument, because then they would have to explain why it is that Deuteronomy 21:14 sees it as a good thing to set a devalued captive woman free as a benefit to her. Does that make sense?
Oh yes, that makes perfect sense. I thanks for helping me put that together. So like you would just say like this Exodus 21:16 passage, like it's it's got like a different meaning for those people back in the day, like kidnapping, and would you say it's like a full blown like contradiction in the Bible, or like it's just like a context thing, like we need to get the context here, like of what they were talking about, or like
Yeah, I don't think it's a contradiction in any way, because what the text is saying. Let's take it out of the Bible and let's take it to the laws of Hammurabi. Everybody would agree, right? Every apologist that I've ever talked to would agree that the laws of Hammurabi have like endorsed the social institution of slavery. Nobody's doubting that. Um, and so if you take them to laws of Hammurabi 14, where it says if a man kidnaps the child of another man, a free child of another man, that man's child shall be unalived, right? So
yeah,
it's illegal to kidnap a free person, right?
yeah,
Nobody would then say, no apologist would then say, oh my gosh, well, yes, I guess there wasn't slavery in ancient Babylonia. My God, this is crazy. This just changes everything for me, right? Nobody's doing that, right? And the reason is, if you were to ask them, like if, and this is why, by the way, I'm going to be writing this book as Marduk, a Moral Monster, because this is just the sort of thing that I'm going to be doing as a parody, right? I'm going to be saying, oh my gosh, look, there wasn't slavery. There couldn't have been slavery. Look, you couldn't kidnap people. Here, let's says it right here in Laws of Hammurabi 14. Marduk loved his people, right? And he wanted them to thrive. And anyway, because what an apologist would say back to that is, yeah, okay, sure, you couldn't just go take a free person or a free person's kid, right? You couldn't do that, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't like purchase them legally. Yeah, that's right. And that's exactly what's going on here in the Hebrew Bible, right? You can't illegally take a free person who has not fallen into debt slavery and has been converted to, like, here's the thing. Sorry, let me say it this way. This is probably a really good example. Um, if you remember in 2 Kings 4:1, where it talks about the wife of the prophet who had died, sorry, who had unalived, and she's saying to Elisha, please help me because we took out this loan. My husband is unalived, and now the creditor, we can't pay it back, and the creditor is coming to take my two sons. What's happening here in this circumstance is you have this situation where the person who's taking out the loan can utilize, again, themselves, but more often, I think, someone in their household as a pledge, right? And what you can do is you can say, all right, look, we don't have banks, in this way, and so collateral is very different. So what I'm going to do is, here, let's say I go up to Frank and I say, Frank, I want to take out a loan of 20 shekels of silver for you. I'll pay it back next year. I'll give you 10% interest on it. And he goes, okay, 20 shekels is a lot of money. Um, what happens if you can't pay it back? And I say, all right, look, I want you to take my son, right? I want you to take my son. He's going to be in your house. He's going to live with you. He'll be there for the whole year, and he's going to serve you as a as a pledge, right? He's going to serve you whatever you want him to do, working in the fields, cleaning yourself, whatever. He's yours to derive benefit from. Okay, and now Frank has some assurity, right? That if I default on the loan, at least he has the value of a slave in his house that he can convert against that loan. So if, let's say I take out a loan of 50 shekels and a slave is valued at 30 shekels of silver, well, let's say I default on the loan after the year and I'm like, Frank, I can't pay it back. He's like, okay, at least I've got 30 shekels worth. So he converts my son from the status of pledge, in which the assumption was that my son would eventually go free after the loan was repaid. So he couldn't be sold. He couldn't be treated in a certain way. And there were limitations on how he could be treated. Like he couldn't be branded. He couldn't, and because it was assumed he was going to go free again. But once that assumption left, once I defaulted on the loan and I said, all right, look, you can keep my son against my loan. Now he is converted to a chattel slave.
Okay. I see. Okay, you've helped me out a lot. Is that, can I ask like on the second topic, like this is something that like I also talk to a lot of people about too. Like if so, like with the original sin and fall of man concept, like if God, or thinker, like if God is all knowing, He would know before He created man and woman that they would fall. So therefore, God caused the fall because He actualized man and woman. So like He would be the cause of all sin, you know?
I'm sorry. I didn't even. I wasn't. Listen, I was over here studying something. Can you say that last part again?
Yeah, like if God is all knowing, then He would know before He created man and woman that they would fall. He would have to know. So therefore, since God actualized man and woman, He actualized the fall of man. So it would be God's doing. Like,
Yeah, like intentional. And I think the text actually kind of shows that, right, when he says that it was done, that it was decreed from the foundation of the world that Jesus would die for the sins of the world. And like if that was his plan before there was even an earth, like he would have had to orchestrate that, right? It would have to be his doing, because Peter says later on that it was planned from the beginning of the earth, before there was even an earth.
right. Like, it baffles me how, like, Christians can't, like, they just jump to like free will, and it's just like, well, like you're just ignoring like the, the your God's omniscience, you know? Like,
Somehow they think that he can be all knowing and they still have free will, that he can create this divine order, right? And like they still be responsible for the things that happen. Like there is a fascinating mental leap that they take in order to justify it, that I don't quite understand. And that's the thing that they say, that you have to have spiritual eyes in order to understand. Is how the two things don't contradict. It's kind of like earlier when the guy was saying that God lies, and even when God lies, he tells the truth, right? So, so when God is all knowing, right, and he created this divine plan in the beginning for Jesus to die for the sins of the earth, he knew what was going to happen. Therefore, when he created the earth, he initiated the plan, right? He initiated the fall, because other than that, then there would be no need. Like if there was no fall, there would be no need for, for his plan in the first place. But they do like a fascinating mental jump to justify the two contradicting ideas to make them make sense to them.
yeah, and it's the like you need to have spiritual eyes. Like they they say something like that, but then when you talk to one person that supposedly has the Holy Spirit, and then you talk to another person who supposedly has the Holy Spirit, they come back with contradicting interpretations. So like they either have to claim like, well, one of them's actually not a believer and therefore they don't have these spiritual eyes, or they're being controlled by the devil, because they'll always assume that what their interpretation is correct. So like
Yeah, that's why the othering comes in. They end up pointing fingers at each other because they're not agreeing with each other, and they accuse each other of being of the devil and not actually teaching the truth of God. So I agree.
yeah, I mean,
The no true Scotsman fallacy should have been written in the book.
well, I've I'm a big fan of you and a lot of the people that you bring up on the panel. So I've really enjoyed coming up and talking to you guys. It's been great.
You're welcome. I'm glad that you got a chance to talk to Dr. B,
Yeah.
and you're welcome back anytime.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Fee. Fee, are you there? Oh, okay. Thinker has knowledge but no understanding because she ain't got a husband. Oh, God. Damn. My intellect is tied to a man's dick. Am I to understand that? Am I to understand that my level of understanding is tied to a man's penis? Did I read that right? Hey, Dog. Well, I'll be damned. I guess I understand when they say that y'all think with your heads. And the little one, not the big one.
Hello, hello.
Hey, Ems, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. You missed some really good conversations.
Yeah,
Rare
right. But there's
juice.
gonna be some more.
Yeah. We
What's
had
up?
a
Thank you.
we
Good
had
morning.
a Muslim guy on the stage for a very long time.
Would you?
He didn't like my interpretation of Adam and Eve, and I shared with him the way that I see it, that Eve made an executive decision and that Eve was made from bone, something that regenerates, right? Like it grows back. And that Adam, the golem, was made from dust. And that he was given, commands. Like he was just taught to just obey and not necessarily have his own decisions, make his own decisions. And it was Eve who used critical thought, right? Reasoning before she decided to listen to the conversation that she had with the serpent and eat the fruit. And then she just handed it to the golem
But
and he ate.
it isn't
He
Eve
didn't.
that ate the apple in Islam.
Oh, it's not.
Whoa,
No, it is both of
Who
them.
is it?
is it alright if I answer real
Wait,
quick?
where? No. Like, I know you've been in the guest box for a while. You've been in the comments for a while. You know that I don't let people say anything until I introduce them to the stage, right?
Oh, my fault, Martha. I thought you was talking to me. My fault.
Oh, no, I was talking to M. I'm going to introduce you to the stage in just a second. I think I remember you, too. I think you were a really respectful young man the last time that we was on the stage. So give me just a second, okay? M, you said it's not Eve who eats the
No,
fruit?
it isn't. It is both of them. And by the way, the story of Adam and Eve is even like weirder when you go into the hadith. Like we have a story of Moses and Adam talking to each other.
Wait, Moses and Adam talk
Yes.
to each other in the Quran?
Yes.
How is that?
In heaven. They talk to each other in heaven.
Oh, okay. In
Moses
heaven.
is blaming him for kicking him. Like, Moses blames Adam for getting us kicked out of heaven.
Oh, wow. They get into it.
Yeah. And then Adam is like, why would you blame me for something that was written for me 40 years before I was made?
Wait, he said it was waiting for him for 40 years before he was made?
Yeah. So why would you blame me for it?
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Serenity says, so who recorded the conversation?
It is the prophet. Because the prophet talked to Adam, he talked to Moses,
The
he talked
prophet
to
talked to
Jesus.
Adam?
Yeah. He talked to everyone.
Wow. I didn't know that.
And it is Sahih.
So why would he...
I'm going to bring it up one second.
Okay. That's interesting. Rare Juice, how are you?
I'm alright. You know how to come through.
That's good. If I'm not mistaken, you're not Christian, right?
Yeah, I'm a Christian, but
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, there were some
But you don't
Christians.
identify as a Christian or
Yeah,
something?
remember when you said earlier? Because I feel like you might have been talking, maybe towards me. You know, when Christians get to pointing fingers, who's right, who's not right, stuff like that. So
I wasn't talking
I would.
about you. That's just what they
No, no,
do.
no. I align with that though because
Oh.
I'm like a heretic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I remember you saying that most Christians call you a heretic or something.
It's all good.
Yeah. Let's see. The prophet said Adam and Moses argue with each other. Moses said to Adam, "Oh Adam, you are our father who disappeared and turned us out of paradise." Then Adam said to him, "Oh Moses, Allah favored you with his talked to you directly, and he wrote the Torah for you with his own hand. Do you blame me for action which Allah had written in my fate?" Wow. 40 years before my creation. So Adam confuted Moses. The prophet added, repeating the statement 3 times. Adam's like, don't blame me. I'm just a character.
Yeah. So that can I say something really quick?
Go ahead.
So that goes into where I'm like, I don't really agree with how we're trying to lay blame on a certain figure. I don't feel like, I don't think there's a tone that they're laying blame on Eve, and I don't think we should be trying to lay a tone that like, oh, Adam was so easily deceived. I mean, both of them were deceived. I think that's what M's saying.
That's what he's saying that the Quran teaches or the hadiths teach. But the Christians don't teach that. And in fact, Paul does say that it was not the woman who was deceived, but the man. So Paul does place blame on Adam. Adam places blame on the woman. And most men get on my stage and blame the woman.
Yeah, that I mean that idea isn't. It's not. It doesn't help your argument at all, for sure.
No, Greg Mecca, he didn't say Eve was deceived. Are you talking about M's said that?
Are you asking me?
No, I was asking him. Is he saying that that M said that? He says. Paul says that death came by one man. He places the blame. Paul places the blame on man, on Adam. I mean, sin. Death came by one man, or sin came by one man, and through the spreading of sin, death is spread to all, or death is spreaded to all because all have sinned. Something like that. Hold on, let me pull it up. Yeah, First Timothy, which is not written by Paul, does say, "And Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived." But Paul says that it's that sin came through one man. So Paul blames. So Paul blames Adam. The Christian Church blames Eve. Islam says that they both were deceived. Paul blames Adam. The Christian church blames Eve, and men get on my stage and blame Eve every day. And Islam says they were both deceived. And no, Paul did not write Timothy. Paul didn't write any of the pastoral letters. I said what I said. And what I was studying while Dr. B was talking to what the last guest was trying to figure out if Paul even wrote 1 Corinthians 9. I don't think he did.
I,
But hold on, let me read this right quick. As we have seen here, Adam had not been forbidden to eat the fruit of a certain tree, and had also been warned against the machinations of his enemy, Satan, and yet he had eaten the forbidden fruit. It is seemingly a sin hold on, what did it say? It is seemingly a sin why the Holy Quran, the Hadith, and rational arguments to establish the innocence and sinlessness of all the prophets. There is an absolute consensus of the four great imams of Islamic law and all the authentic scholars on the doctrine that each and every prophet is innocent and protected against all sins, major or minor. Some people have suggested that prophets are not protected against minor sins, but the majority of authentic scholars do not agree with this opinion. Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Rare, what topic did you want to discuss? Rare. Rare Juice, are you there?
yeah. Hello.
What topic did you want to discuss?
Let's go with the Christian guy's nature is contradictory.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, being that I feel like the God's nature is basically like progression of life. I don't think it's very contradictory. I think that whatever happens is going to happen. With us being some like the most intelligent creatures, of course we get like certain things happening we see that are evil, but that's just with us, being able to choose if we want to align with it or not, because we can even choose. We don't just run off of instinct like these other things.
What do you think that I mean by his nature is contradictory?
Like how if we're able to sin is like
Wait, if I
God's.
said the Christian God's nature, why are you? But it says the Christian God's nature is contradictory, not humans' nature is contradictory. Why are you talking about what humans do?
Okay, well then let me ask you, what do you mean by Christian God's nature?
If I ask you, Red Juice, what is your nature? What do you think I'm asking you?
My nature, like how I am. I mean, what?
Yeah. So, like, why are you talking to me about what humans do?
I know,
If
but
the question is about the God,
because we were created by God.
but I'm not talking about humans, though.
I know,
Just
but
because
you're
you
judging.
were created,
You're
right? Like, if
judging
I
God
make
off
a
of
cup
what
of
we.
coffee, right? If I make a cup of coffee, and I ask, how was the coffee? Are you gonna say, Thinker is so sweet? Thinker likes reading the Bible. If I ask you how
Did you put sugar in the
did the
coffee? No, I'm saying. Like what I'm saying is like because you also, I feel like you sitting here judging God off of what humans are
okay,
doing.
and that's fine, but the question or the statement says that his nature is contradictory, and that's the topic. Like, it's not about humans.
So what do you? So is it like the belief of God is contradictory because
His
it's like
nature, like
the way.
you already explained to me that you understand what I
Yeah.
mean by saying what is your nature, rare juice,
So
right?
God's. So what I said was God's nature was the progression of life, and it. I mean, it
That's
doesn't look
not
like
his nature. Like, how? Where? What
what.
do you mean his nature is the progression of life?
Okay, so what do you think God's nature is then?
Uh, all knowing, right?
Oh my
Omnipresent,
goodness.
right?
What?
What do you
Okay,
think
wait.
nature
But
is?
so
Like,
yeah, all knowing. So
is
yeah, you
his
can.
nature?
Yeah, but all
He's
knowing.
faithful. He's just,
All
right? Like,
right.
what? What
So
do
what
you?
makes him not all knowing then, since he's
Wait.
contradictory?
Hold on. Don't cut me off while I'm talking, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Don't get beside yourself. Now, it is not my fault, right, that you don't understand what it means, right, to discuss the nature of something, right?
Well, I'm trying to understand what you're looking for because there's a lot of different ways.
I've explained to you what I'm looking for, and what I mean by his nature is contradictory. The nature of your God. There are several scriptures in your book that
Right.
describes his nature as being all faithful, right? As being
Okay.
omnibenevolent, okay?
So that means
As being,
what is
I'm
omnipotent?
talking right now,
My fault. What does that
as
mean?
being a God of his word, right? As being sovereign, as being omnipresent, right? All knowing, okay? He cannot lie, right? Like, there are several things that describe who your God is, how your God is in this book. That is the nature of your God.
So what about being all knowing is getting contradicted?
Are there times in this book where your God doesn't know something?
So are you trying to say that just because God knows something's happening, it doesn't happen? Because
Wait,
are you trying to say
hold on. Let me
that
ask you.
God
How
could
old are
have
you?
saved somebody?
How old are you, Rare Juice?
I'm 24, but I want to know what you're
Oh,
referring
wait.
to.
Okay. So hold on. Let me say this really quickly. And the reason what prompted me to ask you for your age because is the question that you just asked. Okay. So I did raise the limit to 25
Oh,
because what I have noticed is that people from 21 to 24 years old still haven't matured mentally enough to have these conversations.
wait. What
One,
did I
because there's
say?
no reason. Hold on, don't tell me to wait. Okay. One, because there's no reason for you to not have understood, right? When the concept of all knowing, and then you ask me, right? Where in the text, right? What in the text goes against him being all knowing? And then I ask you, are there places in the text where your God doesn't know something? And then your response is just because he's all knowing, right? And he doesn't know something, does that mean that he doesn't know something? Like that response didn't make sense, right? And I don't want to spend the majority of this conversation teaching you what all knowing is. I don't want to spend the majority of this conversation teaching you your Bible.
Wait. I think we're like, you're misinterpreting, because I'm saying just because something happens, right, doesn't mean that God doesn't know that it happened. Like, God knows it.
Where are you getting that? Where are you getting that I said that? What does it
Well,
mean? Like when you say just
I'm just
because
a step
something
ahead.
happens, hold on. I don't understand the logic behind that. And again, I think it's because you're young, right?
Well, you tell me
Like,
what
hold on.
happened that
Like,
God
and
didn't
you
know.
keep interrupting me. Like, I don't feel like doing this with somebody's child. Like, you're 24, you're still learning, right? And I raised the age to 25,
You're someone's
and
child
you're
also.
not understanding. It's fine. You can think what you want to think, right? You aren't understanding. I don't even think you understand what is wrong with the question you just asked me.
Why can't you answer one?
Because you didn't ask that. Do you think you asked me a logical question?
Okay, so how about this? Instead of
No, no,
me
no.
asking the
Do you
question,
think, Rare Juice,
yeah.
do you think that you just asked me a logical question? The fact that you haven't even recognized yet what's wrong with the question that you asked me is the very reason that I
Okay.
increased the age to 25.
The problem with the question was because I'm jumping ahead, right? Well, you were
No. You asked me just because
okay. So
something
what
happened
happened
doesn't
that
mean that
God
he's
wasn't
not
there?
all knowing. Listen. You said so just because something happened, right? And he knew that it was gonna happen. Does that mean that he's not all knowing? Like I can't even remember. Like the question that you asked makes no sense.
Okay, but can you tell me something that happened that God didn't know happened?
I tried to go there with you, right? But again, you're
I jumped
24.
ahead.
No, no, no,
I'm
no.
younger
You
than
asked
you.
me an
I jumped
illogical
ahead.
question. No. You
So
asked
I
me
asked the question
rare
about
juice
what's the
and this
difference
right
for.
here like this you don't like you keep trying to talk when I talk, right? Also like I just don't want to with a 24-year-old, okay? You just not like mentally you're not mature there. You're not mentally there yet. Like you still
All
have
right, I'll let you
a
keep
lot of
going.
learning. What?
I said I'll let you keep going. Like I'll let
No,
you go.
like the age limit is 20. You see that up there? Host note 25 plus. Do you see that?
I just think it's crazy that you
I
can't
get
tell
it.
me.
You don't like it. You're 24.
When
The
wasn't
age
God
limit is
there?
25. And
That's
the
not
fact that
even
you're
in the
not even
topic.
respecting that. You're not even respecting that. And I gave you a compliment when you came on stage. The last time you were on stage, I said, I think you were respectful. But like, you're like really killing that right now.
Well, you know I fuck with the live though. Hey,
Yeah,
but
but you're
I had to at
24 and
least
I
make
have to
my
drop you, okay? You're
yeah.
24. Okay? Have a good day. Goodness. Greg, are you a Christian deconstructing? Or are you an atheist or a Muslim?
I'm none of the above.
Well, you got to be one to be on the stage.
We'll say I'm Christian then.
You believe in the God of the Christian Bible?
Yes, yes.
What topic do you want to discuss?
Um, well, it's I guess what's on the prompt. Um,
Wait, how old are you?
Christian God. I'm
How old are you? How old?
33.
Okay, go ahead.
So you said the Christian God is the great deceiver. Why do you say that?
Hmm. Because he is.
Okay, but that doesn't prove anything though.
Where is the deceiver in this book?
Well, you have to give me
I asked you a question. Where is the great deceiver in the book?
where is the great deceiver in the book. I mean, the only
Yeah.
great deceiver that I know is Satan.
Yeah, where is Satan deceiving people in the book?
Satan, I mean, even in the garden, I mean, Satan, he deceived the woman.
How did he deceive her?
What do you mean, how did he deceive her? He presented the opposite of what God instructed.
That's not deception.
Well, it actually is deception. How
What's the
would
definition of deception?
I don't have the dictionary in front of me, but to mislead somebody, intentionally mislead.
How did he mislead her?
Well, again, he told her the opposite of the instruction that he gave Adam, which was
Did he say? The opposite of the instruction is, okay, so the instruction that the God gave to Adam was, do not eat from the tree, right?
yes,
The opposite of that would be eat from the tree.
yes.
Where is Satan saying eat from the tree?
He says, I don't have the scripture in front of me, but he says, God said that ye shall surely die. He said, ye shall not surely die.
That's not misleading. They didn't die.
They actually did.
They died the day that they ate from the tree.
That wasn't the what was being said there.
Let's see it. Let me
They
pull
didn't
it
die.
up. Let me pull it up. Let's see. 1 second. We're gonna double check it.
Because see, when they were created, to live life eternally.
Yeah, that's not in the text either. But give me just a second.
It actually is.
It's not. Okay, so it says, but of the tree of knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that you eat, thou shalt surely die. Let's look at a couple of translations for this word right here, in the day. This phrase right
I
here. Okay.
swear, thinker, when you get just like first semester Hebrew under your belt, it's gonna be like night and day for you in these conversations. It's gonna be amazing.
I know, I cannot wait. We have less than a month before it begins. If y'all could
Excited.
see my evil fingers just like ha 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 ha.
Well, that actually,
Give me just a second. Give me just a second. That's the King James. One moment. That's the King James. Okay. Let's look at a couple of different translations here. We're gonna go to the easy to read translation. Let's see what they say. But you must not eat from the tree that gives knowledge about good and evil. If you eat from that tree on that day, you will certainly die. So the easy to read translation says on that day. Let's do the good news translation. Let's see. Except the tree that gives knowledge of what is good and what is bad, you must not eat the fruit of that tree. If you do, you will die the same day. It's that translation. Dr. B, can you help us out with the Hebrew?
Yeah. So there are two things at play. One is the phrase "bayom hachalcha," which is on the like in the day that you eat, and it's a temporal construction using an infinitive construct, which all of that technical jargon essentially means that uh, that phrase indicates when the action described in the infinitive happens, the thing that comes after will immediately happen. So that's what the phrase "in the day" means. You can see it throughout the text, throughout the Hebrew Bible. But so that's one thing. It's not indicating like 1,000 years from now, or sometime in the distant future or something. It's saying immediately or very, very, very shortly thereafter. The other thing is the phrase "mod tamut," which is an infinitive absolute with an indicative verb, and it's being used pretty emphatically here, saying "you will in fact die," and it's referring to their physical death. That's how that phrase is used again throughout the Hebrew Bible.
Thank you, Dr. B. Go ahead, Mega. It's one more thing I would like to bring up regarding the deception.
Real quick, thinker.
Huh?
Reset your gift goal.
Okay.
And the question was in the chat. Is he a Hebrew Israelite?
Oh, I don't know. Um, Mecca.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. No, he said he was a Christian. Um,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah. So go ahead, Mecca.
No, you said you was gonna get something.
No. I said go ahead and respond, and then there's one more thing that I would like to discuss regarding the interpretation, the deception.
Yeah. So I mean, what he said is that he's saying that they were supposed to immediately die,
He
right?
said according to the Hebrew language, and what the words used in Hebrew in the original text or the Hebrew scriptures. That's what it means.
I disagree with his interpretation for that
Do you
verse.
read Hebrew? Do you read or speak Hebrew?
I do follow a lexicon actually,
No. Do you read or speak Hebrew?
not fluently.
Well,
He does.
But
what specifically would you disagree with, like about my analysis?
more so of you thinking that they were supposed to die immediately based on what you just read.
Okay, so the phrase "b'yom ha'chalcha," so the temporal construction, right? Do you have evidence that that temporal construction used elsewhere or in this context would mean something other than immediately?
Also, I want to point out that it is not based on what he read, right? It's based on the Hebrew language, which is something completely different, right? That means that he has an understanding of the original language that it was written in and not just based on what he read.
Yeah, but I think that he's being biased on that Hebrew word. He's saying that they were going to immediately die, but I disagree with that based on
All right.
what I'm currently reading, based on the lexicon.
All right. So read three, I think it's 3:5.
Thank you, Dr.
Genesis
B. That's
3.
where I was going to go next,
Yeah.
but go ahead.
So in your lexicon, what does that say?
You said 3:5,
I think
Genesis
that's
3:5.
I think that's where it's at. I don't have it in front of me.
I don't know what you're trying to say.
He said read Genesis 3. I think
Is
it's
that what
3,
it is? Verse
4,
5.
3,
It's
4 through 5,
three,
I
four.
think.
Yeah. Man.
The snake replied, "That's not true. You will not die." God said that because he know that when you eat it, you will be like God and knows what is good and what is bad. Hold on, let me go to
Yeah, that
the
phrase
yeah.
in
Let me go
in
back
the
to the King James. There we go. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
Okay. So what does that phrase mean? In the day that you eat the Yom HaChalchal there, does that mean something other than immediately?
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily, in that context, it doesn't necessarily mean that immediately they would die immediately.
But,
And
but what is
did
that's
you did
I didn't ask you anything. Hey,
you
I
did
didn't ask you
acknowledge that.
anything about dying. I didn't ask you anything about dying. When the serpent said, "In the day that you eat of it, your eyes will be opened." What does that mean?
Well, the fact that you said that there was going to be a time lapse.
No, listen, do you understand the question? We are now on Genesis 3, chapter 3, verse 4 through 5. The serpent is now talking. The serpent uses the same phrase in the day. What does it mean when the serpent says in the day?
I don't think it means in that day, in that immediate day.
it means sometime in the future,
There is going to be a time period. Yes.
a
So
time period where
what
their
happened?
eyes will be open.
Yeah, what happened in the story? They ate the fruit and then what?
But they did they not die though?
They ate the fruit. Man, do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? When
Did they
they
not
ate
die though?
the fruit, what happened? Hello?
I'm listening.
What? You're not. I asked
That
you
was
a
the question.
question. What happened when they ate the fruit?
When they ate the fruit, their eyes became open, and they saw.
When did they open? What did the text say?
All we see is it says in that day, but we don't know exactly
No,
when that
read
was.
it. My God. What does it say? So
I'm
she
saying
took the fruit and she
you're
ate it. She
reading it,
gave it
but
to
I'm
her husband.
saying
And what happened?
you're making an insinuation though. That's the
I'm
problem.
just,
It it's
all I'm doing is
literally on
asking
the
you to read it.
screen.
Read
No,
Like
it.
you're
Just read
insinuating.
it. Can you just read
it's
it?
on the screen in front of you. It says, "For God knows that in the day you eat, your eyes will be open." He literally says it in verse 5.
In the day, right? Which is an
Yeah.
English.
Okay. So,
And what happened? Just a little bit further in the story, right? We all know the story. The woman says, all right, sweet, right? Takes some, eats it, gives it to her husband with her. He eats it. And what happens?
Let me
And 15 years later, their eyes were opened,
let
right?
me let's.
And 964 years later, their eyes were opened. That's what it says, right?
That's you're being facetious. Now,
Yes, I'm being sardonic.
now you're reading on the English in that day, so your understanding of that verse.
Oh my God. I'm not asking you to read 4 and 5 anymore. I'm asking you to read the verses later. What happens?
We already see what happens. Their
What?
eyes were
Tell
open.
me, because you haven't told me.
The verse says their eyes were open
When?
and that they saw that they were naked.
Yeah. Did it happen 969 years later?
I never said it did. I
Okay.
never
So
said it
when did
did.
it happen?
I don't know. It doesn't say.
You
All it
don't
says
know. You don't know.
we have an English translation that says in the day. Your understanding
oh my gosh.
of
It
the
literally
verse.
I'm
says,
gonna mute
listen,
back
it
up.
says,
I'm gonna mute
"And
back
when
up.
the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them were both opened, and they knew that they were naked." Okay, so after they ate, immediately after they ate, their eyes were opened, and they knew that they were naked. It did. There is no time lapse. It didn't happen 930 years later. So
You literally just
the
acknowledged.
same statement when the serpent says, "In the day that you eat, your eyes will be open," and then they eat in the same day, their eyes are opened.
But he literally just acknowledged it that he said that there was a time lapse.
No,
You are
I
claiming there
didn't.
is a time lapse when your
No, he
God
literally
says
said
in
that.
the day.
He don't want to acknowledge he said that, but
He did
I
not
have
say
not
that.
ever acknowledged
man,
a time
everybody heard
lapse.
you say that. Come
You
on,
want to play it back because you're
All
being
right, my
streamed to
guy.
YouTube. We
come
can
on.
play it back.
We could definitely play it back, but that's
Okay,
what he said.
let's play
Okay,
it
well,
back.
no, it's okay. It's okay. We're going to go with, for the sake of argument, that I said the words, there is a time lapse. You ready? I mistakenly spoke if I said that. My position is not that there is a time lapse. Now, move forward.
So he's being contradictory.
Fine. I'm being contradictory. I'm flipping and flopping back and forth. Okay. You've got that one. Now deal with the fucking text. Shit ain't about
On
me, big guy.
on to the next one, man. Because
Yeah,
you've
yeah,
already
that's right.
shown that you're
Yeah,
being biased.
you done tapped out, my guy.
You've already
You
shown that
can't, you
you're being
can't read the
biased.
text, but you want to flex on it,
You,
right? So go ahead.
apparently, you can't read the
Show me
text
the
either because
text.
you
You
literally just
talk about,
contradicted
man, talk
yourself.
about all this meta. Talk about all this meta because you ain't got shit.
Anyway, what
Come on,
else you
bro.
got? 'Cause you literally just contradicted yourself. But
Step up to the plate
this what
and
it is.
talk to me about the Hebrew. Let's talk about
On
the
to the next one.
syntax. Now you want to talk about, oh no, he was I contradicted it. He flipping and he flopping.
Because that's literally
I
what
own
you
it,
did.
brother.
First you
I
said
will own
that,
it
then
all day
immediately,
fucking
then
long.
you
I will
said,
own
then you said it
your
was a time
shit. I
lapse.
will own your
Come on,
shit.
man.
Now deal with the text.
Come on,
I
man.
flip and I flop, right? I contradict myself all day long. Now show me where I'm wrong in the text.
You've literally already admitted. You won't
You ain't
concede to
got
it.
shit.
You
All
won't
you
concede to it because
have, all you,
you've
I
already
did 3 times.
you've
I have
already
taught, you won.
contradicted
I
yourself.
lost. I contradicted myself. Now show me in the text. Come on, big man.
Yeah.
That's right.
You, that's what I
Run.
thought. That's what
Go
I
ahead
thought.
now, run.
Nobody's running.
It's like
Oh, you are running. Show me in the syntax. Show me Bayoma Kalcha and how it shows you that it's some distant time, how there's some span of time that occurs. Go ahead. Show me. I'm waiting.
you ever
Bated breath, my guy.
you ever put on your favorite sweater after you take it right out of the dryer? That's what this kind of feels like. Yeah, like I put on my favorite sweater after it just came out the dryer in a winter day, and I have a cup of hot cocoa. I missed you, thinker.
I miss you too, Jeff.
Greg, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Why are you lying?
Oh,
Like,
now I'm lying.
what is the utility of lying?
Now I'm lying. How am I lying?
I'm not. No, we don't have to discuss it. Like,
He's the one
there
that
are
explained. He's the one
there
that
are
explained.
800. There
He's the
are
one
over
that
eight.
explained the
Hold
verse.
on. Before you crash out, there are over
Nobody's
800
crashing out.
people.
I'm just
I
saying.
don't know. I don't know why
Everybody
you're.
heard what
I
he
don't know.
said.
Hold on, Greg.
I'm just.
Greg, take a breath. Exhibit some self control. There are over 800 people in this room. I'm going to recap the dialectic for you, and then I just want you to answer my question, right? So there are two different expressions. Dr. Bowen, who speaks Hebrew, right, gave you an analysis of the syntax and said that the expression in the day in Hebrew means in the day. When you saw that in Genesis 2:7, you did not accept it. Fine. Then we went to Genesis 3:5. In Genesis 3:5, there's the same expression in the day. So at a minimum, we have two different offers for what happens when you eat the fruit. One person says, in the day you will die. The other person says, in the day your eyes are open. And then you were offered to move later in the text where the eyes were opened. You say there's some time lapse. I don't see a time lapse in the text in English. I don't think that your analysis of a time lapse in the text in Hebrew is forthcoming. So now, and then you said that Dr. Bowen's understanding, right? Oh, by the way, hi, Dr. Bowen, big fan. Um, that Dr. Bowen's understanding was based on the English when he's already giving you proof that he reads the Hebrew. So now that I've given you the full scope, now I'm going to re-render my question, and I want you to please don't continue the dishonesty. Give me the courtesy of an answer. What is the utility in this moment right now of lying? What does it do for you?
You're on mute if you're talking, Greg.
Somebody muted me. Okay.
I did because you were talking while Jeff was talking.
I literally wasn't. I was quiet the whole
Okay,
time.
like I'm sick of your like just talk, just go.
So I will give you my explanation of the verse.
But we don't.
So,
I'm not interested in the explanation of the verse anymore.
I literally asked a question with the greatest of courtesy, with the courtesy of King Charles of the United Kingdom
But
and his
you're,
Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
I don't think
I
that I'm
I
lying.
I
That's the
just
problem.
wanted no because you are because look a lot
That's
you
your
said
opinion, though. That's your
no it's
opinion.
not an opinion this is
That's your
just
opinion.
rendering
Because
this
he
is
literally just
rendering
read.
language.
Because we can go to other
Hold on
scriptures and show that that exact same
thinker.
Hebrew
Just
word
to let you know,
can be.
since you're not aware of yourself, you are talking while Jeff is talking, and I muted you.
So thinker, at the beginning of this exercise, did you ask him what does it mean to deceive? What is deception?
Yes, well, he chose the topic. The Christian God is the great deceiver, and we're stuck on it, figuring out whether the serpent deceived or not.
But I remember you asking him what does deception mean, and he said to
No, yeah, I
mislead.
did. Yeah.
Okay. And so mislead would mean to give me a statement of facts that don't align with reality.
Yes.
So I'm just going to pick one fact. Dr. Bowen, your understanding is based on an English translation. That is misleading. That is a lie because Dr. Bowen has rendered his analysis based on Hebrew reading. So just that. I can give you about a half dozen other places where you've lied, but we have one lie. And so now I'm going to ask my question for a third time. What is the utility of lying?
I love you, Jeff. I think you're amazing. FYI.
Right back at you.
I'll let you tell me because I don't think that I lied.
Okay, so
That's the problem.
I have some hypotheses since you want me to do like just a blank analysis. I think that either you're so stuck on this text that you will do anything to defend it, even giving up your own morality, or you have some need for validation in a crowd. It's those are the top two. But I can't read your mind. I'm not going to like attempt to read your mind. I think that's something you need to like discuss with yourself is why is it that you're not honest? And then the second part is in the dialogue, why are you not a charitable listener? Because I was listening the whole time. You offered time lapse. Dr. Bowen immediately rejected it. And then you tried to say that he said that there was a time lapse, right? Dr. Bowen said, and this is super generous. Let's say I did say that. Fine. Now let's deal with the text, which is your opportunity to be honest and say, okay, let's look at an academic reading of the text. But no, you took that perceived W, patted yourself on the back, and said, well, let's move on to the next thing because I won. Now, that's another lie. So, and it's like just discourteous. So why do that? I mean, I don't actually care. I think it's good for you to ask yourself that. But I just want you to think like if you have to go to these lengths, twist words, do the dishonesty, mislead people in order for you to validate yourself, what do you get out of that? What is the text giving you? What goes on the other side of the scale to weigh out this like deception, all of that?
Well, you're insinuating a lot about me. But as I said before, based on what he said, right? He did acknowledge that that word there can mean an indefinite period of time. It doesn't necessarily have to mean a 24-hour period. It don't have to mean immediately. He acknowledged that. I never said it. He
Can you
explained.
steel
He
man?
told you based
Can
on
you
how
hold
the.
on? Can you
But
steel
listen
man
though,
his Hebrew understanding?
listen though, if he
Can you
said it can be
steel?
translate, if he said it can be translated that way,
Nope, nope,
then
nope, nope,
how
nope.
is he going to
That's not
try to
a
backpedal and say
he
no?
didn't
That's
he
not what
didn't
he's trying to say.
because he didn't say that. Now what I'd like you to do is steel man his Hebrew understanding of the syntax based on the grammatical rules. He gave them to you and he said them twice.
Guys, I'm so sorry to jump in. I have to drop out because I've got to get inside and do Christmas Eve stuff. But I know that you guys do not need me to take this. Thank you all, and seriously, this was great. A
You're
lot of
welcome,
love in
Dr.
this
B.
room.
I
I
hope you
appreciate this
enjoy your
community.
holidays.
Thank you. You too.
let me make sure I follow you before you go. But yeah, if you can give me just an analysis of this, like we all know it, right? And Dr. Bowen is more well versed on it than I am. Like I take notes, but can you give me just a recap of his analysis of that syntax, of that expression?
I'm just going off of what I'm seeing in the lexicon of based on how it can be translated.
So it's the lexicon that told you how it can be translated, not Dr. Bowen.
Yes, I'm reading the
Okay,
lexicon.
so that's another lie.
Oh my
Do
god.
you see how we're compounding them now? I know for a fact Bash is like I'm trying to be nice and I'm failing at it because I'm super snarky. I know Bash is going to do a much better job than me, so I'm going to hand it off to him. You haven't answered my question, but I think the question is really more for you and like your journal or whatever. But just in this moment, just know that you're compounding the dishonesty for some reason. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you did well. Bro, I got one simple question. This is real simple. If a word can be used in more than one way, how do you decide which way is used?
Context.
Context. Okay. What kind of context?
Just depending on how the verse is laid out and what is being said.
Okay. All right. So
Like
like walk me through it. Like walk me through how you decided that in this particular context, what are the words there that say, okay, this time it means this, and then this time it means this. Walk me through.
So I'm not doing any type of interpretation.
Not interpretation.
What I'm saying is this. I'm leaving the text open to interpret itself.
Right. But I'm
So
not talking about interpretation. Think about
so
what I'm asking. Think about the question.
what the other dude did was he's assuming
No.
that
I'm not
okay,
asking what he did, bro.
says
Listen to what
in
I'm asking. Listen to what I'm asking.
but listen though,
Hold on, bro. No,
listen.
no, no, no. Listen to me. Listen to me. I don't want to talk about Dr. Bowen at all. Okay. And you just met me. How you doing, my man? My name Pink Beard. Okay. And you don't have to discuss nothing he said. Okay. Okay. I'm just asking you, how do you read a text and decide, okay, right here it means this, right here it means this. Walk me through that on these two verses.
It has to make sense. I know that.
Okay, I'm with you on that. Okay, so I mean, again, you're not gonna read in the day and think it means up the butt. Cool. Okay. All right. So if we know it can mean more than one thing, how do you walk it through and say, okay, right here it means this, right here it means this? Just walk me through it.
Well, I mean, like I said, I'm leaving the text open to interpret itself.
I'm
I'm
not
not.
asking you how to leave it open. I'm asking you think about the question I'm
No,
asking.
no, but listen though. What I'm saying is, I never said that. Oh, it's saying that this period of time has to lapse in order for that
Well, that's
text.
not what I'm asking you though. I'm asking you how do you, for example, if you ask me, I make music for a living, right? And if you ask me, bro, how do you construct a major third? Or how do you construct a major chord? Right? I say, okay, you're going to use your root note, right? Whatever, the root note is going to be your first. You're then going to construct a major third above it and then a minor third above the major third. This is going to create a major chord. Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to walk you through. And every time you've ever heard a major chord, that's the way you do it. I promise you, I'm always right about that. There is no other way to construct a major chord. Does that make sense?
Uh,
Even if you don't know music, even if you don't, if you take those instructions I just gave you and go see what I like, go look at it on a like an instrument. If you use exactly what I said every time, you will create a major chord. Does that make sense? At least like that. Those are the instructions. You get what I'm saying? Whether you play music or not, does that make sense? Or not? Okay. Okay.
it has to make sense based on what you're telling me, because
That's
I
what I'm
don't.
saying. Okay. Okay. All right. So
That's what you said. So
I'll give you I'll give you a little demonstration. Okay. If I'm creating a C major chord, okay. Okay. So C is 1, D would be the second. E would be the third. Okay. So that means that and E is a major third. So C, D, E. So I use the C, the E, and then a minor third above the E would be F, G. So C, E, G makes a C major chord. I promise you it does. Does that make sense? You see how I counted it? So C, D, E, that's 1, 2, 3. E, F, G, 1, 2, 3. So that's a major third and a minor third on top of each other. So C, E, G, boom, C major. You should, that makes sense. See, I counted it out, right? And that's the case no matter when, where, that is the rule to make a major third. Now, if somebody said, or major chord, if somebody said, now turn that minor, same chord, different context, right? Turn that same chord minor. Well, then the way you do that is you flip it around. You do a minor third on the bottom with a major third on top, right? So C, D, E flat, F, G major. So E flat to G is a major third. C to E flat is a minor third. Boom, minor. Different context, same chord. Okay. And I showed you exactly how, think about what I'm saying. I've shown you exactly how, in the context of the music, to change the C chord from the contextual major to the contextual minor. You with me? That makes sense? But even if you don't understand what I'm saying, you see how I walked you through the process of how I determined that this was a C major or a C minor? You with me, bro?
I have to go by what you're telling me.
Okay. All right. So I'm asking you to do that thing in these two phrases. Okay, right here. This is what I did to determine in these words. Here is how I determined that this means this. And over here, this is how I determined that it means this. Because a C major, you can make a C minor, you can make a C dominant, you can make a C augmented, you can make a C diminished. Context matters. I'm with you. I'm asking, what did you do in those words to change the context? Or no, not change, but like, okay, here it means this. Here it means this. You up, bro? You hear me? Greg? I lose him? Greg, you okay? Fuck me.
He about to leave.
Oh, okay.
Greg ran out of lies.
Maybe he got a phone call. He teacup. Maybe he gonna come back to that. You on mute, Greg, if you and if you off the app, we can't hear you either. So make sure when you come back, you hit the mute button. Well, unmute button, rather. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so well, first of all, let's go to Genesis. What is it? 2:17. Genesis 2:17. All right, you got it.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you want me to go to it?
That would probably be nice. I mean, that would be better for everybody.
I mean, are you gonna be asking me to point to words?
No, I just want to show it so everybody can read it.
Okay.
It
All right.
seems like you're underwater right now, Greg.
Can you hear me?
That's better.
All right. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. So in the day is where I want to focus on, right? Because that's based on
That's
how
true.
we understand it of what's being said. So the Hebrew word there is bayom, which is translated in the day. If we go to Proverbs 25 and 13,
Okay.
go to Proverbs 25 and 13.
Okay.
While we're doing that, y'all please keep tapping the screen and make sure we are gifting. We missed the last gift goal. Let's not do that again. Thank you.
Bash, I hope you know that I'm doing this for you.
And I love you for it. Good morning and Merry Christmas. I'm getting ready to go to a photo shoot. So you're doing a lot of this for me. I appreciate that. I feel handsome today, too.
She likes some
I
handsome.
know, right? Today I feel
Go
handsome.
to Proverbs 25 and 13.
Uh-huh.
And it reads, as the cold of snow in the time of harvest, so is a faithful messenger to them that send him, for he refresheth the soul of his masters. So I want to focus on where it says in time.
Uh-huh.
The Hebrew word translated there in time is also bayom.
Gotcha.
It's literally the exact same Hebrew word.
I'm with you. Now this is what I'm asking you to
But
do.
notice, so it's not translated in the day. It's
This is
translated
what I'm
in the
doing in
time.
the time. I'm with you. This is what I'm asking. What did you do to determine that when the Bible translated it in time, that means the translator said this doesn't mean today. This means time. But
Well,
in
again, it's
Genesis,
the same. It's the same
it's the
Hebrew
same
word.
sentence. This is what I'm saying. Hear me out. The translators decided that in Proverbs it means in time. They decided that because they don't want you to get the idea that it means in the day. It means in time. In Genesis, they decided as translators to translate that. Oh, this means in the day. Okay. What are you? Because they think it means in the day. You think that word day means in time. Why do you disagree with their translation? Is what I'm asking. What are
Because they
you
didn't.
doing?
Evidently, they didn't immediately die when they ate of the fruit.
Okay,
Can
so
I
this
can I
so this is
answer
an
the
argument for
can
conflict.
I answer why I think that this
Okay, go
is
ahead.
okay? So when I read Proverbs and I see Balaam, I also see a descriptor of the yom in this text, and the description of the yom is harvest time.
Mhm,
That's how I know it's referring to a specific time or a specific day,
mhm,
right?
mhm.
This one isn't used in the same context as Genesis 2:17.
Right, right. So this is why I'm asking. This is why I'm asking him. But you see how she laid out for me. Hey, this is how I know in this particular text. Before I read on down the story, right? Because keep in mind, we read things in order. So if you did not know the end of the story, you're reading it from page 1, right? Okay. So you don't know what's going to happen at the end. You just hear him say in the day, and the translator translated it in the day, not in the time, not in the general period. Okay. You disagree with that translation. And in as much as she just laid out her argument for her syntax understanding, I'm asking, what is your argument to say, okay, in the syntax, it just don't say that. And then I can shut up. I get that.
But she doesn't even understand what's even being used. What he
Bro,
didn't indicate what.
don't do
No, no,
that.
I'm not asking about her understanding. I'm asking for your understanding. Don't argue hers. I'm asking for yours.
But I literally just gave mine though.
You
The
didn't. You
exact
didn't.
same Hebrew word is used there.
Yeah, yeah. You said it can be translated another way. This is why I'm asking you. I
Yes.
understand that it can be translated another way. Think about my question again. The translator decided that in Proverbs it meant in the times. In Genesis it meant in the day. The translator saw it that way. You're saying, no, that in the day really means in the time, right? In a general period of time. I'm okay with that. I'm asking what in the syntax brings you to that conclusion. I know it can be translated that way. I'm asking, how do you decide which is which? Because the translator said in the day. with the same words in Proverbs they said in the time. So how did they pick the? Well, how do you pick? If you were translating this and you said, well, in Genesis they wrote it wrong, they should have wrote in the time. That would be more accurate.
Yeah,
Okay,
in time. In
what
time.
or in time? Okay, what are the indicators to let you know that that is more accurate?
Well, I can honestly just pull up another translation
Oh
to read in
goodness.
time.
Of Genesis 3, Genesis 2.
Well,
Genesis
like there's no
2:30.
need for you to do that. Like, do you actually think that I'm just going to sit here and pull up scriptures for you all day for you to not be able to explain why? Right?
Yeah,
I'm not finna do it. No matter how much I love Bash, I'm not doing that. You should be able to do that with this scripture and explain why, right? Like it's honestly it's like basic reading comprehension. Like even if this was English.
yeah, because really, I'm using the translators as an example, but I'm still asking about your understanding. Like, how do you understand the syntax, not the story, the syntax, the words on the paper? Okay, what is it about that syntax, those words on that paper, that or screen or however you're reading it? What is about those words that let you know, hey, this means when I'm reading it, time one. When I'm reading this, this means at some unbeknownst amount of time. I think I'm gonna what is this? That
I'm not seeing. The only thing that I see is that the word is translated the same. That's all that I see. I say
How
okay,
would you
okay.
know? Like, how would you know? Like, we use read, read, and read and read, right? How would you know when to use read and when to use read?
this is based on Hebrew word.
No.
English words on this one. Like if you read in English and it says I read the book. Am I saying I read the book or I read the book?
Yeah, but Hebrew doesn't have verb tenses
You're
though. It
missing the point.
doesn't.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. You're missing the
No,
point.
no, no, my brother.
It's not about the tense. It's not about the tense. It's not about
Hey,
the tense.
listen though.
It's not about the
I
tense. It's not
read,
about the tense. It's not about the tense. It's not about the
brother.
tense.
You're not listening
I
because
know, because you're about to get into verb tenses. I know it ain't no verb tense.
no,
That's not what I'm
because
asking.
you're not you being disingenuous.
I'm not being disingenuous. You're about to talk about verb tenses. I'm
How
not
would
talking
you
about verb
know
tenses.
I'm
when
trying
you
to tell
say
you
when
how
someone
to
is
basically
saying
use the
run
grammar word.
versus run?
I'm trying to tell you, you're not listening.
No, no, forget the
The
past,
basic,
forget the verb tense.
you don't want to hear it. You don't
Run,
want to hear it.
fuck the verb tense. If somebody is using run and run, how would you know what they mean by that word in a sentence?
Girl, listen.
If they don't
The
fucking
English
don't
doesn't
call
work.
me a girl.
It doesn't
Don't
work that way.
fucking disrespect
You
me
don't want
and
to hear
call
it.
and call me a girl. No, you. I'm sorry, but I don't like to
Well,
call
okay, all
people
right. That's fair.
stupid.
That's fair.
But
That's
you
fair.
are fucking stupid.
You're delusional.
Like honestly, if you don't know how to explain how you came to a conclusion, we are wasting our fucking time. I don't have the patience that Bash has. I don't. Bash has asked you the same question over and over and over again.
And I want to chime in too, just to say, I think that example thinker about run is perfect. So if I were to say the sentence, or if you were to read the sentence, I got to run. What do I mean? Do I mean I have to go? Do I mean it's time for me to go outside and jog? Do I mean that I have a run in my pantyhose? Like, I would be able to determine what I mean by I got to run based on the other sentences around that one sentence. Bash is only asking you, how did you determine what that word meant in Genesis and compared to the other scripture?
I literally just explained it. If the same word is used there, it can be translated either way. I don't see.
Yes. So how do you decide? We know it can be. We know it can be. Okay. So there are two options for how we can translate this. How do we decide which is correct?
Do you understand that they are asking you
English
for
is
your
not even.
methodology? What is your methodology, right? for translating or understanding the context of the passage, methodology, process.
Yeah, and I know it. I know there are two options. I know it's two options.
But explain to me, how is it that translators will translate things different ways in different other translations if they all are supposed to be the same?
That's not what I'm asking you. I promise
No,
I'm answering
no,
the question.
no,
I'm gonna
no,
answer the question straight.
because
Wait.
I thought that all
Think about this.
translations were supposed to be the
No,
same.
no, no. They wouldn't be. And
Why?
people
Why? But
translate.
why not?
I'm finna tell you.
If they can
Let
all
me
be
answer your question.
translated the same
Let
way,
me
why
answer your
would they
question.
be
Let
translated
me answer.
differently?
Okay. Okay. Here you go. Some translators translate word for word. Some translators translate phrase for phrase. Some translators translate message for message. Some translators translate with their own personal biases. So some of them translate for a doctrine. Okay. All right. And they will tell you which they did at the beginning. Right? Like if you go pick up a New Living Translation, if you read the preface, they will say, hey, we translated this way. Right? We wanted to preserve this tradition, or
That's
we
not what I'm
translated
talking
this
about.
this way because we wanted to go to a more literal translation. And they will tell you how they did this in the preface. Okay. So that's what I'm going to answer that's the answer to your question. Okay. Now back to my question. What syntax did you use? And it's super simple, bro. If I said, okay, if you and I were talking, I'm gonna use English again. This is not about a verb tense, okay? This is just about a context. If you said, hey man, that's an election next week for student body or neighborhood president, and I said, I gotta run. Or if at the end of this conversation I said, man, I gotta run. Do I mean the same thing? That exact same three words, I gotta run. How do you know if I'm talking about running for the office, or I have to leave now, or I need to jog? How do you know which one of those is the correct way to understand the sentence, I gotta run?
I've already explained it,
You
man.
did not. You did not. Tell me how you
I've
know.
literally already explained it.
No. Tell me one more time. Maybe I missed it. Say it one more time.
You repeating the same thing over and over
Because you
again.
didn't answer it. I swear on my life, I keep saying, answer my question, and you haven't. All you did was say it could be translated two ways. I know it could be translated two ways. So the question is,
If you've already acknowledged that, how are you saying that? Well, how do you determine how it's translated if it can be translated two ways?
there's one way that the author intended, right? Like when I just used that sentence, I gotta run. I intended it one way, even though I could use it in multiple ways. How do you know which way is the correct way to interpret it? This is what I'm asking.
Can I give an example, Ash?
Yeah, please.
I doubt
So,
he gonna get it.
well, I mean, I'll give you an example. I am an interpreter. That's what I do for a living. I'm fluent in two languages. And in the source language, which is English, there's and the target language is American Sign Language. The sign for school and the sign for paper are exactly the same signs. It's the same palm orientation, it's the same movement, it's the exact same sign. The way I know as an interpreter which word to voice when someone makes that movement with their hands is based on what we're talking about. So if we're talking about going to a physical location, if we're talking about a building and they use that sign, 9 times out of 10, they're not going to be talking about paper. So the method that I use is the context around which that sign was used. That is the method that I use to determine which word I'm going to voice when I see that hand movement. That is what Bash is asking you. When that one word can be used in two different ways, what do you rely on to determine which one is correct?
All right, I got that. Okay. And if that wasn't a clear enough question, then I'll let it go. Which I can understand.
I think most of this is coming from his like it's funny that he said Dr. B was interpreting the word yom from a biased perspective. I think that's literally what he's doing. Like there is no reason why he should not have already understood what we meant by the many explanations that we've given. I've pulled up scriptures from him. I even gave my methodology for how I would determine what the yom is in the scripture that he gave in Proverbs. He's not going to because he's biased towards his interpretation. He doesn't want to say anything that's going to negate the interpretation he's married to.
Hey, thinker. Yeah, I just wanted to
Hey,
say this
Nelly.
real quick. Here's the truth. I mean, I'm just going to be honest. This guy cannot be honest with himself. The reason why he can't answer Bash's question, the reason why he's going to say when God said in the day and when the serpent said in the day, the reason why, and we all know this, is based on what he believes. He believes that Adam and Eve truly existed. So therefore, since we live and we unalive one day, he's using the scenario of reality to say, well, God had to mean later on because we live and we die. And we come from Adam and Eve. Adam lived and then they died. So that's what he's actually wanting to say, but for some reason he won't say that. But then when it goes to what the serpent said, the serpent used the exact same terminology, the exact same words, but it happened immediately. So he's basing the reality of what he believes, that we are born in sin because of Eve's discretion with the serpent. So it's based on his belief. That's all it is. But he knows in the back of his head that don't make no damn sense. When God can say use the exact same terminology as the serpent and it means two different things, but it says in the day this will happen. In the day this will happen. One happens immediately, the other one happens 900 years later. So the guy's not being honest with himself. So I'm just going to speak for this guy because he has a problem saying it's because of what I believe. I believe that Adam and Eve truly existed. God had to mean this because we live and we unalive one day. That's all I want to say.
I just so quick note.
I gotta get running. I'll catch up with y'all in a minute.
Bash, check the Discord. It's the idea is gold. You're gonna love it. But real quick, what we're doing is we're taking a fifth grader into a physics class, but that's okay. So I want to just a couple of things. If I was to accept just that interpretation in the age, thinker, you did start by asking how did Satan deceive Eve, right? That's how this started.
More or less.
She said the serpent, but yes, you're exactly right.
How did the serpent deceive Eve? Okay, great. Whether we take it as in the day, in the age, later, whatever, the serpent did not deceive Eve. So the serpent, regardless of anything, was telling the truth. So that's done. Dunzo, period, case closed, because the eyes were in fact open. It could have been 5 minutes later. It could have been a time lapse later. It could have been today. Those eyes did open according to the text. So we're done with that. Bye-bye. The serpent did not deceive Eve. Now, what God said was not like a suggestion. It was an instruction. And if I was to tell you, and I think Fee, you hit the nail on the head. If I was to sign something to somebody and you were you were the one that's saying you were an interpreter, right? Was it Fee or did I miss that?
Yeah, it's fee.
Okay. If you didn't know which one to say, how useful would if you could just pick one for school or paper, how useful would my instruction be if I was giving like a command? Because
She
presumably,
might be at work.
well, like just for everybody else, presumably if I say, hey, if you drink my water, you're going to die today. Or if I say, if you drink my water, you're going to die in 1,000 years. And you didn't know which one I meant, there's a big difference between those two things, right?
Huge.
So no matter what, if you're just saying, hey, we can pick one translation, and I have no idea how to pick which one, then what God said at best was useless as an instruction, right? As a deterrent, like here's the punishment, but I don't know when it's going to be. But at worst, it was a lie if you're actually being honest and doing the translation. So what we have is the serpent told the truth because what the serpent said would happen did happen. God, maybe, fine, if you want to take an interpretation, told the truth, but used an expression that could be like immediate or could be who knows when and was unclear. But in reality, the dude lied. That's what we have. Now, Greg, you can accept that. You can disagree. That's fine. I no longer care. You're actually like a fifth grader in a physics class. So like either you're understanding what we're saying and you're being like willfully obtuse, or you really do not understand. I don't care which one it is, but I think like everybody's been running their head against the wall consistently, and it's starting to give everybody a headache.
Which run do you mean, Jeff? I'm sorry.
Actually, we should ask Greg. Which way did I mean run in that sentence?
Look, man, every one of y'all is biased on this panel. All of y'all are biased.
And you're not biased? Are
You're
you
right.
not biased?
No,
No,
you're right.
I'm just
No,
I'm
you're
just
right.
saying
No, you're
you
right.
brought
We're all
people up
biased.
here that
Hold on.
all agree with
Hold
you
on.
on this panel.
When we're giving a methodology and an analysis, we're biased. When you're saying just pick one and I'll pick the one I like, you're not biased. That's how we're going to remember this conversation. Good job, Greg.
No, it's just context. Like I said, but it's just
What's the
context.
no? But listen, you're devoid of context. Your context is it can be translated either way, and I pick the one I like. That's your context, Greg.
Well, it's what makes the most sense.
Yeah. Well, did
Thank
the
you.
okay? Given that, okay, let's go through it. Did the serpent lie?
The serpent,
No,
yeah.
I want to know why it makes the most sense. That's the thing. Like, you can't just say it makes the most sense and not be able to say, here's why it makes the most sense. Right? Like, if somebody were to write 2 plus 1 equals 5 on a piece of paper and write 2 plus 1 equals 3 on a piece of paper and ask you which one makes the most sense, right? And then how did you determine the answer that you chose makes the most sense? You should be able to say, because logically, if I have 2 lines and I add a third one and count 1, 2, 3, logically, that equals 3. It doesn't equal 5. We've been asking you to do that for us, and you have not done it either because you don't want to or you can't.
So
Can you explain why it makes the most sense?
so in Genesis 3:4, the serpent responded and said, "Ye shall not surely die," which is the opposite of what God instructed Adam.
What does that
So
have to do with
apparently the serpent did
the
lie.
beyond? What does that have to do with the yom?
Oh no, we passed. I thought we moved on from that. You
How did we? What was your methodology for determining the yom?
oh the time lapse. So they didn't immediately die.
How do you know that? Like, how do you know that they were not supposed, like, just because they didn't immediately die, right? How do you know that when your God said it, right, he was going to base it off the fact that later on in the story, they weren't going to die?
Well, to be honest with you, I do not know. I'm just assuming that that's probably what it meant.
Thank you. That's what we've been getting to. Now, I will explain to you what my methodology is, okay? Right? So, again, as I stated to you in the scripture that you gave us for Proverbs 25:13, right? When I read, right, like the cold of snow in the time of harvest, right, are faithful messengers to those who send them. All right. The in the time has a of. Lets me know what the confines of the time is, and it is harvest time. So this is the space of time that the yom is used, right? There's another yom where they are in the wilderness, right, for 40 days. On the it rained for like 40 days and 40 nights, right? Somewhere for 40 days and 40 nights, right? The day there, the yom, is the day. How I know that it means more than one yom is the numerical adjective of 40 that goes either before or after the yom, right? Does that make sense?
I'm listening. I'm following.
All right. In Genesis 2:17, what is the adjective or the descriptor? Oh God, hold on.
That 40 should be after though, if I'm not mistaken.
What's the descriptor for the yom? Is there a descriptor for this yom?
I'm gonna have to pull it up and look.
It's on the screen. Is there a description? Is there an adjective before or after the yom?
I don't look at the English and translate. I
But
just
the yom is in the day. We already know that, right? What is the adjective? Do you see
why?
a numerical adjective? Do you see any numbers here?
But why is it translated day though? Why is it
No,
never?
no, no. Forget that part. We already know that in the day is the yom. Okay. Do you see a numerical adjective anywhere in Genesis 2:17? Is there a number there?
No, but that doesn't mean anything.
It does in Hebrew. If there is not a descriptor, listen.
You read it in the English. How you
Listen,
gonna?
if in English, if I use the word day, right? But I mean, you rule the day, right? If I say you will rule the day that you cross me, do I mean that day?
Yeah. You in the English, you probably do mean that day.
Why do I mean that day? What in the sentence you will rule the day that you cross me? What in the sentence lets you know that I mean that day?
You're specifying what day.
And what words did I use to specify that?
That day.
What has to happen for that to happen?
What do you mean?
You will rule the day that you cross me.
The moment that you cross, ye will rule the day.
Thank you. Okay, so you understand that I mean that day that you do that, right? I'm going to get your ass. The moment that you do it, I'm going to get you. Right? If I say the day of if I use the words the day of, let me see something that we use the word day but meaning like a futuristic
The day
time.
of the king.
The day of what? I'm saying
The
rue,
day of the
y'all.
kings.
I'm saying rue. I know it kind of sounds like I'm saying rule. I'm saying rue. The day of what? Well, you say, Selena,
I went past
the
tense. I said in the day of the kings, but
in the day of the king,
that's an error.
in the day of the Lord.
In the day of the Lord, that's a good one.
Yeah. If I were to say in the day of the Lord, am I meaning a specific day or am I meaning a time?
What, you asking me that question? Say it again.
Yeah. If I say in the day of the Lord, if I say in the day of the Lord, King Josiah did X, Y, Z, am I saying that a specific day that King Josiah did something, or am I saying in a specific time King Josiah? If I say in the day of the Lord, King Josiah ruled, am I saying that King Josiah ruled one day, or am I saying in a specific time frame, King Josiah ruled?
A specific time.
Right. How did you determine that?
Again, it's based on English grammar. This is not based
It's
on.
based on syntax, right?
But yeah,
Right? Like using the context clues, right?
I'm
So
listening.
here,
I'm
okay, so
listening.
here in this text, what context clues in the text? There's no numerical adjective here, right? The next thing would be a descriptive, like a descriptive adjective, right? That would say, oh, it's talking about a future time, or oh, it's talking about a past time, right? I think in Psalms 89 is where you see but one day is like 1,000 years. Like in that, when it talks about that, it has descriptors to let you know that it's talking about a past time in that scripture, right? What in this scripture here lets you know what specific time frame, like that it's talking about a future time. No, Alexander, I'm not a fucking believer, and you know that. What context says future here?
I predict everybody's going to be thinking the words "ain't no way" in less than 5 minutes.
Alexander, if you don't leave me the fuck alone, I'm gonna block you. Just be like every other Christian here, just and fucking hate watch. Stop adding my name. Stop commenting to me. Leave me the fuck alone. Greg,
Yes.
what descriptor here? Right? Like what is the descriptive adjective in this sentence that says future time?
Are you talking about in Genesis 2:17?
Yes.
All I see is end of day. Like I said, I'm following you, but I disagree with you because you're basing your understanding based off the English.
No, I'm not. I understand the rule of Yom. I understand this rule in Hebrew, right? I'm going
So can
by
you explain it?
Greg, let me talk. I'm going by, right, the Hebrew language. I understand the rule of Yom. And the rule of Yom, right, if there is not a descriptive adjective or a numerical adjective before or after the Yom, right, it is typically a 24-hour period. It is typically like a single day. That is the rule of Yom in the Hebrew language. Just like in English, we have rules for our grammar, right? That we follow to help us know how to use a specific word. I'm following the grammatical rules for the Hebrew language. There's no numerical adjective here for the Yom that says 40 days, right? Yom could also be used in the context of a future time. It can mean years, but there's another word, right, for years, and then there is a numerical adjective before the Yom or after the Yom, but there's no numerical adjective here, right? There is no descriptor for past time. I don't see a descriptor for a future time. Just like in Proverbs 23 that you showed, it gives a descriptor of the time, which is harvesting, right? What word here says future time?
Can you show that on the screen? What you're reading?
The rule of Yom?
Yeah, show
Yeah, I can pull it up. Give me just a second.
While Fee is pulling up, hi Fee. While Thinker is pulling that up, y'all don't forget the gift goals and go over to YouTube and subscribe to Arc Thinker. That's the YouTube channel.
Let's see
Because
which one.
if this app goes away, we'll be over there. Also, you can subscribe to Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash, also on YouTube. Give them a thumbs up and let us get them to their goals. Thank you.
I'm going to drop because it's breakfast time. I shouldn't have done this before I had my coffee.
Okay, thank you,
You
Chef.
know
But
better.
the sweater, and the hot cocoa. You
Gotcha.
know what I'm talking about, thinker.
The sweater with the hot cocoa, huh?
The sweater
Putting
that,
the sweater on straight out the dryer.
yeah,
Oh,
it's so comfy.
yeah.
I gotta re up my sleep schedule and do this more often.
I know we miss you in here, Jeff.
But you guys keep at it, and maybe the concrete will crack. I don't know, but I'll see y'all later.
Okay.
Hey,
All
y'all.
right. So this is one explanation of the Yom. It says, when we apply these principles to Genesis 1, there aren't a lot of possible literal interpretations. In fact, I don't think that God, through Moses, could have more clearly indicated several ordinary days. First off, Genesis 1 is clearly historical narrative. Yom, day, used with the numeric adjective, day one, second day, etc., always means an ordinary day everywhere else in Scripture. Evening and morning together always means an ordinary day everywhere else in Scripture. Evening, used by itself with yom, always means an ordinary day everywhere else in Scripture. Morning, used by itself with yom, always means an ordinary day everywhere else in Scripture. The word night, Genesis 1:5, when used by itself in context with yom, always means an ordinary day everywhere else in Scripture. Even the use of the word light in Genesis 1:5 indicates an ordinary day. There are plenty of other words in biblical Hebrew that could have been used for communicating long periods of time or indefinite time, yet these words were not selected. Let's see. Let's see
Thinker.
big. Huh?
He's on teacup. He asked you to put this on the screen, I'm assuming, so that he could see it. If he's on teacup, is he going to be able to see anything?
No, that means he's off the app.
He's wasting your time, and I am getting very, very,
Yeah,
very,
I'm
very
ready to move
stabby.
on. Okay. He says it's funny how he says we're biased, but he like literally rejects. He
Right.
rejects information. Like goddamn. And then to see like the many Christians that were in the comments, like even in the YouTube comments, and then I put somebody in timeout on YouTube because how do you like say that you're not gonna like the stream, but then your very next comment is I need this Bible study. Like you're not about to eat off our plate and
Oh,
you can't give a fucking simple like.
exactly. Come on, sir.
That was a
You better.
woman, a black woman at that.
Oh, I'm disappointed. That just broke my heart. What?
Like that's ridiculous. Like, if you gonna come in here and you're gonna listen, or you feel like that you can learn something, the least you can do is offer up a like and help the live. And then y'all keep in mind, like I don't want to add too many people to the live because I don't want it to look like we're ganging up on one Christian. I do see friendlies
I can make space.
in the guest request. No, not if you can stay up, I would rather that you stay up in case a Muslim come up. But if you have to go, I understand.
Then I can say.
Okay. I just want to make sure that the friendlies that I see in the guest request, please know that I'm not ignoring you. I just don't. I don't want the impression that we're ganging up on one person. Okay. And I do see your comments saying, hey, can I come up and explain? I see all of that. There are hosts in the space that get to come on stage when they request because they are a host. Okay. So just please remember that. And I don't want y'all to think that I'm just like ignoring y'all's request. Thank y'all. Paul Coleman. Okay, not there. Hey, Chef Dog.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are
Okay, so
you?
way earlier. I'm doing okay. And can I ask a question? It's
Yeah.
not on topic.
Yeah, you're a nerd. You can
Okay.
ask away.
Yeah, just making sure. You had said earlier that First Timothy wasn't written by Paul. Uh, can you explain that? That's kind of the first time I'm hearing that.
Yeah, the pastoral letters are have been assigned to Paul by the early Catholic Church. There are, I think, 7 letters that scholars all agree are definitely written by the same person, and they his language, linguistic style matches Paul, the character Paul. So they know that 7 of the letters were written by the same person, and then 6 of the letters were written by more than one author after Paul died. And First and Second Timothy is in that. Ephesians is in that. Um,
Wow, how did
let
I
me pull
not
them up.
know this?
Yeah, the pastoral letter. All of the pastoral letters are attributed to Paul, but not written by Paul.
I think it's just one of those things that's just escaped my attention. I've just never thought to investigate the authorship of the pastoral letters.
Yeah, like a lot of
Yeah,
that,
so when you
the
said that,
setting up of
it
the
kind of
church.
blew my mind.
Yeah, a lot, because like a lot of the setting up of the church, the political aspects of it, the hierarchy and stuff, was done after Paul died. Like they didn't expect to still be here, right? Like they um, expected for the rapture to happen. Paul thought the rapture was going to happen during his time, so he was telling them to like stay in groups, encourage each other, use their gifts to like encourage each other until the rapture happened. And then after it didn't
Yeah.
happen, they had to like, then start setting up ordinances and offices and stuff like that. But Romans, First Corinthians, Second Corinthians, Galatians, Philippians, First Thessalonians, and Philemon are undisputed letters of Paul. And then you have Ephesians, Colossians, Second Thessalonians, First Timothy, Second Timothy, and Titus are attributed to Paul, but written by other men after his death.
Oh, I can't wait to dive into this. This is going to be so juicy. It's going to be good. You have given me something new to just nerd out about. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Right now, like
That's all. That's
I
all I
also
had.
I like when Dr. B was talking to the other person about he was giving him like tactics on his slavery argument. I was over here trying to research because I don't necessarily think that Paul even wrote First Corinthians 9, or at least First Corinthians 9 1 and 2, because like I know that some parts of Corinthians was even interpolated. And what we have of that, there are, let me say this right quick, there are only a few scholars who think the same thing I think, but most biblical scholars attribute First Corinthians chapter 9 to Paul, and because they say that it's consistent with his defending his apostleship and his claim of a revelation. But here's why I see it differently, and I don't know that I'll be able to like validate what I think. But okay, First Corinthians 9 1 through 2, Paul says that he's seen the Lord. But I know that in Galatians, he doesn't say that he's seen Jesus. He says that it was brought to him by a revelation. Not necessarily the way we have been told about like his conversion on the road to Damascus. Paul doesn't give that account in his earlier, like in his telling of.
Is it Phaneroo?
Huh?
Is it Phaneroo? The revelation?
What do you mean funnel roll? Are you asking if that's the Greek word or?
Yeah. Is that the Greek
Oh,
word
I
you're
don't
talking
know.
about there?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, right? Like, because the argument is that revelation, him saying that he's seen Jesus, could be that he's saying here he saw him in a vision, right? Versus a revelation. So
Right.
most authors will attribute 1 Corinthians 9 to Paul, but the way it reads is like, am I not free? Am I not an apostle? That definitely sounds like Paul, right? Have I not seen Jesus our Lord? To me, that don't sound like Paul. That don't sound like Paul. From the undisputed letters, right? Because when Paul describes his revelation, right? Like when he describes his encounter with Jesus, it's more so like a revelation, like a mental thing, not that he actually seen Jesus or that it was a vision. That comes later when Luke is retelling Paul's conversion on the road to Damascus after Paul dies, and we get like this 3 different accounts of this conversion story. So I don't know if it's an interpolation of the church to kind of like solidify the idea or validate the idea that Paul actually saw Jesus in a vision, right? But there are also
what if the writings were not Paul and they were Matthias?
They were Matthias or Marcion.
Yeah. No. Remember they cast lots for the 12th disciple after
Joseph ben
Judas
Matthias.
had
Josephus.
unalived. Yeah, I was like, what? Well, no. What if some of these Pauline or what we thought were Pauline writings were somebody else who thought they were an apostle, which would have been Matthias.
So that's interesting because when we get to that in Acts 1, I believe,
Yeah,
the
when they
casting
cast
of the
lots
lots.
for him.
Yeah, the thing here, right? Let me see. Hold on.
Sorry, my question went into huge nerd deep dive, and I'm enjoying every bit of it. I just don't want to derail your live.
No, it's okay. This is the type of stuff that I like. But okay, so where they're casting the lots, right? And then it says so they proposed to Joseph called Barsabas, right? Joseph, son of it doesn't say who his father is, but Joseph Barsabas or Sabas is Aramaic for son of, right? So this just says Joseph called Barsabas, who was also known as Justus and Matthias. So like, let me go to the King James, the way that they worded that. So let's see, what scripture was that? Okay, here we go.
There you go.
And they went in. Peter stood in those days, men read the scripture. Now this man virtues to fill. Wait, how am I missing it? What scripture was it? When they came in an upper room, then he returned.
13.
Was it 13? And when they came in the upper room where about Peter, James, and John, the son of the Judas. No, that's not it. Hold on for a second. Hold on. It's where they cast the lots.
Yeah.
And when they came in, it says, and they pointed to. They continued on the corporate supplication to the number of names to the men. For the number of men, now this man. Yeah, and they appointed to.
I'd
Here
be
we go, verse
interested to see what
23.
the
Yeah. Huh? Yeah, it's verse
and they
23.
appointed to Joseph
Joseph
called.
called
Yeah,
Barsabas, who was surnamed Justus and Matthias. So,
yeah.
when you, so the way you read this, right, is Joseph Barsabas, upright Matthias, right? So in Aramaic, so you got Joseph, right? Barsabas, son
Son.
of
Yeah.
Justus, upright or chief, right? Chief priest or Matthias, right? And this name belongs to Josephus. That's Josephus's Hebrew name, Joseph ben Matthias. His father was a chief priest. So Joseph, son of chief priest Matthew. That's Josephus's Hebrew name. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. And so there are
Man.
some people say that this was a way that some text was secretly signed back then, right? Or when they're writing, they just used names of people that they knew, right? But the Joseph, son of, right? Like, it's just the fact that this is Josephus's name. Like, I don't know.
So
Like,
so the person that cast lots for was not Matthias. It was Joseph.
no, it's
Josephus.
saying that it was two people. I think it was
It was two
Joseph.
different people. Okay.
Yeah, it was two people, but the way this person's name is Joseph Barsabas, and it says his surname was Justus Matthias. Like it says, it's saying Matthias is one person, right? Joseph, son of Justus. They got it like it's one. Like this is one name, right? And then Matthias is a separate name. So you see what I'm saying? Joseph,
That
Joseph.
poor guy. The other
Yeah,
guy had a full title, and he just had Matthias.
right. Because this is saying like Joseph, son of Justice, right? Like, so this is saying the father's name was Justice, right?
Right,
Joseph,
right. I
son
get
of
you.
Justice, Imitai. But that's literally Josephus's Hebrew name.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. So like it's a lot. And then just like thinking about like it's yeah, these are just my crazy ass thoughts though. Like it's a lot. And then you have interpolations in First Corinthians 14, 34 through 35 is an interpolation. 15 3 through 11 is an interpolation. Like
I like
they
to dig
added,
into. I like to dig into.
huh?
Oh, I was just saying. Yeah, I like to dig into that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the discord, the drive, like the Corinthians interpolations. I did a class on Paul's writings, and the notes are in the Google Drive if you want to
I
get
need
into
to
the
join
Google
your
Drive.
Discord. I have not
Oh,
done
I
that
thought you
yet.
were on the Discord. I thought you were
No,
already
I'm
on
on
there.
Discord, but yeah, I don't know. I'll have to go check.
Yeah, when you go
Yeah.
into the server, there's a channel that says Google Drive study folder. Just click on the Google Drive study folder channel, and it'll take you straight to the Google Drive where all of our notes are.
Awesome. I'm gonna be deep diving. Thank you very much, Thinker. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Hey,
Have a
thinker, I
good
got a
day.
quick. I'm sorry.
You too, and happy holidays if you celebrate. What's up, Nelly?
Hey, I just got a quick question because you probably told me this before, but you know how my mind is. If TikTok goes away, and I know that we're going to go straight to YouTube, how does that actually work on YouTube? I mean, will you still be able to have a panel, or how is that going to work? I mean, I'm because I don't understand it. Only thing I understand about YouTube is podcasting. Now I understand that part of it, but I don't understand, how this would
Yeah,
work.
yeah. I'm gonna integrate it with Twitch. So YouTube does allow, I think, up to 4 guests that like I'll have a link that people can click to join the YouTube, and then also integrating it with Twitch. And I think Twitch allows like 2 guests. So I think the most we'll be able to do with those 2 integrated would be 6.
Yeah, but can't you like use a VPN?
You said use a
Okay.
VPN to access. Somebody said that the law says if we get caught using a VPN to access TikTok, that it'll be a Fed charge.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what
That
the
works too.
law reads. Exactly. That's why I said I can't believe that they were able to push this through. Like literally pushing this through, we lost a lot of rights. Like it literally says that they can tap into our devices anytime without a search warrant in this new law.
Oh wow.
Actual what?
They can tap into our device. They don't need a search warrant anymore to do it in the new law.
So they can go in.
These people really handed over our rights.
Mm-hmm.
So they
Oh,
can
let
go
me
into
hurry up
your
and get my
information.
visa.
Is that what you're saying?
They can tap into our devices and get whatever information they need to get now under this new security law.
Okay. I'll just make sure when I'm on, I'm going to make sure I'm on a blank. Everything's going to be backed up to a hard drive that's not going to even be connected. So I'm going to just do that.
Yeah.
So they can go in there and find a picture of me dancing
For our
in the shower.
phones, yeah, for our, any device, and like if we get caught using a VPN to access TikTok after it's been banned, that's a Fed charge.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah. Like
Because we're in
any
the
app that they
U.S.
ban going forward, yeah, any app that they deem a security threat for the United States, if you use a any type of third party to access that, that's a Fed charge.
You know,
Art Thinker is
go
the
ahead.
YouTube.
Yeah, man. And you know what? Let's just be honest. I mean, the only thing it's about is because this information being spread that they don't want us to know. That's all it is. It ain't no security threat. It's the controlling threat, is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. They have to have their arguments done they have 3 days to have their arguments done by December 27th. They have to turn them in and be ready to argue by December 27th.
Man, I really just wish, that if they're going to lose the case, man, just sell it. Just go ahead and sell it, or go partner with, a U.S. company or something. You know, it's it's a lot of people that depend on TikTok, and they've built a good business. They built the income. They built, something for themselves to where they can work for themselves, and they're going to just take all that away from them. Man, that's just that's crazy to me.
They don't care. They don't
Oh,
care.
I know, because they don't have the
They rather
controlling
us
power.
die. Yeah.
Yep. I don't know. Like I said, we got a 60% chance of the ban being stopped. It really depends on Amy Coney Barrett. I think she's gonna be the deciding. She's gonna be like the swing vote. Like it really depends if she's gonna protect free speech or if she's gonna ride with her conservative homies.
Well,
And it's hard
Trump
to
is saying that
tell.
he wants to stop it now.
Yeah, Trump believes that he got the young. He said he won the young vote using TikTok, but he literally lost the young vote by 11 points. But hey, let him believe what he want to believe if he thinks he's gonna save
Exactly. Hey,
TikTok.
hey, if it'll save TikTok, man, hey, you go ahead, man. Yeah, you did
Yeah,
that.
yeah. But he had a meeting with I can't remember this man's name. Cho. What's his name? Chow.
Chow? Yeah, you
Is
talking
that
about
his name?
Chow?
The
Yeah,
CEO.
the
Yeah,
CEO of
Trump
TikTok.
met
Yeah.
with him. Yeah, they had a meeting.
I don't know.
And
He might
he
be able
told
to
him that
talk
he
him
was.
in.
Yeah, he
Go
told him
ahead.
that he was going to try to save it. The here's the issue though. Like, in order for Trump to enact the 90-day extension, right? Trump has to be the inaugurated president. Like he has to be inaugurated to initiate that 90-day extension on the ban. to stop the ban for 90 days. And there has to be a sale in progress. The ban goes into effect January 19th, the day before inauguration. So I don't know how he would even enact that extension if the ban goes into effect the day before he's inaugurated. I don't know
I,
how they're even going to work that Hail Mary.
I wonder why Kamala won't do it, or well, you know, I'm not understanding that. They can do it.
They can, yeah. I don't know.
I wonder why they're not,
Mm-hmm.
or do not unless they actually believe it's a security issue, a security threat. I mean, that's the only thing I could come up with. You know, you talk about the American people, the American people, the American people. Come on now, this is hurting the American people. You know, too
Yeah,
many
Biden
people have
signed
worked
it
too
into
hard.
law. Biden was the one who signed it into law. So maybe because he can't sign, maybe because he signed it into law, he can't initiate the extension. But there has to be a sale in progress. There has to be a pending sale, an approved pending sale, in order for them to initiate that extension. And
He already said he wasn't selling.
well, he didn't say it. The Chinese government said they would block any sale of the algorithm. Like they said that they can sell the tech, but the algorithm they would block any sale of the algorithm. And so because there's like millions of code written on top of each other, like it would be too expensive, right, to rebuild the algorithm. And so without the algorithm, it's just like a shell, right, that they would be selling, and it's not, the algorithm is where the value is. And the Chinese government said they would block that sale.
Wow. I just know what it's going to do to a lot of people because I know quite a few people on here that has built a entire life, you know, on this and built a business and thriving and doing, I mean, very successful. And now they're just going to be just shut off, just cut off. Forget your family, forget feeding your kids, forget putting food on your table. No, we're cutting it. It's
Yep.
just something wrong about that. I don't
That
know.
Josh, is his name Hawley? Josh Hawley. That motherfucker. He did this. He was relentless. And like he snuck it in that spending bill. Like he snuck it in there.
Mm. Well, I just hope that I really hope that something gives. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, if they were to sell 51% of it to an American company, then it would be out the window because now the American company has the controlling share. It's no longer just China, you
Give
know.
me just a second. Let me address something. So those of you in the comments still discussing the Josephus thing, like Acts, right, is part of Acts is the original book of Luke that Marcion had back in AD to 100 CE. So we're somewhere around 90 to 100 CE. Josephus definitely lived during that time. Paul's letters, right, were written sometime between 35 to 62, 67 CE. Luke is the writer of, the believed writer of Acts is Luke, right? So, like, it's not unthinkable that Josephus could have been the author of parts of Acts. And I'm not saying for sure that he is. The reality is that's his fucking name. That's his name. His name is Joseph ben Matthias, and his father was a chief priest. That's just the fucking truth. And you can't get you can't get by it. And then they say that the two men who they cast lots for is Joseph, son of Justice, and Matthias. Those are the two people. Joseph, son of Justice, right? Like Justice would have to be the father's first name here. It would have to be Joseph's father's name would have to be Justice. And then you have a Matthias. You can't, like, it is the truth that Josephus's Hebrew name is Joseph ben Matthias, and his father was a chief priest. That's just truth. I mean, you can't get past that. I didn't say he knew the disciples. Like, it's not even talking about the disciples. What I said was there are some scholars who think that that's Josephus's signature, or they use Josephus's name as the characters. That's what I said. And the reality is that is Josephus's name. And there are interpolations in the New Testament, just like there are interpolations in the Old Testament. I'm sorry, Nelly. Go ahead.
Oh, no, no, no. I said what I needed to say. I'm just actually sitting there listening now. I like to get back on the topic. But, when you mentioned Marciana and you mentioned Josephus, I wish people would just research them, and dig for the information on them. They'll be surprised what they'll find if they would just research that. Just
Like
that, just the name.
some scholars believe that the writer might have been using, or whoever interpolated might have been using some of Josephus's works when they were writing or doing the interpolations. You said, but that says Joseph. How does one just to that conclusion? What says Joseph? That his name is Joseph ben Matthias? That's his Hebrew name. That's Josephus's Hebrew name. Josephus is his name when he was adopted by the Flavians. What do you mean? But that says Joseph. Are you there?
Is this really his point of contention? After
Yeah,
you read
like
it?
I think there is a. I didn't say Josephus is in the Bible. I never said that. I said some scholars say that this could be a signature of Josephus, or the writer used Josephus's name, right, as the characters. That's what I said. And I said that is Josephus's name, right? Even as two people. Some say that the writer was using Josephus's histories as they were writing for an explanation of that. Somebody, yeah, I think Bash showed me Joseph of Arimathea too, and I forgot where that one is. And then he said that there is no place called Arimathea anywhere. I think there isn't actually a place called Arimathea. So Bash showed me that one. But I'm not saying that this is definite. What I'm saying is what some scholars have pointed to, right? With that specific text. And then I think, like, you can see the different way that they write Bar Sabas, right? Uh, I think in one of them, it spells it with two B's or says it backwards or something like that. Bar, say it should be Abba, and they moved an S, and then they corrected it in some translations. Some said that it's a mistranslation, but some people have been writing about that specific scripture for a while, that verse for a while. Kareem, how are you? Oh goodness. Bishop Twain. Okay, not there. That doesn't
And he
even
was
make
trying to
any
get up
damn
there
sense.
while he was
How
trying to
the
get
fuck?
up
I
there
don't even
while
believe in spirituality. So what the fuck do you
Yo,
mean
yo,
by
yo,
that?
yo. All I gotta say is the Quran came to correct the Bible.
This is he's calling you M.
Wait. I don't get
M
it.
M M. He's asking for you.
Yeah. So why do you believe that?
It came to correct the Bible because the Bible was added and it was taken out. And yeah, that's what I believe.
Could you fix your mic?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm
It's a little.
dyslexic.
Why do you believe the Quran corrected the Bible?
Because the Bible contradicts itself, these words, and it has unknown authors, Mark, Matthew, and Luke.
Something is wrong with this mic.
We don't really know their personal life really from that. They weren't witnesses.
Yeah, Zaid, you're cutting up.
They weren't eyewitnesses, and Paul never met Jesus, and Paul also contradicts himself too. I can go on and on.
Am I the only one having trouble hearing him?
I can barely hear him.
Yeah,
What do you mean you can barely hear me? Wait, hold on. Yo, Thinker, are you atheist?
yeah.
That wasn't Thinker. That was Simone, and I can barely hear you.
Are you atheist?
Why does that mean anything if I can't hear you?
I can disprove your atheism.
I'm sorry, it proves what?
I can disprove your atheism. I can
You
debunk
got to
your
speak up
atheism.
just a little bit.
I can debunk your theology on atheism.
Theology and atheist, that's an oxymoron, but go ahead.
Okay, where does morality comes from?
Ems, can you hear him now?
He said, well, where does morality come from? It doesn't need to come from somewhere.
But where'd you get your morality from?
Again, it
From
doesn't. Again,
society?
it
Hold on,
doesn't.
from
It doesn't.
society or from God?
Wait, wait. It doesn't have to come from somewhere. You're saying that, you have to have a source of morality, hence God. That doesn't follow.
Huh?
It doesn't have to have a sense of morality, hence God.
Okay, where does right and wrong from? Like, where does it come from, though? Doing something right and doing something wrong.
Right or wrong, we decide as a society
Society.
based on
Okay,
standards.
hold on, hold
Yes.
on. Yeah, okay. What if society says this thing is right, but it's actually wrong, and then this thing is right? What if it changes?
Again, it depends. It depends on the on how you base your morality. For example, you can have specific concepts of morality, like something that doesn't harm society and that doesn't harm humans on an individual level as a whole. Then that could be a way to decide if something is moral or immoral. That has nothing to do with proving God, though. You
It
could say
does
that
though.
you think that there should, again, just a second, you could say that, oh, there should be some sense of objective morality, but that doesn't then prove God.
Morality is
It doesn't prove.
objective though, basically, because if it's subjective, then it changes. Let's
Sure,
say
and
today,
your God is subjective, though.
no, let's just say
Yes,
today
it does change.
analyzing is bad, and
You
then
said,
next,
just a
hold
second
on,
sake,
let me
you
talk,
said,
let me talk. Okay, you
okay,
see, you interrupted me, you interrupted me.
go ahead, I apologize.
What I'm saying, like today, let's say society agrees on one thing, and then the next like 5 years, they say, no, this is wrong, and it changes over time.
Okay, so
But we don't really know
if morality changes, is it subjective?
if morality changes from society. Yeah,
Okay, does God in Islam change morality?
and morality. What do you mean by that? Can you like
Like, for
elaborate?
example, was alcohol halal at one point?
That's the legislation. Like that's the laws.
It is what?
It's a law.
Can you say that again?
Legislation, blah blah.
He said it's a
Right.
law. It's legislative.
Yeah, but I'm asking, it became haram. Before it became haram, was it halal?
Yeah, but it changed over time.
So it did change. But it did change.
Yeah, but only God can like change the legislative laws.
Again, that wasn't part of your definition. You said subjective morality is morality that changes. And then I
And
showed you that within your morality, there are stuff that change. Hence, you have subjective morality.
change for the good, like for a good time, like for the good.
Then why is it bad when we do the same thing?
Because humans are not capable of understanding the world. We're not understandable. We don't use our rational thinking. We use our emotional thinking. If you think about it.
Em, are you there?
Was I muted?
No.
Okay.
We couldn't hear you though.
Okay. I was saying that what is the distinction based on your definition? That morality is subjective. That whenever morality changes, that means it is subjective. You said that was your definition that you used. And then I showed you that God does the same thing. Why is it bad when we do it, but it is good when God does it?
God knows more than us. He's all knowing, all
Okay.
powerful, and he knows
But
more
that is
than
the thing
ourselves.
though.
But we ourselves
And
don't know because some if a person knows something. We
let me
like
ask you a
all of
question
us
then.
has different
Let me ask,
morality. Basically,
are
we
you a
have
Salafi?
different mindset and stuff.
Are you a Salafi?
I
Are you a Salafi?
don't know.
Do you follow the Salaf?
All of the Sunnah of Jama'at,
Do you follow the Salaf?
all of the Sunnah of Jama'at.
Do you know what Salaf is?
Yeah, it's self.
Yeah.
So it's a what's it? Sect in Sunni.
And what does it mean?
I don't know actually. Being righteous and following the commands of Allah subhanahu
No.
wa ta'ala.
It is following the first three generations of the Prophet. Do you know who Ibn Taymiyyah is?
Yeah, Ibn Taymiyyah, yeah.
Okay. Do you know Tahsin wa Taqbih?
Huh?
Do you know Tahsin wa Taqbih?
No, I don't know.
It is
But
the principle that is held by the Salaf that God has instilled within us the intuition to decide if something is good or bad.
that's
Besides
different though.
that
That's
it
different
outside
though.
again, just a second.
I can prove to you that's
Again,
different because look, we
again,
have
just a
fitra,
second. Let
we
me
have
finish. Let me
intuitions,
finish.
but we don't
Let me
have the
finish.
thinking of
If you believe
morality.
again, just wait. If you believe that we have an instilled intuition that gives us the right and wrong, then you cannot tell me that I need morality, that I need God for morality. Did you hear what I said?
Bro, who's keep muting? Yo, y'all need to chill, bro. I can't even
You're
speak.
interrupting. I was asking you if, again, according to the Salaf, the first three generations of the Prophet and the Salafi scholars, that we have an instilled intuition to decide what is right and what is wrong, and you follow them, then you believe that we have an instilled intuition that tells us what is right and what is bad. Why would I need God?
Oh, because as the whole, like as a humanity, we need a law, that we must follow. We must follow the law
I can
so that
barely hear
we can live in a better like world. You feel me? So if we don't, then this world's gonna go downhill. You feel me? So we need, a,
you. I
an
can barely
objective
understand.
morality. If we don't have an objective morality, then we're doomed. You feel me? Yeah.
I can barely understand you.
What I'm saying is, we do have fitra, but we need an objective morality. We need
Do you have headphones on?
God commands. Can you hear me?
Do you have headphones on?
Yeah, I have headphones on. Yeah.
Could you take them off?
All right.
Yes.
All right. Yo, can you hear me now?
That is better, yes.
So what I'm saying is, we have the fitra, we have the intuition, but we don't have the morality. Where does morality come from? It comes from God, because we need the objective morality. Because if it's subjective morality, then each individual will have a different morality. They'll say, no, why would I
But that
believe?
is what we find within Islam, though.
No, it's gonna
For
be like,
example, let me ask you
why
a
would I
question.
believe your
In the
morality?
madhahib, you know what the madhahib are, right?
Go ahead.
You know what the madhahib are?
Huh? I can barely hear you, bro. Why do you speak like that? Can you
Do you know what the
just
madhahib
clear your
are?
voice? Like, I don't get it.
Again, do you know what the madhahib are?
Huh?
Do you know what the madhahib are?
What the heck?
Are you an atheist? Is that why you can't hear him?
Okay, hold on. Who's talking? Simone?
I asked you, what are the madhahib?
Madhab, the school of thoughts, eh?
Okay.
Madhabs,
Now, when in Islam, in the madhahib, do we have stuff which are allowed by some madhahib and not allowed by other madhahib?
But that's different, though. That's the school
It
of
isn't
thought.
different. How is it different? No, you said that you have objective
We're
morality,
talking
and
about...
if I have, just a second, Zaid, you said if I have subjective morality, then two people would disagree upon what is moral and what isn't. The madhahib disagree.
But the madhab is based on religious
Sure,
stuff.
but again, you said we would disagree upon morality, but you do.
No, but that's different, though. The madhab or the school of thought and the way they interpretation, like the interpretation of how stuff are done.
Do they have different?
They have little difference, but they agreed on the main things. Basically, they agreed on the main thing. That's what I'm saying, basically.
For example, according to the madhab, let's say that the age of marriage would differ.
Huh?
According to the madhab, the age of marriage would differ.
The age of marriage?
Yes. So, like, consummating with the prepubescent in one madhab is okay, and consummating with the prepubescent in another madhab it is not okay. Do you agree?
I don't know about that.
Okay. Then that gives you a subjective sense of morality. Based on your definition. Again, it is your definition. You said if two people can disagree upon what is moral and what isn't moral, then that is subjective. And I'm showing you within your own religion, people are disagreeing.
No, but like subjective morality is basically like they have something between. They have jama'ah, they have agreed about something. But the subject morality, they don't have nothing to agree upon. They don't have the agreeable point.
I think you're missing my point. But should we go into the morality of your book?
No, we go on morality of morality of God.
Yeah. So why do you follow Islam?
Because it's the truth, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says so.
Well, do you know what is the truth?
I know it's the truth because it's logic and it makes sense. And that's the fitra, basically. Even a baby will believe that Islam is the right religion because Islam agrees on everything. It agrees on one God, to worship one God, do not associate with him.
Have you asked the baby?
Because the baby believes in one God. He believes in a creator. But other religions don't. They associate God and they have an attribute that
I'm asking you, have you asked the baby? You said the babies believe in one God. They believe in Islam. The babies are Muslim now. Have you asked them?
Yeah, they are Muslim. Yeah, I
The
stand on
babies
that.
are Muslim.
Yeah, I stand on that.
So if I have a baby, he's going to be Muslim.
Yeah, he's basically Muslim. Like if
He's
his
basically
parents
Muslim.
don't influence him, basically, if his parents don't influence him, he has the fitrah, he has the inclination to worship one God alone. You get me? Yeah, you see? But why'd you mute so?
That is interesting.
Yeah, you know, actually, everyone was born Muslim, you know, but their parents influenced them.
Every person was born Muslim.
Yeah,
and
but
then the parents influenced them. Could I ask you a question?
Right.
Does every child go to heaven?
Yes, every child go to heaven, yeah. They go to paradise.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, you were, Oscar, you were born Muslim. Yeah. Actually, when you were a baby, you were born Muslim. Everyone else here was born Muslim, you feel me?
The way y'all be trying to push y'all beliefs on people
No,
is
it's
just
actually
freaking
true. Like, okay,
ridiculous.
when you were a baby, what were you?
Dude, stop.
What were you believing? No, when you were a baby, what were you believing in? Like,
just a second.
What kind of fucking question
you
is
see,
that?
you see, you're getting defensive.
I believe in my Bible.
Cause stop pushing your damn beliefs on me.
No, you speaking. No, look, I'm speaking the truth. That's why you're getting defensive. You feel me? Like,
no, because like when you were a baby, you were born Satanist.
No, because you were.
Like, what did you believe when you were a baby? What did you believe when you were a baby? Like,
I believed in one creator.
You cried a lot. Like, you cried a lot, and you got on your mama's nerves.
No, if like they did a scientific experiment and stuff, and the babies, it showed out that they believed in one creator. And
oh my God, stop! Go ahead, Em.
Actually, you know, just go to the article, the website. You know, the website that was written and stuff, and it was written by Harvard University. In that.
Zay, just a second. Could you bring up Muslim 2662C?
I can't. I don't have it.
I'm talking to the host.
Oh, bring up what?
Muslim 2662C.
Is it in the same text that I had, or do you want me to just type that into?
It is just type in Google Muslim 2662C.
Okay.
You can't really understand what he's saying, basically, you know.
Yes,
like,
I can. You can't.
Why is he whispering though? I don't give a lie. Like, just like, is he hiding? Like, just use your real voice, you know. Use the voice that God gave you, you know.
Dude, shut up.
Wait, hold on. Why is he saying shut up to me? Yo, chill out.
Because I prefer his voice. I prefer his voice over yours.
I didn't cuss at you.
I didn't curse at you either.
No, shut up means
God damn! Now you making me.
Wait, why are you muting me? I'm just defending myself. Like, I'm defending myself. Can you like stop, please? Like, I don't get it.
Like stop. Shit. That's as big as I can go without like.
Stop muting me. I'm trying to speak.
It says, Allah's messenger, there is happiness for this child who is a bird from the birds of paradise, for it committed no sin, nor has he reached the age when one can commit sin. He said, Aisha, peradventure, it may be otherwise, because God created for paradise those who are fit for it, while they were yet in their father's loins, and created for hell those who are to go to hell. He created them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins. Wow.
But were they babies though?
When they were sperm, they were already designated for hell.
No, but we have a free.
Your sentence should not begin in the middle of thinker's sentence.
Yo, can I speak?
When they were sperm, were they Muslim?
When they were sperm?
And when they were sperm, were they Muslim?
Yeah, they submitted their will to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
But this says that they were created for hell.
Yeah, you know, everyone was created. There's a place, like, you know.
So sperm worships Allah.
We all have a place for hell and heaven, you know.
Sperm worships Allah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Every living creature
worships.
Every creature living
how do y'all get here?
Yo, thinker, you gotta use your logic. You gotta use your thinking.
That's logical to you?
Because look, every living thing worships Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Some shit that like seeps off into your bedspread, right?
Like the animals, the trees. You know, the trees, they prostrate to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
So listen, when the sperm comes out, right, and shoots, right, like if you pull out and it shoots onto the bedspread, They're worshiping Allah as they like seep off into the sheet.
I said every living thing that's like animals,
You think
insects.
sperm is alive?
Just a second, thinker. I'm gonna ask him something that is just gonna add on top of this.
Okay.
Zayt, does Earth, the planet Earth, does it worship Allah?
Planet Earth?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate?
Does the planet Earth and the sun worship Allah?
Yeah, they worship Allah. They prostrate to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Yep.
Yeah, he didn't get me. You see? Guys, make sure y'all
I'm not
read the
trying to get
Quran,
you.
you know?
I'm not trying to get you. And I did read the Quran.
No, you didn't. You didn't. So were you reading it for to see if there's contradiction, or were you reading it for an open mind and something like that?
I read it when I was Muslim.
Okay, why did you leave Muslim though? Why did you leave the religion like Islam?
It doesn't matter. This isn't the topic of the life.
Oh, you see, you're deflecting right now. You're deflecting right now.
Sure I am.
What about sperm that's infected? The sperm that comes out if the man has gonorrhea or the clap or chlamydia.
I said
it has fungus with it.
But is it living? Is it living?
Sperm doesn't live.
Okay, then it's not then. But you said anything. I said anything that's living.
You just said sperm praises Allah and worships Allah.
Yeah, thinker. He thinks that the sun prostrates to God.
The sun?
The sun and the earth.
Wow.
So it's not anything that is living, it is anything, period.
Yeah, anything, basically. The earth, you said the earth's planet, right?
Wait, what do you mean anything? Don't, like, Allah, like, you, this is going to sound very bad. But when you go and you do number 2, you take a shit. Are you trying to say that your bile worships Allah?
I said anything that's living.
You said anything. He said not anything that's living. Then you said, hold on, listen.
Hold on.
He said, stop. I'm talking. He said not anything. M said not anything that's living. Anything, and you said anything.
Yo, chat, write it down. What did I say? Anything that's living or anything?
You literally confirmed what M just said. M, did he not just confirm what you just said?
The chat knows what I said.
Hold on. Did he not just confirm what you just said?
Yes, he did. It's the sun living. Zayd, is the sun living?
You can't hear me?
Yeah, is the sun living?
I actually said anything that's living too, you know?
Yeah, but I'm asking, is the sun living?
The sun living? What do you mean by that?
Is it living? Is it a living organism?
But it knows the creator. Who created the sun? Who created the sun?
So the sun knows its creator, but it's not a living organism.
But who created the sun? Who created the sun?
I'm not talking about who created it. I'm asking you,
does
the sun worship Allah? It does.
You see? Wait, can the sun have a living thing? If Allah wills it, it can talk, right?
If Allah wills it, yes.
Yeah, you see? So meaning
but the earth
that
does
the
talk.
sun... Wallahi, I got you there, bro.
The sun can talk?
You got me there,
yes. Yeah, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wills it. Look, even on Judgment Day.
Have you seen this Allah will the sun to talk? Have you seen the sun talk?
I'm saying on... Why you keep muting me, wallahi?
Somebody paid to drop you. So I gotta drop
even
you.
On Jahannam.
See if Allah can will you to talk now.
Everyone.
Hey, how is your trip?
I am enjoying it. Hey, Three. I am loving it. Oh my gosh, I'm sitting right next to my niece and nephew. Oh, my niece, she is so lovable. She's a good baby, like quiet. She loves to
Aww.
laugh. She is like a sweet little baby. I'm
Aww.
loving it.
What's your
And
mom
later
say when
on,
she saw you?
oh, she was happy. We got to the airport at the same time.
That's what's up.
Oh, yes. She was excited to have us here because me and my son couldn't make it to my brother's wedding because we were in the middle of the move. And so us all being here, it's It's amazing. And my we're gonna play Dirty Santa later with my sister-in-law's family. So it's gonna be fun. She's
Yay!
cooking right now. Yes, I'm enjoying it. I'm happy I came.
I'm
Like
excited
I
for
have been
you.
holding this baby since I've been here. I've been holding.
How old is the baby again?
Oh, she's 7 months, right? She's 7 months, right? Yeah, she's 7.
That's what's up. Does your son have cousins there that he can chill with, like that are his age?
Yeah. Boy, bye. That's my brother. He
What
doesn't.
does he
He does.
say?
Be quiet.
What did he say?
Someone in the comments said to
You said somebody in
They
the
can't
comments said
see
what?
you.
ask the baby if he's a Muslim.
I'm
He
Ask
dead.
the baby.
crazy.
Ask the baby if she knows Allah.
Do you know Isla? She's staring off at her father, so I guess that's Allah to her.
Oh,
No, absolutely not.
I don't know.
He
Like,
doesn't.
what makes a person believe that a baby knows a God or like?
Yeah.
It says because in the book itself it says that if the Quran was like spoken into a mountain, the mountain would humiliate humble itself before God. So
And how
everything
would
that
the
Moses was
mountain do
questioning,
that? Has anybody tried it? Has anybody tried it?
Right?
everyone is born a Muslim and then their parents corrupt them. So if you're born to a Christian family, you're born a Muslim and then your parents corrupt you into Christianity.
So I have a. So then, how is that? How is that the case if the Quran came after the Bible and Islam came after Christianity? How is
It is
it
because
that?
they believe Islam has existed since Adam.
But so was Muhammad raised in with Christian beliefs or Jewish beliefs?
He was raised with I don't think he was raised with any specific religion. He just had none. He just believed in one God. And his father was he said the prophet said that his father is in hell.
His mother is in hell.
His father.
Oh, his father
His
is in
father is in
hell.
hell.
Oh, his mother said his father is in hell.
No, he himself said that his father is in hell.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And is this something Allah told him?
It is it would well, it is implied because everything he says is supposed to be revelation.
Oh, okay. So everybody before his revelation went to hell.
I mean his father did. So
Okay.
and his father wasn't a Christian or a Jew. He was I think he wasn't he was just like one of the Arabs of the Arabia.
Okay. I saw a video of a guy crying. Like he became a Muslim in jail and his mother died while he was in jail and he was crying because he said that he would never get to see his mother again, even in he called the Muslim heaven something, but he said that he would never get to see his mom again. And then I think there's like a time frame on how long he could like mourn her because she was a Muslim or something. Like
You're not allowed to there's a saying that Muslims say upon the dead. They say may God have mercy on them. But you're not allowed to say that if the person is not Muslim.
yeah,
Yeah.
and he was
You do not wish mercy
crying.
upon them.
That to me is the equivalent, to what we were talking about earlier, like the Christian God, telling humans that their loved ones are burning in hell while they're sit here, on earth. Like that's just evil to me. Like it's cruel. And like the way he was crying about his mom, like not so much about her death, but the fact that he would never see her in heaven because he knew that she wasn't Muslim, or he would never be. He couldn't mourn her the way he wanted to, and he would never see her again because she wasn't Muslim. That's hard to live with.
Uh, Have you seen the description of hell in the Quran? One sec.
A real laughing. It must be something else.
I was about to say, like, he was probably upset that, you know, she was a woman, one, and then you said she was a Muslim. I'm like, well, that's double homicide right there.
Check verse 4. I mean, chapter 4, verse 56.
Chapter 4:4.
It is 456.
456. Hold on. Tell me if I'm on the right thing here. Hold on. Just type in 456.
Yes.
Extravagance in building.
No, not here. On the Quran. This is the hadith.
Oh, okay. Did I do it right?
It is 4. Chapter 4, verse 56.
Oh, chapter 4, verse 56.
I think you should just like look it up on Google.
Oh, okay. This is like this Quran.com is the most difficult is it the surah we shall send those who reject our revelations to the fire. When their skins have been burnt away, we shall replace them with new ones so that they may continue to feel pain. What?
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that you have to have a earthly or a human aspect, right, in the afterlife in order for this God to inflict pain is interesting, because you would think that an all-powerful God could inflict pain, right, without needing the human at all, right? Like without needing the earthly aspects.
They know that they use this to say that this is a scientific miracle.
They did what now?
They say that this is a scientific miracle.
How?
Because
That the skin would grow back?
Yeah, no, how would the prophet know that the pain receptors are in the skin?
What? Because like, who wouldn't know that if they've hurt themselves when they were a kid?
And if you open up chapter 10, verse 100.
Wait, that the pain receptors are in the skin. Is that what you said?
Yes.
What?
And check chapter 10, verse 100.
Oh my gosh. No soul can believe except by God's will, and he brings disgrace on those who do not use their reason. Well, that's a damn contradiction.
Oh, and you know, like the way the Christian God is like, oh, I created all this, like I did all this, and in the Quran, I seen a verse like where it's basically saying like Allah is the reason for non-believers. Like if you're a non-believer, Allah did that. Like he's he's the reason why you exist. He created you to not believe.
That's the same thing that John says about the non-believers, that they are part of the plan. That's why, like, they have some Christian like similarities, because John says the same thing. But what? So the reason why Yahweh needed non-believers was so that Jesus could be rejected. Why does Allah need non-believers? Ought to be something like, if everybody believed, then it wouldn't be true, or something like that. or to just like answer for those that use logic, is like that was their way of demonizing. Say, oh, they're a part of the plan. Like, it made it easy to demonize people who use logic and reasoning.
Could you open up Bukhari 3208?
I don't know, how do you spell that?
Bukhai. No,
Oh.
ARI. The 3208.
Allah's messenger, the true and truly inspired, said, the matter of the creation of a human being is put together in the womb of the mother in 40 days. And then he becomes a clot of thick blood for a similar period, and then a piece of flesh for a similar period. Then Allah sends an angel who is ordered to write four things. He is ordered to write down the new creature's deeds, his livelihood, his date of death, and whether he will be blessed or wretched in religion. Then the soul is breathed into him. So a man amongst you may do good deeds till there is only a cubit between him and paradise. And then what has been written for him, oh my God, decides his behavior. And he starts doing evil deeds, characteristic of the people of the hellfire. And similarly, a man amongst you may do evil deeds till there is only a cubit between him and the hellfire. And then what has been written for him decides his behavior, and he starts doing deeds characteristic of the people of paradise. I mean, you might as well not even like worry about believing in Allah, or like this just basically says just live. Because no matter if you do good, if Allah or the angel has written down that you're gonna go to hell, you're gonna go to hell. And then if you do bad,
Yeah.
like this is what?
And then the other one that says that we were made for hell while being in our father's loins.
This is like I don't this is the strangest shit I've ever seen. This is strange. I
Yeah, they do not even try to hide that it is predetermination.
You said on par with the Bible. It's worse. Like, it's worse. There's no like this sounds like both books sound human, but this sounds like
I
a
found it.
child. This sounds like somebody that was really pissed at life.
Uh, can you do the same Al Bukhari, but chapter 2, 6 to 7? Someone was asking me where the verse was where it says like Allah like made non-believers not to
It is in the
believe.
Quran. It is
You said 3?
that is a hadith, and that is chapter 2 of
Yeah.
the Quran, verses
Sorry,
6.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, 6. Not hadith, sorry.
in the Quran. Thinker.
Yeah, in the Quran.
Okay, and you said avocado.
Yes, it is chapter 2.
Chapter 2, 6 to 7.
You can find the chapters on the left.
The right here.
Oh, yeah.
Where?
Oh, it isn't there. Never mind then. Just write on Google Quran chapter 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the comments. I'm about to go take a shower. Love y'all.
Okay, love you
Love
too.
you.
Love you
Enjoy
too.
yourself. Let's see.
You bring up the other website, the .com.
Okay.
Yeah, scroll down. There we go.
6, yeah.
See. As for those who disbelieve, it makes no difference whether you warn them or not, they will not believe. So why do they try to warn us? God has sealed their hearts and their ears, and their eyes are covered. They will have great torment. Some people say we believe in God in the last day when really they do not believe. They seek to deceive God and the believers, but they only deceive themselves, though they do not realize it. There is disease in their hearts, to which God has added more. Agonizing torment awaits them for their persistent lying. When it is said to them, do not cause corruption in the land, they say, we are only putting things right. But really they are causing corruption, though they do not realize it. When it's said to them, believe as the others believe, they say, should we believe as the fools do? But they are the fools, though they do not know it. When they meet the believers, they say, we believe, but when they are alone with their evil ones, they say, we're really with you. We were only mocking. God is mocking them and allowing them more slack to wander blindly in their insolence. They have brought error in exchange for guidance, so their trade reaps no profit, and they are not rightly guided. They are like people who labor, kindle a fire. When it lights up everything around them, God takes away all their light, leaving them in utter darkness, unable to see. Deaf, dumb, and blind, they will never return. This is like same thing that the Bible says.
Yeah.
And you can bring up chapter 14, verse 4. There we go. Yeah.
We have never sent a messenger who did not use his own people's language to make things clear for them. But still God leaves whoever he will to stray and guides whoever he will. He is the Almighty, the All-Wise.
And the actual Arabic word that is used is to God deceives who he wills, and he guides who he wills. So he chooses who to guide and who to deceive. So if you get deceived, it is because God deceived you.
Yep.
That's what Yahweh says. Ain't that what Yahweh says in like Ezekiel? If the prophet is deceived, he deceived. And then it's Paul says that Yahweh sends the delusion. Like this what I don't know. I thought somebody said that he grew like that Muhammad lived around Christians or something.
He did,
Around
yes.
Jews.
The Christians
Jews.
and Jews.
Okay, around
Yeah.
okay.
I think, yeah.
So did he
The person who
know
told him,
the
the
Jewish
person who
text
told
or
him,
the Christian text?
he heard stories. And the person who told him that, like he was a prophet, was a Christian.
I don't think anybody's preaching on here. Are we preaching?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think we're preaching.
Y'all are the like when I say like believers, is this I think is this thing that happens in the brain where you just now have to step completely out of reality and start projecting. Like every day we have to tell you guys, stop, 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 don't preach. Just answer the question. Just you don't have to preach. You don't have to preach. You don't have to preach. And now we're talking about your text and you're saying we're preaching. Like what?
Yeah.
Right, atheism and preaching don't even go together. That's kind of weird. I don't even know what to say about the Quran because it just seems like really illogical. Like the Christian book is illogical, but this feels like way beyond that for me. And like I don't know a word to describe it, but like this is like extreme illogical to me.
If you want to open up chapter 86, verses 5 through 7.
Of the same text.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. How did I
Yeah.
get to the? How did I? Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. You said chapter what?
86,
What verse?
5 through 7.
Do I have to like hold down the thing?
So just click on 5.
Oh, okay. Man should reflect on what he was created from. He is created from spurting fluid. Then he emerges from between the backbone and the breastbone.
Yep.
God is certainly able to bring him back to life.
And by the
On
way, we
the
cannot see it on the screen.
huh?
We cannot see the sex on the screen.
Oh,
You
y'all
gotta
can't.
X out. Yeah, you have
I
to
did,
X out of the
but
index.
I
X out
did. I
right up
did
there.
X out. No, but on my screen I'm X'd out. I don't know why it's
Keep
still showing
refreshing.
that I'm not.
Oh, it's
Why
probably
is it?
frozen.
Why is it doing? I can see. I can see on the screen where the mouse is over the X,
Yeah.
but I wish y'all could see my screen. That ain't up. But hold
Yeah,
on, let
but
me
try to
refresh.
Oh
refresh.
my god.
Let me refresh. What? Let me go to Google and let me see. Oh, the screen ain't changing. Why
Huh.
is? What's going on? Hold on. What the fuck? That's a TikTok thing. It ain't updating, y'all. I don't know why. I don't know how to. Why? I don't know, cause that ain't on my screen anymore. Oh wait, let me see. Did I? There we go.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, it came out of the. It came into its own tab. That's why.
There we go.
Okay. Men should reflect on what he was created from. He is created from spurting fluid. Then he emerges from between the backbone and the breastbone. God
Translation
is
is off
certain.
here.
Huh?
The
Okay.
translation is off here. Okay. It then, like, it's adding the he emerges. It talks about the spurting fluid. Then it emerges from between the backbone and the ribs.
That the
As in the
sperm
fluid.
emerges between the backbone and the breastbone?
Yes. And this
Wait,
is
the
why when
sperm comes
we
from
Ain't
the
no way, man.
breastbone and the backbone?
remember when we opened up the hadith that said that we were yet in their father's loins. The loins is the
Uh,
back.
the loins is in the back. I thought the loins were the balls.
The groins. This is
Oh,
the
the
loins.
groins. The groins is about, and the loins is in the back.
The lumbar vertebra.
Oh, oh, okay. How how are they connecting that to the breastbone though?
Because it's between, like,
I'm so confused. Sperm coming from between the breastbone and the lower back. I wonder if anybody ever did a diagram of this sort of.
so they try to, like, justify it in multiple ways. Like, one of the ways is to say that the person himself is what is coming out from between the breast and the backbone.
The person is?
Yes. As in the baby. And also, like, anyone who's ever been pregnant, I'm assuming would tell you that the child isn't in their chest.
But they'll try to still convince them that the child is
Yeah.
in their chest.
And
Wait,
the
wait.
most
The
popular
child is in
interpretation.
the. They're telling them that when they're pregnant, that the baby is in their chest at the beginning stages of pregnancy.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And and the most popular interpretation is that the male semen comes from the back and the female semen comes from between her breasts.
Did anybody ever like? Is there a
That's on the
like Muhammad
receiver.
writing this? Like, did
You see
anybody ever think
the
that?
book at the top.
Huh?
You see the book, like next to the 86 7, the second button on the right.
This.
Can't
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't remember what I read. I'm gonna try to find it, but think like
It's
remember
in
when you were talking about schizophrenia and like how most of these prophets must have had something going on. Literally, like I read where it says like he had headaches every time he would have a vision, right? He would have a migraine or something like that. And I'm just like, so no one thought like maybe there's something going on, like if he's having to hallucinate, like he's in pain. No one thought maybe there might be an illness there.
Yeah, and I get like how back then they may not have thought that, but in today's time, nobody is like rethinking this stuff and saying, man,
Right.
he probably was like mentally ill, or
So could you
something
scroll down?
wasn't all there.
Yeah. Scroll down is it's going to give you the interpretation.
Which was revealed in Makkah, the virtues of Surat at-Tariq.
Yeah, just
Are
scroll
you
down.
putting to which
I'm going
how
to tell you
far
where to
down?
stop.
Right here?
Just keep scrolling down.
Okay.
More.
More?
Okay. Yeah, there.
Okay. Right here?
Yeah.
So let man see from what he is created. This is alerting man to the weakness of his origin from which he was created. The intent of it is to guide man to accept the reality of the hereafter, because whoever is able to begin the creation, then he is also able to repeat it in the same way. This is as Allah says, and he it is who originates the creation. Then he will repeat it, and this is easier for him. What? What does he mean? Repeat what? Like,
The
is he
creation.
talking about reincarnation?
The creation
Or,
itself. You can like keep creating humans.
oh, Allah can. Then Allah says he is created from a water gushing forth, meaning the sexual fluid that comes out bursting forth from the man and the woman. So they're saying the woman also has
Yes,
fluid
just
that
continue.
contribute. What? Thus, the child is produced from both of them by permission of Allah. Due to this, Allah says, proceeding from between the backbone and the ribs, meaning the backbone or loins of the man and the ribs of the woman, which is referring to her chest. Shabib bin Bashir reported from, who narrated from Ibn Abbas, that he said, proceeding from between the backbone and the ribs, the backbone of the man and the ribs of the woman, the fluid is yellow and fine in texture. The child will not be born except from both of them, i.e. their sexual fluids, concerning Allah's statement. Verily, he is able to bring him back to life. This means that he is able to return this man that is created from fluid gushed forth. In other words, he is able to repeat his creation and resurrect him to the final abode. This is clearly possible because whoever is able to begin the creation, then he surely is able to repeat it. Indeed, Allah has mentioned this proof in more than one place in the Quran. I'm sorry.
Like
I just
people,
don't understand how anybody
perhaps
can
we,
read this book and be like, yes, revelation. Like, I don't get it.
I've been told that perhaps we do not know where semen comes from.
I mean, like, people see every day where the semen comes from. Like, nobody has witnessed semen coming from a backbone or a breastbone. And the women definitely don't have yellow fluid coming from between our breasts. Like, what? How are people not? Like, I don't understand what's getting them to agree to this, knowing it's not what they see or experience.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
It was it's an ancient Arabic saying that you are from your father's back. It's so used today, like you are from the back of your father. Literally.
You said because they fear death. Like, you think that's what it is, that people are willing to like overlook the insanity of some, like, this sounds like ramblings of a madman to me.
Have you heard about the embryology in the Quran?
The embryology.
Yeah. Open up
The
23:14.
wait, before you go there, speaking of madman, right? So this is Aisha that narrated how the prophet would look when this is a hadith, right? It says, whenever the prophet received inspiration, he would usually feel a heavy burden down his back and his face would turn red due to the strain of the experience. And then there's another There's another one in 2:3 where she says, the prophet used to be inspired, and during the period of inspiration, he would sometimes get a headache. Like the guy was obviously sick.
This just, I don't know. This is like, this is sad to me. Even,
Do you want to hear a funny story about Moses?
yeah.
Yeah. Open up Muslim 339c.
339C.
Hit another tab.
You said it's called Moses?
Muslim
Muslim.
339c.
Oh my God, the very first words, like damn near. He was afraid to expose his private
But
part.
read the green first. Yeah.
The green.
The line on top of
Abu
the...
Hurairah reported that Moses was a modest person. He was never seen naked, and Banu Israel said he was afraid to expose his private part because he had been suffering from scrotal hernia. He one day took bath and water and placed his garments upon a stone. The stone began to move on quickly. He followed that and struck it with the help of a stone, saying, "O stone, my garment, O stone, my garments, O stone," until it stopped near the big gathering of Israel, and the verse was revealed pertaining to the incident. "O you who believe, be not like those who maligned Moses, but Allah cleared him of what they said, and he was worthy of regard with Allah." So they're saying that, wait, first off, a stone ran off with Moses' clothes while he took a bath. That's like the stone, the Jeremiah stone, where Jeremiah told the stone to turn into a version of him, and then the
Mm-hmm.
Israelites are like stoning the stone, thinking they're stoning Jeremiah, and then the stone calls the
Stone got
Israelites, "You
mad.
stupid Israelites," because the stone got tired of being stoned.
Yeah.
Like
There's a
what?
extended version of this where he beats the stone for stealing his clothes.
He beats the stone for questioning his thought.
For
Oh,
stealing his clothes. Yeah.
for doing what?
Stealing his clothes.
Oh, he beats the stone for stealing his clothes. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, they were not okay. They were high as fuck, or
Like,
something was wrong.
And this was all done by God to disprove they had a scrotal hernia.
It was done by God to do what?
To disprove they had a scrotal hernia.
To disprove that Moses had a scrotal hernia.
Yep.
Because God cared that much about Moses' reputation, about his naked body, and his, like, what people
Yep.
thought about Moses' naked body.
And there's even there's another hadith that I want you to bring up. It is Muslim 314.
I feel like he should have just told them to do what Elisha did. Was it Elisha that walked around naked?
Yeah,
Yeah. He should just did that.
yeah, exactly.
Actually,
It
this
is
is wrong.
reported on the authority of Aisha that a woman came to the messenger of Allah and inquired, should a woman wash herself when she sees a sexual dream and sees the marks of
Wrong
liquid?
one.
Huh?
This is the wrong one. One sec.
Oh, this is the wrong one. Like, I'm gonna read this right quick. Hold on. Hold on. It is reported on the authority of Aisha that a woman came to the messenger of Allah. A woman came to the messenger of Allah and inquired, should a woman wash herself when she sees a sexual dream and sees the marks of liquid? He, the Holy Prophet, said yes. Aisha said to her, "May your hand be covered with dust and injured." She narrated, the messenger of Allah said, "Leave her alone. In what way does the child resemble her but for the fact that when the genes contributed by woman prevail upon those of man, the child resembles the maternal family, and when the genes of man prevail upon those of woman, the child resembles the paternal."
It doesn't say that, by the way. And the
What?
context is with, yeah. Here's
Oh
live
my
context.
God! You see, you just got reported.
One sec. What?
Yeah, that
Seriously?
usually happens when when you start talking about them. That's how I always lose my page.
Y'all are weak for that.
Like, that's crazy. Like, that's ridiculous. It's childish too. Like, and that's how you know too. Like, y'all don't want people to see how extreme this is. You don't want people to, like, y'all come in here, y'all be like, Thinker, why don't you read the Quran? Thinker, read the Quran. And I tell y'all all the time, I don't know much about Islam. I don't know much about the Quran, right? I talk about what I know, but y'all constantly come in here, right? And tell me to read the Quran. And when I do, y'all go and start reporting.
So I wanted you to bring the one that is right after that one. It is 315, Muslim 315.
Okay.
It's a long one, but it's important. 315A.
5A or 8?
5A.
Thalban, the freed slave of the Messenger of Allah, said, "While I was standing beside the Messenger of Allah, one of the rabbis of the Jews came and said, 'Peace be upon you, O Muhammad.' I pushed him backward. I pushed him back with the push that he was going to fall. Upon this he said, 'Why do you push me?' I said, 'Why don't you say, O Messenger of Allah?' The Jew said, 'We call him by the name by which he was named by his family.' The Messenger of Allah said, 'My name is Muhammad, with which I was named by my family.' The Jew said, 'I have come to ask you something.' The Messenger of Allah said, 'Should that thing be of any benefit to you if I tell you that?' He, the Jew, said, 'I will lend my ears to it.' The Messenger of Allah drew a line with the help of the stick that he had with him, and then said, 'Ask whatever you like.' Thereupon the Jew said, 'Where would the human beings be on the day when the earth would change into another earth, and the heavens too would change into other heavens?' The Messenger of Allah said, 'They would be in darkness beside the bridge.' He, the Jew, again said, 'Who amongst people would be the first to cross this bridge?' He said, 'They would be the poor amongst the refugees.' The Jew said, 'What would constitute their breakfast when they would enter paradise?' He, the Holy Prophet, replied, 'A call of the fish liver.' He, the Jew, said, 'What would be their food after this?' He, the Holy Prophet, said, a bullock which was fed in the different quarters of the paradise would be slaughtered for them. He, the Jew, said, 'What would be their drink?' He, the Holy Prophet, said, 'They would be given drink from the fountain which is named Salsabil.' He, the Jew, said, 'I have come to ask you about a thing which no one amongst the people on earth knows except an apostle or one or two men besides him.' He, the Holy Prophet, said, 'Would it benefit you if I tell you that?' He, the Jew, said, 'I would lend ears to that.' He then said, 'I have come to ask you about the child.' He, the Holy Prophet, said, 'The reproductive substance of man is white, and that of a woman, i.e. ovum, central portion, yellow. And when they have sexual intercourse, and the male substance, chromosome and genes, prevail upon the female substance, chromosome and genes,
It doesn't say chromosome genes, by the way. Just saying.
Okay.
Like the
It
text
is.
doesn't say that. Yeah.
Oh, that's a addition. Like somebody's trying to
It
like.
is.
Okay. It is the male child that is created by Allah's decree. And when the substance of the female prevails upon the substance contributed by the male, a female child is formed by the decree of Allah. The Jew said, 'What you have said is true. Very, you are an apostle.' He then returned and went away. The Messenger of Allah said, 'He asked me about such and such things of which I have had no knowledge till Allah gave me that.' Except it ain't true.
So how is a female formed? It is formed if the woman ejaculates more than the man.
And he's like, "Yep." And this like at the end, he's like, he came and asked me about stuff that I ain't even know. Like, it came to me by Allah revelation. Except, like, this is how some people come in here and they are saying that you got to have the Holy Spirit, right, to understand the scriptures. And then they'll say the Holy Spirit says something, but you be completely wrong. That's what that sound like. And like he
And then,
bragging, like he's like, he came to me, he asked me about this, he asked me about that, and I answered him, and I didn't even know the information until Allah told it to me. I didn't even have to study.
yeah. So again, the Arabic says that if the male's ejaculation is more than the female's ejaculation, the child is going to be a male. If the female's ejaculation is more than the male's ejaculation, the child is going to be a female.
And they'll come in here and they'll say that everything in the claims in the Quran has been validated by science. Like what?
Even the embryology is a mess. It is chapter 23:14 in the
Chapter
Quran.
in the same book?
In the Quran.
In the Quran? Which book? This one, chapter 23, verse 14.
Yep.
Then we made that drop into a clinging form, and we made that form into a lump of flesh, and we made that lump into bones, and we clothed those bones with flesh, and later we made him into other forms. Glory be to God, the best of creators. So this is how they're saying they made humans.
Yes.
So the story of Adam being made from dust, is that in the Quran?
Adam was made on his own from dust. It was made from clay. And that humans as a whole, like for example, this verse applies to you, applies to me. But Adam had an exception because he wasn't made from a woman.
Oh, okay. Okay. Wow. Made that drop into a clinging form, the drop of sperm. And who is the we? The angels?
It is God.
God. God and who else? Does Allah have a son?
It's God. No, he doesn't.
So why is he calling himself a we? Who is the?
It's in a way to magnify himself.
Oh, okay. And we made that drop into a clinging form, and we made that
the clinging form in Arabic is the blood.
Oh, okay. So the sperm turned to blood?
Yeah.
Okay. We made that form into a lump of flesh. The blood turned to flesh, and then the flesh turned to bones, and then we clothed those bones with flesh. Wait, how they get separated?
And between each stage, it is 40 days. So it is sperm for 40 days, and then blood for 40 days, and then flesh for 40 days.
Okay, and then the flesh turned to bones.
Yep, and then the bone is clothed with flesh.
But if the flesh turns to bones, where did the other lump of flesh come from to cover the bones?
It just formed spontaneously from the bone, I would assume.
Wow.
Like it's not supposed to make sense.
I know. Like, wow. Abdullah Rahim.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, are you Muslim?
I am.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, were you born Muslim or did you convert to Islam?
Yeah, I was born labeled African American in America.
I'm not talking about your race or ethnicity. I'm talking about your religion. Were you born into Islam? So you've never been any other religion?
No, I converted to Islam.
Okay, so that was my question. Yes. So you converted at what age?
My first dealing with Islam, I was around like 12 years old.
No, when did you convert? Not first dealing with it. When did you convert to Islam?
To Sunni Islam?
Islam, period. When did you become a Muslim? At what age?
12 years old.
Okay, so you became a Muslim at 12 years old. Are your parents Muslims?
No.
How did you convert to Islam at 12 without your parents?
Because we was fortunate enough, the type of Islam that I was introduced to at that early age was like a Malachi York Islam. And we went and we visited the pyramids ourselves, and we used to listen to the tapes and all of that. But that was my first introduction to reading other languages, reading, finding out about different aspects and things of that nature. That
So
was
you
my
didn't have
first.
to have, what's the process, M, that they have to do?
To become a Muslim,
Uh huh.
they just they have to say two sentences.
Okay. So there, one of my mutuals on here did her thing like live, and it was something that she had to like started with an S. I think I can't.
It's like
Shahada.
Ashhadu,
Shahada.
Shahada.
Yeah. So you don't
Ashhadu
necessarily
an
have
la
to do
ilaha.
a Shahada.
You have to.
You do.
Well, to
Okay.
become Sunni Muslim, you do,
No,
or
to become a
whatnot.
Muslim. To become a Muslim, period. It is the first pillar of Islam.
Well, who is the witness to the Shahada? To take the
God.
Shahada with whom to become a
God.
Muslim?
You do it on your own.
See, with Sunni Muslims, you take a Shahada with the Iman,
No, you don't have
or
to.
or
You
or
don't have to.
Muslims or other
You really
Muslims
do
or
not have to.
whatnot. But if you're
You don't have
if
to.
you're
Abdullah, I'm telling you, you do not
I
have to.
agree with you. I agree with you. I didn't
In
say
Sunni
you
Islam, you don't have
didn't.
to.
I didn't say you didn't.
Okay,
But
then what are you saying?
traditionally, it's done with other Muslims and other people.
To
But
help you,
if you,
but you don't have to.
But here's my question. Okay. Really quickly before I get to my question to you, M's. So if
Uh-huh.
based by that other guy that was on stage, he said that the Islam belief is that everybody's born Muslim.
Yeah.
Why does a person have to say these two things if the belief is that you're already born a Muslim?
Because again, if you're born a Muslim, you're influenced by your society or your parents or stuff to leave Islam. So whenever you become a Christian, for example, or your parents to like teach you that Jesus is God, blah 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 blah, you would have to retake the Shahada to re-enter Islam because you left Islam.
And so if somebody never converted to Christianity, if do they still have to take a shahada or do a shahada?
They do, yeah.
They do.
if you
Because
did,
you're reverting, you're technically reverting. That's why, like, when people become Muslim, they say they're a revert, right? Because the idea is that you are born Muslim, but something took you away from that.
And
So
if
no
but if
matter if
nothing takes you away, you still have to
you
revert.
are still a revert, yeah, you're still
Yeah.
called a revert.
So basically, everybody that's Muslim is a revert.
No,
Yeah. No,
the
if you are
people who are born and
converting,
remain a Muslim are not.
no, I think what it means that every natural human being is a righteous creation from of the Creator. Is a
no,
righteous
that's not what
person,
that
like a
means. That's not
Muslim
what that
type of
means.
nature.
That's not
Abdullah,
what
that
that
is
But
means.
false.
for born
If you're
Muslim
born
means,
Muslim, like all your life you've been Muslim, then you don't have to be called a revert.
I,
Now, if
no,
you get to a certain age, after the age of innocence or whatever the hell, now you now decide you want to become Muslim, whether you were Christian or you were just an atheist before, whatever it is, you are a revert. Like it doesn't matter if you were never Muslim your whole life. Now, if
yes,
you
but
were born
she
Muslim, you're no
referred to the
longer like
Shahada.
you don't refer yourself as a revert.
Yeah,
She
that's what she's answering. Like she's answering that for me. So like even after right, like the age of understanding, even like when you reach the age of understanding, if you've never converted to a different religion or never like strayed away from your teachings that your parents taught you, do you have to say the shahada?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so
You
you're
do.
I,
just a Muslim, like you
You
never
do
have to
have to.
like say those
You
two
do have to.
words.
Yeah, you're Muslim. You're born. Yeah.
I would like to quickly say that I took my Sunni Shahada in 2018.
Abdullah, can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Have you ever been involved with the Nation of Islam?
Who are you asking that, me?
Yes.
No. Did you know Farrakhan's grandfather was white? Or one of his father, his grandfather was white? Did you know that?
I didn't.
What does that have to do with anything?
The
So
Nation of Islam is like a heresy of Islam where they believe that it's like, it's mostly like prevalent with African Americans. Yeah.
Why did you ask
But
me that?
I'm saying, but like if his
Because he said
grandfather was
Sunnis.
white, can white people not be Muslims?
No, it's see, they want somebody with white blood in them so they can control. So they can
Wait, no. I'm asking, can a white person be Muslim? By you
Yes.
bringing up that his
they can
grandfather
practice.
was white,
Yes.
what does that have to do with the question that M asked you about the Nation of Islam?
I don't know why he asked. I don't know why he asked me that.
No.
Why did you
Why
ask me
did
that?
you? I'm
Just to
asking,
mention.
why did you bring up? Why did you say, one of Farrakhan's grandfathers was white? Like, why was that your answer? As if white people can't be Muslims?
Because when you look close, this is my opinion. This is just my perspective on the Nation of Islam. That I'm um, putting out there. Just my personal perspective, but I see them. I see them still using the English term for the creator or whatnot, and
You see white people
I
doing that?
respect them. I respect what they do with with their
I'm confused.
intentions.
Who is them and who is they? Like, who are you
The
talking about?
Nation of Islam.
What does that have to do with the white grandfather?
The
Now you
see,
understand. Like, let me explain something to you, okay? The way I think is in a straight line, right? I cannot handle you jumping from topic to topic, right, without completing or resolving the existing topic, right? So the question that I asked was, what does Farrakhan's white granddaddy have to do
So the
with
thing is,
Islam?
in
thinker,
America, they want all the leaders of all these top organizations to have the white tea lineages in them, so this other species will be able to take control or
let me
whatnot.
just like,
Other
yeah, thinker,
species.
thinker. The Nation of Islam is a black supremacist group.
Like the black Hebrew Israelites.
I
Yeah,
mean,
pretty much.
what are you, M? Are you
They
Sunni?
believe that
Are you
I'm
a
not.
Sunni Muslim?
They believe I'm not. They believe that God has been reincarnated on Earth as black men for generations.
Well,
Oh
well,
wow.
well. Now, some of the things that I come to find that is true in reality it is similar to that. To
Somebody take
But
Junior's phone.
I'm not a part of the Nation of Islam.
Take
He said
Junior's
Ishmaelite.
phone. Oh my gosh.
But
But okay,
like, it's funny how you can kind of see like versions, right? They'll tell you, "Oh, we don't have denominations," but they have Sunni, they have right. They tell you, "Oh, we're all one." But now you see, Nation of Islam. It's the same version of Hebrew Israelites in Christianity, right? It's a group of black
Mhm.
people that have decided that God is gonna come and make them slave owners.
And you know,
Cupid, don't tell me what to
right,
do.
thinker,
Like, don't fucking do that. I let people up when I want to let people up.
thinker, you know Bashar al-Assad, the Syrian president that left.
Uh-huh.
So he's a part of an Islamic denomination called the Alawites, who believe in a trinity,
There is a sect of Islam that believe in the Trinity?
in a trinity between Muhammad and Ali and a Persian guy. Muhammad is Farisi, I think.
Oh wow. No, I've never heard of that.
Neither have I, man.
It was interesting.
The
So
most sorry, the funniest section of Islam that I like are the Quranists, right? The ones that just be like, nope, if it's not in the Quran, I don't want to look at
they don't deal with it.
it.
That's what it
They
was
don't
telling us yesterday. But okay, so Abdullah, what I would like to know, right, like a lot of the stuff that I've been introduced to in the Quran. So like I'm not familiar with the Quran. My religion that I was indoctrinated into was Christianity, right? And so I see that a lot of illogical beliefs and information within the Hebrew and Christian text. I see even more illogical information or beliefs in the Quran. what was it that you read in the Quran that said, "Ooh, this makes sense. Let me convert to Islam"?
Well, what did I read? Well, I took time to read the Quran from cover to cover or whatnot, and I said to myself, you know, all these other things or whatnot, or so-called faiths.
I guess I asked, what did you read in the Quran, right? Not what you said to yourself, not what you thought about other religions. What in the Quran, right, made sense to you?
Really, it's a very unique gift to humankind or whatnot. And just bear with me,
No, no, no. Wait.
please.
Do you think that you're answering my question? Like, I asked you a very direct question. I get you want to tell your story. So if you can
You
answer
want
my
me to pick?
question and then elaborate, okay? I told you how I think, right? I'm neurodivergent, okay? And so you're answering something I didn't ask. So if you can answer my question and then elaborate, that would be most helpful to me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did you read in the Quran that made you say, "Ooh, this makes sense"?
I read the book cover to cover, the
I'm
whole
asking for some.
Quran.
I'm asking for a specific thing, like what in the Quran, right, made sense to you. I understand that you read the book cover to cover. What
Yeah. You
made
want me to
sense to
pick
you?
out a
Yes,
excerpt
like when
and make it?
when
You want
you
me to have
read
a
it.
favorite?
Yes, when you read it, right? When you read it, what made sense to you?
Okay. When you read it and listen to it in Arabic, it makes total sense to your heart physically
Oh my
or
God, I'm not
whatnot.
gonna get an answer. I'm not gonna get an answer. Like,
You
for
speak
example,
Arabic?
if I talk to a Christian and I say, "Hey, when you read the Bible, what in the Bible made you convert to Christianity? What made sense to you?" And a Christian will say, "Well, the teachings of Jesus did, right? Where he said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you." The fact that Jesus died, like he laid down his life for me and died on the cross for me to save me from my sins, right? They will name things that they read in the book that tugged on
I,
their heart and made them say, "This I believe." It
I will
sounds
give
like you can't answer that question.
I will give you my current favorite or whatnot at this point in my life with the Quran and my belief. And can we pull up the surah called the Anamil? It's called the ant, the beginning.
And then, yeah, it's gonna be NaHl and no NaMl. Naml. Yeah,
Number chapter 6.
yeah.
What verse?
No, not six, not six. Go
Oh,
back.
not 6.
My bad. Just scroll down and I do not remember the name. It's El Naml, the
This
number.
one, chapter 16.
Just scroll down. Yeah. No, not nah. This is bees. This is bees. Naml is the one talking about Solomon. Let me see the number one. 27.
Okay. Those of you in the comments saying he said he read the whole book, do you not understand? No, motherfucker. I would not have kept asking if I did.
So this is a chapter talking about Solomon and ants talking to each other and telling each other that, oh, Solomon is coming and is with his army and blah 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 blah. Let's get out of the way and stuff. It's pretty much just like a story of animals talking to each other and Solomon talking to birds and talking to animals and stuff.
Okay, and so Abdullah, what verse in this did you read and you said, I believe this, I need to convert to Islam? Which verse?
No, this is wasn't didn't make this is my favorite. This is
I didn't ask you for your favorite. I'm trying to understand, right? What would make someone convert to Islam? So I asked you a very specific question, right? What did you read in the Quran that tugged at your heart specifically, that made you say, this makes sense, I believe this, I need to convert?
it's many points in the whole
Just give me
Quran.
one. Just give me one.
Okay, maybe it's the maybe for example the contradiction that Isa, may peace be upon him, did not die, did not get unalived upon the cross. That he got unalived later.
So okay, so at 12 years old,
No,
you
not at
read
12.
what? My fucking gosh. Why is it that y'all don't know how to have conversations with like
That was
believers for
Malachi
some?
Z. York.
I'm
But it's
asking you. Listen, I'm telling you what I would like to know. Okay, and either you can participate in the conversation or not. I can ask another Muslim.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, what I would like to know, when you decided to convert to Islam, you said that happened at 12.
No, I did.
That's what you
I
originally
said
said.
Sunni Islam. I did
You did your
Malachi
Shahada to Sunni in 2018, but you told us that you converted to Islam at 12.
with Malachi Z. York. That was my first introduction to Islam, man.
And you said that you converted, you didn't need nobody there. Do you remember saying that?
Yes,
Okay, so at
you got the
12
Quran
years
in front
old,
of you.
okay, at 12 years old, what did you read that made you say, this makes sense, I need to convert to Islam?
In Malachi Z. York book, he has several tones and several things that would open up any that would intrigue any 12-year-old. You know that versus the traditional education that was being taught in school or whatnot.
Okay, stop. You're not going to be able to give me specifics, it sounds like. You don't, there isn't anything specific that made you say that
But
what
this
the prophet wrote, right, is truth, and that's what triggered your conversion. So something else triggered your conversion to Islam, not the Quran. Am I understanding this correctly? That it wasn't the Quran that triggered your conversion. Is that right?